999X Cultivation System Chapter 687 to Chapter 757. All the disciples of the Jincheng sect were shocked by the pagoda that pierced the sky. They slowly approached the pagoda with a look of surprise in their eyes. What was going on? How could it be so powerful? What they saw inside the pagoda was a pagoda that was emitting a holy light. Jiyu looked down from above and said slowly to the crowd below, "Now that the cultivation pagoda has been completed, the Jincheng sect will share it with all the inner and outer disciples." The moment they heard Jiyu's words, everyone cried out in surprise. "Sect leader is mighty, sect leader is mighty." It was unknown who was the first to shout, but the rest of the people entered the pagoda one after another. They only saw that the inside of the pagoda was filled with dense Xian energy. Moreover, as they walked up to a higher level, they could feel that the Xian energy was even more powerful. In their eyes, they all felt admiration for Jiyu as their sect leader. The Jincheng sect should have changed their sect leader long ago. The old fart from before was completely delaying the development of their sect. Jiyu naturally did not know what these disciples were thinking, but their thoughts were not in Jiyu's mind. As the surrounding dark force poured in, many disciples hovered in place. Jiyu took the treasure into his hands and flew to the top of the pagoda in a flash. He raised his head and said indifferently, "Seventh grade array formation, earth overturning array formation." After shouting this sentence, a huge 5-star light appeared from the ground. The 5-star light seemed to be released in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the two dark forces colluded together. At this moment, the formation exploded the entire pagoda. At this moment, Jiyu took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Jiyu flew up. Looking at Jiyu slowly coming in front of them, their faces were full of surprise. After the entire ground was covered by the light emitted by the pagoda. Within the pagoda, there was only a burst of light, and Jiyu took 2 steps back in the blink of an eye, disappearing from the spot. His array covered the entire pagoda. Jiyu said lightly, "The array has locked on." He walked out of the pagoda in another direction and said to the people beside him, "Everyone, you can retreat now." After Jiyu's words, they disappeared in an instant. They raised their heads and looked in Jiyu's direction. At this moment, a few elders walked out. They cupped their hands and said, "Sect leader is really amazing. We are impressed." 2 people from the dragon-slaying gang also came forward. "Sect leader, we found what you need." They respectfully handed a small secret order to Jiyu. Jiyu received the name card and disappeared in an instant. After a moment, Jiyu slowly took a step forward. 18 golden arhats. After hearing Jiyu's Chinese language, they instantly appeared in the same place and knelt on the ground. They cupped their hands and said to Jiyu in front of them, "Greetings, young master. Follow me." After Jiyu's words, they followed behind Jiyu. After a moment, they followed behind Jiyu and disappeared in an instant. Jiyu instantly flew to the pagoda. Ding! The host used the dark forest. Including Jiyu, a total of 19 figures landed on the trees not far away. They stood in a row on the trees and looked into the huge cave residence. They landed on the ground with a trace of vigilance in their eyes. The Ice Queen's divided soul was in the cave residence. When she saw that there were many people outside the cave residence, she looked up with a trace of vigilance in her eyes. After saying this, he disappeared in an instant. After a moment, he flew in front of Jiyu. He took out a precious weapon and directly slashed at Jiyu. Jiyu slowly raised her hand and directly held the precious weapon in front of her with 2 fingers. "You really came." After saying this, Jiyu said indifferently, "Humph, not bad. I'm here. Come back with us. I need freedom. I want freedom." The Ice Queen's soul fragments were not weak. They disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, they charged in Jiyu's direction. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu jumped up and flew in front of the Ice Queen. She flew down and directly gathered all the dark force in her palm. In the next moment, the dark force in Jiyu's palm slammed heavily on the thick gang chi. As Jiyu's dark force slammed down, it was accompanied by a loud bang. At this moment, a cloud of black fog floated in the sky. Originally, the Ice Queen's divided soul did not have a precious weapon. However, after she killed her way to the sect, she killed all the experts above the elder level of this small sect and even snatched the precious weapon that had been passed down for hundreds of years. After seeing the precious weapon in Jiyu's hand, the Ice Queen's divided soul's eyes lit up. Her body flashed and she disappeared on the spot. After a moment, she picked up the precious weapon in front of her and grabbed the sword hilt. The Ice Queen directly rushed in the direction of Jiyu. He leaped 2 to 3 meters into the air. Raging Inferno! Ding! Host used Raging Inferno. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Raging flames burst out from the Kuanping giant sword, producing 2 balls of fire. They fell like a meteor shower. The balls of fire fell heavily. The Ice Queen's divided soul let out an angry roar and waved the precious weapon in her hand. At this moment, countless ice spikes burst out rapidly. Those ice spikes quickly fell in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu's Gang Chi covered the front of her. Those ice spikes pierced her Gang Chi at this time, reducing the impact of the ice spikes by more than half. He waved his 2 fingers in front of him and quickly absorbed the dark force in the icicle with his Gang Chi. With a wave of his sword finger, the 2 enormous Xian energies collided with each other at this moment. The huge array floated in the air. Jiyu glanced at the huge array formation in front of him and instantly disappeared from where he was. Holding the Kuanping giant sword in his hand, he immediately flew up. The formation gradually rippled on the ground, covering the entire ground and slowly spreading out. He jumped up, picked up the giant sword beside him, and charged in Jiyu's direction. The Kuanping giant sword collided with the other party's hand. There was a huge explosion. There was a loud boom. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot. The person in front of her looked at Jiyu in shock, a look of shock on his face. Jiyu threw the Kuanping giant sword into the sky, and it split into countless giant swords. The power of the Kuanping fell instantly. They all collided with the Queen of Ice's soul. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds were heard, and smoke floated out. Along with a gentle breeze, it began to move. The thick smoke dispersed, and the human and soul looked at each other. Jiyu's gaze was deep. His body flashed, and at this moment, he appeared in front of the other party. His gaze was locked on Jiyu's direction. The Queen of Ice didn't understand why this human kept chasing after her. Jiyu summoned the soul in the spirit rope and said calmly, "Your soul seems to be eager for freedom. So what? Without her, I can't recover." The spirit rope was protesting violently. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, the treasure weapon in his hand collided with the treasure weapon of the other party. Along with a cracking sound, the treasure weapon emitted a cracking sound. In an instant, the treasure turned into fragments. At this moment, the fragments floated up and exploded in an instant. At this moment, the fragments quickly fell in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised his hand. The fiery battle robe on his body fluttered without wind and floated up. With a fierce cloak of fire, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. A moment later, he raised the treasure in his hand and swung it down heavily. The 2 treasures collided in an instant. There was a violent explosion in the surroundings. Whether it was Jiyu or the Queen of Ice's people, in an instant, there was a cracking sound. The moment the 2 Xian energies clashed, a crackling sound could be heard. The surrounding lightning bolts fell to the side and ignited the flames in an instant. At this moment, the raging flames started to burn towards the surroundings. The entire forest was set ablaze. At this moment, the entire cave was turned into ashes. Jiyu landed on the ground and looked in front of him. He instantly disappeared on the spot and pulled out the treasure. The Queen of Ice's soul didn't expect Jiyu to be so powerful. 2 bursts of profound strength erupted in an instant, and the enormous profound strength slowly collided at this moment. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, they gradually fell. Jiyu flew up and said indifferently, "If you don't make a move, she will run away again." The Queen of Ice flew out and then put on a violent demonstration of hitting herself. Jiyu didn't care so much. Taking the opportunity, he pulled out the Queen of Ice's soul and injected her soul into the other party. He stood up and glanced in front of him. Jiyu turned around and flew out of the spot in the blink of an eye. He directly slapped the other party's body. At this moment, the soul in the other party's body pulled out her consciousness and injected the soul into a small treasure. If there was a chance in the future, he would find a suitable soul for her. After losing her consciousness, the Queen of Ice's soul was similar to the other souls. They were only left with the instinct to fight. Their eyes were fixed on Jiyu. Kill, kill, kill. Only the sound of killing was left. She floated her body and came in front of Jiyu. She raised her hand and waved the treasure weapon at the Queen of Ice's body. However, the Queen of Ice didn't have a physical body at the moment. She wouldn't be hurt by this sword at all. Jiyu turned around and took out 5 treasures from his storage ring. These treasures were used to store souls, and he began to absorb the Xian energy from them. He shot out his spiritual power in an instant. The mental strength wrapped around the other party's body and locked it tightly. The bones in the other party's body were constantly breaking and he let out a series of screams. At this moment, all the Xianxia in her body was injected into the Queen of Ice's body. After absorbing the Queen of Ice's soul, she revealed a smile like a young girl. She smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect that I would still be unable to recover after obtaining the power of 3 souls. Perhaps I can only obtain that power in the main hall of the Hall of Evolution. But I'm afraid that I won't be able to defeat her. After thousands of years, the power of the 3rd soul has developed intelligence. I'm afraid that something bad will happen in the future." After saying this, Jiyu turned around and said coldly, "So what? You're afraid of yourself. I'm here." The Queen of Ice picked him up like a little girl and kissed him. It wasn't her fault because Jiyu knew very well that in her heart, Jiyu turned around and disappeared instantly. He said faintly, "Aren't you the high and mighty Queen of Ice? There's no other way. I've taken back my soul. That's it. It'll take some time for her to integrate into my main personality." Hearing this, the corners of Jiyu's lips curled up in a helpless smile. The dark forest appeared once again as a human and a soul flew out continuously. The matter here was considered to have come to an end. Jiyu stood up and said faintly, "Let's go to the north and take back your last soul." Riding on the horse, he quickly drove the horse and galloped forward. Not long after, they arrived at the border. Jiyu pulled on the reins in her hand and looked at the border. Countless flames and thick smoke were rising from the huge city walls. Along with the black smoke, they flew up continuously. Countless people riding on Xian beasts came to the front of the border. The great general of the southern region rode on his horse and kept neighing. The southern region great general pulled on the reins in his hand, and his horse neighed. Along with the neighing, an army of cultivators slowly walked out and stood at the foot of the city walls. A young man in white stood on top of the city walls. He stared coldly at the foot of the city walls. Along with the sound of drums, rows of soldiers slowly walked forward. He raised his hand high into the air. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Countless spears flew out at the same time. Dark energy was infused into the spears and they struck the city walls. The city walls were about to collapse. The young man in white on top of the city walls raised his hand high. In the next moment, his energy covered the city walls. He was able to gather the energy of so many people and convert it into his own energy. In the next instant, they turned their heads around and saw that the streams of astral energy were gradually descending and blocking the city walls. Suddenly, the city walls began to collapse. Jiyu turned around. He slowly took a step forward. He had to enter the city, no matter what. The southern region great general didn't seem to have many tricks up his sleeve. After the first wave of spears, they all struck the city walls. The spears fell into the energy and fell to the ground. He wasn't too anxious. He raised the spear in his hand and shouted, "Follow me." After shouting those words, they swarmed forward. They came under the aura chi. Although they had gathered powerful aura chi, they lifted it up and waved it out at the same time. After the heavy impact, a crack appeared on the city walls. The energy shattered into pieces at this moment. Whooshing sounds could be heard as they rode their mystical beasts to the foot of the city walls. The mystical beasts used their claws to grab hold of the city walls and climbed up to land on the city walls. They landed on the city walls and pulled out their weapons. Loud explosions could be heard from the energy. The young men in white on top of the city walls raised their hands. With a wave of their hands, the young men on top of the city walls ran forward and jumped to the ground. They raised their hands and pointed their swords at the southern region soldiers. After shouting "Kill!" the soldiers from both sides were entangled with each other, and the ground was littered with corpses in a pool of blood. Jiyu took a step forward, and the majority of the people here were using mystical skills. Her entire body flashed and disappeared from her original position. After a moment, Jiyu released her mystical skill, and with a boom, she shot out explosively. He waved his hand forward. Ding, the host used Raging Inferno, and gained 1 by 999 experience points. Jiyu disappeared from his spot. He turned around and slowly took a step forward. A treasure appeared in his hand as he waved his sword. The Kuan Peng's artifact spirit flew up. A ball of fire emerged from the fire and sprayed into the Gang Chi. The flame seemed to have the power to never be extinguished. The white-robed young man looked in the direction of Jiyu as he devoured the earth energy around him. Why is this fellow targeting my faction? Who exactly was he? The people from the southern region were also very surprised. Why would a profound realm expert appear? Jiyu slowly took a step forward and waved the Kuan Peng giant sword in his hand. Suddenly, the Kuan Peng giant sword in his hand shot out flames once again. The flames burned on top of the city walls. The city walls were burned red by the flames and gradually melted. When they saw this, the people around them all rushed forward. They rode their Xian beasts and slowly advanced forward. When the southern region's great general saw that the city walls had collapsed, he was overjoyed. He roared out in joy. "Kill!" After roaring this sentence, they rushed into the city walls. The Xian cultivators inside the city walls were simply watching the show. They didn't care who became the king. The corners of their mouths curled into a smile. Under the roar of "Kill!" another group of people rushed out. This was the last protective force in the city. If this group of people couldn't expel them, they could only fall in a pool of blood. The people from the southern region rushed forward. They raised the weapons in their hands and chopped at the necks of their opponents. A stream of blood flowed out from their necks. They disappeared on the spot. The people from both sides jumped down to the bottom of the city walls. They raised their hands and charged towards the people inside the city walls. A sea of blood could be called a sea of blood. The people on both sides stood in the tall city towers and watched everything. Jiyu also took this opportunity to jump onto a mystical beast. She followed the mystical beasts and rushed into the city walls. When the soldiers saw Jiyu, they also rushed in. They all rushed in the direction of Jiyu. He grasped the weapon beside him and jumped up. He looked at the people who were charging towards him and waved the weapon in his hand. Along with the explosion of Xian energy, the two of them each took a step back. Jiyu turned around and waved her weapon heavily. Boom! A loud sound rang out. They were sent flying. A few soldiers raised their hands and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and stabbed her sword in their direction. Jiyu picked up the weapon in her hand and suddenly turned around. She slashed the weapon in her hand across the necks of those soldiers. Blood immediately flowed to the ground. The people from the southern region followed Jiyu into the city walls and locked their gazes on Jiyu. The southern region's generals didn't know who this person was, but since he appeared here and had such a powerful force, he was definitely not an ordinary person. They shouted loudly. "Kill!" After shouting out these words, the two groups of people began to fight. The southern region's general walked in front of Jiyu and cupped his hands. He said politely, "Everyone, we will protect him and retreat." After shouting these words, everyone ran forward. A few people stood in front of Jiyu and protected her. Under the attack of the flames blocked the earth energy. Gradually, the flames started to spread in all directions. Jiyu wanted to block the attacks, but she didn't expect them to use their lives to block Jiyu's flames. Jiyu said calmly, "You?" When the southern region's general heard Jiyu's words, he said, "Young man, this battle is our business. It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and retreat." The southern region soldiers charged forward and blocked Jiyu with their swords. Jiyu said calmly, "I am Jiyu." "What?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Jiyu's name. Wasn't this the queen of the southern region? They looked guilty when they heard the name of the queen of the southern region. Reporting to my king, we have already lost 7 or 8 generals here. Many of them were even founding generals. Jiyu was curious. Is there anyone in the northern region who can stop the Southwest Alliance? There was a hint of doubt in his voice. The southern region general lowered his head in embarrassment. They had been victorious all this time. However, countless experts from the northern region had appeared and killed their leaders. That was how they ended up in this predicament. Hearing that there was such an expert in the northern region, even he showed a trace of doubt on his face. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Impossible." Jiyu's words were filled with extreme fury. They jumped off their horses and knelt on the ground, cupping their fists in salute. "Your Majesty, we didn't want this to happen either. However, they are too powerful." When they heard this, they cracked their whips and ran forward. They surrounded Jiyu. With Jiyu around, they felt that they had a chance of winning. After this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Zichen smiled. They looked at Jiyu with hope in their eyes. Jiyu raised his weapon and said, "Kill." After shouting these words, he waved his horsewhip and charged forward. When Jiyu saw this, he jumped up and stood on his mystical beast. As the mystical beast approached Jiyu, he suddenly opened his eyes. He swung his sword. There was a flash of light and the people in front of him parted. Those people fell to the ground one after another. They spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated 2 steps. Blood splattered on the ground. A row of soldiers stepped forward with spears in their hands. The white-robed young man stepped forward. A gust of wind blew. Jiyu said calmly, "I am the queen of the southern region. Tell me your name." The other party suddenly burst out laughing. "Queen of the southern region? If you die here, you won't be the queen of the southern region anymore. Dead people don't need to remember my name." He waved his hand, and the rest of the people also ran forward at this moment. They all held treasured spears in their hands. They all turned around and waved their treasured weapons. Jiyu waved the treasured weapon in his hand. There was a clang. The 2 treasures collided with each other. After a ding sound, the 2 of them separated. Jiyu sensed that the other party was also at LV5 Human Profound Realm. They fixed their gazes on Jiyu. He said slowly, "Queen of the southern region, I heard that your name is Jiyu. Didn't you say that dead people don't need to remember your name? Let me return that to you. Dead people don't need to remember my name. You're boasting shamelessly." The white-robed young man shouted. The 15 people beside him, clad in golden armor, slapped their horses and rushed forward. He held a spear in his hand and stabbed it in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised his hand and grabbed the spear in front of him. Grabbing the spear in front of him, Jiyu bent his hand slightly and broke the spear in front of him. The spear broke in an instant. He picked up the spear in front of him and swung it in Jiyu's direction. He dodged the iron spear in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he swung his Kuanpung sword. Jiyu's eyes turned cold. He turned around and swung his body. The leader of the 15 people slashed his sword in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu turned around and swung his sword forward. The 2 huge swords collided. There was a clang, and the 2 of them retreated. He fixed his eyes on his opponent and disappeared in an instant. The general didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand one of Jiyu's attacks. The young man in white snorted, "Jiyu, let's see how you're going to die this time." After shouting this, the people around them disappeared in an instant. After a while, they appeared beside Jiyu and surrounded him. Suddenly, there was an angry roar in the air. There was a roar in the sky. "Get lost." After hearing the word "get lost," the crowd in front of him slowly retreated. They fixed their eyes on the blue sky behind Jiyu. In the air, a young girl wearing a long black muslin dress was taking small steps in the air and arriving in front of Jiyu. Xiaogu landed behind Jiyu. When Xiaogu appeared just now, everyone in front of her felt a sense of fear. They all took 2 steps back. Jiyu said indifferently, "Xiaogu, come behind me." After shouting this, Xiaogu looked at Jiyu gently. Jiyu's strength was rapidly increasing, and so was her strength. Xiaogu, mystic skill, fairy flying heaven. This was the mystic skill that Jiyu found in Xiaogu's family. The 2 of them merged together and flew together. Their gazes met at this moment. Those 15 people flew up at the same time with treasures in their hands. They slowly landed in Jiyu's direction. Those treasures landed in Jiyu's direction. After a huge explosion, Jiyu's body flashed and turned around. She turned around and stabbed her sword heavily. The two of them looked at each other. When their eyes met, their gazes connected with each other. After landing on the ground, Jiyu raised her head and picked up that treasured weapon. At this moment, the white-clothed youth charged towards Jiyu and Xiaogu. From the time she met Xiaogu until now, Jiyu had only seen her attack once. That was when she didn't have any opponents. A thick black fog flew out from her hand. The white-clothed youth snorted. After dispersing the fog, Jiyu's figure appeared behind the fog. Her treasured weapon directly slashed down. The white-clothed youth widened his eyes. The white-clothed youth had never expected Xiaogu to be so powerful. In fact, even Jiyu was puzzled. When she had parted ways with Xiaogu, this girl was only at the second level of the human profound realm. How did she become so much stronger now? However, it could be said that Xiaogu's childishness from before had completely disappeared. She was like a queen standing high on a mountain peak, looking down on all living things. Xiaogu said indifferently, "I received my mother's inheritance." No wonder, Jiyu thought to herself. At the same time, her body flashed, and she appeared in front of the white-clothed youth. "Brat, let's spar?" When he heard Jiyu's words, he was puzzled. How dare a brat like you challenge me? This was an insult to their family's existence. Thus, he roared and disappeared from his original spot. A moment later, he appeared in front of Jiyu. He was holding a long sword in his hand. He looked coldly at Jiyu in front of him and said indifferently, "Jiyu, today, I will definitely kill you in this North Desert City. How can I allow you to cause trouble in my western region?" After shouting this, the long spear in his hand flew in front of Jiyu like a dragon. She dodged the attack of the long spear. His body flashed, and the huge Kuanping sword in his hand could no longer be held back. However, Jiyu was no longer the Jiyu of the past. The 18 golden arhats would not allow anyone to attack their master in front of him. Furthermore, Jiyu couldn't possibly put these people who had already gained sentience into his storage ring, right? They stood in front of Jiyu and swung their swords. With a loud bang, the light suddenly exploded. The surroundings were illuminated by a white light. The white-clothed youth was forced to retreat by this white light. He looked in Jiyu's direction with an ominous glint in his eyes. His expression was as if he wanted to eat Jiyu. Fighting with more people against fewer people, is this how profound practitioners fight? Jiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just now, your side didn't lose out to my 18 people. You are shameless. All members of the Zhu clan, listen to my orders. We will give up on North Desert City, but we must kill this brat. Suddenly, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The young man in white pointed at Jiyu and said, "The army is here. You're lucky. We'll meet another day." With a flash of light, he disappeared from the land. It was actually a spatial profound skill. The southern region's general patted his Xian beast and ran over to Jiyu. "Hurry up and give chase. My king is here, so there's no need to be afraid today." Jiyu said slowly, "You don't have to chase him anymore." "Why is your majesty doing this?" Jiyu laughed out loud. "They used a spatial profound skill and are already far away from North Desert City. Generals, follow this empress to the city lord's residence and report to me about the battle." Jiyu sat on the seat of the city lord's residence. 8 generals knelt in front of her. They were the only ones left from the battle at the border. Their faces were full of shame. Jiyu asked coldly, "What is going on?" They looked at each other and said respectfully, "Reporting to my king, we encountered great resistance during the battle. We are already very lucky to have so many people left." "The union of 10,000 immortals?" "That's right. So that white-clothed youth was one of them." No wonder. This was the reason why they had been obstructing Jiyu. No one wanted to see the 4 regions united because it would be difficult for the union of 10,000 immortals to rule the mortal world. However, this was too ridiculous. Jiyu snorted coldly. She stood up and a smile appeared on her face. She would leave the mortal world's affairs to the rainbow heavenly snake in the future. She had more ambitious goals. The generals under her were all afraid of Jiyu. They were afraid that her wrath would descend from the sky. That was something they couldn't bear. Jiyu turned around and a smile appeared on her face. Everyone, you put everything into the southern region's grand plan. How could this king blame you? It's just the western region. My sons, will you follow this king to traverse the world? The generals were overjoyed and kowtowed. The next day, the army was reorganized. A total of 100,000 profound practitioners dressed in battle armor and armed with profound crossbows approached Tianyuan City. When the king of the western region received this news, he immediately mobilized his army of profound practitioners to fight Jiyu. Only victory was allowed in this battle. This was the only thing he could rely on. The profound beasts seemed to have sensed the determination in the hearts of the profound practitioners. They stood on top of the city walls. Along with the sound of drums, the gates of Tianyuan City slowly opened. The king of the western region's subordinate, Xiao Wudi, led the army of profound practitioners and led the charge. The southern region's general raised the 7th grade artifact in his hand. First round, fire. His voice covered the entire battlefield. Countless profound crossbows let out a deafening sound. The profound arrows carried the profound energy of their masters and rained down like rain. The profound beasts of the western region were pierced through the chest by arrows that were over 7 inches long. They fell to the ground and continuously waved their claws as if they wanted to tear apart the enemies in front of them. Jiyu shouted, "Kill!" The 18 golden arhats took the lead in charging. This general is going. Below Xiao Wudi, an azure-robed general roared. He slapped the giant lion of the northern region beneath him and quickly leaped forward. Overlord Spear. A spear that glowed with azure light suddenly appeared in his hand. He exchanged a single blow with the 18 golden arhats. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth changed color. The spear shattered. He never expected that he would be defeated in a single blow. The cyan-robed general roared and stabbed one of the golden arhats with his broken spear. That golden arhat immediately fell to the ground, although he had an immortal body. Although he was immortal, he was restrained by the artifact and couldn't move. Ha ha ha, that hurts. Suddenly, he was stunned. The artifact in the other golden arhat's hands had pierced through his heart and lungs. Even with the protection of his energy, there was no future for him. Blood flowed out of his mouth. This was the outcome of the first round. Xiao Wudi didn't waste any time. Fire. The sky was once again filled with arrows. Like falling meteors, the 18 golden arhats were pinned to the ground by the arrows no matter how fast they were. The southern region's general's face was as red as a pig's liver. Thief, you don't have any morals. He glanced at Jiyu, and Jiyu nodded. Brothers, follow me and kill. In such a large-scale battle, even profound practitioners were no different from mortals. The two armies each used their own profound skills, and their profound energy clashed together. It was as if it was a giant man-eating beast. The first two sides to collide were unable to find any corpses. Only blood was left on the ground. However, this didn't affect the soldiers behind them from continuing to kill. With the support of Jiyu's formation, the southern region's cultivators had become extremely powerful. In just a few rounds, corpses were piled up on the battlefield. The smell of blood permeated the entire battlefield. After 5 rounds, only a few young generals and 5 or 6 soldiers were left behind Xiao Wudi. They knelt in front of Xiao Wudi. We're leaving. You guys go first. I'll be right behind you. After saying this, those young generals rushed forward. Jiyu raised his hand and raised it up high. The southern region generals stared at Jiyu. Jiyu calmly waved her hand. The great generals of the southern region charged forward and locked themselves in a stalemate. One by one, the generals were swallowed up by the opponent's mystic techniques. Xiao Wudi was the only one left. He drew his precious artifact, patted the mystic beast beneath him, and charged forward. The generals were no match for him at all. When they saw that their generals were dead, countless cultivators swarmed toward Xiao Wudi like ants. True to his name, Xiao Wudi wielded his silver spear, which was imbued with the power of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning reaped the lives of the southern region's men. The corpses on the ground were like a small mountain. Xiao Wudi stood on top of the mountain of corpses and looked in Jiyu's direction. He laughed loudly. Jiyu, do you dare to stand with me? Xiao Wudi couldn't retreat. He was the last line of defense for the western region. Even if he had to die, he had to stop Jiyu. Jiyu frowned and slowly stepped into the battlefield. He didn't ride his mystic beast. Instead, he coldly reaped the lives of the frenzied soldiers. Xiao Wudi moved as well. After his fifth charge, there were no longer any soldiers behind him. The two of them leaped into the air at the same time. The weapons in their hands clashed, and a loud boom resounded. Jiyu and Xiao Wudi retreated at the same time. The two of them stood on the sand. The Kuanping sword in Jiyu's hand was trembling incessantly, as if it had finally found a person it could fight wantonly. Xiao Wudi roared angrily. As soon as the long spear was drawn, the power of thunder and lightning danced in front of Jiyu like a thunder snake. Jiyu turned around and swung her sword. The rock's power collided with the serpent of lightning. The surrounding walls trembled violently. Who knew how many heavenly treasures had been used to build the walls, but at this moment, they collapsed. He looked at the person in front of him and ran forward. He stabbed the huge Kuanping sword into the other party's hand. In pain, Xiao Wudi's spear fell to the ground. Surrender. Ha 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 ha, Jiyu, this old man is useless. I can't kill you. I can die and be dismembered by you, but I can't surrender. After saying this, he closed his eyes. Jiyu understood his intentions. He put away his giant sword. The soldiers of the southern mountain range all rushed forward. Kill. After shouting this, countless spears pierced through Xiao Wudi's chest. Xiao Wudi was lying in a pool of blood, which meant that he was dead. Blood flowed all over the ground. Jiyu stood up and slowly walked out of the city with a life treasure in hand. Suddenly, the sound of thunder filled the air. Countless people walked into the main hall and knelt down. Reporting to Her Majesty, we have found their location. Jiyu nodded and led the crowd to a small gate. They saw a house floating high in the air. Locked inside were the treasures they had accumulated. The door slowly opened and the soldiers of the southern region walked in. Their eyes lit up. There were so many treasures. They were like madmen as they rushed towards the pile of treasures. They put away the gold coins in front of them. Everyone walked out with a smile on their faces. At this time, they slowly walked out of the door with countless life treasures appearing on their bodies. The northern region's soldiers arrived one after another. However, when they saw the southern region's soldiers, their hearts trembled slightly. They didn't want to die here. Hence, they put away their weapons, turned around, and walked in another direction. Following the sound of the bugle horn, everyone gathered in the middle of the square. Of the four regions, only the western region was still bitterly holding on. The western region's stubborn strength had defeated the allied forces of the other three regions. Jiyu was surprised. Their cries rang out and the surrounding soldiers stood up. They held treasures in their hands and stepped out. They raised their treasures and charged towards the capital city. The western region capital city was a huge city of steel. They used their dark force to build this sturdy city wall. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded. Countless balls of dark force of various colors danced in the sky and fell from the sky. The flames burned on the dark iron city wall. It was as if there was a scorching flame that completely melted the surrounding dark iron. However, no one was able to block that move. When Jiyu saw the countless flames, he opened his eyes abruptly and raised the Kuanping greatsword in his hand. Kill. The battlefield stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Jiyu's voice rang out in the sky. As his voice fell, everyone charged out one after another. When Jiyu saw this, she immediately flew into the sky. When they heard Jiyu's words, which were filled with the word kill, they were so scared that their bodies started to tremble. The word kill resounded through the sky, and at this moment, everyone rushed forward to kill. Jiyu landed in the crowd. The artifact spirit trembled in excitement. Opening its mouth, it sucked in all the souls around it. Jiyu's figure suddenly flashed and vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind another group of profounders, and then she swung the enormous rock sword down, causing them to fall into pools of blood. The king of the western region closed his eyes in despair when he saw so many people lying in a pool of blood. "It's done," he said flatly. "My lord, you can't surrender." After shouting this, they turned around and saw that Jiyu had disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of everyone. The king of the western region stood on the mountain and said flatly, "Who are you?" "Jiyu." Jiyu was the king of the southern region. How could the king of the western region not know who her opponent was? When he thought of this, he disappeared on the spot. Holding the artifact in his hand, he slashed it in Jiyu's direction. He looked at Jiyu calmly and said, "If I can withstand 10 of your attacks, I beg you not to kill my subjects. What do you think?" After saying this, Jiyu closed her eyes and nodded. A white light flashed. Ding! Host used the lightning serpent's path. You have gained 1 by 999 experience points. The lightning serpent exploded in the air and turned into dozens of rays of white light. In an instant, it scattered into the surroundings and turned into specks of light that flew towards the king of the western region. The king of the western region's mouth fell open. His mouth fell open. What? As soon as he said this, a stream of energy enveloped his body. Jiyu turned around and brandished the treasure in his hand. After slashing down, the king of the western region's protective energy enveloped him. The lightning serpents collided with the stellar energy. Boom! 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 With 3 loud booms, a cloud of smoke covered the entire area. However, the protective energy on his body was too weak. There was no way he could get close to the king of the western region's protective energy. After the lightning serpents collided with the king of the western region's protective energy, they turned into pieces and fell into the sea of blood. As they fell to the ground, Jiyu slowly stepped forward. She said flatly, "Everyone, come on up." After Jiyu said this, the king of the western region slowly took a step back. At this moment, the king of the western region lowered his head. Jiyu disappeared in a flash. He said flatly, "From today onwards, you are my subjects." After Jiyu said this, the surrounding people lowered their heads. The king of the western region was seriously injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Jiyu said flatly, "From today onwards, you will plant the seedlings in the fields. Those who have cultivated well can be sent to the southern region. They will not be much different from ordinary people." After shouting this sentence, the surrounding people cheered one after another. They were very excited to be able to live like ordinary people. Jiyu walked into the palace of the western region and started flipping through the books. When he saw the books, his lips curled into a smile. After smiling, Jiyu walked out of the door. He disappeared on the spot and drew out his long sword. In the blink of an eye, he slashed down. With a flash of silver light, he disappeared on the spot and stretched out his sword fingers. He directly cut the precious weapon in front of him in half. He slapped the king of the western region's body with his palm. With a loud explosion, the king of the western region spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Jiyu said flatly, "Kill." After shouting this sentence, a ray of white light appeared in front of him. After the white light fell, he said faintly, "Who are you?" As soon as Jiyu's voice fell, he looked out. "Ha ha ha, how can a villain like you be allowed to enter the royal family's territory?" There was a trace of vigilance in the corner of his eyes. A white-haired old man walked out slowly with a smile on his face. After seeing Jiyu, he flew forward and attacked Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and waved her sword. The two sounds collided at this moment. After the sound of the explosion subsided, the two of them fell backwards. He stood on the ground and saw a cloud of smoke blowing slowly toward him. At this moment, the white-haired old man waved his long sleeve and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and waved her hand heavily. The two palms collided at this moment. After the smoke dispersed, they flew out and stood in the middle of the stone room. At this moment, he looked in the direction of Jiyu. He said lightly, "Boy, you're so capable." Jiyu said lightly, "Your king is dead. Do you want to surrender?" After hearing Jiyu's words, he gritted his teeth. At this moment, Gragula's voice slowly sounded. He disappeared on the spot at this moment. The treasures collided at this moment. The two of them landed on the ground and looked at each other at this moment. Jiyu said lightly, "Old man, you're quite strong. Let me take over your body." After shouting this sentence, Jiyu's consciousness flew out at this moment. Her spiritual power directly entered the old man's mind. The old man screamed. Jiyu flew over and slapped down heavily. Immediately, the soul in his body flew out at this moment. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Jiyu's palm released a huge suction force. At this moment, a huge suction force was produced and sucked. At this moment, the old man's soul flew out. Jiyu used her spiritual power and destroyed the old man in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. He slowly took a step forward. At this moment, the sound of explosions slowly spread out from the surroundings. He quickly waved the treasured weapon in his hand forward. The surrounding balls of light fell one after another. Jiyu flew forward and directly forced the surrounding people into the old man's body. He opened his eyes and said faintly, "Keep." After saying this, they looked at each other and instantly disappeared on the spot. He pulled out his treasured weapon and directly waved his sword. In the blink of an eye, his long sword fell. There was a loud bang. At this moment, the light slowly fell and his figure disappeared on the spot. Jiyu disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he flew out and said lightly, "Everyone, stand down." The southern region's great general cupped his fists and retreated. He directly summoned the corpse. In an instant, the corpse was absorbed into Jiyu's hand. At this moment, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he said lightly, "I've done what I promised you." After Jiyu said this, the light suddenly became bigger. Suddenly, the ball of light slowly floated up. He said indifferently, "Kill." After shouting the sentence, he disappeared on the spot. Jiyu held the treasured weapon and in the next moment, they all closed in on Jiyu. He turned around and waved the treasured weapon. There was a loud bang. In the next moment, he slowly floated up and disappeared on the spot. The Ice Queen's soul instantly entered the body. It was slowly merging with the corpse. In the next moment, the corpse gradually changed into the appearance of a young girl. Jiyu disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Jiyu slowly took 2 steps forward. The Ice Queen's soul looked at her body happily. She looked in the direction of Jiyu and hugged Jiyu, saying lightly, "Thank you." Jiyu nodded. Then, he disappeared on the spot. "I'll be called Chingru from now on. Don't forget me." Jiyu disappeared on the spot and stepped into the sky. Just now, when he was fighting with the old man, Jiyu sensed a fluctuation in the floating light. In the next moment, a crack appeared in the sky. He saw that the crack was collapsing. He directly entered the crack and disappeared on the spot. In the next second, he appeared in a world of ice and snow. He said lightly, "The extreme north, I'm back." The Ice Queen's afterimage appeared beside Jiyu. She floated beside Jiyu. Jiyu said slowly, "Let's go." After saying this, the wind was strong. In the next moment, a strong wind blew. He turned around and waved the long sword. It was accompanied by a sound of explosion. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding flames spread out and melted all the surrounding ice and snow. Jiyu held the treasured weapon and disappeared on the spot in an instant. In the next second, the Kuanpung giant sword was waved out in an instant. In the next moment, there was a huge explosion. At this moment, the huge ice block fell quickly. Seeing the huge ice block, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. He picked up the giant sword in his hand and waved it out in an instant. At this moment, he disappeared on the spot. He slowly took a step forward and said indifferently, "Kill." After he shouted this, the pagoda in front of him started shaking violently. The evolution temple had actually been abandoned. The stone statue of the Ice Queen stood tall in front of the two of them. He raised his head and said indifferently, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the treasure instantly exploded on the stone statue. After falling, Jiyu suddenly turned around. He looked out of the window. There was still a white light in the direction of the evolving temple. It was as if there was an illusory figure floating in the air. He laughed out loud. "Who has the guts to break into our evolving temple?" After hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Jiyu took a step forward and said indifferently, "Look who this is." Only then did the remnant soul appear beside Jiyu. After seeing the icebound queen, the white-haired old man revealed a look of surprise. "Icebound queen? Is that you?" There was a look of surprise on his face. Jiyu nodded. A hint of excitement flashed in the Queen of Ice's eyes. With this phantom, she could return to a more powerful state. Jiyu slowly walked through the gate. Only a white light could be seen flashing. The three of them came to the evolving temple. Sensing the arrival of Jiyu and the others, the icebound queen's stone statue gradually shattered. A figure appeared in front of the three of them. Jiyu said indifferently, "This is your clone." The remnant soul came in front of the remnant soul and stretched out its hand. This remnant soul without any consciousness directly entered her body. Only then did she recover her consciousness. "My power has recovered a lot. Now I can open the gate to the central region. Are you ready? Even though you are so strong, you are still the lowest existence in the central region." Jiyu smiled, "No problem." Seeing Jiyu so confident, the icebound queen took 2 steps forward and gathered power in her hands. The colors in the sky kept changing. Several rainbows suddenly lit up, and several rays of light gathered in the sky at this time. They gradually shattered. It was as if a divine light was injected into the ground. Jiyu slowly walked forward. Under the injection of the divine light, Jiyu disappeared. He summoned the remnant soul but couldn't see her. In his mind, the remnant soul's voice sounded. "I will hide in your body until we find the evolving temple." Jiyu raised his head and took 2 steps forward. An old man walked over and touched his white beard. He asked Jiyu, "Young man, who are you?" "This is Zhongshin village. We haven't seen outsiders for many years." Jiyu cupped his hands, "Old man, I am Jiyu. Do you know where the evolving temple is?" "Haha, who doesn't know the evolving temple in the central region? It is the most evil existence. Young man, don't look for them." The old man seemed to think of something and gradually described it to Jiyu. It turned out that all these years, the remaining people of the evolving temple had been capturing young children and cruelly imprisoning them. As for the whereabouts of those children, no one knew. They felt that those people had died long ago. The central region was gradually divided into 3 empires. The 3 empires were all conquering the evolving temple. However, the evolving temple was too powerful. They were all defeated quickly. The 3 empires that came after were only the remnants of the evil. Jiyu thanked the old man. When he passed through the light pillar, his sky-splitting sword started operating quickly for some reason. Now, it was almost at the level of breaking through. The old man took out some food. Just as he was about to treat Jiyu to the delicacies, a loud commotion suddenly came from the direction of the village entrance. Jiyu turned around. He looked outside the door and didn't know what was going on. He only saw a group of armored soldiers say faintly, "Old man, don't force us. Hand over your family's magnetite and food. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy." The few old men were trembling. "Sir, you just came a few days ago. How can we have any food? How dare you? Get away from me." An old man was about to hug the officer's leg and cry. This was the ultimate killing move of poor people like them. Jiyu frowned and saw them fly up. A whip was about to land on one of the old men. Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared. A moment later, he appeared in front of the old man. He raised his hand and directly caught the whip. He directly pulled him to the ground. His body was dripping with blood. He panted and said, "Kill him, kill him." The 2 men shouted. The 2 men behind the officer flew up. A yellow spear appeared in each of their hands. A red light appeared in the spear. Jiyu took a step back with the old man. The 2 red lights directly hit Jiyu's gang. Chi! With a loud bang, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. He waved the precious weapon in his hand. The huge power of the Kuanpung flew out of the weapon spirit and directly swallowed their souls. They never expected that all the guards would be killed. The remaining officials pointed at Jiyu in front of them and said, "Good, good, good. You wait for me." After saying this, they turned around and ran out. Those old men sighed. They said to Jiyu, "They are here to collect taxes. We have to leave this village." Jiyu asked, "Where do you plan to go?" "We don't know. We are old. We will go as far as we can." Seeing the despair on their faces, Jiyu knew that he was the one who had harmed them. He said calmly, "If that's the case, it's my fault. I'll let you continue living in this village." After saying this, Jiyu ran out quickly. Ding! The host used the 3000 volts lightning and gained 1 by 999 experience points. Jiyu's figure was so strong that he could travel thousands of miles in a day. However, he didn't choose to go so far away. Instead, he ran to a small town not far from this village. There was a small wall in this town. There was a small purple flag on the wall. There was also a ferocious tiger on it. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and said lightly to the person in front of him, "Hello, may I ask if the jurisdiction of Xingping village is here?" The man raised his head in confusion. "There are still people alive in this village?" Jiyu had already obtained her answer. She left behind a gold coin and said thank you. The guard scratched his head. There were so many strange people today. "Sir City Lord, you have to believe me. That guy is way too arrogant. The people we sent out have all died, and they all died miserably." After hearing this, he frowned. He said, "I don't care who he is. He dares to go against the will of our Star Soul Nation. He is simply courting death." After saying this, the 2 youths walked out. "The person you met should be a Xian cultivator. Against a Xian cultivator, we should let the people from Star Xian Palace take action." That's right, that's right. I will leave it to the 2 of you." At this moment, a few guards burst in and hit the stone wall. They turned around and locked their eyes on Jiyu. Their eyes were filled with resentment. They asked Jiyu in front of them, "Kid, you have big guts." The lackey who survived in Xianping village nervously pointed at Jiyu and shouted, "It's him, it's him." After shouting this, Jiyu took 2 steps forward and grabbed the other party's neck, lifting him up high. He threw him out. The 2 youths in green robes said, "You dare to be so arrogant in front of us? You don't put our Xingxuan brother in your eyes." Xian skill, starlight flicker. An incomparably strong white light appeared in the sky. Jiyu couldn't see anything in front of him, but his mental strength covered the surroundings. What made Jiyu surprised was that their Xian skill could directly seal off his mental strength. He disappeared from where he was and turned around. Then, he swung the axe at Jiyu's head. As he turned around, the 2 precious weapons collided with each other at high speed. The small mayor's mansion collapsed in an instant. The 2 of them had also entered the 4th level of the human profound realm. They bent down and locked their gazes on Jiyu. Xinghun and Xinghun arrived in front of and behind Jiyu at an incomparably fast speed. At the same time, they held their weapons and locked onto Jiyu's back. They directly stabbed the 2 spears into Jiyu's body. Ding, the host has used Raging Inferno. The 2 balls of flames slowly shot out from both sides. The flames burned everyone's bodies. Both of them were covered in flames. They slapped the table on the ground. The table instantly broke into pieces. Such strong Xianqi. Damn it, my robes have been burned clean. This brat is too strong. We can only use that move. But big brother, we can't live after using that move. If we can't live, then so be it. After saying these 2 sentences, they put their hands together. Suddenly, a ray of light shone brightly. The 2 of them instantly disappeared from their original positions. In an instant, they appeared in front of Jiyu. The 2 of them exchanged their blood for a huge increase in Xianqi. Jiyu slapped the thick earth on the ground. Ding, the host has used thick earth city wall. Received 1 by 999 experience points. The thick earth city wall directly surrounded Jiyu. The 2 of them landed, leaving only a trace. The Xingxuan brothers never expected Jiyu to have such strength. His gaze locked onto Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly turned around. She slapped her hands on the ground. 2 earth dragons suddenly flew out and let out a roar. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they burst forward. They wrapped around the Xingxuan brothers. The 2 brothers wanted to break free from the earth dragons in front of them, but the earth dragons bound their legs. They let out a heavy pressure. Their legs were in immense pain. They slapped their bodies and fell to the ground. They looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu disappeared in the blink of an eye. The earthen dragon let out a roar and shot towards the two of them. They hit their bodies. Their protective auras suddenly shattered. The two of them fell to the ground. The Xianxia brothers supported each other and were able to stand steadily on the ground. They looked at each other. Jiyu said indifferently, "Scram." Jiyu only said one sentence. The two of them looked at each other. It was obvious that they were no match for each other in terms of strength. At this moment, they disappeared from the spot. When the city lord saw that his two hired thugs had run away, he fell to the ground in a daze. He looked fearfully in the direction of Jiyu, as if he was afraid of what would happen later. Jiyu had a smile on her face. She looked at the person in front of her and said slowly, "From today onwards, change the city lord." After saying this, she raised her hand and chopped down. The city lord screamed and turned around. Jiyu turned around and walked in the other direction. After seeing their city lord's head, the remaining people did not dare to resist. They looked at each other and walked out. They bowed and said to Jiyu, "Greetings, young master." The guards in the city didn't have the confidence to defeat the big shot who defeated the Star Soul Hall, so they could only bow and surrender. Jiyu asked them to send an army to the new village to pick up the old people. The old people said that they were old and didn't want to run around, so they planned to spend the rest of their lives here. Jiyu also understood that these old people didn't want to walk around. She sighed and said faintly, "That's good. I'll have people send food here regularly." After saying this, Jiyu returned to the secret chamber in the city lord's manor. She sat cross-legged on the floor and channeled the profound energy in her hands into the corpse in front of her. Along with the infusion of profound energy, Jiyu also regained her consciousness. At this time, they fused with the corpse. After 3 days, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. It was as if there was a warm light shining directly on the ground. Jiyu knew that it already had a rudimentary consciousness. With such a puppet here, Jiyu wasn't worried about how they would treat the old people. After tidying up, Jiyu stood up. Suddenly, 2 servants of the city lord's manor walked over. "Sir, there's someone outside asking for an audience." This made Jiyu very curious. At this time, who would come to see her? After acknowledging, she walked out of the door. A young man in a white robe appeared. He cupped his hands and said to Jiyu, "This one's name is Xianxia. I'm a disciple of the North Profound sect. It's said that 2 days ago, Mr. broke through the Xianxia brothers' joint mystic technique by yourself. Is that true?" Jiyu smiled faintly. "If it wasn't true, you wouldn't have come here." After saying this, the two of them cupped their hands and said faintly, "We want to invite you to join our North Profound sect. If Mr. is alone, it's extremely easy for the Star Soul Palace to plot against you." He originally thought that. Their hearts trembled. Jiyu said faintly, "Sure." They never expected that Jiyu would actually agree to this request. After saying this, they looked at each other and took a step forward. Zhou and Sky lit up with a ray of light. That ray of light directly shot into the ground. A pillar of light directly shot into the ground. The two of them directly entered that pillar of light. With a flash of light, they instantly disappeared from their original spot. This was the moment when the light flashed. After a moment, they appeared on top of a huge palace. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. A few fairies walked out and rubbed Xianxia's face. "Little fatty, this is the expert you were talking about." Xianxia pushed them away with great difficulty. He pouted and said, "Don't pinch my face. It hurts." The fairies looked at each other and laughed out loud. He was really too cute, they thought in their hearts. However, this Jiyu was too handsome. After training for so long, in addition to the increase of Jiyu's strength, his appearance had also changed greatly. He went from an average-looking guy to a handsome guy. Jiyu said faintly, "Greetings, fairies." Xianxia said, "Don't stop me. I still want to bring him into the Great Year Palace." As they walked, Xianxia asked, "I was originally prepared for you to reject me. Why did you agree?" Jiyu suddenly stopped and said faintly, "There's no other reason. It's just that I want to see how strong the experts here are." Also, I want to conquer the evolving temple. Hearing that Ji Yu wanted to conquer the evolving temple, his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He secretly bumped Ji Yu's shoulder. He said faintly, "Try not to say such things. If those fellows outside hear it, there will be a lot of trouble." Ji Yu smiled. He didn't care about these so-called troubles. In the Great Year Palace, an old man appeared. He was holding a wine jug. Ji Yu actually sensed a trace of danger from him. He looked forward and said faintly, "This kid is quite capable. If he were to be a disciple, he would be wronged. I think a rank 3 instructor should be suitable." After saying that, he took out a token and threw it to Ji Yu, 50 mystical stones a month. You will eat and live in the Xian sect. Is this treatment okay? Ji Yu nodded. He didn't lack mystical stones. Seeing this scene, the old man nodded in satisfaction. He burped and walked out of the door. Chen Qing and Ji Yu introduced the situation of the North Profound sect. The disciples were split into 4 classes: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. As the name suggested, the Yellow students were the lowest class of disciples. The Xian class was the higher class, while the Heaven and Earth class members were the most respected. Instructors, on the other hand, were divided into 9 grades. The 1st to 3rd class teachers were the teachers of the Yellow class. Ji Yu never expected that he would be the teacher of the lowest class. He wanted to see how low the talents of these students were. He stepped into the door, only to see a faint white light shining out from inside. Ji Yu took a step forward and turned around, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Dong dong dong, the bell rang 3 times. Ji Yu came to the door of a class. Chattering noises came from inside. They were either saying that they had gone to some mortal world to play in a brothel, or that they had bullied someone. After saying this, they turned around. Ji Yu slowly took a step forward. The students inside acted as if Ji Yu had never appeared. They were still talking, but Ji Yu sat behind the table and didn't care about them. 2 white-bearded old men walked past the corridor. "White Xianzun, don't worry. Our teachers here are the best. It's the best choice for your child to be here. The son of the Star Soul Empire's Prime Minister will definitely be here." White Xianzun laughed and said to the old man, "Vice Principal, don't worry. The Empire will continue to support you. After all, the Star Soul Palace is really despicable. I heard that they are in cahoots with the Evolving Temple." They turned around and walked in front of a small door. Just as they were about to enter, the person beside them pulled them back and stood still. White Xianzun said angrily, "Is this how your teachers teach their students? If this is the case, how will they fight for the Empire's leadership with the Star Soul Palace? These teachers are definitely something." After saying this, they looked at each other. They took a step forward and planned to look inside. They stood up and Ji Yu stretched his back. "Are you done? You don't even have a single entry-level Xian cultivator. Are you not embarrassed to make a ruckus here?" After hearing Ji Yu's words, they looked at each other. Ji Yu stood up and punched out. The huge rock in front of him suddenly exploded. The rocks fell to the ground. He said faintly, "Does anyone want to have such power?" A child stood up, "My father is the Star Soul Empire's great general. With him around, I can bully people even if I don't work hard. What if your father is gone?" When he heard Ji Yu's words, he was immediately rendered speechless. Ji Yu said indifferently, "Maybe the person who bullies you tomorrow will be the person next to you." After hearing Ji Yu's words, he clenched his fists. "What I said is the truth. You're just a rank 3 teacher. I don't know what right you have. Ingnu, beat him up." After shouting this sentence, a black shadow appeared on the ground. He pulled out a sword from his back and locked his gaze on Ji Yu. In the blink of an eye, he flew out and charged in Ji Yu's direction. He waved his precious weapon. Black fog spread out. Ji Yu felt his shadow solidify, as if it was binding Ji Yu. A disdainful smile appeared on Ji Yu's face. There was a loud boom. The shadow immediately broke apart. Ji Yu stretched out his hand, and an earth dragon flew out and crashed into him. Ding! The host used the power of Earth and gained 1 by 999 experience points. With a loud bang, the shadow fell to the ground. Ingnu spat out a mouthful of blood. The young man was shocked. He's the most powerful person under my father. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiyu slowly took 2 steps forward and summoned the precious artifact into his hand. Shadow Slave stood up. He cupped his hands and said, I lost. After saying this, he bowed and left. Jiyu said indifferently, do you admit defeat? After hearing Jiyu's words, they bent down and disappeared in an instant. Jiyu slowly took a step in another direction. The rest of them looked at each other and stood up. Jiyu said indifferently, from now on, go out and run 1,000 laps. What? The faces of the students instantly darkened. Jiyu took the lead and ran out, leading them. Bai Xianzun stroked his beard. That's more like it. After running 1,000 laps, they fell to the ground in exhaustion. At this time, a teacher of the Xian class came out and looked at the students lying on the ground. He suddenly laughed and said, you students want to control our territory? After hearing this, Jiyu looked up. The students on both sides were stunned and looked at the field. Jiyu said indifferently, this is our territory. What can we do? The teacher of the Xian class said, you trash students don't need to do so much training. Jiyu frowned. Then what do you want? After saying this, they looked at each other and said, get out of here. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. The dark force on his body gradually emerged. And a strong aura enveloped his body. He looked in front of him. The teacher of the Xian class said indifferently, why? Do you want to fight? He stepped on the ground, and a shadow appeared on his body. This was the manifestation of the Xian wolf beast's possession. In the Star Soul Empire, most people chose to use the Xian beast martial soul fusion Xian skill. He said indifferently, we don't know if you have the ability to do so. After hearing this, Jiyu directly flew forward and disappeared from the spot. He turned around and unleashed a barrage of attacks. The 2 streaks of Xian light suddenly flew out. The explosion landed on the ground and caused the ground to explode. The Xian instructor snorted coldly. Seeing that Jiyu had easily dodged his attack, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He took out his precious weapon and charged towards Jiyu. The aura chi on Jiyu's body suddenly burst out, and the aura chi directly approached him. After feeling the aura chi, the Xian instructor directly grew a sharp claw in his hand. At the same time, he flew towards Jiyu. The claw directly clawed at Jiyu. The Xian instructor turned around and jumped in front of Jiyu. He directly clawed at Jiyu. Jiyu turned around, but before he could use the Kuanping giant sword, a ball of fire had already appeared in his hand. Along with the fire in his hand, the Xian instructor directly swung his sharp claw forward. The 2 balls of fire directly split apart and fell to the ground. At this moment, the flames on the fire quickly spread over. It burned on his body. The flames directly burned the aura energy on his body. A ball of fire appeared on the Xian instructor's body. He took a step back and directly flew towards Jiyu. He raised his hand and heavily swung it down. The force was so great that it directly hit Jiyu's body. After the wolf claw came into contact with the aura energy, it immediately rebounded and he fell heavily to the ground. Long live the instructor, long live the instructor. At this moment, he immediately cheered. He turned around and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he flew in front of Jiyu. He heavily swung his sharp claw in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu leaped up and stomped heavily on the other party's body. With a loud bang, the other party's body caved in and a huge crater appeared under him. He stood up and shot his gaze in Jiyu's direction. In an instant, he rushed forward and attacked Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly turned around, and the precious weapon in her hand suddenly flew out. After the Kuanping giant sword appeared, it directly shot out. At this moment, the golden light was released. He flew in front of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around. In an instant, the precious weapon broke through the Xian instructor's aura energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body went limp and fell into a pool of blood. Jiyu said indifferently, "How is it? Do you still want to continue?" The instructor of the Xian class wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned around, and directly walked out of the door. After opening the door, he instantly disappeared. He took out a precious weapon and attacked Jiyu. Jiyu turned around, and the precious weapon bombarded with a heavy sword. He originally wanted to give Jiyu a surprise attack, but unexpectedly, Jiyu directly subdued him. He said indifferently, okay, I'll let you go. After saying this, he turned around and directly led the people of the Xian class out of the door. This was the first time they felt so sincere and incomparably excited. At this moment, Jiyu turned around and disappeared in an instant. He looked at the children who were still cheering. He directly said, "What are you still doing here? You'll have a good time in the future." After shouting out these words, Li Yundong was stunned. Those people stood up one after another and directly ran out. After running for a while, he turned around and locked his gaze in Jiyu's direction. In an instant, they disappeared on the spot. One after another, they quickly ran in the other direction. The people of the Xian class wiped the corners of their mouths and said indifferently, "Instructor, are we just going to let it go like this?" There was a hint of resentment in their eyes, and a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. He said indifferently, "Even if he is powerful, so what?" After hearing this sentence, they looked at each other and slowly took a step forward. Suddenly, at this moment, a ball of fire slowly appeared. His body flashed and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in Jiyu's direction. He took out a precious weapon and directly charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu took out the precious weapon in front of her and directly turned around. The precious weapon suddenly swung up. The two weapons collided and disappeared on the spot. The few puppets in front of her kept flying in the air and charged in Jiyu's direction. Those people sat on the chairs. They flew forward, waving their precious weapons, and directly charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu turned around, held the precious weapon in her hand, and directly collided with them. Accompanied by a loud boom, there was a loud sound. At this moment, smoke came out. They fixed their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "Did you see that?" The instructor of the Xian class frowned and said, "They are just trash. As long as you win the competition in half a month, won't it be fine?" At this moment, this sentence slowly came to an end. Half a month later, at this moment, there was a loud boom in the surroundings. At this moment, they heard the sound of drums. They walked out one after another with a precious weapon on them. They sat in front of the table. They sat on both sides of the table. The martial arts tournament was coming up. At this moment, they slowly walked up to the arena. One of them stood up and said, "Everyone, today's martial arts tournament is a battle between the disciples of the Sky, Earth, Xian, and Yellow sections. This concerns the honor of the Northern Xian sect and the Star Soul Empire. Everyone, let's begin." Accompanied by the loud sound of drums, there was a loud boom. Jiyu picked out 12 students from the Yellow class and taught them a set of array formations. They directly jumped into the arena. At this moment, the rest of the people slowly climbed onto the stage. At this moment, their gazes met. They all raised their hands and looked at each other. At this moment, the people from the Xian class also climbed into the arena. They said coldly, "Ha ha ha, today we will take revenge for our instructors." After saying this, they all looked up at the same time. Their gazes were fixed on Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "Remember." The rest of the people stared at Jiyu. They looked in Jiyu's direction with determined eyes. Jiyu's body flashed and disappeared from the spot. She followed that person to the arena, and a whining sound slowly came out. The rest of the people slowly walked out and locked their eyes on Jiyu's team. The 12 people of the Yellow class stood in the arena. He slowly raised his fist. The students of the Xian class walked up to the arena and raised their hands. Xian class, holy light illuminates the earth. After shouting these words, a ray of Xian light suddenly shone down from the sky and covered the ground. Suddenly, a huge circle of light appeared on the ground. It directly covered everyone in the arena. Jiyu faced the people of the Yellow class on the arena. They raised their hands, and in an instant, their precious weapons appeared in their hands. They pointed the treasures in the direction of the Yellow class students and raised the treasures in their hands. "Kill." After shouting these words, countless lightning bolts struck in their direction in an instant. The members of the Yellow class jumped up one after another. The precious weapons in their hands were all made by Jiyu. Their precious weapons flew out one after another. The precious weapons collided with the thunderbolts. It was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. The precious weapons made by Jiyu slashed through the thunderbolts and directly penetrated their protective chi. After a loud bang, Li Yundong's eyes lit up. They all flew backwards. The members of the yellow class instantly disappeared from the spot and shouted at the precious weapons. The precious weapons all lit up with a ray of Xian light. The precious weapons instantly pierced through their bodies. The students of the Xian class never expected that they would only be able to take a few moves from them. Their bodies went soft and they fell to the ground. At this moment, the blood on their bodies slowly flowed down. A level 8 instructor walked out and said, "The competition is over. The yellow class wins." Everyone was stunned in place. They never expected that the yellow class led by Jiyu could actually beat them. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and nodded at them. He said indifferently, "You all did well." After hearing Jiyu's words, they nodded with pride written all over their faces. Jiyu turned around. The level 8 instructor said, "It doesn't seem right for you to continue teaching the yellow class. Why don't we transfer you to the Xian class?" Jiyu said indifferently, "No need." After he said this, the level 8 instructor snorted coldly, as if he was ashamed of Jiyu's shameless behavior. The Xian class instructor stared at them and snorted coldly. The rest of the competition ended very quickly. The yellow class led by Jiyu had only been here for a short month. It was already very rare for them to improve so quickly. As for the Sky class and Earth class students, their Xian energy had far surpassed the Xian energy of the other classes. Accompanied by the sound of the horn, the competition started. At this moment, the competition had already ended. The level 8 instructor said, "The tradition of our Star Soul Empire every year is to lead new students like you into the depths of the Star Soul Forest to find suitable Xian beasts. Only by combining with Xian beasts can you possess strong Xian energy and powerful Xian techniques." After he said this, they looked at each other and stood up. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and disappeared from the spot. After a moment, she appeared not far away. A strong red Xian energy flowed from her hand and into the huge rock in front of her. The huge rock suddenly lit up. She opened the Xian flash stone in an instant. Outside was the depths of the Star Soul Forest. They stepped into the Star Soul Forest. The yellow class students were the first to enter. The level 8 instructor looked at the Xian class instructor and looked at Jiyu, who was not far away, and made a throat-slitting gesture at him. The two of them widened their eyes as they stepped into the halo. The Earth class teacher and the Earth class teacher had seen the scene just now, and a smile appeared on his face. But he just wanted to watch the battle between the two classes. The Sky class students walked in one after another. The Sky class had a total of 12 people and was known as the Golden Generation. As members of the Golden Generation, they did not need to look at anyone. Therefore, when they saw them, the corners of their mouths curled into a smile. They disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, the teacher of the Sky class wore a long pink dress, and it was a strapless dress. Everyone looked at her impressive figure and revealed envious expressions. "You have to be careful, some people don't have good intentions." Zi Shueling's arrogance made her not fear anyone, but she only gave a warning. At this moment, Zi Shueling took out her treasured weapon and led her students into the deepest part of the forest. The Earth class students didn't dare to go that far, and could only watch the scene from afar. At this moment, when they stepped into the Star Soul Forest, the Xian class students looked at Jiyu and the others. Jiyu opened her mouth and said, "According to normal Xian cultivator logic, I should help you take down the Xian beasts in the periphery. But now, I feel that the Xian beasts in the inner area are more suitable for you." After saying this, they looked forward. Their gazes locked onto Jiyu's direction. A yellow class student asked, "That, instructor, the Xian beasts in there are very powerful. We are not their match." After hearing this, they looked at each other. Jiyu said, "If you want the Xian beasts in the periphery, then stay here obediently. Wait for me to help them kill the Xian beasts, then it will be your turn." After hearing Jiyu's words, he raised his head and looked forward. He said indifferently, "That, instructor, I was wrong. I should not have doubted you." Jiyu smiled faintly and led them into the forest. She said to the people behind her, "You guys follow." After shouting this, Jiyu took the lead and started running. This time, she did not use any Xian techniques. They followed behind Jiyu and kept running. They ran into the depths of the forest. A lion suddenly jumped out. It roared in a low voice and opened its mouth, revealing two sharp teeth. At this moment, the lion slowly walked forward and locked its gaze on Jiyu. Jiyu was the first to rush out. She gathered the Xianxia in her hand and merged it into her fist. In the blink of an eye, she punched the leopard. The leopard was instantly sent flying. It crashed into a pillar and fell to the ground. The mystical beast did not expect that it, who was usually the leader in this deep forest, would actually fall to its hands. The instructor of the Xian class said indifferently, "That Xian beast does not have much breath left. You guys go." After shouting this, they jumped down from the trees. They got into a horse stance and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu turned around. He stretched out his hand and grabbed two students of the Xian class. He turned around and flung the two people away. The two of them slid on the ground. The three students of the Xian class filled their bodies with Xian qi and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu threw out several punches. Those fists kept swinging out. Boom, boom, boom. Three fists suddenly fell and collided with their fists. Kacha, 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 kacha. Their bodies went limp and they all fell to the ground. It was as if there was a sea of blood that was constantly spreading over. At this moment, Jiyu slowly looked over. They flew forward and turned around, slashing down with their swords. The instructor of the Xian class fell back a few steps. Their gazes collided. Jiyu said indifferently, "Could it be that you don't care about the opinion of your fellow students and want to fight with me? Haha, your background is unknown and we don't know who you are. Kill." After shouting this, they leaped out. They pulled out their swords and charged towards Jiyu. Ding, ding, ding. The swords in the air kept colliding with each other. Jiyu's body spun rapidly. At this moment, a loud boom rang out, and the treasured weapon was sent flying backward. Their gazes met at this moment. Jiyu picked up the treasured weapon in front of her and flew towards them. She brandished her sword, causing blood to flow out of the two men's necks. He immediately covered his neck. His body went limp and fell to the ground. You. He said the word "you" 3 times, and his mouth was like a mute. Jiyu said indifferently, "Humph." With a cold snort, he took the precious weapon and slit his neck. A stream of blood suddenly flew up and landed on the ground beside him. Jiyu said indifferently, "Do it." After saying this, he took 2 steps forward and raised the bejeweled weapon in his hand. He directly stabbed down with the bejeweled weapon in his hand. At this moment, the cheetah spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the Xian beast soul was injected into the cheetah's body. Li Fu stabbed his magical weapon into the body of the Xian beast in front of him. That Xian beast could only let out a roar of unwillingness. As the soul of the Xian beast entered his body underwent a huge change. In a short moment, it was as if a Xian beast soul had entered his body. He took a step forward, his movements neither light nor fast. A loud boom suddenly sounded. The surrounding trees collapsed one after another. A burst of profound energy poured into his body. He flew up and kept running forward, swinging out a heavy punch. There was a loud bang. The leopard Xian beast's claws flew out and grabbed the trees in front of him. In the next moment, several cracks appeared on the trees in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed. Jiyu slowly opened her mouth and said, "Your strength has already reached a decent level. The rest of you, follow me in." After shouting this sentence, the remaining students came out one after another with a trace of excitement on their faces. In their eyes, as long as they could inject the souls of the Xian beasts into their bodies, they would be able to become the strongest of their generation. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. They all followed Jiyu and flew into the depths of the forest of star souls. They landed on the ground one after another, and in that instant, their gazes shifted to the periphery. The instructor of the Xian class had never expected that Jiyu would actually dare to go on a killing spree. Although he didn't really kill them, he was almost certain that the people behind him would have nothing to do with the great Tao of the profound in this lifetime. The 3 students standing behind him were his last pride. He would not allow his pride to be challenged in any way. At that moment, they flew forward. Their gazes were locked onto Jiyu. At the same time, they pulled out their magical weapons from their backs. They charged towards Jiyu. He turned around and brandished the treasure weapon in his hand, causing a loud boom to resound. The three students stood in front of Jiyu. Just now, when they were considering, Jiyu waved her hand and the rest of them flew forward. With Jiyu's help, they defeated the Xian beasts. They stood in front of the Xian beasts. The three from the Xian class were still planning to kill the Xian beasts in Jiyu's hands. He could not help but smile. The rest of them attacked at the same time and killed the Xian beasts below them. After killing them, their Xian beast souls slowly floated up. They entered their bodies. The souls of the three Xian beasts poured into their bodies at that moment. They merged with that person's body. They opened their eyes instantly. They picked up the Xian beasts from the ground and immediately jumped up, locking their gazes on Jiyu. In the next moment, they all raised the treasures in their hands and charged forward. Jiyu took a step back. The few people behind her appeared in front of Jiyu in an instant. They pulled out their weapons and looked in Jiyu's direction. After a loud boom, there was a loud explosion. At this moment, the remaining people were sent flying backwards. They fell on their bodies. They never expected that the students under Jiyu, who were originally lacking in talent, would become such powerful existences after adding the Xian beast souls. In the next instant, they flew forward. He raised the bejeweled artifact in his hand and swung it down heavily in an instant. The three people who were known as geniuses were smashed into pieces and fell into a pool of blood. The assistant teacher of the Xian class did not know how to face this situation. His homeroom teacher was killed and the rest of them could only keep retreating. He raised his hands and cupped them. "Teacher Jiyu." Jiyu looked at him. "Why? Do you want to join in the fun too?" After hearing Jiyu's words, his face suddenly turned red. How could he dare to go against Jiyu now? He said indifferently, "Teacher Jiyu, what are you saying? I came this time to take my people away. You think you can come and go as you please?" The assistant instructor's face suddenly reddened as he fished out a gem from his bosom. This was a profound stone with the greatest amount of profound energy. With a heavy swing, the profound stone in his hand danced in the air. At this moment, they raised their heads and locked their gazes on Jiyu. "Can we still leave now?" After hearing this, Jiyu put the profound stone into his storage ring and directly destroyed it. When they saw this scene, they turned around. In an instant, they disappeared on the spot. He turned around and walked slowly in another direction. He said indifferently, "Let's go." The assistant knew that Jiyu looked down on them. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot. After a while, Jiyu turned around and slowly said, "It's about time for us to go back." After killing the remaining Xian beasts, they poured all their Xian energy into each other's bodies. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, they opened their eyes. They were overjoyed to have obtained so many Xian beast souls. They cupped their hands together and said, "Thank you, teacher." After shouting these words, they instantly disappeared from where they were. After many ups and downs, they landed on the ground and ran out in an instant. They all started running. Jiyu turned around and looked at the people behind her. She said disdainfully, "What do you plan to do?" After hearing those words, they immediately flew up and ran out. Jiyu said indifferently, "Use your Xian beast souls." After shouting this, they emitted a wave of Xian energy. Their bodies were covered by the Xian beast souls. In an instant, they flew out. Their speed increased a lot in an instant. They kept following behind them. At this moment, they slowly raised their heads and looked in front. At this moment, they landed on the ground and heard a cry for help not far away. Jiyu's face suddenly showed a trace of vigilance. Jiyu shouted loudly. The Xian beast souls on their bodies did not descend. Instead, they covered their bodies. He turned around, and only then did the people behind him come forward. At this moment, the remaining people landed on the ground one after another and lifted their gazes. It turned out that the students of Sky Class and Earth Class were facing a huge King Kong. The King Kong roared at this moment. Roar! After shouting this sentence, a lot of ripples flew out of their mouths. Roar. The remaining people of the sky class all flew backwards. They landed on the ground and slid away. The remaining people all activated their protective aura chi and floated up. After seeing the protective chi, they raised their heads and looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu said, "Do you need help?" The teachers of the sky class and earth class were all geniuses among geniuses, heroes among heroes. Now, they saw their earth class teachers being beaten back by a mystical beast. There was a trace of disdain in their eyes. They said, "Our two classes can't do this. Can Teacher Jiyu defeat the King Kongshan beast?" After shouting these words, the King Kongshan beast patted its chest. Jiyu turned around and said indifferently, "You're not its match. Hurry up and back off." After Jiyu shouted these words, the King Kongshan beast patted its chest and flew up, whipping the students of Sky Class away. They landed on the ground and slid away heavily. Jiyu saw this and asked, "Are you all okay?" After rescuing them, they exchanged glances with each other and took all the children into their arms. They stood in the middle of the group and gazed at each other. At this moment, Jiyu looked up. They instantly flew out and released their gazes. At this moment, he channeled his energy into his fist. He swung his fist and was able to collide with the King Kongshan beast's fist. In a short time, the ground and mountains around them shook. He was able to use his physical strength to collide with the King Kongshan beast's fist. When they collided, there was a loud bang and a faint light came from the surroundings. At this moment, the King Kongshan beast took 2 steps back. At this moment, it raised its head and slapped its chest. It let out a roar, and the surrounding fluctuations continued to spread out at this time. At this moment, the profound beast Vajra lifted its head and flew out. It spun around on the ground and continuously waved its claws. The profound strength in their hands slowly appeared at this moment and struck the profound strength into the surrounding stones. At this moment, the stones fell to the ground one after another. The remaining King Kongshan beast patted its chest and flew in front of Jiyu. It swung its fist heavily. There were also a few people who raised their hands at this time, and a green aura appeared on the Xian beast Vajra. The gazes of Li Fu and the others were locked onto Jiyu at this moment. Hooray, hooray! Teacher Jiyu is mighty. At this moment, the surrounding profound energy shrouded his body. Jiyu disappeared in a flash. The Sky and Earth class teachers made their moves at the same time. Out of Jiyu's expectations, the Sky class teacher was actually a support-type mystic cultivator. Jiyu quickly understood why she was able to become a teacher. The mystic energy in his body surged. What was even more ridiculous was that the rest of the people quickly jumped in front of Jiyu. The Earth class teacher was a defense-type teacher. He slammed the ground heavily, and a wall appeared in front of him. King Kong's violent body rushed forward at this moment. He swung his fist heavily, and it landed on the wall, followed by an explosive sound. A rippling sound came from the surroundings. He locked his gaze onto Jiyu. Jiyu slowly took 2 steps forward and said indifferently, "Mystic skill, Raging Inferno." Ding, host used Raging Inferno. Obtained experience points 1 by 999. At this moment, the Inferno burned King Kong's body. The flames burned King Kong's body. King Kong slapped his body and let out an angry roar. At this moment, they retreated backwards. At this moment, King Kong turned around and fell like a meteor. Jiyu raised his hands. He raised his hands and his fist collided with the opponent's fist. A trembling sound came from the surroundings. At this moment, King Kong flew backwards and hit the stone wall. With the support of the Sky class teacher, Jiyu felt that his entire body was filled with mystic energy. He flew forward, raised his hand, and landed a heavy punch. At this moment, the Vajra fell. It was as if a huge crater had appeared on the ground. The Vajra had actually sunk straight down. It was completely covered by the sand. Jiyu slammed his hands on the ground. The sand kept falling downwards and rushed to a place hundreds of meters away from the ground. Jiyu slammed the ground again. All the sand merged together. Under the effect of the mystical skill, the Vajra mystical beast's beast soul was almost sent flying. Jiyu was slapped onto the ground. King Kong flew out at this moment and fell to the ground. King Kong panted heavily. Seeing this, Jiyu slowly stepped forward and said indifferently, "Sucheng, kill it." After Jiyu shouted this, the yellow class student took a step forward. He flew out like a sharp arrow and landed on King Kong's shoulder, raising his treasure weapon high. At this moment, many icicles fell from the sky. Sucheng raised his hand and covered himself with a layer of qi, blocking the icicles. A student from the sky class suddenly made a move. There was a smile on his face. "I am Laifu. Brother, as long as you are willing to give up the King Kong mystic beast, you can ask for whatever elixir you need. Our family has a say in the Star Soul Empire." After saying this, they took 2 steps forward. The remaining Sky class students quickly ran out and landed beside Laifu. It was as if in the next second, as long as Sucheng said no, they would rush up and kill him on the ground. He said indifferently, "Sorry, but this King Kong soul is what I need." After shouting these words, they rushed forward and killed in Sucheng's direction. The current Sucheng did not have much profound strength, so they raised their hands and blocked the profound strength outside. Jiyu felt that his training had reached a certain point. Jiyu disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of his opponent in the next moment. He took out his treasure weapon and waved it. The treasure weapon hit the layer of qi, and the Sky class student was sent flying. He stood on the spot and looked up. Jiyu flew up and attacked the 2 students. A blinding white light shone. Those students hurriedly used their ice elemental skills and icicles instantly flew towards Jiyu's direction. Under the shroud of Gang Qi, the ice spikes were blocked. After breaking through their aura shield, the white light penetrated their bodies, and in the next instant, they fell to the ground. They panted heavily and looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu said indifferently, "If you come again, I will kill you." However, the student called Lai Fu didn't seem to want to give up. He looked at the group of people beside him. "Aren't you going to attack together? As long as you attack, I promise to help you get the mystical beast." When the Earth class students heard this, they turned around. Their hearts were suddenly moved. They flew forward in a short moment and blocked in front of Jiyu. They turned around and looked at Jiyu. "Okay, we are willing to help you." After saying this, they flew forward at the same time and landed on top of Jiyu. He looked in Jiyu's direction. Countless flames, lightning, sand, icicles. At this moment, they crazily smashed towards Jiyu's direction. Their eyes seemed to tremble at this moment. Jiyu took a step forward. At this moment, the sand and other things hit her qi. They collided with her qi. With a loud bang, the remaining people were sent flying and fell to the ground. No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand why so many people's Xian skills were not Jiyu's match. They could not even leave a single wound on Jiyu's body. This made them feel extremely humiliated. Jiyu flew forward and waved the treasure weapon in her hand. He swung his sword heavily. That mysterious light flew out in an instant and collided with the air. After falling down with a bang, the rest of the people were once again sent flying backwards. The teacher of the Sky class couldn't stand it anymore. He brought his students and stood in front of Jiyu. He said calmly, "How dare you attack us?" After hearing this sentence, they looked at each other with a trace of embarrassment on their faces. Jiyu's body disappeared from the spot in an instant. A moment later, he charged forward with the treasure in his hand. The Earth class teacher followed beside him. He wore a long black robe and stood next to Jiyu. He turned around and threw the treasure artifact in his hand. 2 rays of mysterious light collided with each other at that moment. 1 black and 1 white person stood on the Xian stone. He looked at Jiyu and told his students to retreat. A battle at their level could destroy the students who participated in it. He said calmly, "Xian skill, flying black bug. Xian skill, 10,000 miles of eternal spring." The black bugs flew towards Jiyu. Jiyu still didn't intend to use any Xian skill. She felt that it would be enough if she moved her hands. She flew forward, picked up the treasure weapon in front of her, and swung it out. After the treasure weapon was swung out, the bugs fell to the ground one by one. The power of fire enveloped their bodies. The bugs turned around and swallowed Jiyu whole. Jiyu turned around and disappeared from her spot. At this moment, they all retreated and stood in front of Jiyu. They locked their gazes on Jiyu. Jiyu flew up, holding the treasure weapon in her hand. She swung the treasure weapon upwards. At this moment, the treasure weapon, carrying a trace of the power of lightning, fell into the pile of bugs. The bugs seemed to be ignited in an instant. The fire swallowed the bugs whole. He turned around and swung his sword again. The long sword flew out with a white light and landed on the other party's body. He blinked his eyes and his body flashed, disappearing from the spot. Picking up the treasure weapon in front of her, Jiyu turned around and said calmly, "Kill." After shouting these words, the word kill covered their faces and covered all their auras. Under the murderous aura, the white light landed on the black-robed man. "Fei Ying, be careful." After shouting these words, he suddenly widened his eyes. The Gangqi in his hand gathered in an instant, forming a huge shield. At this moment, the Xianxia collided with Jiyu's body. Jiyu flew out and landed on the ground. He said calmly, "Do you still want to continue?" At this moment, he flew in front of Jiyu and slashed heavily on Jiyu's body. Jiyu raised the Kuanping giant sword in her hand and made a loud sound. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. Roar, dong dong dong. A Xian beast with the body of a snake, the head of a lion, and the feet of a leopard slowly stepped out at this moment. It locked its gaze on the King Kong and stretched out its hands, lifting the King Kong up. With a swing of its hands, it threw the King Kong towards the three of them. No one knew what would happen if such a huge Vajra fell on the three of them. However, each of them had their own movement techniques. In an instant, they disappeared from the spot. Jiyu glanced at Li Fu as the giant King Kong fell to the ground. Li Fu was a smart person and immediately understood what Jiyu meant. Now that they were faced with such a huge creature, the Heaven, Earth, and Yellow class teachers had to seriously think of a way to deal with the huge creature. How would they have the time to care about these kids? As for the students from the other two classes, they were all injured by Jiyu. They did not have any fighting strength now. The corner of Li Fu's mouth revealed a slight smile. Fortunately, this huge monster did not kill his precious Vajra. Otherwise, he would have lost more than he gained. Thinking of this, he leaped up and raised the precious weapon in his hand. With a swing of his sword, he chopped off the giant beast's head in an instant. A beast spirit entered his body. The Sky and Earth class teachers locked their gazes on Jiyu. You took advantage of the situation. Humph, Jiyu smiled faintly. This is just a strategy. There are plenty of Xian beasts in the Star Soul Forest. After saying this, they flew up and disappeared from where they were. In the next moment, they appeared beside the giant. The instructor of the Sky class could only wave the crutch-like treasured weapon in his hand. Suddenly, a green Xian energy burst out and shrouded the giant creature. The giant creature roared and slapped its chest. It flew forward and roared at the sky. Jiyu instantly disappeared from his spot. A moment later, he slowly took a step forward and said indifferently, "Don't move." After shouting this, Jiyu disappeared. After a moment, the treasure weapon in his hand was swung out. At this moment, the Kuan-Peng spirit flew out of the huge Kuan-Peng sword and pierced through his body. Jiyu turned around and swung the sword heavily. The Kuan-Peng spirit pierced through the opponent's body. At this moment, the huge creature collided again. The black-robed teacher flew out and swung the huge sword in his hand. The power of the Kuan-Peng pierced through their bodies and collided with the rock behind them. A loud boom was heard. At this moment, the smoke slowly floated up. He held the treasure weapon in his hand and slowly walked forward. He saw that the spirit of the Kuan-Peng had disappeared from its original spot. Jiyu slowly opened his mouth and said, "The three of us should join forces and use our own ultimate profound skills to take down that giant beast." After saying this, Jiyu flew up and the treasure weapon in his hand combined. After the three sword chis combined, they charged towards the huge creature. Just as the giant beast turned its body, its palm lashed out, and the two people beside it were sent flying, heavily crashing into the huge rock. Immediately, a loud explosion rang out from the boulder. After a short moment, they fell to the ground, collapsing onto the ground. They even spat out blood. Jiyu took a step forward and looked at the two people on the ground. Jiyu said calmly, "How are you?" "I'm fine. I just broke a few ribs." "I'm fine." After saying this, they flew up at the same time. Their eyes revealed a trace of determination. At this moment, they disappeared from their original positions. Jiyu waved a treasure weapon. Just as the huge creature turned around, the flames on Jiyu's body suddenly burned. He raised his hand, wanting to block the flames on Jiyu's body. At this moment, they collided. The flames burned on the huge creature's body. Jiyu looked at the flames in front of her and forced them to the huge creature's body. After being burned by the flames, he turned around and disappeared from his original position. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. She waved her sword and pierced through the huge creature's body. The huge creature let out a wail. At this moment, Jiyu realized that this huge creature had a total of 3 hearts. After her treasure weapon pierced through its body, she realized that there was only 1 heart left. Jiyu said calmly, "I'll leave this Xian beast to you guys." After saying that, they turned around and led their students away from the small forest. After disappearing from their original positions, Jiyu brought her students back to the North Xian Gate and entered through the gate. Jiyu slowly entered through the gate. When the rank 8 instructor saw that Jiyu had brought her students back, but there was no one behind her, his heart thumped. He scolded angrily, "Brat, let me ask you. Where are the students from the other classes?" Jiyu smiled faintly, "They're still absorbing the remaining Xian beasts." After saying this, they stepped through the gate and disappeared from their original positions. The rank 8 instructor clenched his fists. After returning from the Star Soul Forest, it was time for the children to be promoted. As long as they passed the test, they would be ranked again. Whether or not the instructor's status would be promoted would also be decided today. Jiyu stepped through the Xian Gate. In the next second, Jiyu looked at the students and saw that they were nervous. However, when she saw the wounds on the faces of the remaining students, Jiyu knew that the huge creature she had left behind yesterday was too tempting. It had attracted them to kill each other. Jiyu pointed at the Xian Gate in front of her. In the next moment, the Xian Gate in front of her opened. It was as if there were countless figures flying inside. It seemed that a few of them were looking in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu slowly stepped forward after he finished speaking. The remaining yellow class students entered the square one after another. After being injected with the mystic light, they became active one after another. They continuously ran out. At this moment, they felt that after returning from the Star Soul Forest, the Xianxia in their bodies was continuously rising. The Sky Class and Earth Class students decided to work together. The Xianxia in their bodies was continuously being injected. They raised their heads and shot their gazes in the direction of Jiyu. They directly charged forward. As long as they defeated the yellow class students, Jiyu would only be able to cry miserably. In their hearts, they suddenly thought of this, and a burst of profound chi burst out from their bodies. Boom! 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 They kept falling down, and after a loud boom, they spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing them lying in a pool of blood, the students of the yellow class continuously cheered. Jiyu took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the next second, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Congratulations on entering the Sky Class. From today onwards, I am no longer in charge of you." After Jiyu finished speaking, they actually started cheering. This was somewhat similar to when they were young. An old man said, "Jiyu has been promoted to a 6th-ranked teacher." After saying this, a few claps of thunder resounded in the sky. A few rays of white light were injected into the ground. They rode their white horses and slowly walked out. They looked out. At this moment, they slowly opened their mouth and said, "May I ask who is Jiyu?" Everyone's gazes landed on Jiyu. Jiyu walked out. At this moment, they opened their eyes. He said calmly, "This humble one is indeed Jiyu. Orders from the Star Soul Empire to recruit Jiyu into the Star Soul Imperial Army. He is to be appointed as a teacher. This is to be carried out immediately." Jiyu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. If he didn't want to, no one could force him to do anything. However, the Star Soul Empire's army was indeed a good method for him to use against the evolving temple. He walked forward. He didn't kneel like the others. Instead, he directly reached out and took the decree into his own hand. He put the decree into his storage ring. The North Profound sect didn't have much to say. The remaining people all walked forward and cupped their hands in greeting. After a moment, he disappeared from his original spot. He led the remaining people forward and entered the cave in front of him. After packing up his things, he rode on his Xian beast and moved forward bit by bit. At this time, a gentle breeze was blowing slowly. Countless people had worried smiles on their faces. Jiyu rode on his Xian beast and arrived at a place called the Iron Guard Army, only to see two doormen walking out. This is an important military camp. Idlers should leave quickly. Jiyu raised the decree. When they saw the decree in Jiyu's hand, they revealed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. They directly walked forward and knelt in front of Jiyu. Greetings to the teacher. Everyone knew that although the teacher's position wasn't high, the authority in his hands was very powerful. However, when he saw that it was Jiyu, he rode on his Xian beast and directly entered the place. He raised his head and looked around. He looked around. Jiyu said indifferently, "Greetings to the great general." The unkempt man was a little angry. He looked in Jiyu's direction. "How did you know that this old man is the great general?" A Xian cultivator's intuition. To be able to become a teacher means that you have some ability. However, this old man's army doesn't keep idlers. Please allow me to ask for guidance. After he finished speaking, a silver spear treasure appeared in his hand. He said indifferently, "This is an 8th grade treasure, the silver soul hooking spear. Be careful." After he finished speaking, he charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu's heart was filled with respect for such a dutiful general. In his previous life, he admired soldiers the most. He said indifferently, "General, you're using a precious weapon. If I don't know what's good for me, it would be too disrespectful. General, please take a look at the precious weapon in my hand. It's called the giant sword of Kuan-Pung. You can't underestimate it." When he heard Jiyu's words, he laughed heartily in his heart. "I'm a cultivator at the peak of the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Kid, you should be more careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu reminded him to be careful and moved. Profound skill, Raging Flames Conflagration. Ding, the host has used Raging Flames Conflagration. You've gained 1 by 999 experience points. The flames came out from the treasure and turned into 5 fire dragons. They were like roaring dragons in the sky and let out a loud roar towards the sky. What a powerful profound skill. It should be an evolved profound skill. After roaring, the fire dragon flew out and circled around its body. It flew towards Jiyu and charged towards him. At this moment, the 5 giant dragons gathered together with a trace of dragon's might. At this moment, they merged together and directly rushed down. The invincible wind chaser directly hit those fire dragons and sent them flying. At this moment, the flames suddenly turned into nothingness. He looked over and said indifferently, "Kid, you can't show your skills to others." After saying this, he laughed loudly, as if he was mocking Jiyu. Jiyu took a step forward and gathered the profound force in his hands quickly. In an instant, a ray of profound light shot out from the sky and rushed into the sky. Ding, the host has used the fusion profound skill, Glory of Heaven and Earth. You've gained 1 by 999 experience points. This was Jiyu fusing the 5 natural profound forces together at this moment. The 5 rays of profound light quickly gathered together at this moment. At this moment, the ball of white light pressed down with incomparable majesty, followed by a huge explosion. Boom, at this moment, the flames spread out continuously. Jiyu turned around and opened her eyes. She said calmly, "Be careful, General." After shouting these words, the fire dragon quickly circled around. At the same time, the treasured weapons in his hands gathered together and he brandished his sword. With a wave of the treasure artifact, the flames fell heavily. The life treasures of the generals clashed together, creating a raging inferno. That person laughed out loud. "I am Duan Hong. You can teach me in the army." Jiyu's experience points gradually increased as they fought. He said calmly, "General, please enlighten me." The other party laughed and pulled Jiyu into the large tent. There were also a few people in armor around them. They walked into the large tent as well. Duan Hong said, "This is this general's new subordinate. Her name is Jiyu. You've all met her before." At this moment, the generals looked at each other and cupped their hands at the same time. One of them looked in Jiyu's direction. "General, these so-called young geniuses seem to be extremely powerful, but in reality, they are just grains of sand in the ocean." They were all people in the army. It was normal for them to fight when they didn't get along. Not to mention the position of teaching in the army. This was the proudest position of these Xian cultivators. The empire's army in the central region was not like the army in the other 4 regions. They had the best combat strength. This was also why a Xian cultivator organization like the Star Soul Hall couldn't command the will of the royal authority. However, they still trained to protect the country. The biggest difference between them and those Xian cultivators who were alone was their Xian energy. At this moment, a powerful Xian energy was gathered. The Star Soul Hall had time to cultivate, which was why they were like this. They were actually dissatisfied. In the army, the most important thing was not other things, but powerful strength. Jiyu stood up and cupped her hands. She said to the crowd in front of her, "Since everyone is dissatisfied, why don't we see who's the real deal? Haha, we are all generals who go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. I don't care which Xian sect you came from. Just based on the fact that your hands have never seen blood, you are not a match for us." After saying this, they looked at each other. At this moment, along with a humming sound, they flew to the ground with treasured weapons in their hands and looked in their direction. Jiyu didn't hesitate and directly took out the treasured weapon beside her. She held the treasured weapon in her hand and ran forward. At this moment, the Kuan-Pung weapon spirit flew out and let out a long flute in the air. At this moment, flames shot out. The flames fell on the surrounding ground and burned the surrounding area in an instant. Those flames were devouring everything in the surroundings at this time. Jiyu said indifferently, "Haha, is there anyone else who wants to go up?" The few generals looked at the raging flames and didn't dare to go up. They just cupped their hands and said that young master was indeed powerful. Since Jiyu was a military instructor, she naturally had to see her subordinates. However, they didn't intend to let Jiyu off so easily. After suffering a loss in the arena, they naturally had to get back at her in the wine field. They sat on the chairs and placed the wine bottles on the table. They pushed the wine bottles out and took a sip. Then, they sat on the chairs and placed the wine bottles on the table. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are a good person." After saying this, they looked back at each other. At this moment, Jiyu slowly took a sip of wine and filled the table with food from her storage ring. Seeing Jiyu's culinary skills, they pounced on the table and continuously picked up the food on the table. It was a bowl of spicy noodles and a golden lamb. The aroma wafted out and entered the other party's nose. Duan Hong did not expect such fragrant food to exist. He walked forward and cut off a piece of lamb. After taking a bite of the lamb, he turned around and said faintly, "Good, good. This old man only knows how to eat mystical beasts." It seems that it was all in vain. It seems that even ordinary food can be so outstanding. After eating, they returned to their respective camps. Outside Jiyu's door, a gentle figure walked in. She held a basin and placed the white cloth in the basin. After moving it around, she directly twisted the cloth clean and wiped Jiyu's entire body clean. Although Jiyu was powerful, he didn't use his mystical energy to force the alcohol out of his body. The smell of alcohol on his body instantly increased. When she turned around, the servant girl placed another basin on the ground and placed Jiyu's legs in the basin. Jiyu felt the warmth between his legs. He immediately opened his eyes and saw that there was another servant girl in front of him. She was squatting in front of Jiyu. Jiyu understood that this was the servant girl sent by the military camp to take care of him. He took out a small cloth from his pocket and wiped his dirty little face. He frowned. He then said indifferently, "This won't do, this won't do. Hurry up and take a bath." The servant girl was stunned. No one had ever put the cloth on his face. Jiyu said indifferently, "Come over here." He turned around and pushed her into the tent, which was originally prepared for Jiyu. He directly soaked her in the wooden tub. The servant girl seemed very shy. At the same time, she looked in Jiyu's direction with a trace of expectation. Unexpectedly, Jiyu turned around and walked out. After Jiyu took a few steps, he sat on the chair and widened his eyes. After a while, Jiyu said indifferently, "Come in." There were 6 men standing outside the door. After hearing this, they all walked in and cupped their hands to Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "What are your names and positions?" "I'm Xianxia. I'm the instructor's assistant. General's daily life will be taken care of by First Miss and me." "I'm Xianxia. I'm the commanding officer. They are all my subordinates." Jiyu nodded. Jiyu didn't need to know the people behind him. He gave the order and they flew up and charged in Jiyu's direction. He turned around and swung his sword down heavily, which was accompanied by a loud bang. At this moment, the sound of the explosion covered the sky. There seemed to be a flame in the sky. After calculating both sides, Jiyu gave the order for everyone to gather. At this moment, many people gradually walked out and gathered in the middle of the square. Jiyu walked to the stage and said slowly, "Let me see what you're capable of first." Normally, even with this level of military formation, after a moment, a loud sound came out. They slowly walked forward and at this moment, they shouted at the same time. Roar. Countless spears were brandished. As the spears were brandished, innumerable mystic rays burst out. The spears exploded on the stone wall. Suddenly, the stone wall shattered and the stones were all sent flying. They looked energetic. Jiyu said indifferently, "Ha ha ha, you're not bad. But it's not good enough." The soldiers were not convinced. They didn't know what they did wrong. If they were judged by their individual bravery, they were not weak. But they were not weak. They still had to consider the combination of their mystical skills. Jiyu seemed to know what they were thinking and said indifferently, "The military formation can be changed even better." After Jiyu finished speaking, a smile appeared on the faces of the soldiers. They looked at each other. They could not believe who they were. After looking at each other, they stood rooted to the ground and waited for Jiyu to continue. Jiyu took out a long spear. They brandished the spear, and it exploded with a bang. A loud boom was heard. The sound of the explosion was heard. He said calmly, "Left and right guards, charge towards the shooting range. Middle guards, gather your mystical skills." He suddenly turned around and took 2 steps forward. After seeing the group of people coming forward, Jiyu said calmly, "Those in front, fire." After receiving Jiyu's order, the guards on the left and right moved at the same time. Following a loud explosion, that enormous explosive power directly bombarded the stone. Right at that moment, it collided with the stone, causing it to shatter. Suddenly, the rock fragments flew out and hit the side. In an instant, they flew forward and ran. When they saw the puppets turn into powder, they turned around. They turned around and jumped on top of him. They directly flew up and ran forward. The group of people in the middle chopped down their axes one after another. Countless axes smashed those puppets into pieces. Unbelievable. After using this array, there is actually such a powerful boost. I can't believe it. After they finished speaking, they turned around and slowly walked forward. From his bosom, he took out the formation Xian skill that he had obtained in the Xian gate. Because in front of them, at this moment, the surrounding troops walked forward one after another. In their eyes, there seemed to be a wave of Xian energy gathering in their hands at this moment. The mystical energy in their hands was emitting light. Jiyu turned around and said calmly, "As long as you patiently study this mystical skill, you will be able to form it in a short period of time." At this moment, he turned around and left with Zhang 1 and Zhang 2. They had never seen such an instructor. He was so confident. They admired such a general even more. Where could they find such a general with such personality? They couldn't find it anywhere. Proud expressions appeared in their hearts. He directly walked forward, and an explosive sound rang out in front of him. At this moment, flames spread out. If those puppets were ordinary Xian cultivators, they could only be turned into ashes. They turned around and took a step forward. He turned around and a ray of mystical light suddenly appeared. That ray of mystical light exploded on the ground. They had only practiced according to the scroll that Jiyu gave them, and they were able to have such explosive power. If they learned it, the small star soul palace would disappear from the spot in an instant. At this moment, they ran forward quickly. He extended those spears forward and swung them out. Countless spears appeared from the spear and landed heavily on the stone wall. Jiyu left the stage and walked up. They sat on the chairs and in the blink of an eye, they turned around and walked forward. As for the rest of the group, they turned around and saw someone walking out from a different direction, holding a treasured item in their hands. The eldest maid came forward with a basin. She placed the basin on the table, and her face immediately turned red. He said calmly, "Thank you. What a good teapot." He took the teapot and the basin and drank. After tasting a mouthful, he said comfortably that it was good tea. He stood up and walked out of the door. He walked straight out. At this moment, the door in front of him opened. The people in the military camp were supposed to live in the camp, but Jiyu was an instructor. She was allowed to go to and from work as if it was a normal job. He walked out of the military camp. A servant walked out from the side and clasped his hands at Jiyu. Jiyu said calmly, "You are?" "I am the housekeeper of the Huang family. Our family head invites you to have some tea." After saying this, Jiyu sat in the carriage under the servant's guidance. The carriage started moving and sped towards another direction. The faces of the people on the street instantly changed when they saw the speeding carriage. Many peddlers fell to the ground with a thud. At this moment, they seemed to be hiding from Jiyu and watching quietly. Jiyu sat in the carriage and came to the other side of the street. Jiyu walked out and looked up at this moment. Many people walked out from both sides with fear in their eyes. "Well, housekeeper, please slow down." The housekeeper immediately pulled the reins. At this moment, the carriage slowly came to a stop. A person's head popped out and said calmly, "Isn't this the teacher? Teacher is here. Let's welcome her warmly." She didn't know the background of this family, but from their attitude, it seemed that they wanted to build a relationship with Jiyu. Jiyu walked through the door. At this moment, the people inside the door walked out. They clasped their hands and said to Jiyu, "Greetings, teacher." A young man walked out with a smile. He was actually a fatty. It seemed that he was the master of this family. He said faintly, "You must be the teacher, right?" Jiyu nodded. After smiling, he slowly walked forward and said calmly, "Greetings, young master." After saying this, he introduced himself. "This humble one is Huang Xiaofeng, 4th level of the human profound realm." Even in this place where experts were as common as clouds, Huang Xiaofeng had reached the 4th level of the human profound realm at such a young age. Along with a ray of light, he fell heavily and exploded on the ground, followed by a bright flash of light. Jiyu stood up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was the rule before two great clans wanted to befriend each other. As long as two people wanted to befriend each other, they had to go through a test of strength. They set their sights on Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and said calmly, "Greetings, young masters. What do you think of this humble one's strength?" After hearing Jiyu's words, they turned around and said calmly, "Ha ha ha, young master is really amazing. Quickly, invite him to eat." After seeing Jiyu's strength, Huang Xiaofeng immediately invited Jiyu in. Everyone sat at the table. Jiyu didn't act like an expert. She directly picked up the food in front of her and started eating without restraint. When the rest of the people saw this, they all looked at her with approval. Looking at Jiyu, they suddenly laughed out loud. After laughing, Huang Xiaofeng said, "I heard that you have a lot of fans in the army. I wonder if the army is still lacking in weapons. We have merchants here who are in charge of forging weapons, providing magnetite, and people you need." After saying this, Jiyu stepped forward and said calmly, "Do you think you need to go through me to get through the military channel?" After hearing Jiyu's words, Jiyu stood up and walked out of the door. "Young Master Xiaofeng, please don't worry." The other party suddenly laughed and cupped their hands. "Young master, take care." After saying this, Jiyu picked up the bag beside him and walked out of the door. He sat in the carriage. It seemed that he also needed to buy a mansion here. At this moment, the carriage arrived in front of a door. This was the trading company in Star North City. They got off the carriage and walked to the ground. They cupped their hands and said to Jiyu, who was in front of them, "Ladies and gentlemen, I plan to buy a mansion here." After hearing that Jiyu wanted to buy a mansion, their eyes widened. They walked up to Jiyu and said with a smile, "Young master, how big are you looking for? About 3 sections of a courtyard. 3 sections of a courtyard, huh? He sucked in a breath of cold air. Good lord, this was a big deal. There is one. The former is a human profound realm supremacy, but he seems to only accept magnetite. He needs more than 80,000 magnetite, but he doesn't want middle or low-grade magnetite. Young master, what do you think? Before coming here, Jiyu had brought back a lot of magnetite from the southern region. After receiving these magnetite, Jiyu's palm flashed and a treasure bag appeared in an instant. Jiyu threw the treasure bag out. After receiving Jiyu's treasure pouch, the golden-toothed man wasn't in a hurry. It was impossible to judge just based on the weight. Usually, people like Jiyu who could afford to spend money would definitely be rich. Furthermore, she was a profound realm cultivator. Since she was a profound realm cultivator, the bag in her hand couldn't be used by ordinary people. He handed the bag to a servant. The servant placed it in a golden basin on the table. There seemed to be a string of numbers on the golden basin. He blinked at the golden-toothed man. Jiyu nodded, then took 2 steps forward and sat on the chair. He said indifferently, "Young master, how many people do you have in your family?" Jiyu shook his head, "Just me, and maybe a little girl." Hearing this, the golden-toothed man smiled even more happily. "Then, I wonder if young master plans to add some servants to your house?" Jiyu nodded. The man took Jiyu to a small door behind him, which was filled with a foul smell. Many men were locked in a single room, and there was no room for them to turn around. There were many women in the hall, but they were all hung on the wall. Jiyu frowned, "I want all of them." The golden-toothed man didn't expect that Jiyu would pay such a high price. He came out with a smile on his face. Looking at Jiyu's body, Jiyu said faintly, "Of course, that's not a problem. However, we need a lot of magnetite." Jiyu threw a small bag over. When the other party saw the bag of gold coins, a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and left. Jiyu looked at the person in front of her. "Alright, are you guys ready?" After hearing Jiyu's words, they looked at each other. They looked at Jiyu and said lightly, "Thank you for saving our lives, young master." He said faintly, "Follow me." After saying this, those people put away the things beside them and followed Jiyu with trembling bodies, as if they were afraid that Jiyu would do something bad to them. After hearing Ahu's name, they looked at each other. "Ji. You walked into the big house under the lead of the golden-toothed man." Looking at these sloppy servants, Jiyu couldn't help but frown. "Who is the oldest?" An old man came forward, "I'm Qian Fu." "Nice to meet you, young master. Do you know how to read?" "Yes, young master. From today onwards, you are the housekeeper of this house." Jiyu threw a bag out. The other party caught Jiyu's bag and felt the magic stones inside. He couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes started to tear. At this moment, tears started to flow out of his eyes. After their tears fell, he stood up and said lightly, "Quickly go and get some salt. Everyone needs to boil a big wooden bucket of water and sprinkle the salt. You must wash your body clean." They never expected that their young master would have such strict requirements. When this servant was as lowly as a dog, they actually washed themselves clean. This made Jiyu's servants a unique existence in the entire city. After Jiyu packed up, she rode a big horse and slowly went to the entrance of the army camp. Xianxia and the others performed well. They actually passed down the array. The general looked at the group of people in front of him and became excited. If he could control such an army, he would probably be able to defeat the people from Star Soul Palace. At that moment, a large horse galloped forward. He pulled on the reins in front of him, and a neigh was heard. At that moment, their gazes landed on Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly turned around and said lightly, "How dare you? How can you let a horse gallop in the army camp?" After hearing this, they walked down from their horses. They placed their gazes on Jiyu and turned around. Instantly, they flew forward. "Brat, don't be rude. I am the heavenly personal army." They heard this sentence. Everyone became anxious. This was the personal army. Compared to Jiyu's status, they were very different. After they finished speaking, they landed on the ground. They placed their gazes on Jiyu. "I don't dare to be negligent. However, Jiyu didn't have such a good temper. She immediately attacked. It was a critical hit, followed by a huge explosion. A loud boom was heard. Everything in the surroundings was collapsing rapidly. Jiyu stood up and quickly kicked that person. Only then did the general rush over. With a flash of his silver spear, the long spear suddenly landed on the huge rock. Following that, a loud sound was heard. The surrounding boulders collapsed one after another. Jiyu said plainly, "General." The general's hands were trembling non-stop. He had not seen Jiyu for only a day, but Jiyu's strength had improved so much. He could feel that the area between his thumb and index finger was trembling non-stop. That person cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, General, for saving my life." "You're welcome." After hearing this, the two of them walked to the side. "General, this is bad. A 9th-grade demonic beast has appeared. It has led the demonic beast army to the border. The Star Soul Palace's guards have also arrived." "How are they now?" That person sighed and said, "Not good. I heard that 2 of the great guards have already sacrificed themselves." "Is this related to the Evolving Temple?" "It shouldn't be related. The Evolving Temple is still guarding." After hearing this, they stood up. The general then said, "All right, I'll lead the Iron Armored Army and set off now. Personal troops, please return." Jiyu said lightly, "General, give the order." The general then said, "Pass down my order." All troops set off. "Our target is the border." When the army set off, they directly went into the distance. They landed on the ground, picked up the spears beside them, and aimed at Jiyu. Following that, the word "kill" was heard. A loud noise came from the borderlands. White light suddenly lit up. Countless screams came from the border. Jiyu hurriedly went forward with a few deputies to check. They only saw a sea of fire in front of them. Jiyu took a deep breath. Jiyu said indifferently, "This is simply hell on earth." The fire in front of him was unforgivably devouring everything around it. A golden light shrouded the sky. The surrounding people floated in the air. One of them flew forward. In an instant, he turned into a white tiger. He roared and opened his mouth wide. A ball of fire was spat out at this moment. The fire flew directly to the ground. Another group of people let out a miserable shriek. A protector of the Star Soul Palace stood on a large tree and frowned. He said faintly, "I can sense a lot of Xian energy coming in this direction. Lord Guard, there is a group of people coming in this direction. What do you plan to do? They seem to be from the Tai Xian army." After saying this, they closed their eyes. At this moment, Jiyu picked up the treasure beside her and stood up. At this moment, she slowly stepped out. Jiyu said indifferently, "Get ready. Left dragon out." At this moment, the troops on the left raised their spears and rushed forward. He quickly flew up and stabbed the spear in front of Jiyu. Jiyu quickly retreated. The troops on the left had blocked the white tiger's path. After seeing Jiyu's spear, his gaze fell on Jiyu. The left guards had surrounded him, and the spear was being lifted and pulled back. When Jiyu saw this, he turned around, and the spear was closing in on him. After seeing this scene, along with the sound of the whistle, the general gave the order at the same time, "Right dragon, come out." He had also seen the array formation that Jiyu had brought. Personally, he believed that a good general should be formed like this. After he said that, Jiyu's eyes lit up. At this moment, the 2 dragons on the left and right surrounded the white tiger. A powerful white Xian energy was emitted from their bodies. Xian beasts were born with the ability to sense danger. After sensing the Xian energy emitted from Jiyu, he turned around and stepped on the spot. At this moment, the white tiger let out a roar. After the roar was heard, the white tiger turned its head and ran towards the only path in the middle. At this moment, the Tai Xian army in the middle also ran. At this moment, the axes in their hands were chopping down. At this moment, countless axes were placed on the white tiger's body. Although the white tiger's Xian energy was strong, it could not withstand the pressure of Jiyu's army. After the axes fell, the axes were all placed on the white tiger's body. The white tiger howled and directly crawled on the ground. He let out a faint howl of grief. Jiyu took the lead and flew forward. She took out a precious weapon from her arms and pierced the white tiger's body with it. As the white tiger's fur split open, blood suddenly flowed out. However, the blood that flowed out of the white tiger's body was golden. Xian skill, Sand Dragon Scroll. Ding, the host used the Sand Dragon Scroll and gained 1 by 999 experience points. Suddenly, 7 or 8 sand dragons flew out from the ground and wrapped around the white tiger's legs. Jiyu waved her hand and the white tiger was thrown heavily onto the wall. A loud bang was heard. The white tiger fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi, it's yours. When these words came out of Jiyu's mouth, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. He did not have the qualifications to enter the major Xian sects and did not have the qualifications to fuse with the soul of a Xian beast. Today, not only did he have a Xian beast, but it was such a high-level one. I'm coming. After saying this, he raised his hand. At this moment, a bright light shone. A long green snake flew out from the side of the golden light. Zhang Yi's heart trembled when he saw the giant beast. The green snake was flying towards Jiyu at this moment. At this moment, the mystic light suddenly lit up. The circling cyan dragon suddenly turned its head and bared its teeth at Zhang Yi. This is one of the beast kings. He took a deep breath. Zhang Yi suddenly stopped moving. Jiyu raised her head and looked at the people in front of her. They said faintly, "Instructor Jiyu, help me." After shouting this sentence, they looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and a precious weapon in her hand burst out. The giant sword of Kuan-Pung cut through the sky and flew towards the people in front of her, stabbing into the ground. They looked in the direction of Jiyu with fear. A hint of fear appeared in the corner of his eyes. Jiyu took a step forward and suddenly disappeared from where he was. He turned around. The giant sword of Kuan-Pung chopped down. Suddenly, right at this moment, the ground burst open. Profound energy surged up from the ground, giving birth to a ball of raging flames. The flames burned that long snake's body. At this moment, the long snake suddenly burst into flames. It instantly fell to the ground. Only then did the long green snake transform back into its human form. Its body was covered in scales. It said indifferently, "I didn't expect that there would be such a strong Xian cultivator among the humans. But so what? You're just a weakling." He took a step forward and said faintly, "Boy, you're too arrogant." After shouting these words, they turned around. When they saw Jiyu, they disappeared in an instant. The next moment, they appeared in front of her and waved their precious weapons. Suddenly, at this moment, that burst of profound energy exploded and landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, the flames burned. Jiyu turned around and stabbed the sword into the ground. The ground in front of her suddenly cracked and flames rose from the ground. At this moment, the flames burned. At this moment, they suddenly flew out. He twisted his body and brandished his treasured weapons. The two treasures collided with each other. The person with the snake suddenly retreated and looked in the direction of Jiyu. He said faintly, "Mystical skill, 10,000 scales." After shouting these words, the scale armor suddenly flew out. Pieces of it fell to the ground. Their scales fell to the ground. At this moment, he suddenly jumped up and raised his hand. Suddenly, at this moment, he waved his hand. The scales flew out at this moment. Jiyu raised the precious weapon in her hand. Mystical skill, 10,000 trees eternal spring. Ding, the host used 10,000 trees eternal spring and gained experience points 1 by 999. After Jiyu shouted this sentence, she slapped her hands on the ground and injected her dark force into the ground. The green dark force was injected into the trees at this moment. At this moment, the surrounding trees quickly spread out and shot forward. Those vine-like snakes wrapped around the green snake's body. He never expected that the scales on the green snake's body would hit the green snake's body, but the green snake was quickly tied up. Those scales collided with the trees at this moment. He jumped up and retreated a few steps. At this moment, the flames hit the ground. Jiyu flew up. He held the precious weapon and ran forward at this moment. Then, he waved his sword again. A moment later, the dark force suddenly exploded. At this moment, the flames started to burn and spread in all directions. Jiyu said faintly to the person in front of her, "Zhang Yi, get ready." After Jiyu shouted this sentence, he flew forward and landed on the ground. He raised the precious weapon in his hand and suddenly stabbed down. The white tiger roared. The white tiger suddenly took 2 steps back. It turned its head and ran forward. After running 2 steps, it jumped up and clawed in the direction of Jiyu. When the claws fell, scratches appeared on Zhang Yi's hand. Although there were wounds on Zhang Yi's body, blood was slowly flowing down at this moment. He used the precious weapon in his hand and quickly turned the white tiger's head. At this moment, all the blood was poured into the precious weapon. The precious weapon was absorbed into his hand. He stood up and said faintly, "Thank you, teacher." A look of hidden bitterness appeared in the snake's eyes. "You humans are too much of a bully." After Zhang Yi obtained the white tiger's dark force skill, he clawed out. At this moment, a few streaks of blood flew out and fell on the body in front of him. At this moment, the tree slowly collapsed. Jiyu walked forward. The precious weapon fell heavily, accompanied by a loud boom. At this moment, the dark force exploded. At this moment, they fell to the ground. The green snake's eyes were on Jiyu. At this moment, the green snake looked in the direction of Jiyu and said faintly, "Big brother, save me." After shouting this sentence, a huge figure suddenly fell from the sky. At this moment, he stood up and a ball of fire burst out from his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly stepped on the ground and a few cracks appeared in the sky. The person in the sky flew down and landed on the ground. He said slowly, "What's wrong with you? Why can't you even help a single person?" After shouting this sentence, he suddenly turned around. He took out the precious weapon and directly attacked the other party. He flew forward and said faintly, "You should go." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark force in his body was suddenly sucked in. His soul was also sucked into the treasure artifact at this moment. He stood up and said faintly, "Human, it's your turn." The green snake lay on the ground and did not move. He raised the precious weapon in his hand and looked in the direction of Jiyu. He ran and flew forward, directly attacking in the direction of Jiyu. He swung his sword and the dark force stabbed into the ground at this moment. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The surrounding armored soldiers were all sent flying. They all spat out blood on their faces. They all looked at Jiyu. Jiyu raised the precious weapon beside her and pushed the powerful dark force away. Suddenly, the ball of fire exploded in the sky. At this moment, the sky exploded. At this moment, the flames turned into sparks and exploded in the flames, landing on the ground. He said faintly, "Jiyu, what are you trying to do?" After shouting this sentence, they flew forward and looked in the direction of Jiyu. He flew forward, picked up the precious weapon beside him, and waved it forward. The precious weapon flew forward and landed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and picked up the treasure tool in front of him. With a turn of his body, he collided with the mysterious light, causing the flame to break apart. He flew backward and looked at that person. Even with Jiyu's dark force, he couldn't see through this person's real body. He said faintly, "Who are you?" After hearing Jiyu's words, he laughed out loud and said to Jiyu, who was in front of him, "Kid, you smell good. You're mine." After he shouted those words, he flew forward and landed in front of Jiyu. Then, he directly pulled out the profound energy from behind Jiyu and gathered the ball of flame in his hand. He said faintly, "Kid, I want your dark spirit." Jiyu charged forward with explosive speed and brandished his own prized artifact. At this moment, the few balls of flames were also brandished forward. He waved the balls of fire forward. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The balls of fire collided with the ground. The balls of fire flew forward and coiled around Jiyu like a poisonous snake. He waved his precious weapon forward and the snake suddenly split into two. Jiyu flew forward and he waved his precious weapon forward. He stabbed the precious weapon into his neck. He said faintly, "Impossible. How can you break through my dark force?" Jiyu said faintly, "My dark force contains the power of the wood element. So that's how it is." He saw Jiyu use the power of fire and earth. Now, he even has the power of the wood element. This kid is not simple. He looked at Jiyu and disappeared from where he was in an instant. He flew forward and stepped on the body of a Xian beast. The Xian beast's eyes glowed red. The two of them gathered together. He flew forward like a tornado. He raised his hand and blocked in front of the mysterious light. The dark light collided with each other. He stood up and said to Jiyu in front of him, "Kid, the profound energy in your body belongs to me this time." But he did not expect that Jiyu would suddenly disappear from his original spot. A bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. Looking at the lightning in Jiyu's hand, the man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "I am the king of the forest, the golden rock dark beast. I will never lose to a puny human like you." The golden rock returned to its original form. A pair of huge wings appeared on its back and flapped rapidly at this moment. It suddenly flapped its wings and countless black feathers flew forward. Although it was a golden rock, the feathers floated down at this moment. All of a sudden, the feathers turned into giant swords and shot towards Jiyu. Jiyu jumped up and turned around abruptly. She swung her sword heavily and the Kuanpung giant sword suddenly burst out. Those black feathers were like arrows, shooting out one after another. He waved his hands in the air. Only the sound of swords clanging could be heard. Those long arrows suddenly fell to the ground. After seeing those arrows on the ground, Jiyu's Gangqi pierced all the black feathers into the Gangqi. When the dark light disappeared, those feathers fell to the ground one after another. The golden rock fixed its eyes on Jiyu. It let out a long roar and jumped down. Its hands had turned into sharp claws and directly grabbed toward Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and waved the precious weapon in her hand, which collided with the claws. The two objects collided with each other and suddenly exploded with a bang. When the precious weapon and the claws collided, a golden light appeared in the air. At this moment, the dark force between the two people directly condensed into a golden light, and the surrounding heat was emitted at this moment. It directly melted the surrounding flames for hundreds of meters. At this moment, the flames gradually fell. Jiyu flew forward. At this moment, the golden rock quickly turned its head, spread its wings, and flew into the air, shouting loudly, "Retreat." After roaring this sentence, the cries of many Xian beasts erupted from the depths of the forest. They dragged their heavy bodies and ran towards the depths of the forest. The people of the iron-armored army immediately shouted, "Long live, long live." After shouting this sentence, they took out their precious weapons. At this moment, they ran towards Jiyu, only to see Jiyu take a step forward. She shouted to the people in front of her at the same time, "Long live the iron-armored army." After he shouted this, the people around him started to shout as well. When they saw this scene, they slowly stepped forward and pointed their artifacts at Jiyu, who was in front of them. This was the highest level of treatment for their own officers. Jiyu walked in front of them and knocked into them one by one. Jiyu stood up and flew out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The rest of the iron-armored army followed Jiyu back. At this moment, the people of the Star Soul Palace behind them looked at Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "Aren't you all leaving? They probably won't be back in a short period of time." The people of the Star Soul Palace snorted, "Kid, don't be so arrogant." Jiyu didn't say anything, only taking a step forward. At this moment, as if thinking of something, he turned around. Everyone looked at Jiyu curiously and he suddenly ran forward. On a huge rock, Jiyu waved her precious weapon and carved a long sword on the huge rock. A few large words appeared on the surface. "Jiyu is here. You are not allowed to take a step forward in the Star Soul Forest." After seeing this scene, they all sucked in a cold breath. They suddenly ran out at this moment and aimed at Jiyu. Jiyu injected a surge of dark force into the huge rock. A golden light appeared on it. The golden light suddenly brightened up. The two huge beasts who were still in a daze turned around and saw the huge rock in front of them suddenly light up. After seeing this scene, he flew out and landed on the ground. He suddenly turned around and stabbed down with his sword. Suddenly, that ray of light appeared. The dark force exploded on the spot. The surrounding land was bombarded at this time, and the trees around the land were collapsing at this time. After seeing this scene, Jiyu flew 2 steps forward. In an instant, Jiyu turned around and slammed the precious weapon in her hand down. After the sword fell, Yi's Ichine ray of light appeared in front of her. After the ray of light landed, he slowly walked forward. Jiyu said indifferently, "Let's go." After shouting this sentence, Jiyu stood up and walked out with the people beside her. When the people from the Star Soul Palace saw this scene, they suddenly felt a sense of jealousy in their hearts. Ji Yu turned around and said indifferently, "Investigate his information clearly. I have to give him an explanation." The two of them looked at each other and cupped their hands. "Yes." After he shouted those words, the two people around him slowly walked forward. When they saw this scene, they flew forward and put away the long swords in their hands. At the same time, a wisp of mental energy appeared in their hands, and a bird flew down from the sky and landed on his shoulder. Then, a small piece of paper was stuffed into that bird's mouth. 3 days later, a little bird landed in the Star Soul Palace. After seeing the paper, he walked into the palace. Reporting to the branch palace leader, "This person is Ji Yu. He is from the North Profound sect." After shouting this, he said indifferently, "Bring him out." As soon as they finished speaking, they rode on the back of their horses and rushed out, one after another riding on the back of the Xian beasts. He pulled the reins in his hand and the Xian beasts flew out. The Xian beasts kept charging forward. Ji Yu jumped to the side. At this moment, he locked his gaze on Ji Yu. Ji Yu said indifferently, "Go." After shouting this sentence, the rest of the people picked up the treasured weapons in front of them and held them in their hands. He suddenly flew up and rushed forward with the treasured weapon in his hand. After the sword was chopped down, Ji Yu suddenly turned around and collided with the sword in his hand. At this moment, the two treasured weapons collided together. The eldest girl walked out and looked at the person in front of her. She shouted angrily, "Impudent! My young master is an instructor in the army. Who dares to be impudent?" The person who fought with Ji Yu took back his treasured weapon and rode on his horse. He looked at Ji Yu and said indifferently, "The Star Soul Hall has summoned you. Come with me." Ji Yu snorted and said indifferently, "What is your Star Soul Hall? You dare to humiliate a 5-star soul elder?" A guy in purple robes looked as if he didn't care about Ji Yu's words. He rode on the Xian beast in front of him and waved the spear in his hand towards Ji Yu. Ji Yu calmly waved her sword. Xian skill, Raging Inferno. Ding, host used Raging Inferno. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. At this moment, the 3 fire dragons roared and flew forward. They collided with him heavily. After this fierce collision, his body emitted a mysterious light and fell to the ground. He looked in Ji Yu's direction and said indifferently, "Sir 5-star soul elder, he. Before he could finish his words, a raging fire came out of his body and covered his entire body. After being burned by the raging fire, the bones in his body started to fall off one by one. "You, don't go too far. Today, I'll show you just how strong a 5-star soul exalt is." Bai Yunfei spun around to face Tang Wulin. 5th level of the human profound realm? Ji Yu immediately confirmed the Xianxia on his body. She saw the 5-star soul elder stomp on the ground and 3 pillars of fire appeared. Bloom, hell flower. Suddenly, countless flames erupted from the ground and flew in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu jumped and landed on top of a house. She looked at the people below with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Go to hell." When the hell's flower bloomed, countless vines spread out in the air and danced in all directions, outlining the bodies of the saplings. At this time, the saplings also collapsed. Many houses were caught in the fire and were set ablaze. "Ha ha ha, feel the wrath of hell," the 5-star soul elder said arrogantly. Ji Yu said indifferently, "I say, it's too early for you to say such big words." Ding, host watched the earth-ranked Xian skill, hell flower. Congratulations to host for obtaining the earth-ranked Xian skill, hell flower. He heavily hammered the ground. Suddenly, another hell flower bloomed in the air. Ding, host used the hell flower. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. At this moment, the army camp also sensed the raging inferno. The great general led the iron-armored army and rushed out. He was too familiar with the fluctuations of Xianxia. If it wasn't his good instructor, who else could it be? He originally planned to have a celebratory feast tonight. He didn't want to offend the Star Soul Hall. The great general prayed madly in his heart, but sometimes, fate just loved to play tricks on people. He pulled on the reins in his hand and walked down. "Who dares to cause trouble here? Quickly put out the fire." Several water Xianxia cultivators walked out and used their Xian skills. The fire didn't extinguish and they could only control the surrounding houses. When Jiyu saw the great general, she stopped and retracted the flames that were still fighting in the air. "Greetings, General." The 5-star soul elder looked at the great general beside him. "He is your subordinate. The Star Soul Hall won't forget what happened today." The 5-star soul exalt snorted and walked out of the room. The general let out a sigh of relief when he saw him leave. He turned to Jiyu and said, "Fortunately, you didn't kill him." He sighed and glanced at Jiyu. "But you've offended a 5-star soul exalt, and that heavenly guard didn't have a good impression of you. I'm afraid there's no hope for you in the future." Jiyu took a step forward and instantly disappeared from where he was standing. The general looked at Jiyu's back and sighed. The two people beside him saw the general's expression and walked up to him. "General, why are you sighing? This person is too arrogant. I'm sure his future path won't be easy." "General, I think he's doing it on purpose." "Oh? What do you mean?" "General, think about it. This person is strong enough to kill a 5-star soul exalt. His current behavior shows that he doesn't care about his position." "Doesn't care about his position?" After thinking about it, he turned around and took 2 steps forward. "Ha ha ha, let's set up a banquet. Invite everyone in the army." After saying that, Jiyu stepped forward and climbed onto the back of the mystical beast. At that moment, the mystical beast began to move, stomping on the ground. The mystical beast flew out and continued to stomp on the ground. He pulled on the reins in his hands. The Xian beasts flew forward. Jiyu said indifferently, "What's the situation?" Huang Xiaofang walked out at this time and laughed loudly. He stroked his beard and said, "Brat, you need to be savage." After shouting these words, Jiyu flew forward and ran a few steps. The Xian beasts flew forward. At this moment, the Xian beast shot out explosively. The beast landed on the ground. Huang Xiaofang grabbed his hat and shouted nervously, "Slow down, slow down." After getting off the beast, Huang Xiaofang hugged the tree and spat it out. "Brother, your ability to control the beast is too amazing. I had no choice but to spit it out." After saying this, he said indifferently, "Ha ha ha, let's go in and talk." After Jiyu went in, Huang Xiaofang took out a bag and placed it on the table. Countless magnetite appeared on the table. It was impossible to find magnetite like this anywhere else. After seeing this, Jiyu said indifferently, "Ha ha ha, so this is how you want to sell your treasures?" Huang Xiaofang was stunned. "If you treat me as a friend, we can do it in a transaction." After saying this, he said faintly, "It was my fault just now." Huang Xiaofang's face suddenly became very serious and he cupped his hands. "I'm sorry, Brother Ji." Jiyu laughed and said, "We are all good friends." After saying this, Jiyu took his hand and walked out. After feeling Jiyu's sincerity, Jiyu said indifferently, "I can deal with the treasures." When he heard this, a smile appeared on his face. "Brother Jiyu, is what you said true?" Jiyu nodded. Looking at Jiyu, he smiled and took Jiyu's hand and walked out. "Where are we going?" "Young people are hot-tempered. We need to go out and travel." After saying this, he took Jiyu's hand and walked out. There were still a few young people waiting here. It was said that they were all from different places. They sat in the carriage and slowly got up. Then, they came to the surface. Jiyu landed on the ground and a smile appeared on his face. Jiyu said indifferently, "Hello, everyone. This must be Brother Ji." "That's right. Let's go and have a look. Brother Ji, welcome to join us." Only then did Jiyu understand that they were a bunch of prodigal sons. He laughed and sat in the carriage. The carriage started to move at high speed. They arrived at a magnificent building not far away. Countless girls wearing very little were waving their scarves on the top of the building. They covered their mouths and kept waving their handkerchiefs at the people downstairs. Jiyu said indifferently, "Haha, this is not bad. Ji Gongzi is an expert." After saying this, they entered the building. They looked at each other and Jiyu said indifferently, "Let's go in." As soon as they entered the door, Jiyu took out a gold coin and threw it to him. After seeing the gold coin, his eyes lit up with excitement. Distinguished guests are here. Distinguished guests are here. After roaring this sentence, a woman with an extremely beautiful figure walked out from behind. Only her waist could be seen constantly twisting. "Oh, young masters, what kind of girls do you like to see?" This sentence was asking them if they had any girls they wanted to make friends with. Huang Xiaofeng laughed and slipped his hand into her embrace. The brothel keeper also laughed and said, "Io, this is so embarrassing." After saying this, Jiyu turned around and suddenly saw the fruit in front of him. He hadn't seen such a thing in this world for a long time. He held a watermelon and said, "This is mine." Everyone walked into their respective rooms. When they entered their rooms, they all laughed happily. Jiyu ordered a large plate of watermelon for herself. If it weren't for the fact that Jiyu gave a lot of gold coins, everyone would have thought that there was something wrong with this person. In fact, these little girls' bodies were really unbearable to look at. They were extremely young, so Jiyu naturally didn't like them. After waiting for a long time, Jiyu came out, stretched his body and yawned. He went back first. When he returned to the barracks, he sent someone to call for the quartermaster. After greeting him, he explained the requirements clearly and waved his hand. Then they walked out. After seeing this scene, the general walked in and placed an invitation in front of Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the invitation in front of him. After seeing this scene, he turned around. He walked out of the door directly. It was supposed to be 3 days later, but Jiyu wanted to walk outside today and lure the people from Star Soul Palace to make a move. The people from Star Soul Hall stood at the periphery of the deep forest. They looked at the crowd below the forest. After Jiyu boarded the carriage and came out, he said indifferently, "Come out." After saying this, a few people jumped down from the sky. They looked in Jiyu's direction and said, "Kid, you offended our 5-star soul elder. Don't think that you can leave safely today." After saying this, one of them took a step forward. His hand slapped the ground. All of a sudden, a gust of demonic wind appeared in the sky, blowing heavily towards the opponent's body. He jumped up and waved his palm forward. Suddenly, it landed on the person's body. Accompanied by a loud bang, the person turned into a cloud of blood mist in the air. After the blood mist dispersed, Jiyu jumped up and looked at the people in front of him. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. They raised their hands. Numerous long swords suddenly danced forward. At this moment, the long sword landed in front of him. After seeing this long sword, his eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't even use a mystic skill. Jiyu flew forward. He waved his hand heavily and the treasures in his hand flew out. That long sword suddenly turned into hundreds of treasures. They were all treasures made of sand. Those treasures fell down heavily and continuously bombarded the ground. After seeing this scene, Jiyu jumped up. After he turned around, he swung his palm heavily. Accompanied by the landing of his palm, a cloud of blood mist appeared in the air. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of the mouth of the person sent by Star Soul Palace. He landed on the tree trunk and gritted his teeth at Jiyu in front of him. "How dare you, you are courting death." After roaring these words, he put his hand into his mouth, which was the most taboo part of his body. A sound was blown. Countless people in black appeared from the trees and completely surrounded Jiyu. A purple long-distance guy appeared. He had 6 stars on his clothes. Even a 6-star venerable appeared. How can this Jiyu be worthy? Everyone started whispering. At the same time, the 6-star venerable suddenly said, "Catch him." After shouting this sentence, the people beside him flew down and came to Jiyu's side. They quickly flew forward. After seeing Jiyu, Jiyu turned around. Mystic skill, Raging Inferno. Ding, the host used Raging Inferno. Obtained experience points of 1 by 999. The flames flew out like a whirlpool and swallowed everything in the surroundings. When the flames burned the trees, a ball of fire appeared. Of course, he was no exception. He leaped into the air and charged at Jiyu. He waved his hand, "Catch him." The 6-star venerable seemed to want to see where the bottom line of Jiyu's strength was. The human mystic realm was not easy to break through. It was a joke to want to break through. Moreover, the gap between the two realms was not something that could be easily broken through. He clenched his fists tightly and punched out. Suddenly, the sky shook violently. A loud boom was heard. The surroundings were about to change. The six-star venerable's eyes were filled with astonishment. Everything was too unexpected. This kid actually had such a powerful cultivation technique. He flew back and said, "Retreat quickly." After shouting this sentence, the two of them jumped up and the people around them quickly surrounded them. Six-star venerable, we're just facing a military instructor. Do we still have to retreat? What do you know? The movement technique he used just now was too terrifying. It's not something we can deal with. Run quickly. After shouting this, the two of them looked at each other. He flew up and landed on a tree in front of him. He then threw out a piece of magnetite. The magnetite landed on the ground and 5 rays of golden light appeared. The 5 rays of golden light quickly spread out. Array formation? The six-star venerable laughed out loud. At the same time, he waved his sword fingers even faster. He muttered something as if something was shaking violently. Suddenly, countless treasures fell from the sky. It was like a meteor falling to the ground, along with the treasures falling to the ground. The dust in the surroundings flew up quickly. The surrounding dust quickly gathered together and combined into a ray of magnetite light. Jiyu muttered something and something seemed to be radiating from his body. The magnetite light gathered in front of him. He waved it out heavily. The Kuanping giant sword also shot out at this moment. The Kuanping giant sword turned into dozens of treasures and landed in front of Jiyu. Jiyu landed on a tree and smiled faintly. At the same time, he bit his finger and the blood on his finger dripped onto the ground. A 5-pointed star appeared in front of him. A golden puppet appeared in the 5-pointed star. Under Jiyu's command, the golden puppet shot out quickly and flew into the sky. At the same time, he quickly twisted his body, and after a quick rotation, all the long swords were knocked away. It held the long sword in its hand. The people from Star Soul Hall jumped down and raised the treasures in their hands. They charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu smiled faintly and raised his hand at the same time. All of a sudden, the golden body puppet began to move. At the same time, he took 2 steps back and stood in front of him. He said faintly, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, you'll have to blame me for not showing mercy." All of the 6-star soul exalts stared at the puppet in astonishment. Though it was only a puppet, the fact that it had a mind of its own made it a freak of nature. He said faintly, "What do you want?" The other party looked at him with contempt and said faintly, "Get lost." The 2 1-star soul exalts from Star Soul Hall in front of him were startled. At this moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiyu flew up and heavily waved his hand. At this moment, the treasured weapon shot out and pierced into the other party's body. The treasured weapon pierced through his body. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He said faintly, "Why? Why does a puppet have such strength?" After he finished speaking, his body went limp and he fell to the ground. Jiyu pulled back his treasured weapon and turned around to look at the person in front of him. He said faintly, "It's your turn now." After hearing this, it was as if he heard the sound of thunder in his ears. He suddenly exploded. He held the giant sword in his hand and looked at Jiyu. He gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to kill people from Star Soul Hall. Jiyu, you and Star Soul Hall will not rest until one of us is dead." Jiyu said faintly, "You brazenly attacked people from the army. The ones who should die are you." He snorted disdainfully and said, "Brothers, let's retreat." After shouting those words, they flew into the air. This time, Jiyu did not stop them. She merely looked at their departing figures and seemed to have thought of something. After returning home, the eldest maid walked up to Jiyu anxiously. She saw that Jiyu seemed to have been injured. Although there was no wound, there was dust on his body. In her memory, the young master would not get injured. Today, he was injured. What happened to the young master? After thinking about this, she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't let this person go." Jiyu smiled faintly and rubbed her little head. At this time, a few people walked up to him and looked at Jiyu with a trace of shyness. Jiyu rubbed her little head and said faintly, "You don't have any Xian energy and you're not suitable for cultivation. So you just have to take good care of this young master." When the order arrived at the Huang family, Huang Xiaofeng laughed out loud and ordered someone to ride a carriage to Jiyu. He said faintly to Jiyu, "Ha ha ha, brother Ji, I didn't expect that you would complete what you promised yesterday. This little brother is full of admiration for you." Seeing this guy's bootlicking, Jiyu didn't know what to say. He pulled the other party's hand and walked in another direction. The eldest girl immediately understood and ran into the kitchen. Jiyu taught her to make a few dishes yesterday. He told the eldest girl that he would leave this place one day, so she had to master some survival skills. Could it be that this man wanted to leave her? The more she thought about this, the more pain she felt in her heart. However, she still prepared the food and placed it on the table. The two chatted and tasted the food on the table. Jiyu then said faintly, "We've gathered a lot of people now. In the imperial court, we've been extremely patient with the Star Soul Palace. So brother, what do you think will happen in the future? I want to deal with the Evolution Temple, so I must take down the Star Soul Palace. I need the help of the Star Soul Empire. The Star Soul Palace is something that His Majesty is worried about. Even if Brother Ji is strong, you can't replace the Imperial family if you kill the entire Imperial family." Jiyu nodded. If it wasn't for this relationship, he would have died long ago. After saying this, he turned his head and said indifferently, "Brother Ji, our family is a merchant. We are willing to place our bets on you. If you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask. I need you to control all the businesses in the country. However, the Star Soul Palace has a branch called the Alchemy Hall. I can't fight against the elixirs they produce. However, I don't have many other things." After saying this, he looked at Jiyu. In his eyes, there seemed to be a hint of desire, as if he wanted the other party to give him a clear answer. Suddenly, Jiyu laughed out loud. He pulled his hand and walked out. He said faintly, "Don't worry. Help me find a group of alchemists. But many of the alchemists in our country have been taken away by the Star Soul Palace." Jiyu thought for a while before saying, "Don't worry about the quality." He took a deep breath. This was simply inconceivable. Could it be that he had a way to make alchemists succeed in batches? This was impossible, this was simply too inconceivable. After hearing this, he cupped his hands and said to Jiyu in front of him, "All right, brother Jiyu. Wait for me, I'll be back soon." After standing up, he cupped his fists and left. Jiyu watched him leave and calmly took a sip of tea. After seeing Jiyu's leisurely manner, the maidservant beside her asked, "Young master, why do you treat him so well? Huang Xiaofeng is a good person." After saying this, Jiyu stood up and walked out. This afternoon, he still had to go to the general's place for a drink. After they stood up, they looked at each other. He said faintly, "Someone is actually spying on us." Huang Xiaofeng then said, "My good young master, you've already forced them to this extent. Do you still expect them to not do anything to you?" Ha ha ha. After laughing out loud, he turned his head. Huang Xiaofeng asked, "Speaking of which, it's those people who are spying on you." Jiyu waved his hand, "Look at the peddlers over there and the people picking things. When I came back, they were already picking, but they still haven't left this room. Also, there are a few people over there who claim that they can predict the future. So it was like that." They sucked in a breath of air. So it was like that. He opened his mouth and said, "So it was like that. Then I understand. Today, you still have to go to the great general's residence. I won't disturb you." After speaking, he extended his hands and cupped them slightly. He then stood up and bid farewell. After seeing him leave, Jiyu turned his head and said faintly, "Brother Huang, take care." Two servants walked forward with a white tiger. When the beast saw Jiyu, its heart seemed to tremble. Jiyu rode on the white tiger and waved the reins in his hand. At this moment, the beast slowly walked out. Jiyu said faintly, "We'll go over now." After calling out Ahu's name, they waved their whips and walked forward. He said faintly, "Hurry up and leave." After saying this, the two people next to him stood up and cupped their fists, wishing the young master a victory. Jiyu was very puzzled. What exactly was going on? Why were they acting like this? However, a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. With his Xian strength, who could be more powerful than him? After thinking of this, Jiyu felt relieved. He pulled the mystical beast under him and soon appeared in front of the general's residence. He saw two people standing at the entrance of the residence. They were holding spears and looked very impressive. "Stop right there." After saying this, Jiyu pulled the mystical beast under him and stopped it. He looked at the people in front of him and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" Jiyu took out an invitation. After seeing the invitation in Jiyu's hand, they opened up a path. Jiyu rode the mystical beast and entered. He landed on the back of the horse and said indifferently, "Greetings, young Master Jiyu. Please come in." After saying this, the two of them walked in. When they saw Jiyu, a young man came in alone. There was a young girl in his house who looked pretty good. He asked weakly, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" After hearing this, Jiyu said, "I am Jiyu. The general invited me here. My grandfather invited you, a young boy, to a banquet. This is simply a joke." Jiyu patted her head. The young girl looked at Jiyu blankly and said, "Don't touch my head. I won't grow taller." Jiyu laughed and patted her head. He pulled the person beside him and slowly walked forward. Jiyu said indifferently, "You won't grow taller if I touch your head." After saying this, they looked at each other. Jiyu said slowly, "All right, bring me to your grandfather." The young girl nodded and the person beside her walked out slowly. That person looked at Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "What's wrong?" A young man around 15 or 16 years old walked out. His body contained a huge amount of Xian energy. He looked at Jiyu and frowned. He said indifferently, "Sister Lan, come here." After saying this, they looked at each other. He walked forward and said indifferently, "Who are you?" Jiyu said, "I am Jiyu. The general invited me here." The young man glanced at the invitation card in Jiyu's hand and thought to himself that such a young man could actually have such strength. He said lightly, "Young man, the general must have sent the wrong invitation. You should go home quickly. Tonight, those who are coming are all important people from the various armies. This is not a place where you can stay." Jiyu laughed, "You're so young too. I know that the general doesn't have any grandchildren." "Who are you?" "I am the genius of the Star Soul Empire and the favorite of the Star Soul Palace. I am Fei Hong." After saying this, they looked at each other. He said indifferently, "Kill." The two of them looked back at each other, then slowly walked forward. He said faintly, "Little brat, you'd better go home early." After saying this, Jiyu jumped up and landed on the fake mountain. A powerful Xian energy exploded from his body. When he sensed that Jiyu's profound strength was around the 4th level of the human profound realm, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He looked in Jiyu's direction, picked up the treasured weapon in front of him, and suddenly disappeared from where he stood. He picked up the treasure in front of him and flew forward. He swung his sword at Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly turned around and swung the treasure heavily. At this moment, the two treasures collided. At this moment, a bolt of lightning burst out. The surrounding lightning struck the ground, and a group of flames appeared, surrounding the surrounding flames. Jiyu watched as Fei Hong kept changing his form. In the next second, Fei Hong suddenly swung his sword behind him. The sword let out a long whistle like a bird's cry. After the bird's cry ended, it swung heavily in Jiyu's direction. After seeing the bird, he snorted coldly and jumped up in an instant. At the same time, he swung the treasure in his hand forward. The treasure weapon collided with his long sword. The sound of thunder rang out in the surroundings. The thunder struck in all directions. After the sound of an explosion, the surrounding rocks shattered. He looked at Jiyu in front of him and tears flowed out of his eyes. Fei Hong only felt that he had suffered a great humiliation today. He originally thought that he could deal with Jiyu alone, but he didn't expect that his defense would be so easily broken by someone else's sword. After thinking of this, he clenched his fists tightly. He said indifferently, "How dare you?" After saying this, they picked up the treasures beside them and took 2 steps forward. A burst of cracking sound came from the air. At this moment, a tearing sound came from the crack in the air. Jiyu swung the treasure heavily. At this moment, the treasure quickly condensed a layer of water ice. At this moment, the icicles fell heavily. Countless icicles fell heavily on the ground. The sound of thunder rang out in the air. They looked at each other. Jiyu flew forward and suddenly disappeared. He waved his hand heavily. The icicles flew towards Jiyu. Jiyu smiled faintly. The mysterious energy in her hand exploded and the flames fell rapidly. After the flames collided with the other party, he opened his eyes. Only then did he open his eyes. Seeing the countless icicles burning at this moment, he said faintly, "What is going on?" After hearing this, he turned around and said indifferently, "I admit that you have the ability to stay here." After snorting coldly, he turned around and walked out. However, there was a fierce look in his eyes. At this time, the Grand General walked out and laughed loudly. "I didn't expect the younger generation of the Star Soul Empire to be so outstanding. This is very good. This old man is very satisfied." He smiled faintly and turned his head around. He said to Jiyu, "Fei Hong, the difference between you and Jiyu is too big. You should learn from him in the future." After saying this, Jiyu stood up and took 2 steps forward. He said indifferently, "Brother Jiyu, Fei Hong was rude." After saying this, Jiyu took a step forward and said indifferently, "We are both the future of the Star Soul Empire. We can be friends." The two of them looked at each other and stood up. Then, he waved his hands and cupped them in greeting. Only then did Jiyu speak, "Great General, I'm late. Please forgive me." After hearing Jiyu's words, he laughed loudly and pulled the two of them in. Today, the general purposely set up more than 20 tables in the back garden. He pulled Jiyu to stand beside him. At this moment, someone walked out and shouted loudly, "Lin Taijun, General Huang Fei, Instructor Lin Taijun, and Deputy General are here." Huang Fei walked in with a group of people and laughed loudly. At the same time, he looked at everyone and saw Jiyu. "Is this young friend Jiyu?" Jiyu nodded. He immediately grabbed Jiyu's hand. "Oh, greetings, General Huang. Our Huang Xiaofeng is your friend. Call me Uncle Huang in the future." After saying this, Jiyu said, "Hello, Uncle Huang." After greeting each other, the two of them sat down. General Jin Ling of the Sprite Army has arrived. Jin Ling walked in and looked at the people around him with contempt. He found a seat and sat down. Then, a few generals walked in and the banquet began. Many people put their cups on the table and a few side dishes on the table. Then, they started eating. After eating the food in front of them, they looked at each other. After eating the food in front of them, they looked at each other. Then, he stood up. Jiyu said calmly, "Hello, uncles. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse." Jiyu's storage ring flashed and a few small medicine bottles appeared on the table. The people looked at the medicine bottles in front of them and their eyes were about to fall out. Then, he said, "Haha, kid, you're really kind." Great General Huang was the first to pick up a bottle and eat one. Immediately, his forehead was filled with sweat. Then, he turned around and a profound energy in his body suddenly appeared. At this moment, the profound energy quickly gathered in his dantian. He waved his hand and the Xian energy quickly gathered in his dantian. He suddenly stood up and let out a loud shout. He actually had the intention of breaking through. When everyone saw this scene, they sucked in a cold breath. This was simply too miraculous. After seeing this, they turned around. He slowly took a step forward and said to Jiyu in front of him, "This is simply too magical." The remaining generals picked up the pill bottles in their hands and carefully hid them. These pill bottles could not be given to others. They were to be kept for their future children. They had already reached the peak of Xian energy. What else could they look forward to in the future? When they thought of this, they kept the pill bottles in front of them and looked at Jiyu. They said indifferently, "Kid, this old man thanks you. If there is anything we can help with in the future, just tell us directly." Jiyu smiled faintly and waved her hand. They looked at each other and laughed out loud. At this time, along with the sound of hands clapping, many women walked in from both sides. They seemed to be very good at singing and dancing as they jumped up. Jiyu finally understood what the great general wanted to do. It was nothing more than inviting her to get to know the various people in the army. The banquet only ended at midnight. Jiyu was placed on the carriage by the servants. Then, they slowly headed home. The people from Star Soul Hall landed on the walls around them. "Young master, are we going to make a move?" One of them sighed and shook his head. He said indifferently, "If we make a move now, it will be no different from offending them." After saying this, they looked at each other and said indifferently, "Young master, what else can we do if they offend our people?" After shouting this, the surrounding people revealed a trace of hope in their eyes. They hoped that they would fly down and kill a group of people. The 7-star venerable of the Star Soul Palace sighed. He waved his hand heavily. It seemed that this was the only way to deal with Jiyu properly. They kept jumping down from the walls. They took out treasured weapons from their storage rings. They looked in Jiyu's direction. After yelling, Li Yundong shouted. In that instant, the surrounding experts flew forward, picked up the treasured items on the ground, and charged in Jiyu's direction. After roaring out these words, Jiyu slapped on the carriage and leaped into the air. The two servants exchanged glances, then took out some magical items from their bosoms. They looked in Jiyu's direction. At that moment, the rest of the people slowly walked up to them. Everyone held their treasured weapons in their hands. Jiyu said indifferently, "Hurry up and leave." The two servants were now wearing clean clothes and had 3 meals a day, which was impossible in the past. After hearing this, they looked at each other. "Young master, we don't want to leave," Jiyu said. Indifferently, "Leave. You will only tie my hands and feet here." The servants looked at each other. They knew that their young master was very capable. They still had treasured weapons in their hands. They did not even look back as they ran in the direction of their home. However, Jiyu did not hold a grudge because of this. This was what they should do. Jiyu did not wish for her people to become tragic people. Jiyu jumped up and looked over. The two people landed on the ground and looked in Jiyu's direction. At the same time, they picked up the treasures beside them and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu stabbed the Kuanping giant sword into the ground. Instantly, countless flames flew up. The system also transmitted the sound of experience gained. The flames were like a poisonous dragon. They flew out and poured into the ground. The ground exploded. After the fire dragon flew up, it flew towards them. The 2-star Soul Palace assassins didn't expect that they would fall into a pool of blood. They spat out blood. Their eyes were filled with anger as they looked in Jiyu's direction. Only then did Jiyu turn around and throw a heavy punch, which was accompanied by a loud bang. At this moment, the surrounding smoke was slowly drifting towards them. The poisonous substance directly covered his face. His entire body went soft and suddenly fell to the ground. They looked at each other and tightly gripped the treasures in their hands. They raised the treasured weapons in their hands and charged in the direction of the other party. After a loud roar, they charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu leaped up and waved the Kuanping giant sword again, stirring up countless grains of sand. The sand entered their earth energy. It seemed to have a strong swallowing ability. It swallowed all the Xian energy in their bodies. Following that, the sand swallowed all the Xian energy in their bodies. When they saw this scene, they gathered their Xianxia in their hands. However, Jiyu's legs flew out and the people around him were sent flying. They fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The few of them looked at the young man. The young man took out his treasured weapon. At this moment, the sound of drums rang out in the street. Dong, dong, dong. 3 drumming sounds were heard. They jumped down from the wall and looked in Jiyu's direction. After roaring kill, they flew forward and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu didn't even look at those low-level people. She waved her treasured weapon. With a flash of silver light, a few heads were chopped off. He jumped out, picked up the treasure tool in front of him, and directly charged forward. After the long spear fell down, Yiqingyu was stunned. He quickly turned around. After turning around, he waved his sword and swung it down. His treasured weapon and the treasured weapon in the young man's hand intertwined. The surrounding walls collapsed one after another. The remaining people ran out from both sides and looked at him. He said indifferently, "Let's retreat." After roaring this sentence, they stood up. Jiyu said indifferently, "Since you're here, don't think about leaving." Jiyu leaped up. The treasured weapon in her hand seemed to emit a ray of light. The ray of light streaked across the night sky and arrived in front of the young man. The young man didn't expect Jiyu to be able to deliver such a fatal blow from such a distance. With a loud bang, they fell into a pool of blood. They all fell into a pool of blood and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Jiyu walked up to the young man and smiled faintly. Seeing his smile, the young man coldly snorted and closed his eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, "You're still useful to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu struck him on the head, causing him to let out a shrill cry before his body went limp, and he fainted. To a profounder, the most humiliating thing wasn't dying at the hands of an enemy, it was being captured like this. Even if Jiyu didn't do anything to him and just released him, he wouldn't have any interest in living in the future. Jiyu rode on the back of the horse and slowly walked back to the mansion. The eldest maid ran out with the servants. To these people, Jiyu's safety was the most important thing in this world. The life and death of the rest were not important to them. Looking at the person who had secretly harmed their young master, they didn't have a good expression on their faces. Jiyu waved her hand and the servants brought him directly to the dungeon. Jiyu tapped the acupoints on his body. At the same time, a stream of Xian energy was injected into the young man's dantian. The Xian energy was attacking the acupoints on his body. At this moment, the Xian energy in his dantian broke through his own. With a loud bang, the Xian energy in his dantian broke through. The power of the dantian shattered, causing their bodies to go soft and collapse to the ground. At this moment, he woke up and naturally felt that there was no Xian energy in his body. He opened his eyes and looked bitterly in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "What do you think?" After hearing Jiyu's words, he looked at Jiyu and asked Jiyu in confusion, "Why did you destroy my Xian energy?" Jiyu smiled faintly and said to him, "I don't know either. I just feel that you shouldn't live." "Then just kill me," Yi Zichen said. Jiyu then said, "Why did you come to kill me?" "Ha ha ha, do you still need me to tell you what you did to us?" Countless experts from the Star Soul Palace died, not to mention the internal injuries of a 6-star supremacy. He might not be able to recover his strength in the future. He clenched his teeth and snorted coldly. Only then did Jiyu stand up and pick up the Kuanping sword in front of him. He swung the Kuanping sword down heavily at this moment. Right at this moment, that enormous sword chopped down. Blood splattered onto the ground. He looked at Jiyu, who was standing in front of him. He stomped on the ground and jumped up into the air. He took out a few throwing knives from his bosom and stared at the arms on their bodies. A stream of blood flowed out of his mouth. "Kill me." Jiyu shook his head and smiled faintly, "Ha ha ha, you can't die yet. I'm waiting for someone." "Who?" After hearing this, Jiyu then walked out and said faintly, "Who are you?" They looked at each other and then stood up. They looked at each other and slowly walked out. There was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Only then did Jiyu make a move and land a tap on his body. It was at this moment that his body was suddenly unable to move. Jiyu opened her mouth and said, "I never thought that you, who don't have any profound energy, would have such resistance. From today onwards, don't even think about eating your fill." He shook his head and walked out of the door. Looking at Jiyu in front of him, the young man let out an angry roar. However, this had nothing to do with Jiyu. 2 5-star venerables from Star Soul Hall stood in front of Jiyu's door. At this moment, Jiyu stood up and walked out of her residence. She looked at the people in front of her and said, "Hello, gentlemen." They looked at Jiyu's cold and scholarly appearance. There was no trace of the legendary arrogance. They looked at each other and said indifferently, "Greetings, instructor. We plan to invite our young master back." After saying this, they looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Jiyu stood up and disappeared in a flash. He said indifferently, "Young master, please teach our young master back." "Young master? I don't know her." Jiyu's words angered them. Jiyu actually denied their words. They looked at each other and slowly stood up. At this moment, they looked at Jiyu. At that moment, Jiyu said faintly, "Everyone, please return." After Jiyu said this, one of the 5-star soul elders saw that Jiyu was so arrogant. He walked up and slapped Jiyu's shoulder. At this moment, Jiyu shook off his hand. At this moment, she slapped out and hit the other party. At this moment, they were sent flying. When they hit the wall, they spat out a mouthful of blood. The 5-star soul elder looked in Jiyu's direction and snorted. He said to Jiyu in front of him, "Brat, you are too arrogant." Their eyes were filled with anger. It was as if there was a fire in their hearts. Only then did the remaining few people come forward. They flew out from the treasured weapons in their arms and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu turned around and waved her treasures. The remaining 5-star venerables quickly rushed over. Their eyes were filled with fear. They looked at the person in front of them and said indifferently, "Brat, don't be so arrogant." He slowly walked forward. His fists were filled with fists of anger. At this moment, he jumped out and waved his fists. At this moment, he waved his fists. Jiyu waved her fists. The two fists collided. At this moment, a loud boom was heard. 2 5-star soul elders fell to the ground. Only then did the remaining few slowly walk forward. They looked at Jiyu. They looked in Jiyu's direction. At this moment, they suddenly flew up. A few figures appeared in front of Jiyu. "We believe that you are so strong. From today onwards, we will not go against you. Is our young master really not in your hands?" Seeing how nervous he was, Jiyu nodded heavily. They then retreated. They stood up and retreated. There was a trace of disdain in their eyes. They never expected that they would have such a look. Jiyu turned around and said, "You have tried to assassinate me several times. This matter will not be forgotten. I will go to the main hall and ask His Majesty how to deal with this." After hearing this, Jiyu turned around. He walked in the direction of the main door and walked in. At this moment, the person in the Star Soul Hall kept thinking in his heart. He thought to himself that he actually had such a thought. Jiyu smiled faintly. "Let's go." A few 5-star supremacies laughed out loud. "This brat probably doesn't think that His Majesty will punish us for this matter. Ha ha ha." They left amidst the laughter. The next day, Jiyu returned to the military camp. The assassination incident shocked the entire imperial court. The emperor was usually afraid of the Star Soul Hall's strength. However, when the Star Soul Hall tried to assassinate his own people without any hesitation, this thought changed. Furthermore, if the Star Soul Hall could not help him fight against the evolving temple, he would have killed them all. The great general kept crying and complaining in front of the emperor. The emperor sighed. "Give him more rewards. Let him come in. I want to see him." After saying this, Jiyu slowly walked into the main hall. He cupped his fist and greeted the emperor. Jiyu then said slowly, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Who is the person behind you?" Jiyu smiled. "I heard that this is the young master of the Star Soul Hall. Quick, let him go." At this moment, he shouted anxiously. Jiyu then waved his hand and let him go. To a person who was not a threat, Jiyu would not pay much attention to him. "Your Majesty, the Star Soul Hall is a huge threat. It has reached the point where we have to take them seriously." Everyone in the main hall understood this point. However, no one dared to say anything because no one could offend someone who could enter your home anytime and kill your family members. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. Jiyu then said, "We can retreat. However, this time I am the one who was assassinated. I am strong and powerful. Naturally, I am not afraid. Furthermore, I do not have a family." "What about everyone?" After hearing this, everyone fell silent. However, among the two great profound sects, the North Profound sect was wholeheartedly wandering outside. It was already impressive that they could give them a few places every year. "Then tell me, how should I fight against the Star Soul Hall?" "Don't talk about training. I am afraid that before the training is over, we will already be dead." Jiyu smiled faintly. "As long as you give me a month, I can give Your Majesty the strongest army." "Are you serious?" "Of course. I am willing to promise with my head." "Good." The emperor immediately gave Jiyu the position of Great Round Trainer. She could directly order all the great generals. They did not expect that Jiyu, who was still a junior yesterday, would actually ride on their heads. They looked at each other and could not help but laugh out loud. Jiyu then gave the order. She called everyone out. At this moment, they slowly walked forward. Their gazes were fixed on Jiyu. Jiyu then raised her hand. At this moment, a few people walked out and cupped their hands. They said to Jiyu in front of them, "What do you plan to do?" After hearing Jiyu's words, Jiyu turned around and said faintly, "Training and taking pills." Huang Xiaofeng's pills were sold throughout the entire Star Soul Empire. However, Jiyu forbade the people from the Star Soul Hall to buy them. If they wanted to buy them, they had to immediately give up their identity and join the army. The young master had left, but the old master who was in seclusion might be able to turn the situation around. Many people had thoughts of snatching the pills, but Jiyu's treasured weapons caused them to embark on a path of no return. After seeing this scene, they left in disdain. Only then did Jiyu slowly walk out. After seeing this scene, he felt relieved. He clapped his hands. After clapping his hands, the two of them walked out. They lifted the people in front of them and walked out. Jiyu said faintly, "Let all the pills enter the mouths of the soldiers." After shouting this, Huang Xiaofeng looked at Jiyu. Only then did Jiyu say, "From today onwards, you will naturally be able to have medicinal pills on you." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other and slowly stood up. Jiyu then waved her hand. Jiyu was willing to buy his pills at a high price. This made Huang Xiaofeng very happy. This also proved that Jiyu had no intention of keeping the pills for herself. At this moment, he picked up the flag in front of him and slowly walked out in another direction. He then opened his eyes wide. At this moment, a few people landed around him and said faintly, "We're done investigating." After hearing this, Jiyu turned around and said, "We're ready. We can attack at any time." After hearing Jiyu's words, everyone cheered and rushed out. With Jiyu's words, everyone was excited. After all, to be able to kill a so-called expert was extremely good news to them. Jiyu then slowly walked forward. At this moment, an intense white light fell in front of them and landed heavily on the ground. They immediately jumped up and looked in the direction of Jiyu. Their faces were filled with surprise. Then, they slowly said, "What's wrong with him?" Jiyu then said, "This is a spy from Star Soul Palace." After hearing Jiyu's words, the two soldiers then retreated. Looking at Jiyu in front of them, their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Jiyu then slowly said, "Pass down my orders. Take down all the Star Soul Palaces." There were many Star Soul Palaces in the Star Soul Empire. This was a huge force. However, the various palace masters didn't know that their main palaces were being attacked violently now. A strong Xian energy, with incomparable anger, came from the depths of the Star Soul Palace. A white figure floated in the air. When they saw him, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone sucked in a deep breath of cold air. This strength was too terrifying. Who would have thought that this guy had actually cultivated such a strong Xian energy? They looked at each other and stood up. Then, they slowly said to Jiyu in front of them, "This guy's Xian energy is very strong. Of course, this is the strongest hall master of the Star Soul Palace." They then lowered their gazes. He then slowly took a step forward. When he saw Jiyu, they looked at each other. Jiyu then slowly took a step forward. He said to the person in the air, "Hall master of the Star Soul Palace, why aren't you surrendering?" The old man laughed out loud, "Haha, you brat, you're really arrogant. You actually dare to speak like this. Who sent you here? You actually have an army. Could it be that the royal family has attacked us?" Jiyu nodded in agreement, "That's right. Ha ha ha, you're not a match for me." However, when he saw the ground full of corpses, he couldn't move his Xian heart at all. He looked at the other party's body. Only then did Jiyu slowly open his mouth and say, "Kill." It was only then that the sound of countless crossbows rang out. At Jiyu's level, although his strength was very strong, he wouldn't use anything else if he could use treasured weapons to achieve his goal. At this moment, countless arrows were stuck in the ground. There was a huge explosion in the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless arrows flew out at this moment. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. Those arrows were stuck in the wall. Countless corpses were stuck in the other party's body. They were nailed to the wall. Jiyu looked at each other. Then, he waved his hand. At this moment, countless horses galloped out. They took out treasured weapons and waved them forward. At this time, the mystic rays flew forward and exploded on the ground. After all, there was only one person. However, this place was different from the other 4 regions. They all had this powerful strength. At this moment, Xian's skills were being displayed at the same time. Countless sounds of explosions resounded in this land. Countless sounds came from the cracks on the ground. At this moment, the old man waved his hand, causing the sounds of explosions to ring out continuously. The surrounding flames danced in the air. It was at this moment that the flames exploded. Then, he stood up and said indifferently, "Kill." After roaring out the word kill, the people around him slowly walked forward. Their treasured weapons were aimed at that person. He raised his hand and flew forward, brandishing the treasured weapon in his hand. Then, alone, he attacked the people around him. He waved his hand and clapped. As the clapping fell, it heavily slapped the iron wall, causing molten iron to spurt out from the iron wall. At this moment, the molten iron slowly flowed down. Only then did he turn around. He picked up the treasured weapon in front of him and charged towards Jiyu. After a few ups and downs, Jiyu brandished her hand. At this moment, the treasured weapon was brandished. At this moment, the power of the life treasure came crashing down. The life treasure chopped down on the old man's arm. The life treasure lifted its hand and collided with the life treasure. When the treasured weapons collided, a loud sound was heard. It was only then that the 2 of them separated. Jiyu had never expected that they would possess such powerful Xian energy. Only then did Jiyu take a step back and turn around. Only then did he raise the treasure in his hand. At this moment, she brandished the treasured weapon forward. When the treasured weapon saw this, it turned around and raised its hand, clashing heavily with the treasured weapon. Then, he turned around and left. Jiyu turned around and gathered a powerful Xian energy in her hand. After the Xian energy erupted, she turned around. Then, she brandished the treasured weapon in her hand. After the treasured weapons of the old man and the young collided, he flew out. At this moment, he looked at Jiyu in front of him. Jiyu slowly stepped forward and picked up the treasured weapon beside her. She waved her hand heavily and the treasured weapon flew out. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up. When the light came, he turned around and clashed with the treasured weapon. When he saw the treasured weapon, he turned around and left. He said indifferently, "You're going to die here today." After saying this, they looked at each other. In their eyes, there was a trace of killing intent. Then, they said slowly, "Kill." After roaring out these words, the 2 people beside him flew forward. The 2 people closed in on the old man. After seeing this, Jiyu turned around. The Kuanpung giant sword in her hand suddenly lit up. That huge Kuanpung shot out in an instant. That Kuanpung passed through his body. He screamed in pain and then heaved a sigh of relief. The power of Qi flew out and a light soul flew into Jiyu's hand. Jiyu waved her hand forward. If that old man wanted to compete with Jiyu based on Xian energy, Jiyu might have some fear. But now, they were competing with Jiyu in terms of spiritual power. Wasn't this courting death? The old man's soul was kept in Jiyu's storage ring. As long as his consciousness was erased in the future, he would be the best puppet. The people in the Star Soul Hall's main hall, other than a few cowards, were all dead. They didn't even have the chance to surrender and wail. After Jiyu waved her hand, the people beside her walked forward and arrested the remaining people. Jiyu looked at the people from Star Soul Hall in front of her. These people were usually high and mighty. They didn't expect that they would end up like this today. They looked at each other and revealed a trace of helplessness. Jiyu walked in and waved her hand. 2 people walked out beside her. She pressed the treasured weapon on the necks of the people in front of her. They looked at each other and said to Jiyu, "Please, let us go." Their faces revealed a trace of pity, as though they were begging Jiyu to let them go. Jiyu obviously didn't have such good intentions. She just waved her hand and 2 people walked forward. She said to the people in front of her, "If you want to live, it's easy." Jiyu looked at the soldiers beside her. They walked forward and punched their dantian. Their dantian suddenly exploded. They didn't have any power left to escape. After seeing this, Jiyu took a step forward and said indifferently, "What do you plan to do in the future?" After hearing Jiyu's words, they raised their heads. "Of course we'll submit to the empire." Jiyu smiled faintly. "No, you're not submitting to the empire. You're submitting to me. What do you think?" Everyone liked power. Jiyu was an exception. However, she needed power to fight against the evolving temple. The evolving temple here had forgotten its original mission. They looked at each other and cupped their hands. "Greetings, Master." Jiyu said with satisfaction, "Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. From today onwards, you are the spokespersons of the main hall. I also found a symbol for you." After saying this, their young masters were pushed forward by Jiyu. At this moment, a wooden stick quickly hit their thighs. A crisp sound was heard. At this moment, they fell to the ground. Jiyu slowly raised her head and stared at Jiyu. Jiyu said slowly, "Look behind you." After clapping her hands, the rest of the people, who were slowly pushed behind by Jiyu, walked forward. After he walked forward, the rest of the people came to the Xian beasts. Only then did Jiyu slowly run forward and reach out his hand. At this moment, the people around him slowly walked forward. There was a fearful smile in their eyes. Isn't this their young master? This guy actually became the young master. At this moment, his eyes revealed a trace of a smile. The rest of the people heaved a sigh of relief and said indifferently, "Young master, why are you still here?" The young master smiled helplessly. He was afraid that if this continued, he would become a symbol in Jiyu's hands. Jiyu then said slowly, "From today onwards, you are the masters of Star Soul Palace. Of course, you have to follow my orders." The youth was called Huangyu. He looked at Jiyu and said, "What makes you think that we will listen to you obediently?" There was a trace of disdain in their eyes. It was as if Jiyu's actions were idiotic. Jiyu mounted her horse and said, "Men, lock him up inside." A few people walked forward without any explanation. Jiyu went back to rest alone. In his plan, there was still the next step. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with these people. At this moment, he slowly walked out. Huangyu was thrown into the room by a few people. They opened his mouth wide and stuffed the aphrodisiac powder into it. After swallowing the powder, Huangyu vomited, but nothing came out. Rows of beauties were stuffed into the room at this moment. After tasting the beauties and the table full of delicacies, Huangyu knew that he would never be able to escape from Jiyu's control. Jiyu was so determined because she believed that as long as she restored the Ice Queen's true form, she would no longer care about this country and Huangyu would rebel. No matter what, he was the master of Star Soul Hall. However, what he had to do was to choose 10 people from the army who respected him the most. They would kneel on the ground. If Jiyu had any medicine that could control people, they would eat it without hesitation. At this moment, they raised their heads and looked at Jiyu with burning eyes, as if waiting for Jiyu to give some orders. Jiyu then raised her head and said indifferently, "From today onwards, you are the masters of Star Soul Hall." But Star Soul Hall has many branch halls. The branch halls are appointed by the main hall, but after so many years, their power has been deeply rooted. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to take them down. From today onwards, those who have taken the elixir and can advance to the 3rd level of the human profound realm will be sent to various places. We have already investigated everyone in Star Soul Hall. It was all thanks to Jiyu's elixir plan that they were able to investigate the various powers of Star Soul Hall in such a short time. He said indifferently, "You just need to follow the plan for the rest. Remember, when you set off, you have to exterminate their families. They are only experts in the Star Soul Hall's branch hall. The rest of them are not worth mentioning. If it wasn't for their strength, it would be easy to kill them." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other and slowly stood up. They walked out slowly and fixed their burning gazes on Jiyu. Only then did Jiyu slowly walk out. At this moment, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. She came in front of the other party and said slowly, "Pass on my orders." After shouting this sentence, they walked out slowly. Jiyu then turned around and said slowly, "Pass on my orders." Only then did Huangyu stand up. A trace of tears fell from his eyes as he looked at Jiyu. Only then did Jiyu slowly open his mouth and say, "Gather all the branch hall masters." they looked at each other. Huang Yu then sighed and sat on the table. His gaze was on Ji Yu. Ji Yu then said slowly, "From today onwards, your main hall will be more magnificent and beautiful." The next day, countless horses galloped out of the capital city in various directions. Ji Yu led the remaining people and walked out slowly. He walked to the bottom of the city wall and walked down. He clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, great general." They looked at each other and said, "How can we be qualified now? You just killed the hall master." After saying this, they looked at each other. At this moment, they walked to the bottom of the carriage. A wave came from the carriage. At this moment, the warhorse in front of them came forward and said calmly, "Enter the palace." At this moment, the palace door opened. The emperor walked out excitedly. Great, he could finally become the true master of the empire. Ji Yu stood on top and clasped his hands to the emperor. He didn't kneel. The generals immediately understood that Ji Yu didn't care about the imperial family. He said calmly, "Your Majesty, next, we need to control the forces in our hands. We also need to train all the troops and prepare to attack the evolving temple." Evolving temple? Why would they attack us? Their spies will soon send the news of the Star Soul Hall back to their own halls. They also want to become the second Star Soul Hall. At this moment, the emperor clenched his fists and looked in Ji Yu's direction. He gritted his teeth and said, "I won't be a puppet anymore." Ji Yu clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, why do you say that? Your Majesty has never been a puppet." The emperor was very happy. After being suppressed by various forces, he was told that he was the most powerful person in the empire. How could he not be excited? How could he not be happy? They looked at each other, then slowly took a step forward and said to the person in front of them, "If that's the case, let's go forward." After saying this, they exchanged glances before Ji Yu slowly took a step forward and returned to the main hall of Star Soul Hall. He ran forward and said to the people in front of him, "Has the gathering order been sent out?" Huang Yu clasped his hands and said, "It has been sent out." With a grunt of acknowledgement, Ji Yu took out a medicinal pill and tossed it into the other party's hand. After witnessing this scene, they looked at each other, and only then did they realize what was going on. Only then did Ji Yu slowly take a step forward and say, "Eat it." After eating it, Huang Yu felt that the energy in his body, which had been damaged by the explosion of his dantian, was no longer as unbearable. At this moment, they stood up and walked over to Ji Yu. Then, they slowly said, "I never thought that we would actually be able to survive. This is simply a dream." After thinking about this, a smile appeared on his face. This was like a dream. The rest of the people laughed at the same time. Only then did Ji Yu slowly take a step forward and disappear from where he was. A moment later, he appeared in front of the few people in front of him. Ji Yu said slowly, "Ha ha ha." At this moment, all the hall masters of the Star Soul Hall received the news. They slowly flew out and sat in the middle of the hall. Countless experts quickly ran out at this moment. They continued to descend, and at this moment, the city gates opened. Lin Xiao was the palace master of the Star Soul Palace's northern region. Suddenly, a servant walked in and cupped his hands towards him. "Young master, we've encountered a huge problem." "What problem?" He suddenly stood up with a determined look in his eyes. During this period of time, he felt that the royal family was very abnormal. If something were to happen, humph humph. The dignity of a Xian cultivator was not a joke. He would definitely bring all his elders and directly attack the capital. As for the royal family, he could just randomly pick one of the ministers to be the leader. Anyway, the royal family's main purpose was to create food for the Xian cultivators and to excavate Xian stones. Their other purpose was to help the people give birth to children and replenish the mighty Xian cultivator army. Other than this, Lin Xiao couldn't see the need for the royal family to exist. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't be bothered with anything other than cultivation, the royal family would have perished long ago. Two Xian cultivators lowered their heads and said, "Palace Master, the main palace has sent an order saying that the main palace master has cultivated to the 8th level of the human Xian realm. Next, there is a secret regarding the next level to be announced to the various palace masters." "What?" Lin Xiao immediately stood up in surprise, a look of anticipation in his eyes. This was simply a matter of legends. Who didn't know that the central region was filled with geniuses? Spirit Xian cultivators were everywhere, and human Xian cultivators were everywhere. However, this wasn't what surprised him. There wasn't much explosive power in the human Xian realm. It was very difficult for him to smoothly enter the next realm. When he heard this sentence, he was stunned. The two of them looked at each other, then he slowly walked out. At this moment, he looked around. "Prepare the horses, prepare the horses." After shouting this, they rushed onto the streets and sat on the horses. They immediately waved their whips and galloped quickly. Countless people rushed into the capital city with the hope of discovering the secret of the treasure. Jiyu was behind the Star Soul Palace's main palace. She closed her eyes and was listening to the scene inside. There were already many people in the hall. They were either modest or crude. They sat on the chairs and looked in Huang Yu's direction. They looked at each other and then directly looked at the table. At this moment, countless voices rang out. Everyone looked outside the door. At this moment, a man walked in with a laugh. He cupped his hands and said to everyone, "Everyone, I haven't seen you in a long time. Greetings." Everyone laughed at the same time and raised their hands towards him. After everyone gathered, they began to talk. Seeing that everyone was present, Huang Yu walked out. Everyone recognized him. He was the current young master. The old master might not have come out yet. Huang Yu said, "Everyone, the old ancestor still needs 3 more days before he can come out of seclusion. Please rest and recuperate in the capital city." So it was like that. They nodded. The old ancestor needed some time to digest what he had comprehended. This was normal. The 8th level of human realm could touch that realm. Everyone was very curious about the Earth Profound realm. As the saying goes, 1 step is 10 miles. This was the difference between the Earth Profound realm. They drank wine with each other. However, this time, no one used their own profound strength to resist the alcohol. They only wanted to seriously get drunk, that's all. However, the alcohol was simply too strong. Many people had already fainted on the ground. Many people jumped down from the sky. They looked coldly at the group of people on the ground. Jiyu walked out from behind the main palace. A few of them were not affected by the medicine in the wine. They immediately knew that there was a problem with the wine. They immediately activated their Xian energy. The human profound realm could reduce the damage of the medicine to the lowest level. They looked at Huang Yu with burning eyes. Lin Xiao was the first to speak. "Young master, we have always been loyal to the main palace." "What do you mean? Where is the old ancestor? Please ask the old ancestor to come out and talk." Lin Xiao and the rest did not believe that the old ancestor would do such a thing to them. The only possibility was that his grandson had done something unforgivable to them. So they locked their eyes on Jiyu. "Young Master Huang, don't stop this kid's nonsense. There is no one more loyal to you in this world than the main palace master." At this time, Huang Yu's body was trembling. His Xian energy was crippled. He forced himself to be bold and say the words in his heart. That is, "This person is a member of the royal family. Take him down and kill him on the spot," but he did not know why. When he saw Jiyu, his body trembled and he could not say anything. The old ancestor's head was chopped off by him. This matter, to him, was too big of a blow. The people of the main hall were all killed one after another. Where could he go to reason? Jiyu looked at his trembling body and he could not help but smile. He turned around and slowly walked 2 steps forward. He patted the table and suddenly the wine cup on the table flew up. Jiyu clapped his hands and the surrounding men in black raised their hands. Among the palace masters, only Lin Xiao still had some fighting strength. The others were quickly killed by Jiyu's men. After all, there were still a few people above them. The corners of their mouths revealed a trace of a smile as they looked in the direction of Jiyu. It was obvious that they were not a match for Lin Xiao. Jiyu waved his hand. The people in front of him cupped their hands and then retreated. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. Suddenly, the air in the air seemed to have solidified. Jiyu's overall strength had increased to the 4th level of the human profound realm. It was equivalent to 5 kinds of natural forces erupting to the maximum strength. He took a step forward, which was accompanied by a loud boom. The sand on the ground suddenly flew up and flew towards Lin Xiao like a long snake. Profound skill, phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. A pair of flaming wings spread out from his back. It looked very good. However, before the power of this pair of wings could be fully displayed, his hands and feet were entangled by the earth dragon. He looked at Ji Yu fiercely. Ji Yu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He waved his hand heavily. In an instant, countless wooden stakes appeared around him. The power of water suddenly lit up and gradually covered his body. Then, a flame appeared. The power of the flame instantly increased the power in the pool. The temperature quickly increased. Even Lin Xiao, who was at the 5th layer of the human profound realm, felt impatient. However, at this moment, countless bolts of lightning fell into the wooden barrel. The power of lightning quickly burst out, tormenting him to the point where he was hovering between life and death. He screamed miserably and reached out with both hands. However, how could the power of lightning fall so easily? His body was completely charred black. Soon, he couldn't move. Ji Yu withdrew the dark force from her body. Only then did a few men in black come forward and chop off his head. Ji Yu turned around and said indifferently, "Quickly get the control of the branch palace." After Ji Yu finished speaking, the few people around her raised their heads and quickly disappeared from the spot. The other party shifted his gaze to Ji Yu. He said indifferently, "Thank you, young master." Huang Yu didn't expect Ji Yu to be so polite. He said with a trembling voice, You're welcome." Ji Yu smiled faintly. Then, she turned around and walked out of the door. After seeing this scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that Ji Yu's strength was too strong. He didn't believe that all of this was real at all. He said indifferently, "This is just like a dream. However, as long as Ji Yu can guarantee that you will be like a pig in the future, maybe it's not bad. But I don't know if you'll allow me to have children. Sigh, I won't have this dream anymore." After saying that, he closed the door. Great changes were also taking place in the various halls. Countless black figures landed on the ground one after another. They raised their heads and locked their gazes on the building. One of them raised his hand and said solemnly, "Kill. Not a single one of them will leave." Hearing such cold words, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The rest of the people stood up one after another. They held long swords in their hands and walked into the hall. A few servants who had just woken up opened their eyes wide and asked coldly, "Stop. Who are you? Do you know where this is?" Ignoring them, Ji Yu's subordinates raised their hands heavily. The rest of the people flew down and raised the weapons in their hands. They directly chopped down on the ground. Blood flowed down continuously at this moment. The rest of the people flew out in all directions. They picked up the weapons in their hands and killed them. One after another, heads were taken out. The next morning, the people of the Star Soul Palace woke up and found that the heads of their branch palace masters and their family members were on the table. Ji Yu's subordinates slowly said, "From today onwards, you are part of the Imperial Yushuan army. Who wants to join the Imperial family? Who are you?" A branch palace elder walked out fearlessly. The other party didn't even look at him. He directly raised the sword in his hand and waved it over. With a flash of cold light, a head rolled to the ground. Everyone saw this head. This was an elder of the 3rd level of the human profound realm. How could he be so weak? The men sent out by Ji Yu had eaten Ji Yu's elixirs and were elites from various families. Most importantly, Huang Xiaofeng's treasured weapons were extremely handy. At this moment, they felt that they could even fight against those from the main hall, not to mention these insignificant people. When the remaining people saw this scene, they sucked in a cold breath and knelt on the ground. "We are willing to join the Imperial Xian army." They stood up, turned around and walked out of the door. Ji Yu sat on the chair and looked at the letters in his hand. Then, he slowly stood up. He said slowly, "Let's have a good time today. Pass down my order. Kill our way out." They were all soldiers and didn't know what Ji Yu meant. So, they looked at Ji Yu and asked, "Hall Master Ji, what do you mean by that?" The general was the first to ask. Ji Yu said calmly, "It's time to unify the power. The imperial family isn't qualified, so let's do it. After hearing this, they looked at each other. Only then did Ji Yu slowly walk forward. In an instant, he flew up and said to the general, I want to lead the army to Wang City. No, I'm the first to disagree. If you want to destroy the imperial family, you'll have to kill me first. Ji Yu's good impression of them was incredibly strong. Only then did Ji Yu say, no, I don't like friends, so I won't kill anyone from the royal family. However, I want the power in their hands. However, after I complete what I need, I'll return it to you. After saying this, they looked at each other. At this moment, they lowered their heads and looked at Ji Yu. Ji Yu slowly stepped forward and said, actually, I've done what I want. The imperial family isn't a good thing to me. The general said, I admit that I'm not your match. But what should we do? Nothing. Hand over the management of the army to me. I'll give you a perfect army and a powerful empire. After saying ahoo, the two of them looked at each other. Only then did Ji Yu reach out and wave her hand. At this moment, the person who had been watching them from the wall finally landed. Ji Yu laughed and said, General Huang, you've done a good job. Those people looked solemnly at Ji Yu. Their eyes were filled with incomparable determination. Only then did Ji Yu turn around. At this moment, they picked up the treasures beside them and left Ji Yu's mansion. Ji Yu wore a long robe and summoned her vermilion bird fire armor for the first time. Riding a white tiger, it ran towards the direction of the gate. After a while, it arrived in front of the gate. Only then did the Xian beast stop in its tracks. Only then did they land on the ground. They looked in Ji Yu's direction and slowly said, kill. After roaring out this sentence, everyone slowly flew forward and took out their treasures. Only then did they look in the direction of the palace. After a battle cry, the people around him rushed forward with various treasures in their hands. They ran to the stairs and brandished their treasures. Only then did they raise their hands and cut down the treasures. When the soldiers in the palace saw this, they rushed down and were seen by the treasures. When they saw the treasures, they retreated and blocked Ji Yu. They looked at each other. They didn't expect that Ji Yu, who was loyal to the imperial family yesterday, would lead an army to force the palace. One of the eunuchs quickly walked out and said, wait, wait. Ji Yu raised her hand. The people around her slowly stopped. They looked at each other and one of them said, Ji Yu, what are you going to do? Clean up the traitors. After Ji Yu shouted this sentence, they looked at each other. It wasn't impossible to clean up the traitors at this time. But how come they didn't know there were traitors in the palace? They immediately tensed up and covered themselves in armor, running forward one after another. They led the army and quickly ran to the front of the crowd. They looked forward and waved their treasures in front of them. Along with the sound, everyone quickly ran out. After seeing this scene, Ji Yu turned around. These soldiers are traitors. Kill them. After Ji Yu shouted this sentence, the people around her flew out one after another. They raised the treasures in their hands and stabbed the people around them. Countless armored soldiers only had the pitiful strength of the first tier of the human profound realm. Those weapons pierced through their bodies. Ji Yu took a deep breath. Only then did they turn their heads around. Those treasures were sent flying, and the rest of the people were all sent flying. Countless people slowly fell into a pool of blood at this moment. Blood flowed down quickly at this moment. Only then did they slowly take a deep breath. Ji Yu rode on a mystical beast and quickly flew forward. Those mystical beasts broke through the palace gate at this time. It could be said that everyone around the palace was being held hostage by the palace. At this time, the rest of the people ran out. They took out treasures in their hands and surrounded those treasures. At this time, Ji Yu glanced over. Ji Yu slowly walked out. The people in front of her knelt on the ground and looked at Ji Yu. Ji Yu turned around and shouted. All the soldiers occupied the city wall. At this time, countless corpses fell down. When they saw this scene, they looked at each other before Ji Yu slowly said, You are not allowed to kill anyone from the Wang family. After Ji Yu shouted this, the people around her walked down and raised their spears. After seeing this scene, they slowly walked forward. The king of the central region frowned and walked out with the people around him. My dear minister, why are you doing this? Your Majesty, please hand over the Imperial Guards, the Imperial Jade Seal, the military seals of the 13 Black Troops and the National Seal. After hearing this, the king of the Central Region's eyes turned cold. Do you all think that I am a good-for-nothing because I have always given in to Star Soul Hall? How dare you? I am the emperor of a country. I have inherited the dark force of the dragon vein. After saying this, the dark force on his body stepped on the ground. At this time, the dark force turned into a mystical dragon and covered Jiyu's body. It wasn't just the power of one real dragon. The power of 4 real dragons quickly gathered at this time. The 4 huge dragons roared at the same time. What? The king of the Central Region couldn't believe his eyes. Jiyu actually had the power of 4 real dragons. Did he unify the 4 regions? This was impossible. No one could do such a great thing. Even he couldn't. The power of the real dragons in his body was left behind when the Central Region was united. Your Majesty, I don't want to fight with you for the power of the real dragons behind you. As long as you hand it over, we will definitely leave. After roaring out these words, they turned their heads around and mounted their Xian beasts. At this moment, they took one step after another towards the back. The armored soldiers had already given in. The people below them exchanged glances. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. After he stepped on the ground, the surrounding power quickly gathered at this time. He flew forward one step. At this time, he quickly disappeared from where he was. He punched out. The fist quickly gathered in his hand and flew forward heavily. At this time, the dark force of the flying dragon gathered quickly. When the fist landed, he directly raised his palm and withdrew it. The profound energy barrier appeared, and at this moment, the profound energy dragon collided with the dragon. The 2 profound energies collided, and the 2 profound energies collided. Jiyu flew forward and landed behind that person. Jiyu waved his palm and the 2 palms collided at this time. With a loud boom, they flew forward. They all had treasured weapons in their hands, and at that moment, they placed them in front of Jiyu. Monarch True Chi wasn't something that couldn't be dispelled. But to Jiyu, who had 4 layers of dragon chi, it was easy for him to understand. He swung out a heavy punch, and the 2 profound energies collided with each other at a high speed. As the dark force dissipated, Jiyu flew down. 2 earth dragons wrapped around him. Jiyu said indifferently, Your Majesty, please hand over the item. The king of the Central Region smiled bitterly. He had never expected that he would have such a day. He spat out a mouthful of blood and closed his eyes in despair. Do it. Jiyu waved her hand, and the rest of the people rushed into the room and began searching the various palaces. Countless girls were still wearing thin clothes, and it didn't take long for them to find the item. Jiyu said indifferently, You are still the king of the Central Region. Pass down my order. The armored soldiers officially take over the Imperial Army. As soon as he finished his sentence, everyone arrived at the periphery. Jiyu's toughness was beyond everyone's expectations. They all looked at her warily. The power of the mystical dragon on the king of Central Region's body was broken. Jiyu looked at him coldly. He said calmly, Kill them. After Jiyu's roar, the rest of the people ran forward, raised the long swords in their hands and directly chopped off the head of the person in front of them. The head rolled to the ground at this moment. After Jiyu saw this, she killed the soldiers beside the king of Central Region's king. Everyone was shocked by the scene. They all sucked in a cold breath. With a prized artifact in hand, he slowly walked forward. The king of Central Region closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He said to Jiyu, All right, I promise you. After receiving the promise, Jiyu waved her hand and placed a pile of elixirs on the table. Jiyu said calmly, Your Majesty, please take this elixir. All the eunuchs in the palace should take this elixir. After Jiyu said this, the king of Central Region laughed out loud. He walked forward and took the elixir from Jiyu's hand. He swallowed it in one gulp. He felt his body tremble and his dark force was taken away. Jiyu slapped his palm heavily, and the 2 forces collided. In an instant, the soul force scattered in all directions. Jiyu slapped his palm heavily, and the 2 forces collided. In an instant, the soul force scattered in all directions. At this moment, Jiyu slowly took 2 steps forward and slapped his palm on his head. The rest of the people took a deep breath. At this moment, the rest of the people put on their clothes and slowly took a step forward. At this moment, a few fragments appeared in the air. A trace of the souls of the people around them appeared. They were all controlled by the spiritual force. No one had expected that Jiyu's elixir would have such a great effect. That surge of Xian energy drained everyone's Xian energy. The king of the central region slumped to the ground. No matter what, even if the power returned to him in the future, the dark force of those officials and generals was so strong. In the future, the entire imperial family, would only be a puppet. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. He didn't expect that the foundation handed to him by the ancestor would be abandoned by him like this. He sighed and turned around, facing the other direction and sitting on a chair. Jiyu sat on the chair and looked out coldly. There was a map in front of him. Unlike the other 4 regions, they didn't place the evolving temple anywhere else. At this moment, they looked at each other. Reporting to the great general, take a look at the evolving divine temple. The main hall has settled down on the Heavenly King Mountain, and this Heavenly King Mountain is unexpectedly beyond our expectations. It is after the 3 great empires, heading north and leaving that place. The two of them looked at each other. Jiyu looked at the map in front of her. If they wanted to take over the mountain in front of them, they had to take over the Empire of the Rising Sun and the Empire of Feixing. Jiyu's Star Soul Empire didn't have a good relationship with the Star Soul Hall. Hence, they weren't strong enough. He turned around and took a deep breath. They flew forward and turned around. Jiyu said calmly, if we want to conquer these 2 empires, we have to start with a small empire. The 2 great generals in front of him looked at each other. One of the generals walked forward at this moment. They cupped their hands and said to Jiyu, young master, we don't know what you have in mind. Where should we start? He had a doubtful look on his face. He seemed to be waiting for Jiyu's answer. Jiyu looked at the map in front of her and said calmly, pass down my order. Gather everyone. After Jiyu shouted this, countless generals gathered and walked into Jiyu's room. Jiyu sat on the chair and asked calmly, let me ask you, which country do you plan to use as our first stop? General Huang took a deep breath and said, young master, we should use the Star Luo Empire first. That way, we can open a path. The 2 generals around him nodded in agreement. Jiyu said calmly, then let's use the Star Luo Empire as our first target. After saying that, Jiyu gathered an army of 100,000 cultivators and walked out of the door. Jiyu sat on a Xian beast and rode it out of the room. In the military camp, a total of 100,000 men stood there. They were not ordinary people, they all had Xian energy on their bodies. As long as that Xian energy was poured into their bodies, that Xian energy would become their strongest resistance. He slowly opened his eyes, and a burst of Xian qi appeared in his hands. At this moment, the Xian qi gathered in his palms, and in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. A moment later, he stepped on the wall, and after a few steps, the surrounding army sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Jiyu is so powerful? They looked at each other. Although many of the generals agreed, they weren't convinced. Who was this Jiyu? She actually dared to say that she wanted to rule over them. At this moment, one of the generals slowly walked out. His body quickly gathered a powerful Xian qi. At this moment, that Xian qi gathered at the position of his dantian. Jiyu took a step back and said calmly, is there anyone else who isn't convinced? After hearing this, a few generals walked out. Although the general had introduced Jiyu to everyone who was qualified to be a commander, these subordinates didn't know who Jiyu was. A general called Tainyo walked forward. I'm the first to disagree. He snorted coldly. Apart from a very small number of people who knew about this, the rest didn't know what was going on in the palace. They looked at each other. They all cheered for Tainyo. Jiyu smiled faintly and said, Deputy General, step forward. Is the general going to challenge me with a deputy general? Isn't this a stupid action? Does his strength represent your strength? After shouting this, Jiyu also felt that what he said was reasonable. So she took a step forward and covered her body with the Xian qi of the 5th layer of the human profound realm. Her Xian qi was formed and flames were burning. Wearing silver armor, they looked at each other. Tainyo quickly flew forward, picked up the long spear in his hand and swung it towards Jiyu. Jiyu jumped up and grabbed the spear with one hand. She casually swung the spear and seized it. At the same time, she turned around and stabbed the spear. Tainyo was also an expert of the third layer of the human profound realm. The Xianxia on his body was the legendary defensive Xianxia. The spear collided with the Xianxia of that guy. After the collision, the spear burst out with a mysterious light, releasing a huge amount of light in an instant. Jiyu took a step back and said to the person in front of her, "Do you admit defeat now?" After hearing Jiyu's words, he said faintly, "I, Tainyo, admit defeat." "Greetings, General." The rest of the teams also cupped their hands and agreed to this matter. They looked at each other and walked to the side. Tainyo cupped his hands and said to Jiyu in front of him, "But with your current strength, you'll lose face if you go out. So I'll choose 5,000 people from among you to form an elite team." After hearing this, the rest of the people stepped forward and took out their treasures. They placed them in front of Li Qia with a spirited expression on their faces. Jiyu looked at them and said faintly, "Those who are below the fourth layer of the human profound realm, take a step back." After Jiyu shouted this sentence, only 500 people in the army reached the fourth layer of the human profound realm. Jiyu felt it was a pity. "Those who are below the third layer of the human profound realm, take a step back." Another shout was heard, and the rest of the people also retreated at the same time. However, this time, there were at least 2,000 people. After selecting 3,000 people who were around the second layer of the human profound realm, Jiyu distributed pills to them and said, "The rules for following me are very simple. If you work hard, I'll give you precious weapons, pills, and gold coins." After shouting this sentence, they looked at each other and cupped their hands and said, "Long live, long live." It was rare to see a general who said he wasn't greedy for money in the entire Star Soul Empire. Jiyu wanted to stabilize his rear, so naturally, he couldn't let them follow him into battle, no matter if they were originally supposed to stay here. Or could it be that the royal family and the other generals all had ulterior motives? The army that Jiyu used to control them had to stay here. Thinking of this, they slowly walked out. Then, Jiyu taught them some simple mental cultivation methods and mystic skills. After the sound of the bugle horn was heard, Jiyu led the people outside. He turned his head and said faintly, "Follow me." Jiyu took a step forward, and the rest of the people followed suit. At the same time, Jiyu took a step forward and waved the treasures in front of them. The treasures were handed over to the soldiers on both sides of the road, and there was a dejected look in their eyes. After all, they were going to the Star Luo Empire's mysterious Jade Pass this time. Ning Yuan was in charge of the profound Jade Pass. He was one of the Star Luo Empire's 15 fierce generals, even though he was ranked at the bottom. No one knew what would happen along the way. Jiyu slowly took a step forward at this moment. The soldiers beside her also slowly walked forward at this moment. Many people began to discuss spiritedly on top of the wall. How could such a small team take down the profound Jade Pass? Was this a joke? A faint smile appeared on everyone's face. It was as if it wasn't inappropriate to watch this group of people throw their lives away. They just pulled out their snacks and started to eat. Jiyu sat in the carriage. At the same time, countless horses began to gallop in another direction. Jiyu rode a large white tiger shan beast and took the lead in front of the group. Rather than saying that Jiyu was leading the troops on an expedition, it was more accurate to say that she was playing with water. Every time she arrived at a place, she would stop the troops. The royal family didn't give her much food. Jiyu would stop at a place and send some soldiers to ditching next to her. She would also sell all the extra pills she had. When she got back all the gold coins, Jiyu would distribute them to the soldiers. Every soldier looked at the gold coins in their hands. A smile appeared in their eyes. At this moment, the few people beside her were looking at the carriages, and their eyes lit up. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and raised her hand. At this time, Jiyu waved her hand and said to the people in front of her, "Distribute the gold coins to everyone. Whoever dares to touch it will die." After hearing Jiyu's words, everyone looked at each other. No one dared to take it. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the mysterious Jade Keep. The general of the mysterious Jade Keep, Ning Yuan, walked out and took out a treasure. They looked down and said, "Ha ha ha ha, you must be the general of the Star Soul Empire. Why are you here?" Jiyu took a step forward and calmly said, "Of course it's to take the Star Luo Empire under our Star Soul Empire." Ha ha ha, this is simply daydreaming. He waved his hand and countless crossbowmen came out. They stuck a talisman on their crossbows. This was a basic formation that could increase the power of the crossbows by 80 times. After he shouted this sentence, the remaining crossbowmen came forward and stepped on the ground. Ning Yuan said, "If you don't retreat now, you won't have the chance to walk out of our territory." The threat in his words was extremely strong. Jiyu smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then so be it." After roaring this sentence, a lot of arrows flew out from the surrounding area. Jiyu swung the Kuanping giant sword heavily. At this time, the Kuanping giant sword on her body condensed on the giant sword. In an instant, the Kuanping giant sword exploded and blocked all the crossbow arrows in front of her. The crossbow arrows stabbed into the ground beside her. Jiyu took a step forward and waved her hand, "Go." After roaring out these words, those experts of the first layer of the human profound realm rushed forward one after another. They were holding the latest treasures that Jiyu had given them, which directly increased their strength to the second layer of the human profound realm. Fire profound skill, release. Ding, the host has commanded 100,000 troops and gained 1 by 999 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the commander skill, fragrance of 1,000 miles. This move allowed all the skills to be gathered at one point, shattering the city wall in front of him. After roaring out these words, those Xian energy burst forward one after another. They bombarded the city wall and in an instant, the power of the city wall gradually collapsed. Countless soldiers were attached to the city wall like ants. The sea of blood collapsed and countless people fell down from the city wall. At this time, the people behind them would replace them. As they came and went, the stench of blood rushed forward like a tsunami. They collapsed in the pool of blood and slowly walked forward. After seeing Jiyu, they turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. These hundreds of people were the Killing God army under Ning Yuan. As long as the Killing God army was dispatched, Jiyu would definitely die. They jumped on the city wall and rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the Kuanping giant sword. In an instant, the Kuanping giant sword in her hand shone brightly. At this time, the Xianxia filled the treasure in Jiyu's hand. At this time, Jiyu waved her sword and countless fireballs flew out. Those fireballs fell down like meteors. They took a step forward and raised their hands to gather the Xianxia in their hands. They hit Jiyu's fireballs on his body one after another. At this time, he slowly took a step forward and raised his hand to block all the fireballs outside his protective energy. But unexpectedly, Jiyu held the Kuanping giant sword and spun it quickly. He picked up the giant sword in his hand. Perhaps he had sensed the power in Jiyu's hand. The Killing God army gathered together, raised their hands, and put their Xianxia together to form a huge defensive shield. At this time, the Kuanping giant sword collided with each other. At this time, the white light shone brightly and the two forces collided. They were sent flying. Jiyu waved his hand, and the rest of the people took out their own precious weapons and stabbed them into the bodies of the dead cultivators. He said lightly, "I didn't expect you to have such strong strength." They looked at each other. At the same time, the Killing God army didn't have time to gather again because they didn't have the protection of protective energy. It seemed that they had reached their limit. They retreated one after another and looked in the direction of their general, hoping that he could give the order to retreat at this time. Only in this way could they escape from the jaws of death. After witnessing this scene, Jiyu slowly opened his mouth and said, "Pass down my order. Kill." After shouting this sentence, the rest of the people also took out their treasured weapons and ran forward. Jiyu's figure flashed, disappeared, and appeared in front of them. She took out her treasured weapon and swung it heavily, eliminating the remaining forces of the Killing God army. Only then did Jiyu say calmly, "Surround the city walls." Everyone surrounded the city wall. Ning Yuan took a deep breath. Why did such a thing happen? Why did such a problem happen? He couldn't believe that his Killing God army would become like this. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said indifferently, "Retreat. Quick, retreat for lousy." After roaring out this sentence, they looked at each other and slowly stood up. In an instant, they took the treasures in their hands and retreated one after another. Jiyu said lightly, "Pass my order, gold echelon, move forward." After Jiyu shouted this sentence, the gold echelon stepped forward. Ji-sang inserted his treasured weapons into the ground. Their treasured weapons were all big shields. The countless shields gathered together in an instant. The big shields quickly became bigger. Fire echelon, release. Another roar was heard, and countless balls of flames quickly gathered at this moment. Those flames gathered at this time, and countless fireballs flew into the sky. When they saw the fireballs in the sky, their eyes quickly condensed together. He took a deep breath of cold air. Jiyu's figure disappeared in an instant. After a while, she appeared on the city wall. As long as the temperature was high enough, the city wall in front of her could be melted down, especially after Jiyu entered the golden mysterious energy. The city wall seemed to be turned into tofu crumbs in an instant. Jiyu waved her hand and shouted this sentence. At this time, the rest of the people picked up their treasured weapons in front of them. After they shouted, they ran forward. They raised the spears high and inserted the treasured weapons into the city wall. At this time, the city wall shook and collapsed. Under the protection of his personal guards, Ning Yuan quickly retreated to the back and shouted loudly, "Kill." After shouting this sentence, the huge army ran forward at this time. Jiyu waved her hand at the same time, and 10,000 soldiers rushed into the crowd like a bulldozer. They pushed those people to the ground. In the huge crowd, there was no need to use too many mystical skills. They could be trampled to death with their feet. At this time, they ran forward one after another. Jiyu shouted, "Kill." After shouting "kill," everyone rushed forward crazily as if they didn't care about their lives. Regardless of whether the mysterious energy hit them or not, they just stared with wide eyes. He could see it with a deep gaze. When the soldiers under Jiyu's command heard Jiyu's words, they became even crazier. No one with good cultivation talent was willing to work for the Wang family. Their daily military expenses were not enough for them to buy any pills. However, the elixirs that Jiyu had given them yesterday had increased their dark force by quite a bit. At this moment, the dark force was rapidly gathering. The remaining few people exchanged glances with each other. It was at this moment that they slowly walked out and released the treasures. They fell in a pool of blood. Looking at the blood flowing from their soldiers, they slowly opened their eyes and looked at Jiyu. They stood up, shouted "Kill," and rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and instantly disappeared from where he was standing. After waving her hand, the remaining people picked up the treasures in their hands. At this time, Jiyu picked up the Kuanping giant sword and ran forward at the same time. Dark beast possession. Ning Yuan roared. It turned out that it was another person who used the soul of a dark beast. A white tiger covered his body in an instant, and he swung out a claw. All the trees fell down. After he landed on the ground, he quickly ran out 2 steps. At the same time, he jumped up at this time and swung his claw heavily on Jiyu. Only then did Jiyu take a step forward. In an instant, she disappeared from the place. The Kuanping giant sword in her hand was swung out at this time. Raging flames broke out in an instant, and countless fireballs flew out at this time. Ning Yuan fell heavily on the ground. He was blown up by the power of this explosion. The tearing force at this time was quickly pulling up Jiyu's Gangqi. Jiyu quickly turned around and swung out a fist. The fist collided with the Gangqi, and the Gangqi was broken at this time. Ning Yuan never expected that he was not Jiyu's opponent. In an instant, he took 2 steps back and fixed his eyes on Jiyu. The two of them separated. Ning Yuan stroked his wound. The power of this guy's sword just now had actually torn open the black iron-like skin on his shoulder. This was simply incredible. At this time, he looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu instantly raised the treasured weapon in her hand and quickly ran out. She held the Kuanping giant sword in her hand and swung it out heavily. At this time, a thunder dragon quickly flew out of the Kuanping giant sword. At this moment, the lightning dragon let out a furious roar in the sky. This person's strength is too strong. If I don't resist, I don't know what will happen to me. Thunder dragon. I don't know if my white tiger soul can unload the power of thunder and lightning. He gathered all his Xian energy into his fists. In the blink of an eye, he flew forward and brandished his fists at this moment. At this time, the thunder dragon collided with Ning Yuan's palms. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the thunder dragon in front of him. The thunder dragon kept roaring. At this moment, he was gradually forced to come forward. He was carried by the thunder dragon and directly glided out. Ning Yuan roared angrily. How dare you? Roar. You want to leave here? After roaring out those words, he exerted strength with both hands and flung the lightning dragon away. The lightning dragon collided with the army at this moment. How could they resist Jiyu's dark skill? After the dark force collided with the army, the surrounding power of thunder and lightning burst out in an instant. Suddenly, a piece of charred black appeared on their bodies. After letting out a blood-curdling scream, he slowly collapsed into a pool of blood. Ning Yuan kept gasping for breath. Boy, your dark skill is only SOSO. Watch me. Dark skill, flying white tiger. After he roared, the dark force gradually burst out at this time. The white tiger soul covered his body at this time. In an instant, he jumped up and disappeared in an instant. He gathered the dark force in his fists. He quickly spun his body. The white tiger's soul gathered in his fist at this moment, and he swung it out in a circle. In an instant, the dark force in his fists gathered rapidly. The white tiger's soul power gathered in his fists and punched out heavily. A fierce tiger flew out from his fists and ran on the ground. At this time, it ran forward. Jiyu took a step forward and punched out heavily. Jiyu's fists released a ball of flame. The two fists collided at this time. At the collision of the fists, a terrifying power gathered at this time. The surrounding dark force burst out in an instant. In an instant, it burst out. That burst of profound energy shattered at this moment, and the remaining few people fell down at this moment. They slammed onto the ground and spat out blood from their mouths. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. The dark force in his body seemed to have been drained at this time. Jiyu slowly took 2 steps forward and slapped his back. At this time, the dark force was drawn up by Jiyu and the soul of the Master of Star Soul Hall was sent into Ning Yuan's body. Ning Yuan's soul and the soul of the Master of Star Soul Hall were quickly merging at this time. However, Ning Yuan's original body's consciousness was completely gone. Jiyu reached out and grabbed. In an instant, the power of the soul was sucked into the other party's body. At this time, he slowly exhaled and stood up. They gathered in front of Jiyu in an instant. Jiyu turned around and sent a trace of soul power into his body. At this time, he stood up at this time. Ning Yuan's eyes were no longer clear. Jiyu's consciousness was then sent into Ning Yuan's body. With a thought, Ning Yuan suddenly raised his head and said, "Take off your armor and surrender." Everyone who was still fighting was stunned. He raised his head at this time. However, it was not easy for a group of soldiers to betray their own country. They looked at each other and seemed to have a trace of doubt in their hearts. Then they stopped and looked in the direction of Jiyu. One of them stepped forward and said indifferently to Ning Yuan in front of him, "We will never surrender. General, if what you did today is known by others, you will die without a burial place in the future." After shouting these words, they looked at each other. The rest of the people jumped down and raised the precious weapons in their hands. They then rushed forward. Jiyu took out a precious weapon, picked up the precious weapon in front of her, ran forward, and swung the precious weapon down heavily. Ning Yuan suddenly moved, took Jiyu's precious weapon, and rushed forward. They jumped up and swung the precious weapon heavily in the direction of Jiyu. Those who didn't want to surrender were killed by Ning Yuan alone in that long passage. He continuously brandished the treasured weapon in his hand in all directions. Those people fell into a pool of blood as they slowly gasped for breath. The rest of the people had long been scared out of their wits. They kept gasping for breath. Jiyu saw the fear in their eyes. She raised the precious weapon in her hand and said indifferently, "Those who surrender will not be killed." After shouting these words, the rest of the people looked at each other. At this time, they slowly walked forward and intertwined their precious weapons with each other. He raised his head and glanced forward. At this time, Jiyu said slowly, pass down my order. Gather everyone in the army. Also, let the newcomers have a full meal. After saying this, they gathered and surrounded Jiyu. At this time, they took a deep breath. At this time, they looked at each other and didn't know what to do next. They turned around and disappeared. After a while, they quickly ran to eat. Under Jiyu's order, they cooked a pot of mystical beast meat. They smelled the fragrance in front of them. After looking at each other, they slowly said, "This is meat." They began to eat. Each of them held a large bowl of rice and Xian beast meat. This kind of treatment was rare. Ordinary people naturally couldn't compare to them. However, their treatment was only slightly better than ordinary people. After eating a full meal, Jiyu rode on a mystical beast and led the army forward slowly. Not long after, they came to Jiangbei city. They looked down. Jiyu slowly said, "This Jiangbei city is not bad." The city was tall and their equipment was good. The deputy general cupped his fist to Jiyu and said, "General, what should we do?" After hearing this, Jiyu slowly said, "This time, why don't I send Ning Yuan?" After hearing Jiyu's words, they looked at each other. At this time, they clapped and waved. Jiyu's divine sense entered Ning Yuan's body. His originally white eyes regained a trace of clarity. He sat on a Xian beast and slowly walked out with more than 3,000 people beside him. When they came out, Jiyu changed the clothes on them. He had them change into a set of tattered clothes. At this moment, they were riding on the Xian beasts. At this moment, the Xian beasts slowly walked forward. They looked around and Jiyu let out a loud roar. At this moment, Ning Yuan and the others arrived at the city gates. The chief gatekeeper on the city walls slowly walked out and looked down. He asked indifferently, "What's going on?" At this time, Ning Yuan was controlled by Jiyu's divine sense. He picked up the token and raised it high. "This one is Ning Yuan. Quickly open the city gate. This one can't make up his mind. Please wait for a moment." After saying this, an official walked out and looked down. After seeing the token, he sucked in a cold breath. However, his expression suddenly turned cold. He said faintly, "Why didn't you guard the mysterious Jade Pass? Why did you dare to enter the city gate?" After hearing this, they looked at each other. Ning Yuan opened his mouth and said, "How dare you? I'm the general of the border. You should open the gate quickly. Otherwise, I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. The enemy is right behind us. We can retreat, but what about you?" Suddenly, a thick fog appeared in the air. At this time, countless soldiers riding white horses slowly came out. He sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was really powerful. He took a deep breath. At this time, the rest of the people were also closing in on Ning Yuan. But Jiyu didn't order to charge. At this time, the city gate slowly opened. "Let them in, let them in." After shouting this sentence, the city gate opened. Ning Yuan led 3,000 soldiers into the city. The official anxiously shouted to close the gate. At this time, the gate slowly closed. He said excitedly to Ning Yuan, "Great General, what should we do next? If Jiangbei city is gone, they can use this place as a formation to spread out." After hearing this, they looked at each other. Seeing Jiyu and the others stand up and ride the Xian beasts, the people around them surrounded them. After seeing this scene, Jiyu turned around. He picked up the treasure tool in his hand and swung it out with all his might. At this time, the treasure collided with the official's neck. At this time, blood flowed down from his neck and slowly collapsed. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Oh my God, the city lord's advisor was killed. What should they do? The city lord went to northern Imo city for a banquet and wouldn't be back for at least 8 to 10 days. Now, they didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and jumped down one after another. They picked up the treasure in their hands and looked in Jiyu's direction. They charged and directly jumped up. Jiyu followed the people beside her. At this time, she also flew quickly with the treasure in her hand and killed the people in front of her. With Jiyu, there were others. The defending army was in chaos. Jiyu's deputy also raised his treasure at this time. Attack! After roaring out this sentence, the army also charged forward at this moment, killing their way to the bottom of the city wall. They directly used lightning profound skill, countless lightning hammers like hammers heavily collided with the gate. The door suddenly burst open, and the remaining people also rushed in at this time. The moment they came in, they took control of all the city guards of Jiangbei City. When the city lord of northern Mo City received this news, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground. Only then did Ji Yu raise his hand. At this time, the rest of the people slowly walked forward. They looked at each other and a few officials walked in front of Ji Yu obediently. They opened their mouths and said, "Great General, may I know where you are from?" "Star Soul Empire." "Oh, so that's the case. Now that you have taken northern Mo City, it's not that we want to say this, but you better take the resources here and run quickly." "Yes, our empire belongs to the North Star Hall." After saying this, they looked at each other. At this time, a group of men wearing black robes walked out from the direction of the North Star Hall. They looked in the direction of Ji Yu and locked their gazes on Ji Yu. "Are you from the Star Soul Empire?" At this time, the surrounding people approached Ji Yu and the red robes on their bodies fluttered in the wind. Ji Yu cupped her fists and said, "I am Ji Yu from the Star Soul Empire." "I don't know that you are from the Star Soul Hall?" "Ha ha ha, you don't know. The Star Soul Hall is a troop under the control of our great general." After hearing this, the few people beside him took in a cold breath. However, these people in red robes didn't have much of a change in expression. They only looked at each other. "You know that he is from the Star Soul Hall. Are you going to let him in just like that?" A middle-aged man in red robes flew forward and raised his hand. Ji Yu raised her hand and the two Xian forces collided. After the two fists collided, they flew backwards. He said indifferently, "Kid, you are quite strong." Ji Yu smiled and said, "Humph." After snorting coldly, they looked at each other. Ji Yu waved her hand and the rest of the people flew forward and arrived in front of Ji Yu. They raised their hands and countless fists appeared in the air. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds were heard. Ji Yu jumped up and turned around. At this moment, her Xianxia exploded and rebounded those fists. After the fists rebounded, they hit their backs and all of them flew backwards. They hit the ground. The remaining soldiers walked forward and pinned him to the ground. Ji Yu waved his fan and walked forward. They looked in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu said, "From today onwards, Jiangbei City belongs to the Xinghun Empire." The scroll unfurled at this moment. Countless castles appeared on the map. The isolated cities were erected solemnly. Ji Yu led a group of people forward. Jiangbei City was in their hands now. A few young generals stood in front of Ji Yu. "General, we're leading a group of people to attack Gongbei City's protector city from the left. We can draw a semicircle and stop in front of the capital city." The remaining few people looked at each other. Ji Yu said slowly, "I can put the item in front of me." After saying this, they looked at each other. Ji Yu said, "I'll lead another group to attack from the right. We'll draw the semicircle together. Long live the general, long live the general." At the same time, in the Feilua Empire, the Feilua king opened his eyes and laughed loudly at the map in front of him. "Ha ha ha ha, look, Xinghun and Xingluo have started fighting. Pass down my orders, your army will set off from the border. You must take down the capital city in the shortest time possible." The people around him cupped their hands and agreed. Ji Yu looked up and gathered a ball of fire in his hand. The ball of fire came crashing down. He stepped on the air and quickly shot up into the sky. Dozens of people appeared in front of him. They held their weapons and charged towards Ji Yu. Ji Yu jumped up and chopped down a general in front of him. The rest of the people closed in. Ji Yu raised his hand and the rest of the soldiers closed in. Ji Yu turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was floating in the void. Beads of sweat rolled down the forehead of the general of Gongbei City. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Who is this general? I heard that he is the newest general of the Star Soul Empire. We can't do anything to him." After saying this, he frowned. "This general is incomparably valiant. It seems that we are not their match. What should we do?" "Kill." After shouting this, the great general of Gongbei City slammed his saber heavily on the horse's back. The fierce horse neighed and danced forward while waving its saber. A heavy slash slid down. A few heads flew out, and they collapsed in a pool of blood. Jiyu looked at the people in front of her and said coldly, "Those who surrender will be spared." Jiyu slashed down the Kuanping sword. In an instant, it was as if there was a huge Kuanping dancing in the sky and then pouring into the deep sea. It flapped its wings heavily and seemed to have sent all the generals flying in an instant. The great general of Gongbei City shouted coldly, "How dare you? I'll take your life." Golden body transformation, mystical skill, Vairocana Buddha true body. General, this is the 32nd general of the Star Luo Empire. He is more powerful than the general of Jiangbei City. Yes. Jiyu listened to the reports of her two deputies. She pulled on the reins of her mystical beast and urged it forward. Dang, dang, dang. 3 clear sounds of bells rang out, and in an instant, a large expanse of auspicious clouds appeared in the air, covering the entire sky. At this moment, the clouds were slowly approaching the group of people. That general's huge face appeared in the sky. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Kill." After shouting those words, that general actually floated in the sky like a Buddha. He roared at Jiyu, and a palm broke through the clouds. Blazing flames surrounded that huge palm. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Jiyu. Jiyu turned around. She held the Kuanping sword in one hand and swung it forward heavily. The slap landed heavily on the ground. The two forces collided directly. What will happen to my lord? No one can withstand my lord's palm. This is the power of a Buddha. The two forces collided with each other heavily. At this moment, the forces collided with each other, and the dark force started to vibrate in all directions. The people around them could no longer withstand this powerful pressure. They were sent flying and crashed heavily on various tables. At this moment, they spat out blood from their mouths. The Star Soul Empire's army suffered a huge loss because they were protected by Jiyu. Jiyu slowly walked forward at this moment. She forced all the Xian energy into her arm. The Xian energy slowly gathered at this moment. After Jiyu added that layer of Xian energy, even such a huge palm was sent flying. Jiyu shouted, "Enter the city. Kill." The remaining people held on to their treasured swords and rushed towards Jiyu. They lifted their heads and stared at Jiyu. Jiyu stood up with the long saber in his hand and swung his sword down heavily. The long saber collided with the crowd in front of him and suddenly, a strong burst of Xian energy erupted. A few people around them were sent flying. The general's body swayed, and blood flowed out from his body. He looked like he couldn't take it anymore. Jiyu walked in front of him with her treasured weapon. He said indifferently, "Attack." However, the soldiers behind him all curled up. No matter how he shouted, they didn't dare to go forward. Jiyu slowly walked in front of them and said indifferently, "Surrender." The general spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Jiyu coldly and said, "Jiyu, I will not live under the same sky as you." Jiyu ignored his words. She turned around and walked towards him with her treasured weapon. The long sword in her hand slashed down and chopped off the general's head. With this general's head, the remaining people didn't dare to say anything. They quickly scattered in all directions. Jiyu said indifferently, "Massacre the city." This place was different from Jiangbei City. It was said that the cultivation atmosphere here was quite strong. Therefore, Jiyu ordered to kill all the Xian cultivators here. They all had Xian skills. In the face of a life and death crisis, the underground strength of each family was fully unleashed. The leader was an expert at the peak of the 5th level of the human profound realm called Jiangning. He stood in the middle of the mansion. Jiyu just entered the city. She boasted shamelessly that she would kill all of our families. Our lives are connected. Even if we are strong, how can we fight with them? That's right. We can take the opportunity to contact the people from the Star Soul Hall. I don't believe they can watch this happen. After roaring out those words, they slowly walked forward with long blades in their hands. Their gazes landed on Jiyu, only to see him brandishing his treasured weapon and charging in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu just walked out of the mansion of a few deputy generals. She was dressed in black and wore a black mask. She wrote on the wall and looked coldly at the crowd below. They pulled out their swords. In this battle, if we can't kill that bastard Jiyu, we will be the ones to die. They jumped to the top of the city wall. After shouting kill, they jumped down one after another. They waved the long sabers in their hands and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu closed her eyes. She didn't even activate her treasured weapon. When the 5 Xian lights were near her, she opened her eyes. He abruptly opened his eyes and heavily waved his palm. That powerful Xianxia suddenly waved out at this moment, and 3 loud bangs were heard. Suddenly, the Xian light landed on the ground and exploded with 3 loud sounds. He held the sword and looked towards Jiyu. Jiyu jumped up and kicked one of the black-cloaked men. That leg technique was a heaven-level Xian skill. After receiving this heavy blow, that black-cloaked man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into a pool of blood. The remaining few people quickly closed in. Jiyu, today we have a total of 331 human Xian realm experts. Even if you are strong, so what? Why don't you accept your death obediently? This way, there may be a way out. That's right. The surrounding people roared at the same time. They took out their treasured weapons and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu's cold eyes made their hearts tremble involuntarily. She kicked out. Under this heavy blow, the person in front of her spat out blood and was sent flying. He landed on the ground and helped Song Anu up with both hands. Jiyu turned around and kicked both of them hard on the ground. They clamped their long swords on their bodies and waved them. Suddenly, they slashed down heavily towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly ran 2 steps forward and disappeared from her original spot. Ding! Host used the 3000 cloud movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Jiyu suddenly flew into the sky and fell down heavily, colliding with that power on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the sky lit up with a white light. That white light suddenly shone towards the sky. That strong Xianxia was forced to come forward at this moment. Jiyu slapped down heavily with her palm. With a loud bang, the 2 profound energies collided with each other. With a wave of Jiyu's hand, countless armored soldiers rushed into the crowd. They raised their machetes and slashed crazily. Suddenly, 12 arhats flew out from the crowd. They held long swords in their hands and swung them into the crowd. Instantly, screams of agony came from the crowd. At this moment, blood flowed all over the ground. They looked at each other and took a deep breath. Jiyu turned around and looked in front. In an instant, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. At this moment, the profound energy in his hand started to gather, forming a ball of lightning in the air. What powerful lightning dark force! The great general of Gongbei City gasped. If this attack landed on them, they would not know what to do. Everyone looked at each other. He brandished the long saber in his hand. After shouting, he shouted, "Kill!" Everyone stood up with weapons in their hands. They wanted to chase these invaders out of their homes. Jiyu stood in the crowd and looked around. He only felt an immense dark force pressure coming from the sky. At this moment, that powerful dark force pressed down on Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and swung the Kuanping giant sword in his hand. Even though the great general's true body mystic skill was formed from the power of Buddhism, his strength was being stripped away at this moment. He let out a blood-curdling scream as the flesh on his body continued to fall off. He grabbed the flesh on his body and swung it in all directions. Those pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Jiyu gasped and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in front of the great general and swung the Kuanping giant sword down heavily. A head fell to the ground just like that. Jiyu raised his hand and the crowd cheered and danced in. They danced and danced in front of Jiyu. They each held a weapon and looked coldly in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu turned around and swung his sword down heavily. Enter the city without sealing your swords. After Jiyu shouted these words, the remaining soldiers rushed into the city as if they had gone mad. They killed everywhere as if they had gone mad. Jiyu looked at all this coldly as if it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, a group of people came in front of him. He looked at the people in front of him and said indifferently, "Greetings to the great general. What should we do now?" Jiyu looked coldly in front of him. However, at this moment, all the sects inside walked out and looked in Jiyu's direction. Great General, you have always been a force in the mortal world and have never had much to do with us. However, you have invaded our territory. What exactly do you want to do? After hearing these words, they looked in front of them with sharp eyes. It was as if they would explode in the next moment. Ji Yu said indifferently, "Everyone, you can't say that. There has never been a sect that can be independent of the world." After saying this, he looked in front of them as if he was letting them choose for themselves. The crowd looked at each other. One of the sect elders snorted and walked forward. He said to the crowd in front of him disdainfully, "Why are you so polite to a general from the mortal world? Even if he is a Xian cultivator, I'm afraid he is only at the second or third level of the human profound realm." Immediately, many of the sects present expressed their agreement. What a joke, a little piece of trash dared to show off in front of them. They looked at each other and seemed to be very disdainful of this matter. Ji Yu waved his hand heavily. At this moment, the people around him also walked forward. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot and picked up the treasured weapons in their hands. "Watch me. I'll show you the power of our Tianhua sect. When the heavenly flowers fall, they will always be hurt." The person who mocked Ji Yu just now stepped on the ground. Immediately, the surrounding floorboards shattered and flew up. Ji Yu looked at the shattered floorboards in front of him and snorted disdainfully. At the same time, a sharp blade appeared in both his hands. He suddenly flew up into the air and quickly twisted his body. At the same time, the petals in the air began to shatter one after another. It was as if the petals were strangely beautiful as they quickly drifted downwards. Ji Yu held the treasured weapon in his hand and quickly twisted his body. In an instant, the huge blade in front of him turned into 8 petals and spun quickly. The petals were like long blades, shattering countless boulders. However, Ji Yu continued to wave the treasured weapon in his hand. The blade-like petals fell to the ground. Seeing that Ji Yu had knocked away all of his petals, the corner of the strong man's mouth cracked into a smile. "Ha ha ha, this is simply too stupid." After roaring this sentence, "Kid, although you have some strength, we are standing in front of you. We are from the flower sect." After roaring out this sentence, they joined their hands together, and the profound energy collided with the ground at this moment. The petals on the ground danced wildly with the wind. At this moment, the petals on the ground formed endless symbols. "Xian skill, Titan." After roaring this sentence, the petals on the ground seemed to have come to life in an instant. They continuously took root and sprouted under the ground. At this moment, the vines waved out and wrapped around Ji Yu's body, lifting Ji Yu up. Ji Yu floated in the air. The Xian energy on his body was suddenly channeled into the Kuanping giant sword. "Xian skill, raging fire burns the city." Ji Yu gently waved his hand. A flame that seemed to be able to swallow everything in the world erupted from Ji Yu's treasured weapon in an instant and spread to the ground. At this moment, the flame engulfed the vines. The flower sect's elder could feel the heat wave that was still coming from hundreds of meters away. He took a deep breath and quickly retreated. Ji Yu laughed coldly, "Xian skill, power of wood, spring breeze like rain." At this moment, the rapidly expanding vines on the ground suddenly shot out. In an instant, they quickly twisted and turned into whirlpool-like sharp blades. Countless sharp blades fell. The flower sect's elder quickly raised his hands. His hands were covered with a thick layer of Xian energy. 2 balls of light instantly appeared in his palms. He waved his hands. At this moment, the 2 balls of raging fire erupted. The 2 balls of raging fire collided with each other heavily. They sent the vines flying. "Humph, you're underestimating our flower sect." "Ha ha ha." Before the laughter sounded, the originally shattered vines in the sky swiftly gathered together at this moment. They descended from the sky and wrapped around the flower sect's elder's body. The flower sect's elder shouted anxiously, "Save me." The remaining elders widened their eyes, "Not good, go quickly." After shouting these words, they quickly jumped down and picked up their treasures. When they raised the treasures in their hands, countless vines quickly spread over. They wrapped around the flower sect's elder. Ji Yu said calmly, "Be careful." The remaining might of the raging fire burning the city finally arrived in front of them. The raging fire burned their bodies for an instant. Not long after, the raging fire completely engulfed them. When they saw this terrifying scene, the remaining elders looked at each other and said respectfully, "It's naturally possible for the army to enter the city." After saying this, Jiyu took a step back. She waved her hand heavily. At this moment, everyone around her slowly walked forward. Following Jiyu, she led her personal army into the city. The remaining soldiers quickly returned to their original state. The Star Luo Empire was very angry that their capital had been destroyed. Therefore, they mobilized all the soldiers in the empire. At this moment, countless soldiers slowly walked out and waved their long swords. Jiyu led the people around her and slowly stood up. "There are still 3 more days, and we will have achieved the results of this expedition." After saying this, the 2 people beside him slowly walked forward at this time. The soldiers beside them quickly gathered at this time. Jiyu waved her hand heavily. The soldiers quickly dismantled everything around them and moved all the wooden pillars onto the wooden carts. At this moment, the wooden carts slowly moved out of the gate. A large group of soldiers brought the wooden carts and sent them all to the Star Soul Empire. After they were transported to the Star Soul Empire, the king of the central region opened his eyes wide and looked at the countless treasures in front of him. Jiyu waved her hand heavily. At this moment, the people around her quickly walked forward. Countless people had gathered at this moment. However, Jiyu didn't come back. Instead, she led 3,000 strong men around the 4th level of the Profound Realm. Jiyu waved her hand heavily. After shouting these words, countless soldiers stepped on their horses. After waving their whips. At this moment, the armored horses in front of them started to gallop quickly. Jiyu rode on a Xian beast and kept shouting. The Star Luo Empire sent out General Baijan. He was one of the top 10 generals in the Star Luo Empire. He frowned as he stood on top of the city wall. 2 of his deputies stood beside him. One of them cupped his hands and said, "My lord, our city's defense has always been very stable. Even if Jiyu is a 7th-level Profound Realm cultivator, she will still die under our crossbows." "Is that true?" Baijan shook his head. "This old man feels a little uneasy." Right at this moment, countless plumes of smoke and dust came from afar. Jiyu rode a Xian beast and led 3,000 soldiers over. Countless Xian crossbows in the air let out whooshing sounds. There was a small pattern engraved on the crossbow bolts. It was the thunder explosion array. With a loud bang, the thunder explosion array lit up. Countless flames and a powerful force spread out in all directions. That force pushed in all directions. A few Xian practitioners were instantly sent flying. Jiyu looked at the general and said, "Lure them out." The few people beside him looked at each other. Baijan said, "Let's not step out." After roaring these words, the people beneath him didn't move at all. Jiyu didn't bother with them. Instead, he led the rest of the people and ran in another direction. Countless shouts and cries could be heard continuously at this moment. They waved the treasured weapons in their hands. Countless Xian strengths suddenly danced above the city walls. At this moment, the few people on the city walls collapsed one after another. Jiyu raised her head at this moment and gathered a surge of Xian strength on the Kuanpeng giant sword. Xian skill, 10,000 heavenly lightning blast. Thunder and lightning sounded in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning gathered on Jiyu's treasured weapon. Jiyu waved the huge treasured weapon and heavily swung it forward. Countless bolts of lightning quickly gathered at this moment. They bombarded the city gates. Under the bombardment, the iron gates suddenly exploded with a bang. At this moment, the iron gates above the city walls collapsed with a loud bang. Jiyu waved the treasure artifact in his hand once more, and he led the 3,000 profounders to charge into the city. Never had Baijan imagined that the city that was guarded by 100,000 profounders would actually collapse in an instant. This was simply inconceivable. They looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? The fury in Baijan's heart had reached its peak. "Men, investigate and chase them out." After he roared those words, over 10,000 profounder infantrymen held treasures in their hands as they walked towards Jiyu's group. Jiyu waved her hand heavily and divided the 3,000 Xian soldiers into 3 groups. Baijan's subordinates knelt on the ground and said, "General, I will not allow the people of the Star Soul Empire to piss on the Star Luo Empire. What do you want to do?" "I request to step out of the city." Alright, I'll give you 30,000 men. You must chase that army. After roaring these words, Niao of the Xian Luo Empire, Xian practitioners of Xian practitioners, Xian of Xian soldiers, Xian of Xian of troops, Xian Exuan Empire was Xian of Xian Empire of Xian Luo of Xian. Xian man. Looking at the crowd that was continuously sent flying by Jiyu's mystical skills, cold sweat started to form on their foreheads. Jiyu held the artifact in his hand and turned around. He said indifferently, "Kill." Niao Meng roared. Profound skill, fierce bull true body. After roaring out these words, a true bull's Xian energy covered his body. Everyone around Niao Meng was at the first level of Xian energy. At this moment, he waved his hand heavily. At this moment, a ferocious bull ran out and instantly covered the area. He rushed into the crowd. There was still lightning in the bull's head. Jiyu flew out and caught the bull's horn with both hands. At this moment, the bull's horn sank into the ground. He looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu instantly turned around. He punched the mysterious soul true body. Niao Meng could no longer control his body. He was suddenly sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. They looked at Jiyu in fear. Oh no, the city has been breached. After roaring out these words, the people around him started to run in all directions. At this moment, the army behind Jiyu ran forward and attacked the crowd on the ground with their weapons. At this moment, the smell of blood quickly filled the air. Niao Meng covered his dantian and stood up with difficulty. He stared in the direction of Jiyu and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them looked at each other. At this moment, they slowly walked forward. When they looked at Jiyu, the people around them suddenly disappeared on the spot. In an instant, they appeared in front of the crowd. They turned around and suddenly swung a fist in front of them. Jiyu's fist met his, and the two fists collided, followed by a deafening boom. The surroundings scattered and a thick fog came. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. Niao Meng fell in a pool of blood. He looked in front of him. Baijian's voice was heard in the air. "Jiyu, how dare you kill my brave general?" After he shouted these words, the two people beside him suddenly walked forward slowly at this moment. Every time he stepped on the ground would suddenly rumble. A violent force was emitted from his long spear. He looked in the direction of Jiyu. "Jiyu, give me your life." He shouted and suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiyu. He waved his long spear forward and swung it in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu's vigor energy suddenly covered her body. At this moment, the vigor energy exploded in response to the long spear. At this moment, the long spear collided with the vigor energy. At this moment, the two forces collided and a strong force suddenly exploded. It flew in the air. Baijian's legs left deep marks on the ground. He raised his head and fixed his eyes on Jiyu. In an instant, Jiyu's spear landed on top of the Gangqi. The Gangqi covered the spear as if it was glued to the spear, completely wrapping it up. At this moment, the dark energy of wood completely covered the long spear. At this moment, the vines pulled back and the long spear fell on Jiyu. Jiyu looked in front of her. Baijian picked up the long spear in his hand and looked at it. Then, he looked at Jiyu. Jiyu held the Kuanping sword and flew out in an instant. Baijian's hands were still trying to gather a strong burst of dark energy. However, he didn't expect that in the next moment, his head would be chopped off. After this battle, the Star Luo Empire had completely lost all of their courage. Jiyu gathered the remnants of the army. She rode on her Xian beast and directly rushed towards the Star Luo Empire's imperial capital. Those people looked at each other, and he jumped up. He looked in the direction of the crowd. The Star Luo king looked down and said calmly, "Jiyu, how dare you? Don't tell me you want to kill me? Don't you know that the emperor of two empires shouldn't be killed in a war?" Jiyu laughed disdainfully. She raised the precious weapon in her hand and said, "Kill." After saying this, all of them rushed forward. 9 black-clothed people rushed out of the city and landed on the ground. Their bodies erupted with various colors of mystic light. They stepped on the ground. "Jiyu, surrender now. We can still capture you." Jiyu took a step forward. At this moment, countless bolts of lightning struck down. Those bolts of lightning bombarded the ground. Countless huge craters appeared on the ground. He raised his hand heavily, and the rest of the people slowly walked forward at this time. They surrounded Jiyu in a circle. He turned to look at Jiyu. Jiyu disappeared from where he was in an instant. He turned around, and the giant sword of the Kuan-Pung hit the ground at that moment. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out. The 9 people in black were all sent flying. He turned around and swung the treasured weapon down heavily. After a loud explosion, the people around him fell on top of him. Jiyu said calmly, "You're not my match." After saying that, they looked at each other. At this moment, they slowly retreated. They raised their heads and looked at Jiyu. Jiyu waved her hand heavily. The cultivators behind her rushed into the city. The Star Luo King jumped down and looked in Jiyu's direction. A powerful Xianxia was transmitted from Jiyu's hand. At that moment, the Kuan-Peng's gigantic sword was swung down heavily. The Kuan-Peng's shadow flew out and pierced through the 2 black-cloaked men. At the same time, all of their divine souls had been stripped away. The Star Luo King watched as his subjects died under Jiyu's iron army. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. He turned around and said calmly, "Run." All of the officials were stunned. Their king actually said the word run. Jiyu flew forward and stepped on the city wall. She took 2 steps and jumped onto the city wall. She hit the Star Luo King's shoulder with one hand. A loud crack sounded. The Star Luo King immediately knelt on the ground. He panted heavily as he looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu clapped her hands. A few black soldiers walked out and pressed the precious weapons in their hands on the Star Luo King's body. He waved his hand heavily. The rest of the people quickly ran forward and pressed the precious weapons on the Star Luo King's body. Jiyu waved her hand heavily and said calmly, "Press him back." 2 soldiers from the Black Iron Army walked forward and pressed the Star Luo King's body. They walked out in the direction of the Star Soul Empire. Jiyu said calmly, "Pass down my order. Let the Star Luo Empire's army and the Star Soul Empire's army take down the Feilua Empire." Jiyu combined the 2 armies and pressed down on the Feilua Empire. The Flying Luo King was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. His most trusted general was leading his most elite troops out of the kingdom and directly attacking the Star Soul Empire. In the beginning, he thought that this was a perfect plan, but now, he was wrong. They didn't expect Jiyu to be able to lead the army to attack them in such a short time. Jiyu led the army into the Feilua Empire and asked, "Where are the people from the Evolving Temple?" The Feilua King was stunned. The Evolving Temple closed its doors 30 years ago. Jiyu nodded and asked someone to take him away. Then, she found the general and said to him, "From today onwards, the control of the 3 empires will be handed over to you." The general was stunned. He had thought that Jiyu wanted to be the real king of the central region. He had not expected that Jiyu would give up the position of king of the central region. His face was full of shock, but Jiyu turned around calmly. With a wave of his hand, the people from both sides came forward with awkward expressions on their faces. Jiyu took her luggage and silently left the Feilua Empire. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the Frost Mountain. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind blew over quickly. Jiyu sensed that there was something not far away. She quickly used the 3000 clouds movement. Ding! Host used the 3000 clouds movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu landed in a forest not far away. A few men dressed in black were looking at a young girl with skin as white as snow and dressed in red. Ji Rushue, hand over the underworld holy scroll. The Ice Queen's soul is hidden in it. From their conversation, Jiyu found out that the Evolving Temple wanted to find the whereabouts of the Ice Queen's soul when the central region was split. Unexpectedly, the other group of people from the Evolving Temple believed that the Queen of Ice and Frost could not be revived. Rather than letting the world be in danger of being controlled by other provinces, they might as well take the initiative to deal with the seal. As a result, the Evolution Temple was divided into 2 factions, and because of this matter, they fought. Now, even the Evolution Temple was divided into 7 mountain ranges. The weakest disciple was at the peak of the 5th level of the human profound realm. Jiyu landed in the crowd. I want that scroll. The red-clothed girl glanced at Jiyu in confusion before casually tossing out the scroll. Jiyu disappeared from his original spot in the blink of an eye. The 3000 cloud alchemy almost made him come into contact with the scroll. But she didn't expect that the 5 men in black would attack at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. 5 powerful forces waved at the same time. When their fists collided, there was a loud boom. After landing on the ground, they looked at each other. Oh no, that girl ran away. Let's go back. We can't find her. After saying that, they disappeared with a loud bang. Jiyu looked in the direction that the girl in red disappeared. She must be on the mountain. He walked up the mountain path. In front of a large hall, countless men and women were gathered. They all looked forward with great interest. Jiyu asked, Senior, may I ask what they are doing? They are selecting outer disciples. I'm afraid we don't have any hope today. Yeah, I heard that one has to be at least a 7th grade array master to enter their outer sect. Jiyu's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect the evolving temple to be so powerful. A 7th grade array master was the best in the other 4 regions. A man in a green robe walked in front of Jiyu. Young master, are you here to participate in the selection? Jiyu nodded. The green-robed young man said, Come with me. Jiyu followed him to the entrance of the large hall. There was a young girl who was not even 20 years old standing in the crowd. She said coldly, Today's selection only requires you to form the 7th grade green mystic array. I didn't expect the central region to have so few talents. Originally, she had no intention of choosing a disciple, but when she saw Jiyu, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. This young man with a resolute gaze had deeply attracted her attention in an instant. Do you want to participate in the selection? Jiyu nodded. She slapped her hands on the ground. In an instant, all 5 dark force in her body were injected into the green mystic array. The green mystic array could expel all the negative effects of the human body. In less than 15 minutes, it was time. The formation in front of Jiyu had already reached the greater mastery stage, accompanied by a demonic light. The light in the array rushed into the air. The girl's eyes widened and looked in Jiyu's direction in surprise. Her divine sense probed Jiyu. This young man was only about 17 years old. This was simply a miracle. She walked forward and said to Jiyu, From today onwards, you are an inner disciple. What? Why should I? That's right. He just formed an array and he wants to enter the inner sect. After saying this, they looked at each other. The person next to them walked forward and cupped his hands to Jiyu, saying, He wants to enter the evolving temple. I'm the first to object. That's right. Many people who failed to be selected shouted in indignation. The girl said calmly, I am Yi Chujiao, a 3rd grade elder and the first disciple of the evolving temple's array peak. This young man is only 18 years old, but he can form an 8th grade array. Can you do that? What? You said he can turn a 7th grade green mystic array into an 8th grade array? Who would believe that? Suddenly, Yi Chujiao swung her palm and slapped a man's body. A purple light appeared on his face. What? This is the purple nether poison. Get out of the way. This is the purple nether poison. After they shouted these words, they all hid and looked forward in fear, as if they were very afraid of what would happen later. The 2 of them looked at each other. He slowly walked forward and gathered the dark force in his hand at this moment. The powerful dark force covered their hands in an instant. At the same time, they looked at Jiyu who was in front of them. Jiyu nodded and waved her hand. The array in front of her spread out quickly and covered his body. Under the protection of the 8th grade array, the purple nether poison was cleared out in an instant. Elixirs could be poisoned, but Jiyu's array did not have a trace of divine consciousness. He turned around and walked forward slowly. The crowd had no choice but to accept this even if they wanted to. They looked at each other and Jiyu took 2 steps forward. The young man in black stepped forward and cupped his hands. He said to Jiyu in front of him, I am Huang Chang. Greetings, young master. Jiyu also cupped her hands. After the 2 of them greeted each other, he led Jiyu to the 7 peaks. They were called Elixir Peak. As the name suggested, it was the path of evolution for alchemists. There was also the Weapon Sect Peak, Beast Taming Peak, Mystic Skill Sect, and Cheeman Peak. The peak that attracted countless disciples the most was the Heaven Sect Peak. It was formed by disciples who had 1 foot in the earth-profound realm. Once they entered, they would be able to break through to the earth-profound realm. Huang Chang said to Jiyu, "You can stay here." "Oh right, every family will have a maid. There is also a chamber of commerce in the Evolution City that can increase the income of magnetite." After saying that, Huang Chang said lightly, "Every year in the 3rd month, 6th month, and 9th month, Elder Yi will give lectures in the sect. Go and listen when you have time." After Jiyu said thank you, he got up and left. When he returned to the temporary residence, he did not expect it to be so big. It seemed that the Evolution Temple's preferential treatment for inner sect disciples was not just a little bit good. Jiyu wanted to take a bath first. While he was taking a bath, a creaking sound came from the direction of the door. Jiyu slapped out. Fortunately, he did not use much mystic energy. The screen flew up and slammed heavily into the black shadow. "Aya!" A scream was heard. Jiyu stood up and slowly took 2 steps forward. He opened the screen and saw a standard little girl standing there, rubbing her little head. "Who are you?" The little girl looked at Jiyu's body with a dazed expression. A scream came and she shyly covered her eyes. "Why, you're not wearing clothes." Jiyu finally reacted and put on his clothes. He said lightly, "You little girl, why did you barge into my residence?" The little girl scratched her head. Could it be that the new inner sect disciple that Manager Auntie was talking about was you? Jiyu used his divine sense to probe and found that the other party did not have any mystic energy at all. "What's your name?" "My name is Li Yuan. I'm your inner sect disciple and your Manager Auntie." "Manager Auntie, how old are you?" She rubbed her fingers and slowly said, "I'm 16 this year." "You can be a manager's auntie at 16? I'm the only servant in this residence." Jiyu was speechless. At this moment, Li Yuan said awkwardly, "Oh no, my seat is still there." After saying that, she skipped out of the door. He followed the little girl and after a few steps, he saw that they were behind his residence. Li Huan took the seeds and scattered them in the soil. Then, she sprinkled some powder on the ground and covered the soil. Jiyu turned around. When they reached the ground, they saw that the seeds had sprouted one after another after being powdered. Countless spiritual herbs were being blown away by the wind. What a beautiful wind. Jiyu patted her little head and said, "It seems that you like these herbs." The little girl said faintly, "Xiao Huan likes these spiritual herbs." Jiyu laughed and turned around. Then, she took out a bag from her storage ring. Yesterday, she bought these spiritual herbs in the City of Evolution. At this moment, the sound of a bell echoed in the hall. Li Huan put the things down and shouted anxiously, "Young master, this is bad. The chief disciple of the Xian Peak has rung the bell. We must gather quickly." After shouting out these words, Li Yundong was stunned. Jiyu took out her precious weapon and quickly ran forward. At this moment, the people around her turned around. She ran towards the Xian Peak. At this moment, they gathered together. Jiyu stood in front of the door and slowly looked around. He lifted his head and looked at the mountain peak. There were tens of thousands of people gathered in the mountain peak. They were looking at the sect leader, who was standing on the immortal selection platform. The sect leader turned his head and said to the people in front of him, "I can sense that the Xian beasts in the Black Peak have started to riot. The war between the 3 empires has ended. Now, the Star Soul Empire has unified the 3 regions." A few elders looked in the direction of the sect master. Among them, a white-haired black-bearded elder stroked his beard and said, "This old man believes that we can unify the 3 great soul palaces and combine the 3 great soul palaces into one soul palace." After saying this, they looked at each other. In their eyes, there seemed to be a trace of strangeness. However, an elder said, "I heard that the hallmaster of the Star Soul Hall was killed by a young man." After hearing these words, they looked at each other, cupped their hands and said, "Palace Master, please make a decision. Now is not the time to fight for power." The Queen of Ice and Frost established this divine peak to protect the people of the 5 major regions. We should first deal with the 100 Valley Mountain Range's Xian beasts. The leader of the evolving divine palace said indifferently, Go, let all the beasts of the 100 Valleys and the mystic beast peak return. After he finished speaking, the crowd gathered around him. The peak lord of the Xuanzhen Peak said to Yichume indifferently, As you wish. Find the person who passed the triple array formation test last week. Hall Master, that person is called Jiyu. Jiyu stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Jiyu. Very good, you can go with the people from Divine Sword Peak. Jiyu nodded. The Xuanzhen Light Gate floated in the air. The disciples all entered the mountain range to prevent the young disciples from getting hurt. Thus, they were told to stop the Xian beasts at the border of the mountain range. The remaining Xian beast kings were told to the elders of the various divine peaks to help. After a few leaps, the elders flew to the outskirts of the forest. Jiyu sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, a young master waving a fan walked out. He cupped his hands and said to Jiyu, I am Yu Changbai, greetings junior brother. Greetings senior brother. After hearing this, the two people beside him sat on the ground. Wasn't the senior brother you? He was the most outstanding talent of the Pill Peak. After saying this, they looked at each other and stood up. Yu Changbai laughed and waved his fan, Don't say that. I just saw that everyone was in trouble, so I occasionally helped. Jiyu looked at each other. Yu Changbai took out a mystic skill book and handed it to Jiyu. Jiyu looked at the mystic skill book and said indifferently, Brother Jiyu, I have a suggestion. Why don't we exchange this cultivation technique book? I don't have any cultivation techniques with me. They are all from this sect. Yu Changbai smiled. Jiyu looked at his cultivation technique book. His cultivation technique was of the Yin attribute, while Jiyu's 5 types of Xian Qi were the softest and toughest in the world. It was impossible for them to exist together with the Yin attribute cultivation technique book. The two of them looked at each other and stood up. Suddenly, there was a shaking feeling in the mountain range in the distance. Jiyu stepped out. After a few steps, he landed on the ground in the blink of an eye. It seemed to have formed a secret door. Jiyu looked at the tiny crack that had appeared on the surface of the sword. He closed his eyes. In that instant, he poured the Xian Qi in his hand into the door. The 5 small arrays on the door started to rotate rapidly. Jiyu poured the Xian Qi into them. In that instant, the arrays started to rotate rapidly. Gradually, they formed a door that slowly opened. Jiyu flew in and entered the door. In the blink of an eye, the ground started to shake. A white giant ape appeared in front of Jiyu. At this moment, the giant ape waved a circle in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised his fist and the 2 fists collided. The entire cave shook. The ape-like beast let out a roar. At this moment, the sound waves were waved in front of Jiyu. Jiyu waved his Kuan-Pung sword and the giant sword collided with the sound waves. When the sound waves collided in front of him, a fire dragon flew out of the Kuan-Pung giant sword and roared at this moment. The giant ape grabbed the fire dragon and swung it out. It crashed heavily into the wall. At this moment, the wall collapsed. However, the violent shaking of the cave made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Jiyu leaped 2 steps forward and swung the giant sword again. The giant sword danced in the air in an instant. It crashed into the giant ape. The ape-like behemoth roared. Jiyu flew forward and stabbed his sword into the ape-like beast's chest. A small demon core appeared in the ape-like beast's dantian. Jiyu stretched out his hand and the demon core fell into Jiyu's hand. He placed the Yao core into his pocket. Jiyu glanced forward and saw that there was still a corpse beside him. Jiyu walked forward and pulled out a storage ring from the corpse's pocket. Jiyu put the storage ring away. At this moment, Yu Changbai walked in and asked Jiyu, what happened just now? Only then did Jiyu walk out. They looked at each other. He leaped twice and Jiyu walked in front of him. He said indifferently, nothing. It's just that a pitiful person died in the hands of the giant ape. Sigh, they are so pitiful. He sighed and said, let's go. Just as they arrived at the door, Yu Changbai suddenly stopped in his tracks. He abruptly turned around and slammed his palm down in Jiyu's direction. At this moment, a surge of strong profound energy gathered in his palm. Along with that surge of dark energy, it flew down like a fierce bird in the sky. That fierce bird crashed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu raised his hand and retracted it. The two surges of dark energy collided. That surge of dark energy exploded at this moment. The two of them retreated. At this moment, Yu Changbai finally spoke up. Junior brother Jiyu, it is simply inconceivable that there are no treasures in this place. After hearing this sentence, he was stunned. At this moment, the few of them landed in front of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around abruptly and slapped down heavily. The two palms collided heavily. Two surges of dark energy shot up into the sky at this moment. Be a good boy and hand over the treasures you obtained, junior brother Jiyu. Yu Changbai grinned. Jiyu looked at him and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. The two of them flew up and Jiyu suddenly slapped out her palm. Ding! The host used Gale Palm and gained 1 by 999 experience points. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Changbai laughed out loud and said, I'm wearing a poisonous coat. Do you feel weak all over now? Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed out loud and looked in the direction of Jiyu. He said indifferently, go to hell. After roaring these words, the two of them stepped on the ground and flew up in the blink of an eye. Two surges of dark energy fell on Jiyu at this moment. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. Yu Changbai, who was about to attack in the air, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and covered his bones. How could this be? The Gale Palm was created by an old senior in the eastern region. The dark energy in your body now is not enough to resist this power. The reason why the wind palm was called the Gale Palm was because the blood in his blood vessels was like a tsunami, flying in all directions. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed from the corners of Yu Changbai's mouth. His palms collided at this moment and he was instantly sent flying and hit the wall. He immediately knew that he would never be Jiyu's opponent. Yu Changbai anxiously climbed onto Jiyu's lap. I beg you, let me go. I beg you, junior brother Jiyu, we're both from the evolving divine palace. You can't kill me, I beg you. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Jiyu said indifferently, no, senior brother, you can't live. After saying this, Jiyu raised the sword in her hand and slashed down heavily. The long sword penetrated his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu turned around and took a deep breath. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Seeing that Jiyu had returned, two disciples stepped forward and asked, Junior brother Jiyu, have you seen senior brother Yu Changbai? Jiyu shook her head. Oh, so that's how it is. Perhaps senior brother went outside. By the way, the low-level Xian beasts of the Xian Beast mountain range are already near the foot of the mountain. Master called us to help you. Jiyu said indifferently, don't worry. At this moment, there was a huge tremor in the deep forest of the mountain range. Jiyu and the others looked in the direction of the mountain range and saw that in the blink of an eye, the entire mountain range was covered in a black mass. Jiyu took out a leaf from her storage ring and waved it. He casually waved his hand, and in an instant, the leaves danced in the air, filling the sky in an instant. Those leaves were like sharp blades, shooting in that direction explosively. Countless small demonic beasts and insects flew forward. Those leaves fell on the insects' bodies, and they fell to the ground one by one. Another group of disciples arrived behind Jiyu through the transmission array. Receive the array. After the order of an elder, they instantly took a step forward. Countless golden circles instantly appeared under their feet, and the five-pointed star on top of them quickly outlined at this moment. The five-pointed star gathered together in an instant. Jiyu waved her hand heavily, and in an instant, all the power gathered together. Everyone looked at Jiyu in surprise. Because a small five-pointed star also appeared under Jiyu's feet. However, the elder had no time to look at Jiyu. At this moment, those Xian beasts quickly ran forward. He raised his hand heavily, and those ice thorns instantly burst out, flying in the direction of those insects. At this moment, the insects fell to the ground one after another. The elder and the group of disciples frowned. They had just used this mystic technique, and they were able to obtain such huge ice thorns. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. Jiyu raised her hand and waved it again. In an instant, flames appeared behind the ice thorns. At this moment, the huge flames formed a wall of fire. After all the demonic beasts and insects flew into the wall of fire, they were burned one after another. Jiyu slapped the ground, and the wall of flames flew up in an instant, forming a row of thick walls. This is the Raging Inferno formation. It's a combination of a strange technique and a formation. He's too strong, really too strong. After saying this, he raised his head and said, "Let's go. Quickly, get into formation. Attach your formation to that formation and let them unleash their strongest power." Countless arrays appeared under Jiyu's feet in an instant. Those countless arrays were connected in an instant. The flames were connected in an instant, and the wall of fire burst out in an instant. Countless balls of fire flew out from the wall of fire. Those Xian beasts on the ground roared and retreated with fear in their eyes. They looked in the direction of Jiyu. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. After a while, she took 2 steps forward. At this moment, a pack of wolves rushed out from various parts of the deep forest. They bared their huge fangs and flew in the direction of Jiyu, breaking the arrays on the ground. At this moment, those Xian beasts tore a hole in the array and those demonic beasts rushed in. Jiyu suddenly raised her head and made a gesture with her hands. A huge array appeared in her hands. Then, 2 balls of fire flew out. At this moment, the 2 balls of fire collided with the demonic wolf pack. At this moment, those wolves were sent flying. At this moment, several huge demonic wolf kings pushed away their little demonic wolves and bit in the direction of Jiyu. At this moment, Jiyu swung the huge sword of the Kuanping in her hand. At this moment, the teeth of 2 demonic wolf kings were broken. She suddenly turned around and stabbed the huge sword of the Kuanping in her hand. In an instant, a pool of blood appeared on the demonic wolf's body. The demonic wolf kings quickly gathered together. At this moment, the 3 demonic wolf kings fixed their eyes on Jiyu. At this moment, the demonic wolf king pounced on them. Looking at the demonic wolf king in front of him, he punched the demonic wolf king. At this moment, the demonic wolf king roared. They watched as Jiyu tore them apart. Jiyu pulled herself away and said calmly, "Brothers, let's attack together." After saying this, the rest of the people flew forward at the same time. They raised their hands, lifted the spears in their hands, and threw them out. Those spears fell on the demonic wolf pack. At this moment, the demonic wolf king let out a low roar and collapsed to the ground. After this wave of demonic beasts attacked, he finally had the time to catch his breath. Jiyu exchanged glances with them. After the 2 waves of demonic beasts attacked, a trace of excitement appeared in their eyes. This was the first time that they had succeeded in a group attack. The elder nodded at Jiyu with great satisfaction. "You are Jiyu, the disciple that Elder Yi accepted as his disciple?" Jiyu nodded. The elder then said slowly, "Haha, learn well. Elder Yi only accepted you as his disciple." Jiyu returned to the sect. When Yichume saw that Jiyu had returned, she went forward to check on her carefully. After seeing that Jiyu was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you are fine," Yichume said calmly. Yichume said faintly, "I recently found a formation that can greatly increase the power of your formation." After saying this, the 2 of them looked at each other. Yichume brought Jiyu out of the sect and arrived at the Spirit Domain Mountain. He looked at the Spirit Domain Mountain. Yichume said faintly, "This is one of the protective formations that our Profound Array Peak has built over the years. As long as you obtain the Spirit Fire Mystic Stone on it, the formation you build will have unexpected effects." Yichume walked slowly on the road. Suddenly, a sea of cherry blossoms flew around them. Jiyu then said slowly, "The scenery here is so good. It is suitable for the 2 of us to have a meal together." "What is a meal together?" Yichume asked in confusion. Jiyu took a step forward. "A meal together is a meal. There is actually such a saying." "How interesting." Jiyu took out a small tablecloth from his storage ring and placed it on the ground. This was Yichume's first time having a picnic. She was delighted. After the 2 of them ate, she said, "A picnic like this is quite interesting." At this moment, Yichume felt a wave of dizziness. Jiyu landed on the ground. He raised his eyes and looked forward. The poison in his fingertips surged out crazily and gathered at Jiyu's fingertips. At this moment, the two mystic forces gathered together. She sat up and said to Jiyu in front of her, "I can't use my mystic force." After saying this, Jiyu frowned and said faintly, "It's not a problem with my food." After saying this, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. A bolt of lightning fell from the dark cloud. A few black-clothed people walked out. The leader said faintly, "Elder Yi, where is your sister?" His words seemed to carry an infinite amount of threat. Yi Chumei saw through his gaze and said faintly, "Yener left the Divine Evolution Temple a few years ago. If I'm not wrong, you are the group that was chased out by Grandpa Ancestor back then, right?" The black-clothed people were silent. He looked at Jiyu. After clapping their hands, the few people beside them landed on the ground. They looked at each other, and the few people beside them walked up at this moment. At this moment, countless people gathered and walked in front of the two of them. Only then did the people beside him say, "Senior brother, our elder Yi is quite pretty. How about we capture her and dual cultivate after interrogating her? This is useless to us." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other. Jiyu said faintly, "With just you?" In an instant, the people on the cliff jumped down and landed on the ground. They flew in Jiyu's direction and jumped onto the ground. They raised the treasured weapons in their hands and stabbed in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly turned around and raised the treasured weapons in her hands. She stabbed the treasured weapons and the two weapons collided. Jiyu turned around. The black-clothed person said faintly, "Move aside." After saying this, the black-clothed people beside him picked up the treasured weapons in their hands and flew up. They swung the treasured weapons in their hands. Jiyu held the Kuanping giant sword and blocked the treasured weapons in front of her. He turned around and the treasured weapons collided. Only then did they fly out. He said faintly, "Why is the dark force in your body still there?" A trace of doubt appeared in the black-clothed person's eyes. The men in black had vigilant looks on their faces. Jiyu landed on the tree trunk and looked out. They looked at each other. More than 10 men in black had just landed from the cliff and looked in Jiyu's direction. They raised their hands and countless arrows flew down. Jiyu took a step forward. At this moment, a 5-pointed star suddenly appeared on the ground. A mystic skill was suddenly displayed. 2 earthen walls rose up with a rumble at this moment. The long walls blocked in front of Jiyu and Yi Chumei. The dozens of profound crossbows could have pierced through the diamond obsidian mystic beasts, but when the thick wall fell, the person behind him suddenly flew out. He brandished his precious weapon and walked straight towards Jiyu. The dozen men in black, except for the leader, attacked at the same time. The dozen men in black punched the walls and the walls suddenly collapsed. The leader of the men in black grinned. "It's useless to resist." After he said this, Yi Zichen nodded. The earth on the ground quickly melted. The sand quickly spiraled up and wrapped around their legs. The men in black frowned. "You can actually use a mystic skill to this extent." Jiyu frowned. He stretched out his hands and grabbed. The power of the sand closed tightly at this moment and a cracking sound suddenly rang out. Cracking sounds came from the feet of the men in black. In an instant, they fell to the ground one by one. The men in black jumped up and looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu flew up quickly. After a few leaps, he landed on the ground. Looking at the approaching crowd, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The giant Kuanping sword appeared in his hand instantly. He held the giant Kuanping sword and flew up in the blink of an eye. After a few leaps, he landed on the ground. The mystic energy in his hand gathered together at this moment. It came crashing down. Jiyu quickly twisted his body and swung his sword up. The two mystic energies collided at this moment. The remaining people fell to the ground, and he jumped up. The leader of the black-clothed men waved his hand, and the few black-clothed men who were still alive retreated. He extended his sword, and in the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning shot towards Jiyu. He smiled. "Although your mystic skill of earth is very powerful, my thunderous force can break through your power." In the next moment, a powerful thunderous force erupted from Jiyu's giant Kuanping sword. A thunder dragon flew out at this moment and roared at the sky. After roaring angrily, it twisted its body and flew down. It collided heavily with the mystic energy. There was a loud boom. The entire forest seemed to tremble at this moment. Jiyu raised the precious weapon in his hand. This person's strength was somewhat beyond Jiyu's imagination. He carried Yichume, who had no mystic energy left, and flew into the forest. He continued to travel through the forest. After a few leaps, he landed in the middle of the forest. He turned his head and swung the precious weapon in his hand. The surrounding sand and dust were blown up instantly. In an instant, the sand and dust covered the sky and the earth. He looked at the sandstorm in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he ran forward again after a few leaps. The man in black followed closely behind him. He landed in a forest and said with a frown, "Since you've caught up, just wait for your death." After he finished speaking, the dark force in his hand started to gather rapidly. In an instant, the giant sword was swung down heavily. In an instant, the powerful force flew up and broke open the entire forest. At this moment, the flames engulfed all the trees. He took a deep breath and raised the mystic energy in his hand. The man in black led the people beside him and said indifferently, "Use your divine senses to search. I must find him." After he finished speaking, the people around him flew up and landed on the tree trunk. After a few leaps, he flew up and combined with the trees. In an instant, he was one with the tree trunk. He coiled around the trees and swung out like a poisonous snake. Mystic energy of wood. Just how strong is Jiyu? Yichume said faintly, "Put me down." After saying this, Jiyu frowned and asked, "Why?" "Your strength is far greater than any one of them, but their combined strength is far greater than yours. You can still escape if you put me down." Jiyu suddenly smiled faintly. At this moment, Yichume felt that Jiyu's smile was actually so beautiful. "I am a man. I am a man." Her heart, which had not been touched for thousands of years, trembled slightly at this moment. A long sword streaked across the night sky and fell in front of Jiyu. It was just a little bit away from cutting Jiyu's face. However, as if he could not see the long sword, he twisted his body and waited for it to land on the ground. The mystic energy on the precious weapon fluctuated in all directions at this moment. The aura swept over in an instant. Jiyu hugged Yichume and fell quickly at this moment. The two of them landed on the ground. He said indifferently, "I'm here. Nothing will happen." At this moment, the mystic energy collided with him. After the collision, he fell to the ground. The two of them landed on the ground and locked their gazes on Jiyu in front of them. The man in black and the person beside him looked at each other. Mystic skill fusion. "Come, dream dragon." After the mystic energy on his body roared, a huge dragon flew out from the ground and circled in the air. Mystic skill, 10,000 miles ice seal. His body turned into an ice bird and flew onto the huge dragon. The dragon and phoenix gathered together in an instant. The huge dragon turned into an ice dragon in an instant. A chilling aura slowly leaked out from the corner of its mouth. At this moment, the cold air approached the front. At this moment, everything was frozen. Jiyu took a step back. At this moment, the ice dragon quickly circled in a circle. At this moment, the ice dragon gathered a ball of cold air in its throat. At this moment, the cold air quickly spurted out. Yichume frowned. In an instant, she appeared in front of Jiyu. "Disciple, let Master protect you this time." "Master?" Jiyu's eyes were completely bloodshot. The pentagram under his feet suddenly lit up, and his legs moved like the wind, disappearing from where he was. The leader of the black-clothed men closed his eyes and curled his lips. Mystic skill, starry sky. In an instant, the starry sky shone brightly and countless meteors splashed down. Jiyu's Kuanpung giant sword. The Kuanpung mysterious spirit left the precious weapon and roared at the sky. A ball of fire burst out from its mouth. The leader of the black-clothed men twisted its body and slapped down with its palm. The two balls of fire tangled together. Boom. A loud sound exploded in the sky. "Good boy, you can actually withstand my palm. Master, I'll help you break open the mystic scripture by force later. You should leave quickly." The leader in black laughed out loud. "You think you can do that?" Suddenly, in the sky, the wind and clouds turned dark. A strong voice penetrated the space. Humph, a mere LV8 human profound realm brat dares to hurt my disciple? Get lost. A precious weapon cut through the shackles in the sky and fell to the ground. A loud explosion sounded. Who is it? The leader in black showed a trace of fear in his eyes. An elegant figure stood on top of the treasure weapon, looking forward. Divine Array Peak, Liu Chong. What? After hearing that, the men in black showed fear in their eyes. Liu Chong, it's the Divine Array Peak. Liu Chong said to Jiyu, who was in front of him. You've chosen a good disciple. No one knew if he was talking to Jiyu, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Want to leave? Liu Zhang seemed to have known that the men in black were trying to escape from this place. Suddenly, countless long swords flew out. In the blink of an eye, the flying swords pierced through the two men in black. The leader in black suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Jiyu. The precious weapon in his hand shot out. The precious weapon scattered and pierced through each of their chests. The remaining men looked at each other. Several men in black reached out their hands and said to the leader, save me, no one will forget your contribution to the sacred sect. The leader of the black-robed men stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly. Instantly, that guy let out a miserable shriek, and then exploded in an instant. His flesh and blood entered the formation. With a loud sound, they entered the Blood Sea formation in an instant. The Blood Sea formation had isolated Li Chongyu, Jiyu, and the rest on the other side. They had isolated Jiyu, and when the formation dissipated, the leader of the black-robed men had already disappeared. Li Chongyu turned around and asked Jiyu calmly, they should be the people who were expelled from the evolving divine palace. Do you know why they came to kill you? I don't know. Jiyu had completely concealed that matter. He lifted his head and said calmly, I'll bring your master back first. You'll return with the rest of the group later. After saying this, the two of them disappeared in an instant. Jiyu picked up the precious artifact. A five-pointed star lit up under his feet. He stepped into the star and disappeared in an instant. The disciples of the Divine Array Peak had already gathered on this mountain. All the disciples fixed their eyes on this big hero. Long live, Junior brother is mighty. It was unknown who was the first to shout, but the rest of the people quickly followed suit, forming a sea of cheers. The elder of the God's Array Peak stroked his beard. He waved his hands and turned his head. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he stood. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the rest of the people looked at each other. The black mass of people jumped down from the sky and landed on the ground. They looked at each other. He said to Jiyu in front of him, boy, these are your senior brothers, right? After the elders were teleported back to their own place, they woke up with a start. They looked at each other and disappeared in an instant. In an instant, the black-robed men flew down. They landed on the ground. They looked at each other, raised the swords in their hands, and said to Jiyu indifferently, kill. After shouting these words, the rest of the black-clothed men rushed forward. Jiyu abruptly turned around and brandished the treasure in his hand. After landing on the ground, he suddenly turned around, and the long sword suddenly flew down. In an instant, the long sword was waved out, and the precious weapon fell in front of Jiyu. The two long swords collided at this moment. The people in black retreated, and Jiyu raised his hand. The disciples of the God's Array Peak on Jiyu's side were not to be outdone. They raised the precious weapons in their hands, and in an instant, they flew forward. They raised their hands. At this moment, the dark force erupted, and the long sword suddenly fell down. He raised his hand, and those dark swords stabbed down. He suddenly raised his hand, and those long swords collided with the array at this moment. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the people in black. It was said that the disciples of the evolving divine palace were all top experts, but they did not expect it to be true. We can't do this. Retreat. After shouting these words, they looked at each other and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They turned their heads and said indifferently, go to hell. After roaring out these words, they instantly disappeared from where they were. Countless holes appeared on the ground. A patch of them appeared in the air. Jiyu suddenly retreated, waved his hand, and a ball of fire instantly burned on the ground. At this moment, the raging flames started to burn behind them. Jiyu's body flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. In an instant, he floated in the air and slowly extended his hand. The ball of fire gathered in his hand, and the figures of the black-robed men had long since disappeared. Jiyu turned around, and at this moment, he slowly walked forward. In the hall of the God's Array Peak, Yichume looked in Jiyu's direction. "You did well," she said faintly. She turned to look at the people of the other group. "You've done something wrong." Those disciples knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. At this moment, they said, "I beg you, let me go." They kept kowtowing. Yichume raised her soft fingers and waved them heavily. In an instant, the stone danced and fell on the other party. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu raised his head and said indifferently, "Master, let him go." Yichume snorted coldly. "Presumptuous." Jiyu didn't answer, but looked at him with a burning gaze. He walked out of the main hall and arrived at a patch of grass. He walked into the Xian beast forest and found a blue egg in the depths of the forest. He picked up the egg, and a bright light shone from it. It was as if a small phoenix was roaring inside. Jiyu stroked the small phoenix in front of him. He handed the phoenix egg to the little girl. The little girl looked at the egg, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Holding the Xian egg, he began to laugh cheerfully. At this moment, the phoenix egg suddenly jumped onto the table and into the other party's hand. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The little girl rubbed the phoenix egg. She turned around and said indifferently, "Thank you, Senior Brother Ji." At this moment, Jiyu picked up the scroll in front of her and placed it in her bosom. At this moment, he was walking out of the door. Dang, 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 the bell rang 3 times. Jiyu was holding a scroll. He needed to refine a pill so that the little girl could enter the threshold of cultivation as soon as possible. He walked into the hall. A pale-faced boy walked forward. Jiyu looked forward and said indifferently, "You're the legendary Jiyu?" The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. He said indifferently, "That's me." "That's great. We don't fight on the Elixir Peak, so we envy you for having such an experience." Jiyu rubbed his little head. This little girl has such a good figure, but she still wants to pretend to be a man. Isn't that a joke? Although this was what Jiyu thought, he would not say it out loud. He said indifferently, "Time for class." An old man with a ruddy face and white hair walked out and nodded at Jiyu. Then he began to talk about the secrets of refining pills. When the old man was halfway through, an arrogant man walked out. He waved the fan in his hand and said to the person beside him, "You're sitting on my seat." He put his hands together. The new disciples did not know this man. They began to discuss softly. Jiyu turned around and stretched out his hands. In the next moment, the huge amount of profound force gathered together and gathered all the profound force together. They looked at each other. "This is Lu Zhang. He's the legendary alchemy grandmaster. The most talented alchemist." They looked at each other. Jiyu walked forward and put his hand on the seat. He said indifferently, "Junior sister, you're here too." The fair-faced young man beside Jiyu snorted coldly. Jiyu said indifferently, "I sat on this seat first. If you want a seat, there seems to be one behind." Lu Zhang's lips curled into a cold smile. He snorted coldly, and a dark expression appeared on his face. This brat, how dare he? After the two of them finished speaking, they looked at each other. Then, Jiyu extended her hand. At this moment, the profound energy gathered together and gradually formed a ball of fire. That ball of fire suddenly flew out and landed on Jiyu's body. Jiyu swung his hand and the balls of fire flew out of the door. The flames burned outside the door. Jiyu frowned. If not for the powerful aura energy in his body, he would have been killed. He had been burned to death by the raging fire just now. He asked indifferently, "What is that on your body?" "Ignorant guy. This is an exotic flame." The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile of satisfaction. The elder said, "Nonsense. How dare you use an exotic flame? Someone, give him 10 feet. However, no one in the hall dared to move. Jiyu walked to the side. He picked up the spear beside him and whipped it hard on the elder. Although the people from Pill Peak were very talented in alchemy, they were noobs in other fields. Although they were around the 8th level of the human profound realm, they had been cultivating their Xianxia all their lives and had not practiced any combat skills. That was why they were defeated. He opened his eyes. How dare you do this to me? Someone, take him down. I will reward you with 50 Xian pills. After shouting these words, they looked at each other and instantly jumped up. In an instant, several people flew into the room from all directions. They raised their hands, and at this moment, the treasures on them lit up with a bright light. The precious artifact flew forward in an instant. 5 treasures fell on Jiyu's body. He kicked one of the treasures. At this moment, the treasures flew forward and stabbed into the surrounding walls. Jiyu turned around, and his fist almost landed on the ground. At this moment, a shout suddenly rang out. A few people ran out from the side, and the treasures in their hands floated out. Lu Zhang, you dare to use an outsider to attack a fellow disciple in the evolution peak? They looked at each other. Lu Zhang said indifferently, Law Enforcement Hall, you dare to arrest me? Don't you know how many pills I give out every year? Jiyu disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. A moment later, he appeared beside Lu Zhang. The Kuanping sword in his hand was about to strike. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Just as the treasures were about to strike, he suddenly turned around and swung the treasures in his hand. The 2 treasures collided. A loud crack was heard. The treasures broke. Lu Zhang said fearfully, Jiyu, do you have the guts to compete with me? Compete with what? You've already lost to me. Let's compete in alchemy. Okay. The surrounding disciples' discussion became more intense. He actually dares to compete in alchemy. He's crazy. That's right. Lu Zhang is an alchemy grandmaster. And he's a big sect that cultivates all year round. Who doesn't give him face in the central region? At this moment, Jiyu raised his hand. A golden light suddenly lit up and the pill furnace appeared in front of Jiyu. Lu Zhang said, then what shall we bet? There was a cunning look in his eyes. Jiyu asked calmly, what do you want to bet on? Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst out laughing and said to Jiyu, let's bet on the most important thing to an alchemist. My hand. He pointed at Jiyu's left hand. If you lose, then leave your right hand behind. Okay. Lu Zhang said calmly, Elder, please be our witness. After he finished speaking, he walked forward and made a grabbing motion with his hands. Suddenly, 2 balls of fire emerged from the pill furnace in front of him. A purple flame appeared on Lu Zhang's body. It was the deviant fire that he used to deal with Jiyu. The deviant fire gathered under the furnace and started to burn. A ball of fire quickly emerged from the pill furnace. Under the control of the deviant fire, 4 or 5 medicinal herbs started to dissolve faster. The remaining powder landed on a piece of paper. She smelled the powder on it. Jiyu said calmly, the deviant fire is really good. Humph, you're going to lose. He stomped his foot on the ground and channeled his dark force into the cauldron. At this moment, the pill cauldron started to shake non-stop. After placing the herbs into the cauldron, Jiyu took out a small pill bottle and poured a drop of golden blood into the cauldron. Lu Zhang frowned. He didn't understand what Jiyu was doing, but the elder who was watching from the side stroked his beard and said calmly, this is unbelievable. The furnace quickly gathered the dark force in the heaven and earth and turned into a small embryonic form of a pill. At this moment, the medicinal power gathered in the embryonic form of the pill. All of a sudden, 2 pills flew up from their cauldrons and danced in the air. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the lightning in the sky entered the embryonic form of the pill. The 2 pills quickly plundered the dark force in the heaven and earth and quickly turned their own pills. Soon, 2 invisible vortexes of dark force were formed. In an instant, the dark force in the heaven and earth gathered together. Jiyu took a step forward. He turned around and quickly took the pill in his hand. He opened his palm and a pill appeared in the middle of his palm. The scene just now was too shocking. Jiyu just reached out and pointed. Suddenly, the pill in the air turned into a huge dragon and was about to swallow the other party's pill. He didn't expect that Lu Zhang's medicinal pill would also transform into a golden dragon at the same time. It actually transformed into a huge tiger. A dragon and a tiger. Two dragons and tigers collided at this moment. The two of them looked at each other and he said calmly, "Gee, you still have such power." After saying this, they looked at each other. The ball of fire suddenly shot up into the sky. At this moment, the pill spirit of the pill collided. The two pill spirits devoured each other. In the end, the pill spirit in Jiyu's hand won. He reached out and grabbed. At this moment, the pill spirit quickly gathered and fell into Jiyu's hand. Lu Zhang snorted coldly, "You dare to cheat?" Jiyu said calmly, "Logically speaking, the pill spirit will naturally devour the surrounding things." After saying this, he turned his head. Jiyu said calmly, "Are you going to leave your right hand behind?" After hearing this, Lu Chang clenched his teeth. A pentagram appeared under his feet, and he ran in another direction. His legs shot out like the wind. Jiyu disappeared in an instant. Ding! The host used the 3000 cloud movement and gained 1 by 999 experience points. After he appeared, he swung the Kuan-Pung giant sword down. The giant sword was about to fall on his shoulder. In the night sky, there was a flash of light. A small stone broke through the sky like a meteor. The small stone collided with the giant sword. The web between Jiyu's thumb and forefinger started to feel numb. 6 or 7 men landed on the ground. The leader took a step forward. The beard on his face trembled. He said to Jiyu in front of him, "Get lost." They looked at each other. The 5 men stood in front of the black-robed man. The white-bearded elder touched his beard. "Lu Jing, is your Lu family looking down on our God-evolving peak?" He suddenly laughed out loud. "Haha, God-evolving peak, if it weren't for our Lu family's support, would you be able to achieve what you have today?" The white-bearded elder snorted coldly. "Jiyu, my young friend, take it as giving this old man face today. Let them leave. From today onwards, the Lu family has nothing to do with us. You said it yourself. In the future, you have to blame me for not providing pills to the God-evolving peak." After saying this, he turned his head. Lu Jing waved his hand, and the rest of the people grabbed Lu Zhang in front of them, turned their heads, and walked out of the door of the God Evolution Peak. "Elder, I gave you face today. But tomorrow, I will think of a way to deal with them." Whitebeard laughed and stroked his beard. After laughing, he disappeared from where he was. Several senior brothers walked out. They looked at each other and walked to Jiyu with a smile. Jiyu said to them, "Are you willing to do a big deal with me?" After hearing this, they looked at each other excitedly. In a flash, they took out the pills in their hands and placed them on the table. They looked at the sparkling pills with a trace of excitement on their faces. The rest of them looked at each other. At this moment, they slowly took a step forward and put the pills into their mouths. After consuming the elixir, the Xian energy in that person's body suddenly rose rapidly. He slammed the table and said indifferently, "This elixir is simply too miraculous. It's much better than the Lu family's." Jiyu said indifferently, "I'm going to sell this pill to the God-evolving peak," he said with a face full of pride. The others looked at each other and each took out a storage ring and handed it to Jiyu. Jiyu scanned with her divine sense and found that there were many herbs in the storage ring. He was overjoyed. Turning around, he slowly took a step forward. He picked up the storage ring in front of him and cupped his hands at the crowd. Returning to the manor, he sat on the chair and placed the storage ring on the table. Many alchemists walked over. They sat cross-legged on the ground. Jiyu said indifferently, "Thank you for your support. Next, I'll impart my method of refining pills to you. This way, we can increase the speed of refining pills. One must know that the method of refining pills was the secret of every alchemist." He closed his eyes and sat on the ground. Raising his hands, he started chanting. At this moment, countless secret incantations slowly floated into everyone's ears. After waiting for a moment, they slowly opened their eyes. At this moment, they sat up. As if they had comprehended something, they injected the dark force in their hands into their respective pill furnaces. In just 1 day's time, he had refined 500 8th-grade medicinal pills. They placed the 500 8th-grade pills on the table. They looked at each other and sat on the chair. He injected all his dark force into the pills in front of him. At this moment, he turned his head and saw a fatty walking in with a smile. He put the pills he produced today in the carriage and came to Evolution City. The rest of the people sat on the chairs at this moment. They looked at each other. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, they raised their hands. At this moment, a few streaks of dark force gathered and injected into the pill furnaces in front of them. At this moment, the lid of the pill furnaces soared into the sky. It fell to the side. Many of the itinerant cultivators on the street looked at the huge carriage. They looked up and said indifferently, "What's the matter with you?" The rest of the itinerant cultivators seemed to have smelled something in the carriage. At this moment, he walked to the front of the carriage and said with a smile, "Brother, if you have something good on you, why don't you share it with us?" The remaining few people also had a faint smile on their faces. Yes, yes. The itinerant cultivators walked out. Their dark force had reached the peak of LV8 human profound realm. They felt that the treasure chest in the carriage was slowly opening at this moment. At this moment, the fatty said, "No." After saying this, the rest of the rogue cultivators jumped on top of the carriage. Just as they were about to attack, a huge explosion suddenly came from inside the carriage. At this moment, they were sent flying. They fell to the ground one after another. At this moment, they opened their eyes and said indifferently, "Who are you people?" Jiyu stood on the cover of the carriage and said indifferently, "These are all pills that can raise your cultivation level. If you want pills, you have to buy them with magnetite. We don't accept robberies here." The rest of the people jumped up quickly and landed on the ground at this moment. "This is not up to you. In this place, only the Liu family's pills need to be bought with dark stones." Ha ha ha. The rest of the people laughed along with the itinerant cultivator. All of a sudden, 2 vines made of earth flew out from under his feet. This was the mystical skill that Jiyu had created. The sand Xian energy and the wood Xian skill gathered together and quickly gathered together, entangling his feet. At this moment, the sand on the ground seemed to soften. At this moment, the rogue cultivator sank deep into the ground. The rogue cultivator was halfway down. He laughed out loud and said, "You want to escape from my mystical skill?" After he finished saying those words, the profound energy in his body gathered together and soared into the sky. At this moment, the palm energy danced in the air as it rushed forward. A huge palm made of mystic chi appeared in the void. It rushed forward and exploded on the ground. With a loud boom, the surrounding things fell down. The palm was waving in front of Jiyu in an instant. Jiyu swung her sword heavily. The long sword fell on the palm and a loud boom was heard. The clouds in the palm were dispersing. At this moment, the rogue cultivator fixed his eyes on Jiyu. He raised the precious weapon in his hand and attacked Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the precious weapon. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared on the spot. She waved the precious weapon and stabbed the rogue cultivator. The precious weapon penetrated his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground at the next moment. The remaining rogue cultivators were delighted when they saw that the expert at the peak of LV8 human profound realm killed the rogue cultivator with one strike. They took a step forward and said with trembling bodies, wait, we're willing to buy it with dark stones." Only then did Jiyu retract his hand. The fatty shouted and waved the horsewhip. In the next moment, the carriage stopped. At this moment, he walked down from the carriage. They opened the door of the carriage. The manservant of the Liu family saw this scene. He exchanged a look and walked out from the other side. He said indifferently, "Your Honor, the elixirs in their carriage are indeed 8th-grade elixirs." Liu Zhang swept all the things on the table to the ground. He looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and walked slowly in the other direction. He patted the table and said, "You go and ask our shop to lower the price of the elixirs." "But Jiyu and the others are giving out the elixirs." "Yes, it seems to be a buy one get one free deal." After saying this, they looked at each other. At this moment, he took a step forward and sat on the chair. He slowly raised his hands and a ball of dark chi flowed out from his hands. It was infused into the manservant's body. That manservant was lifted into the air by Xian energy. His neck seemed to be strangled by someone. Lu Chang widened his eyes and looked at that person. He said faintly, "Can't you think of a way?" Young master, in this situation, we can only rely on force. After saying those words, he raised his hands. At this moment, he landed on the ground. He opened his eyes wide. A row of experts of the 8th level of the human profound realm walked out of the room. They looked at each other and ran in the other direction. They looked at each other and then stood up. The rest of the people gathered. At this moment, they rushed toward Jiyu and the fatty's shop. They rushed into the shop and waved the weapons in their hands when they saw people. They let out miserable cries. At this moment, Jiyu slowly walked forward. She raised the weapons in her hands and looked at each other. She said indifferently, Liu Zhang, I let you escape from the evolving temple 2 days ago. What do you want to do today? After saying this, the two of them looked at each other. In an instant, they flew up and landed in front of Jiyu. You're not going to be so lucky today. The rest of the people raised the weapons in their hands and rushed toward Jiyu. Liu Zhang was very confident in his hired thugs. They were people who could set off a bloody storm in the central region. However, Jiyu suddenly turned around and waved her weapon at one of the thugs. His eyes blinked rapidly. That precious weapon was right in front of him, and a sword was about to pierce him. That sword was about to cut him down. A trace of blood flowed out of the thug's body. The rest of the people rushed forward. A trace of dark force appeared in Jiyu's hands. At this moment, 3 or 4 water dragons gushed out from several pillars from the ground. At this moment, the pillar gathered together, and so did the mystical dragons. They flew forward at the same time and grabbed the water dragon in front of them with both hands. At this moment, his leg slid down and slid backwards. They widened their eyes. At this moment, they slowly glanced forward. Jiyu raised the weapon in her hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, she waved her sword and the weapon fell heavily. The water dragons flew forward at this moment. The explosion hit everyone, and they were all sent flying out of the shop. They raised their heads and looked in Jiyu's direction. After yelling kill, they flew up and landed in front of Jiyu in a few leaps. Liu Zhang was not strong. When he saw that all his thugs were sent flying by Jiyu, he was terrified. His eyes were like a frightened cockroach as he ran out of the door. At this moment, he kept shouting, "Help! Help!" Jiyu's body did not move. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. A kick landed on his back, and he fell to the ground at that moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised the precious weapon in his hand and stabbed down with a heavy sword. The rest of the thugs spat out mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Jiyu slowly took a step forward. Just as she was about to attack, they raised their heads. The rest of the thugs landed on the ground. Wait. At this moment, the sound of thunder rang in the air. They descended from the sky and looked in Jiyu's direction. Elder Liu Zhang. Young Master Jiyu, can you let my son go? They looked at each other. He said slowly, your son needs to be taught. After he finished speaking, he lifted the treasured weapon beside him and threw it up. The treasured weapon pierced through his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and helped him up. He said calmly, I'm just taking back our bet. He chopped off Liu Zhang's shoulder. They looked at each other and said calmly, good boy, I'll leave old Luo to you. Humph, you're just a human profound realm brat, but you have the guts. Good, I'll let you see what it means to be in the earth profound realm. The bejeweled artifact shot forward in an instant. Jiyu raised his hand and blocked the bejeweled artifact. At this moment, he picked up the life treasure beside him and held it in his hand. Then, he clashed with the life treasure. A huge force erupted at this moment, and a huge explosion sounded in the air. Jiyu landed on the ground, his hands trembling. It had been a long time since he had such an exciting battle. He felt that his body was full of hot blood. The two of them flew forward quickly. In a short moment, they had fought hundreds of rounds in the air. There were simply too many profound skills on Jiyu's body, causing that Earth Profound Realm expert, who was addressed as Old Luo, to feel a slight headache. Old Luo, there's no need to be lenient. I'll compensate for the sacrifice of the others. The person called Old Luo licked his lips as a smile appeared on his face. Yes, my lord. After saying this, he suddenly moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Jiyu. He raised the weapon in his hand and stabbed it in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu flew backwards. At this moment, the weapons exploded. In the blink of an eye, thousands of weapons appeared in the air. All of a sudden, the thousands of precious weapons thrust forward. Jiyu's eyes widened. A thick wall of earth appeared and slammed into the wall, causing a loud boom to ring out. A trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. However, Luo Dixian wasn't any better. In order to attack him, Jiyu's weapon appeared in his hand. They looked at each other. At this time, he suddenly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu burst out a powerful thunder and lightning power, which gathered in the sky and struck down from the sky. The 30 lightning bolts landed on Jiyu's body. At this moment, Jiyu disappeared from his spot. He raised his hands and the lightning bolts gathered in his hands. Jiyu abruptly raised his hand and struck down with a heavy blow. Jiyu turned around and spread out his hands. In an instant, a boundless amount of sand and soil gathered in the air. Jiyu's eyes widened as he looked at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes widened as he looked at Meng Hao. It quickly gathered. Thousands of tons of sand and soil quickly pressed down. The pressure on Luo Dixian increased greatly in an instant. "Boy, you've completely angered me." He roared, opened his hands, and a boom sounded. The thousands of tons of profound energy were all sent flying. The sand and soil exploded in an instant and scattered in all directions. The Xian energy in Jiyu's hands also surged crazily at this time. Facing this pressure of 1,000 tons, the 5 types of Xian energy in his body flew out and desperately protected Jiyu's bloodline. The pressure suddenly multiplied, and a powerful force seemed to be squeezing out the last bit of strength in Jiyu's body. Boom! The ground caved in, and a huge crater appeared in front of everyone. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other. Luo Dixian never expected that a little brat at the human profound realm could actually resist 50% of his power. "Boy, I didn't expect you to have inherited 5 types of profound sage inheritance, but so what? In the face of absolute strength, there is no such thing as a trump card." He snorted coldly and flew up quickly. At the Earth Profound Realm, one could already control the power of flight. An invisible pressure gathered around Jiyu again. Fatty and the others from the God Evolving Peak wanted to help, but they were all excluded by this invisible Xian energy. They looked at each other. Profound skill, myriad blessing, heavenly thunder. After roaring these words, countless lightning bolts directly struck down from the sky. This was different from the lightning bolts of the human profound realm that gathered the elements from the outside world. This was using one's own Xian energy to condense Xian energy that was comparable to the power of heaven and earth. This Xian energy directly hit the ground, as if it would also be penetrated. Jiyu clenched his teeth and persevered. The Xian energy in his hands condensed to a point. He was very clear in his heart that he was not Luo Dixian's opponent. There was only one way to make him perish together with him. And that was to explode the 5 types of Xian energy in front of him. Profound skill, myriad lightning, heavenly technique. The power of thunder and lightning fell from the sky and continuously struck the pillar of thunder and lightning in front of Jiyu. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds of thunder and lightning were heard. Everyone in front of them sucked in a breath of cold air. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from where they were, and a moment later, they appeared in front of each other. He raised his hands and condensed the Xian energy in his body to a point. The Xian energy in his hands suddenly soared. A loud boom was heard. A few disciples of the evolving temple attacked at the same time, using their own Xian energy to attack the invisible barrier. If he wasn't worried about the evolving temple's retaliation, Luo Dixian would have already started a massacre. He snorted coldly. "You want to break my seal with such a small trick?" Immediately after, a ball of fire was suddenly reflected from the thick barrier, sending all the people around it flying. They all slammed into the rocks and screamed in pain. Jiyu suddenly turned around and roared. The power of lightning on her body scattered in all directions. It gradually transformed into a sphere of light, which rapidly flew forward. A loud boom rang out and everything around them fell down. Only then did Jiyu feel the weight on her body lightening. In just a moment, she had disappeared from where she was standing. In the next moment, with the Kunpeng giant sword in hand, he arrived in front of the barrier and bombarded one of the points with the dark force that he had prepared beforehand. Along with a cracking sound, the barrier suddenly shattered. Luo Dixian only felt a trace of surprise. How did he do it? Why was he able to break through his profound energy? This was simply an inconceivable existence. He suddenly took in a breath of cold air. This was simply too miraculous, wasn't it? In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu took advantage of the time before he could react and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in midair. The Kunpeng giant sword in his hand directly slashed down. That huge dark force impacted everything in front of him. He flew up and instantly arrived in front of Luo Dixian. You think you're qualified to compete with this old man's dark force? You're simply courting death. After roaring, he suddenly waved his hand. A tremendous force broke free from his hand and smashed down heavily in Ji Yu's direction. Suddenly, the corner of Ji Yu's mouth revealed a playful smile. She waved the Kunpeng giant sword in her hand heavily. Suddenly, the Kunpeng giant sword emitted a bird's cry. The sound of the bird's cry pierced through the sky. Luo Dixian took in a breath of cold air. What, this is actually the Kunpeng real body? You actually have the Kunpeng real body as the artifact spirit. He didn't dare to believe everything in front of him. Ji Yu was simply too powerful. She could actually reclaim this thing that was extinct on the mainland 1,000 years ago. This was simply a dream. Countless cultivators, who didn't want such a treasure to protect their safety. Only Ji Yu could do it. However, no matter how powerful she was, with Ji Yu's strength, she probably couldn't unleash 30% of the Kunpeng giant sword's ability. Her dark force collided with the Kunpeng real body, and the two of them looked at each other. There seemed to be a trace of blood flowing from the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. He roared, "Go to hell." After roaring this sentence, the giant bird in the sky suddenly descended and suppressed Ji Yu. Ji Yu suddenly raised the Kunpeng giant sword in her hand. A drop of blood fell on the Kunpeng giant sword. As if stimulated by this drop of blood, the Kunpeng real body let out a roar and moved the wings in its hand. With a roar, it flew up and collided head-on with Luo Dixian. No matter how strong Luo Dixian was, he was definitely not an opponent of the Kunpeng real body. The two dark forces collided heavily, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Xun caught him. He said faintly, "Sorry, sect master, I was careless." "It's okay, kid. You're quite powerful. Why don't you let this old man play with you?" Ji Yu said with a smile, "No need. Old man. You'd better find someone to play with your ass." After hearing Ji Yu's humiliating words, he clenched his fists tightly. Then, he soared into the sky and punched the air. Boom, another explosive sound rang out. The Kunpeng real body was actually scattered by him. Yi Chumei's voice slowly came. "Sect Master Lu, do you really think that there's no one in the Divine Array Peak? How dare you hurt my disciple on this street? I was wondering who it was. So it's the first disciple of the Divine Array Peak's Taoist Qing Feng. But if your master was here, I would be somewhat afraid of him. You're just a girl. You'd better go back and refine your array. You're courting death." Accompanying this cold voice, a fairy-like girl flew down. Who else could it be but Yi Chumei? But at this moment, Yi Chumei was too beautiful. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to her. Lu Xun sneered. "You overestimate yourself." Then, he combined two steps into one. Mystic skill, Mad Master's Fist Aura. The aura around his body suddenly turned into a fierce master. He suddenly ran in Yi Chumei's direction. Ji Yu shouted, "Master, be careful." It should be known that Yi Chumei's mystic energy had been greatly damaged. It was already very difficult for her to barely be able to fight. Even though Ji Yu was an outsider, he could feel the power of this mystic skill. He anxiously flew forward and stomped on the ground. Instantly, a five-pointed star appeared on the ground. The five-pointed star quickly condensed into Ji Yu's precious weapon. Ji Yu's blood dripped onto the precious weapon. Then, he slashed at the precious weapon. Blood instantly filled the entire precious weapon and he swung it forward. This attack directly blocked the mystic energy. However, it did not last long before shattering. Yichume unhurriedly took a step forward. The precious weapon in her hand slashed down leisurely. In an instant, the mystic energy was directly cut in half by her sword aura. To be able to directly split the attack of a bejeweled artifact into two, this was something that could only be done by someone who had a great understanding of the Tao of bejeweled artifacts. The two forces collided with the tree behind them. In an instant, the tree collapsed. Yichume walked forward step by step. It seems that our evolving temple has been bitterly chasing after the queen's footsteps all these years. Many people have forgotten about our existence. The three empires did not listen to orders to suppress each other. Even a mere alchemy sect dares to act recklessly in our territory. What do you think the evolving temple is? You deserve to die. With each of these three sentences, Lu Zheng only felt his heart tremble. His entire body trembled. Then, a long sword suddenly pierced towards his throat. After piercing through his throat, blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. He clutched his throat. Even when a profound Earthrealm expert's physical body was injured, a strand of his soul could still maintain consciousness. He pointed at Yichume in front of him. He never expected Yichume to be so strong. Even Jiyu felt that Yichume's strength was somewhat beyond his imagination. Yichume frowned and said to Jiyu, "Why aren't you packing up?" After speaking, she walked out of the deep forest. Jiyu suddenly turned around and knocked on the fatty's body. "I'll leave the rest to you." Luo Dixian did not dare to move at all. When Yichume had the intention to leave, he immediately tapped on Lu Zheng's acupoint. With one hand holding him, the other holding Lu Zheng, he directly fled. Jiyu followed, only to see that Yichume was already gone. Helpless, he could only return to this small deep forest and stroll around. Suddenly, he heard a melodious voice. This voice seemed a little familiar, so he followed the direction of the voice and walked over. Jiyu and the others flew under the 3,000 clouds movement and quickly arrived on top of a huge tree. The surroundings were dotted with stars and there was a huge lake in the center. There seemed to be a trace of steam rising from it. It seemed to be the source of a hot spring. Just as he landed on the tree, a lovely person suddenly emerged from the water. Her beautiful hair made Jiyu swallow a mouthful of saliva. This scene was too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it was unbelievable. Only then did that beautiful figure turn around and suddenly let out a shriek of Aya. Jiyu hurriedly blocked in front of her. He only saw that the beautiful figure was actually his master, Yichume. "Master, I didn't do it on purpose. I originally wanted to find you." "Then why did you look?" Although Yichume had cultivated for many years, she had always respected strength. When had she ever let others see her pure body? Naturally, this was no exception. She bashfully slapped the surface of the water and a huge curtain of water soared into the sky. It directly blocked Jiyu's eyes. He didn't know when she had already come ashore and changed her clothes. Jiyu cupped his hands. "Please forgive me, master. I'll let it go this time. Don't do it again." Suddenly, the Asian Peak's bell rang. Yichume frowned and said, "Could it be that there's a problem with the barrier again?" After a period of time in the evolving temple, Jiyu had some understanding of barriers. Although Jiang Chuyue had sacrificed herself in exchange for the safety of the people in this province. How could there be a barrier that could last for eternity? The barrier would be destroyed every year. The result of all this was that the demon beasts in the 100 Beast Mountain range would riot every time, just like last time. In order to protect everyone, the evolving temple had no choice but to choose another strategy, which was to retreat and then continuously strengthen the barrier. This was why the 5 major domains were safe. Otherwise, with the 5 major domains killing each other, they would have been swallowed by the other 11 provinces long ago. Jiyu took in a deep breath of cold air. If the barrier was opened, even Jiang Chuyue wouldn't have the ability to save everyone inside the barrier. With a thought, the Ice Queen's voice was transmitted into Jiyu's mind from the spirit rope. "There's nothing I can do. I'm still fusing with the 4 strands of soul power. Unless I can obtain the final strand of soul power, there's nothing I can do." He had no choice but to follow along and take a look himself. He originally wanted to help this mysterious person take back his spirit and return the world to normal, but he didn't expect that this person didn't have a good idea either. Yichume said, "If we go back now, we won't make it in time." I know how to use treasures. Hold me tight. When Yichume said this, she didn't feel that anything was wrong. It was only when Jiyu hugged her waist that she slowly blushed. It turned out that the 3 outstanding disciples of the Ishan Peak had returned today. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't about the barrier, it was fine. Since the 3 heroes have returned, why don't we bring forward the ranking ceremony? Do you want your rankings to be higher? Yes. Very good. Let's not delay. Let's begin now. The Great Elder said seriously on the stage. Suddenly, an extremely nimble brat jumped onto the stage. I am Maho. Greetings, everyone. I am the head disciple of the Mystic Skills Peak, ranked 4000. Today, I want to challenge junior brother Jiyu and see if he lives up to the title of genius. Since Jiyu was Yichume's disciple, he was ranked at the top 2000. Among the 5000 people in the Evolving Temple, he was considered to be one of the most outstanding. He naturally had no reason to back down. Thus, he took a step forward and cupped his fists. Greetings, senior brother. Let's begin. The two didn't exchange any pleasantries. They directly started fighting. Maho was very confident because he was the most outstanding existence in the Mystic Skills Peak. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't enter the peak earlier than his senior brothers, he would have become a special existence long ago. He cupped his fists and didn't waste any words. A wave of mystic energy appeared in his hands and he heavily waved them forward. Suddenly, the sky changed color and a wave of mystic energy directly pressed down. Jiyu suddenly turned around and used the artifact in his hand to receive it. Just as he blocked this mystic skill, Maho's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Junior brother, you fell for it. After saying this, the ball of light in the air suddenly exploded and countless vines burst out from within. Haha, everyone says that junior brother Jiyu has the power of 5 elements. Today, let me see how much junior brother has comprehended. The elders on the stage couldn't help but stroke their beards. Looks like Jiyu really is a special existence. Mayor, you've accepted a good disciple. That's right, that's right. But Maho's mystic skills are ever-changing. Let's just watch the performance with all our heart. Countless vines suddenly exploded in the air and countless vines fell from the sky, wrapping around Jiyu's hands and feet. Jiyu tried to struggle free. Unexpectedly, the power of the vines wrapped around Jiyu's hands and tightened. He stomped heavily on the ground. Suddenly, 2 earthen dragons emerged from the ground and roared at the sky. Then, they swooped down and entered the ground. After circling the ground for a while, Jiyu's eyes widened. Then, Jiyu's eyes widened. After circling around for a while, those earth dragons suddenly flew up and pounced towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu frowned and the mystic energy in his hands was released to the extreme. A terrifying mystic energy directly broke through his hands and broke the vines. Jiyu landed on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This fellow's strength was really not to be underestimated. A gust of mystic energy was contained in his hands. Jiyu suddenly raised his hands and after Maho's vines were broken, countless little flower seeds fell to the ground. In an instant, it seemed to have turned into a huge tree that covered the sky, trapping Jiyu in it. Maho muttered some words and waved his hand. In an instant, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. Indeed, he played with mystic skills. But on the path of mystic skills, although he was able to connect them continuously, the biggest problem was that this fellow's mystic energy was still very weak. Jiyu held the treasure weapon, Kuanpung giant sword, and a ball of fire burst out. It flew in all directions and the flames instantly burned those trees. Before the thundercloud in the sky fell, countless water droplets suddenly appeared from the ground. Countless water droplets floated in the sky and actually caught all the lightning that was falling. The lightning bolts that were supported by water mystic energy were incomparably strong and all of them surged towards the opponent. Maho gave a miserable cry and fell to the ground with his body charred black. This round, Jiyu wins. Maho stood up with difficulty and looked at his hands in disappointment. Jiyu threw 2 bottles of medicine to him. Actually, your strength is not bad. Just now, if I was careless, I would have fallen into your trap. But your problem is that your own cultivation has not caught up with the usage of this set of chain mystic skills. After hearing Ji Yu's words, his heart suddenly thumped. So that was the case. No wonder he had been trapped all this while. No wonder his ranking had not been able to rise. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Currently, Ji Yu's ranking did not change. He did not know that a single sentence from him today would result in the birth of a profound technique grandmaster. He was only pondering. Since he had entered the arena, it was impossible for him not to raise his ranking. I want to challenge the disciple who is ranked 20th, he must be crazy. Ji Yu is only at the 5th level of the human profound realm. He actually wants to challenge the disciple who is ranked in the top 20. If this is not crazy, then what is it? Then the disciple who is ranked 20th, Xiao Feng, come out. Xiao Feng jumped onto the arena and cupped his fist. Blades and swords have no eyes. Junior brother, please be careful. After speaking, he did not wait for Ji Yu's reply and directly stabbed his sword. Ji Yu had actually reached the level of waste ascension. It was just that during this period of time, except for the slight opportunity when facing Luo Di Xian, he still needed a big battle to get the opportunity to improve. Today was the best opportunity. He suddenly stood up, and the sand wall was already in front of him. However, this sand wall was as if it did not exist to him. The heavy force collided with the sand wall and made a loud rumbling sound. Ji Yu suddenly took 2 steps back and raised the artifact in his hand. Mystic skill, Raging Inferno. Ding, the host used Raging Inferno. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Raging flames instantly flew out from Ji Yu's prized artifact and bombarded Xiao Feng's prized artifact. The two of them took 2 steps back. Xiao Feng then said faintly, "Not bad. You are the one who can force me back." Xiao Feng's strength had also reached the 8th level of the human profound realm. Moreover, he was not like the person who was defeated by Ji Yu in the Star Soul Empire. He had completely mastered the 8th level of the human profound realm. Xiao Feng's expression became incomparably serious. Mystic skill, combination of wind and fire. The artifact in his hands flew out like the wind. His entire body was like a leaf in a gale, dodging everywhere. Ji Yu's 3,000 clouds movement could only barely keep up with his pace. He suddenly turned around and heavily chopped down the artifact in his hand. Ji Yu suddenly turned around and blocked the giant sword of the Kuan Peng. A wave of terrifying mystic chi spread out from the two of them. All the disciples below the arena were forced to take 2 steps back by this wave of chi. Ji Yu had 5 levels of mystic chi stacked together, which was why she had such terrifying strength. However, Xiao Feng did have real strength. His body suddenly turned, and like a poisonous dragon, he quickly spun on the giant sword of the Kuan Peng. Xiao Feng was hit by the sword and slowly took a step back. His gaze locked onto Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu abruptly turned around and the prized artifact in his hand suddenly emitted a golden light. Then, a beam of light shone brightly. The 2 profound energies collided with each other, followed by a loud rumbling sound. Even though the entire arena was protected by a formation, it still trembled. The Asian Peak's Peak Master, who was also the sect leader, looked in Ji Yu's direction with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Xiao Feng fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 men's eyes met. Xiao Feng said faintly, "You lost. Admit defeat." Ji Yu smiled faintly, "Senior brother, although your level is higher than mine, it doesn't mean that I lost. Why bother? You'll lose face later. You're only at the human profound realm. I'm afraid you don't have any dark force now." After saying this, the 2 of them ran forward at the same time. In a flash, they disappeared. A moment later, he was floating in the night sky. The treasure in his hand directly fell in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu just turned around and disappeared in an instant. A moment later, she appeared in front of him. The dark force in her hand fell heavily. With a loud bang. There was the sound of an explosion around them. Xiao Feng fell to the ground, but the 4 flags beside him emitted light at the same time. A circle was connected from the ground, and a pentagonal light was emitted from it. He slowly stood up and instantly disappeared from where he stood. Ji Yu said faintly, "Golden light, rise." After shouting this, the golden light on the ground suddenly lit up. The pentagonal light on the ground instantly trapped him in the center. The remaining few people landed on the ground. They looked up and said faintly, "All right, kid, you can release the formation." After saying this, Jiyu raised both hands and dispersed the pentagonal light in front of him. They looked at each other. The white-bearded elder said faintly, "This competition is over. The winner is Jiyu." Suddenly, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Jiyu slowly walked forward. "The secret realm has been opened. Everyone, please come in." After saying this, a huge light curtain appeared in the air, and the rest of the people jumped into the light curtain. Yichume glanced in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu stepped on the stairs in the air and walked behind the light screen. With a flash of divine light, he appeared in front of a huge piece of land. The remaining people slowly raised their heads at this time and looked around. They only saw a forest appear here, and the remaining people slowly walked out at this time. They took out their treasures and walked towards Jiyu. Because they saw what happened just now with their own eyes, they felt a sense of trust towards such a powerful teammate. Jiyu walked in the forest. The remaining people looked at each other. All of a sudden, countless heads popped out from all directions. They looked in Jiyu's direction, and the rest of the people suddenly lit up. The rest of the people jumped to the ground and looked at each other. These are the disciples of the other sections. Although our evolving temple has the right to speak in the central region, many sects are usually hidden in the mountains and don't have any contact with the mortal world. Hearing this, Jiyu stopped in his tracks. He said faintly, "Be careful. There's something wrong with these people. In the secret realm, we rely on our strength. As for the rest, we don't know what will happen." At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly sounded in the sky. "A treasure has appeared." It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but the remaining people immediately followed. In the distance, many people kept jumping up and down. But no matter where they came from, they only had one goal. They only had one goal in mind, which was the mountain range not far from here. Jiyu said faintly, "Let's go and take a look." Their pace was neither fast nor slow. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain range. A feminine man stood in front of the mountain range with a group of people. He turned around and glanced at Jiyu and the others. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "Boys, are you also here to participate in the treasure fight?" The murderous aura on him was so strong that it made people's hearts skip a beat when they saw it. The remaining few people with the same feminine face slowly approached behind him at this moment. They raised their hands at the same time. The dark force in their hands gathered in an instant. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the air. The remaining people quickly ran in the direction of the mountain range. At this moment, the remaining people gradually surrounded them. They looked at each other. At this moment, he said faintly, "Be careful later." Jiyu raised his head and looked forward. At this moment, the feminine man took 2 steps forward and stomped his foot. At this moment, a wisp of green smoke slowly rose from under his feet and gradually wrapped around his feet. In an instant, he disappeared on the spot. After a while, he appeared in front of the group of people who were running up. His feet landed on the ground. At this moment, the wisp of smoke turned into several poisonous snakes. At this moment, they turned into several long dragons and roared at the sky. Those poisonous snakes flew up in an instant. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened. He raised his hands and 2 balls of dark force gathered in his hands. At this moment, the 2 poisonous snakes flew out and hit the few disciples who were running up. Those people roared and their bodies collapsed behind them. They looked at each other and got up. The treasures in their hands were gathered in his hands. At this moment, he slowly walked forward. He picked up the treasure tool in front of him and instantly charged at the person who had released the poison dragon. The feminine aura on that person's face made him smile even more happily. Suddenly, a wisp of green gas appeared on their bodies and wrapped around his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed in a pool of blood. The remaining few people ran towards Jiyu at this moment. "I beg you, please save us." Jiyu took out a pill bottle and threw it at the few people in front of her. They caught the bottle and held it in their hands with excitement on their faces. "This is great, this is great." They quickly swallowed the pill. Immediately, it was as if an endless amount of energy appeared in their bodies. They stretched their legs and said indifferently, "Thank you, Brother Xian." Ji took the bottle alone and said, "What do you think we should do now?" After hearing this, the remaining few people gradually surrounded Jiyu. The feminine man said, "Who are you?" "I'm Jiyu from the Evolving Temple's God Array Peak." "So it's the Evolving Temple. But so what? In this secret realm, it's hard to say who can escape." "That's right, ha ha ha." The rest of the people laughed out loud. The rest of the people gradually came forward and waved their precious weapons. In an instant, they danced in the air and attacked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu picked up the treasures beside her, turned around, and waved her sword heavily. The treasures collided with one of the treasures. The two treasures collided. The blood in Jiyu's hand dripped onto the ground and instantly floated in the air. Soon, a corrosive power devoured the drop of blood. They looked at each other and Jiyu said indifferently, "With just the few of you?" After hearing Jiyu's words, the corners of their mouths curled into a smile. "Kill." After shouting this, the remaining people flew forward. After a few leaps, they landed in Jiyu's direction. They did not understand why the poison on their treasures had no effect on Jiyu. All darkness will be hidden in the flames. After taking a step forward, a thick layer of flames covered Jiyu's entire body. She jumped up, as if a pair of wings had appeared on her back. Those wings flapped. It was as if countless flames were flying forward at this moment. At that moment, those flames landed on the ground. The remaining few people looked at each other at this moment. The remaining few people slowly walked forward and gathered powerful dark force in their hands. They slapped the dark force heavily on the ground. Suddenly, a few pillars of fire emerged from the ground and approached Jiyu. The corners of their mouths were extremely proud, as if they were saying, "Come on. Let's see whose flames are more powerful." However, the flames on Jiyu's body were formed by a phoenix, but now the phoenix had merged with the Kuanpung. The Kuanpung roared, and Jiyu's treasures trembled. The remaining flames seemed to be sucked in. At this moment, those flames quickly gathered and were sucked into the treasures. Jiyu said indifferently, "Your flames are gone." Jiyu looked at the people in front of her. All of a sudden, their bodies began to tremble. The feminine-looking man gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, hurry up and run. Leave the rest to me." After saying this, the rest of them exchanged glances with each other. The feminine-looking man said faintly, "Brother, you must stop him. Wait until I get the treasure, I will definitely come to help you." After saying this, the feminine-looking man disappeared in an instant. The remaining feminine-looking man came forward. "He's only at the 4th level of the human profound realm. Brothers, don't be afraid. Go." After roaring out these words, the rest of the people quickly surrounded them at this moment. They took out their treasured weapons and gradually surrounded Jiyu. The people from the Divine Evolving Palace this time were all experts among the disciples. The disciples of the Divine Profound Peak were the first to make a move. They stomped their feet on the ground and made countless hand seals with their hands. Countless fireballs fell from the sky. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds resounded throughout the entire world. Those fireballs crashed into the ground, creating huge craters. They raised their hands abruptly and looked ahead. In an instant, they disappeared from where they were. A moment later, they slowly walked forward. After a few ups and downs, they appeared in front of Jiyu. At this moment, countless fireballs crashed toward Jiyu. The feminine-looking men avoided the pursuit of the disciples of the Divine Profound Peak, intending to kill Jiyu directly. But Jiyu's speed was also surprisingly fast. He suddenly turned around, raised the treasured weapon in his hand, and waved it heavily. At this moment, the power of the treasured weapon hit the thick wall. After a few explosions, the remaining people raised their heads and said faintly, "Kill." After roaring these words, the remaining people looked at each other. At this moment, the remaining people stood up and waved their treasured weapons. Like a flash of lightning, they disappeared from the spot in an instant. Not long after they ran out, the remaining few people landed on the ground and took the pills in their hands. In an instant, the muscles on their bodies became thick and solid. Their fists collided heavily with the forest, and in an instant, the forest collapsed one after another. The remaining few people looked towards Jiyu's direction and gradually approached her. Jiyu abruptly turned around and the prized artifact in her hand dropped down in an instant. But this time, he didn't release any profound skill. The array on the ground instantly appeared, outlining several golden lights, which directly shot out. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds rang out, and the remaining people quickly closed in on Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly turned around and stabbed one of them with her sword. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. After everyone was taken care of, Jiyu said slowly, "Let's go up the mountain." The disciples of the evolving divine palace gathered together and walked up the mountain. They entered the place and looked around. The effeminate man's corpse was actually lying on the ground. It wasn't easy to defeat a 6th-layer human profound realm expert who used poison. Jiyu took a few steps forward, and the remaining few people looked at each other. They took 2 steps forward and said faintly, "Xiaofeng, it seems that we have to be careful." When they were outside the door, the remaining few people looked at each other. Jiyu said faintly, "Greetings, senior brothers." There was a huge stone door outside the cave, but they didn't know what kind of stone door it was. They looked at each other. A person from the other side also walked out. He said faintly, "Hello, senior brothers." In the outside world, as long as they didn't have to fight, they wouldn't fight. Moreover, they also addressed each other as fellow disciples. Jiyu took a step forward slowly. At this moment, a few people landed on the ground. They looked at each other. Another group of people came. "We are from the Iron Profound sect." "Greetings, senior brothers." The people who were originally in front of the mountain door said, "We are from the Green Mountain sect." "Greetings, senior brothers." The people from the 3 sects greeted each other. Jiyu took a step forward and threw a punch in the direction of the stone door. At that moment, the huge stone door collided with each other with a dang sound. At this moment, the stone door slowly lifted up. The remaining people poured into the door like water. They saw another world inside the stone door. A huge lake surrounded them. A few Taishan sect disciples took a few steps forward, only to see countless black insects suddenly emerge from the ground. Those black insects were incomparably tall. They roared and gradually waved the 8 hairs on their bodies to retreat. At this moment, they ran in the direction of the crowd. At this moment, the disciple of the Iron Profound sect took a step forward. A ball of light appeared in his hand. He flew up and slapped with both hands. He slapped down heavily, and a loud bang was heard. In an instant, the wall in front of them slowly collapsed at this moment. The remaining people gradually protected themselves. At this moment, those insects rushed forward. They waved the treasured weapons in their hands and heavily slammed them on those insects. Several insects collided with each other, and a loud bang was heard. At this moment, those insects flew up and opened their mouths. Those insects ran forward and directly pounced on the disciples of the Iron Profound sect. After a loud crack, a scream was heard. That person let out a miserable cry. At this moment, he fell into a pool of blood. Their auras were not strong. At this moment, Jiyu looked around. At this moment, they picked up the treasured weapons beside them and flew in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu took 2 steps forward. He suddenly turned around and stabbed one of the insects with his sword. At this moment, those insects emitted a lot of stench. After the rest of the insects saw that their brothers were affected, their eyes seemed to emit flames of anger. They chirped and approached Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly took a few steps back. The other disciples of the evolving temple also quickly retreated and stood in front of Jiyu. They slapped their hands on the ground. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning sounded in the sky. At this moment, those insects quickly crawled out from all directions and spat out threads. Very quickly, they wrapped around one of the disciples of the evolving temple. Those threads actually contained a huge amount of venom. Jiyu felt the power in their bodies. At this moment, the venom was crazily stealing the vitality in his body. There was no saving him. Jiyu immediately judged in his heart. He nodded to the people beside him. They looked at each other and decisively stopped looking at that person. They walked in another direction. Jiyu led everyone around him and quickly jumped up and landed on the ground. After a few ups and downs, Flying Dance took a few steps forward. They raised the treasured weapons in their hands and directly threw them out. Ji knew that there seemed to be no end to these insects. Although they were disciples of the mortal profound realm, they were not an endless number of people. After thinking for a while, he took out the Kuanping giant sword. After Jiyu's thought, it turned into a huge treasure weapon and fell on the ground. At this moment, the rest of the people surrounded him. Then, they looked at each other. They directly flew forward and completely surrounded Jiyu. After looking at each other, they quickly ran across the bridge formed by the giant sword. Jiyu said indifferently, "Be careful." After saying this, the rest of the people looked in Jiyu's direction gratefully. Jiyu said indifferently, "Those insects seem to be a little afraid when they are near the water." Soon, Jiyu understood why those insects were afraid of the lake. At this moment, the ground shook violently. A huge centipede appeared. At this moment, the centipedes turned around, wriggled their bodies, and looked in Jiyu's direction. At this moment, the countless tentacles under its feet hit the ground quickly. At this moment, countless earth spikes burst out and approached Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly turned around. Before the treasure weapons in their hands returned, the rest of the disciples of the evolving divine palace used their defensive mystic skills to block those attacks for Jiyu. After two loud booms, Li Mu's eyes lit up. They quickly took 2 steps back. They looked in Jiyu's direction with burning eyes. At this moment, Jiyu slowly took a step forward. He said indifferently, "Be careful." After saying this, the people of the Iron Profound sect took the lead to attack the monster centipede. After a few ups and downs, they raised the treasure weapons in their hands and swung them forward heavily. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by 3 huge explosions. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. At this moment, the rest of the people walked in Jiyu's direction. After Jiyu waved his hand, the treasure weapon instantly appeared in Jiyu's hand. He turned around and took a step forward. He said indifferently, "The Iron Profound sect is in danger." The Black Iron sect disciple standing in front of him had a look of horror in his eyes. Just as they were about to dodge the monster's attack, they did not expect that the monster had already brandished its iron claws and sent a few of the Black Iron sect's disciples flying. They fell into a pool of blood one after another, and a trace of blood flowed out of their mouths. Jiyu disappeared from the spot in an instant. The treasure weapon in his hand flew into the air in an instant and produced hundreds of other treasures in the blink of an eye. Mystical skill, 10,000 swords returned to 1. Ding, the host used the mystical skill, 10,000 swords returned to 1 and gained 1 by 999 experience points. The hundreds of long swords in the air also split up at this moment, and in an instant, the sky was covered by the treasures. The treasures quickly fell in the direction of the big bug. Boom. Boom, boom. Following 3 loud sounds, the treasures gradually stacked up, and continuously pierced into the big bug's stomach. After a loud roar, the beast roared. The treasures penetrated their bodies, and let out a low roar. After letting out a shriek, it instantly collapsed to the ground. The people from the Black Iron sect and the Green Mountain sect surrounded Jiyu, followed by a loud rumble. They retreated 2 steps back, and Jiyu slowly stepped forward, forming countless treasures in the air. Jiyu stretched out his hand, and in an instant, those treasures gathered in Jiyu's hand, and he stabbed the Kuanping giant sword into his back. The disciples of Black Iron sect came forward and cupped their fists. The leader of the disciples had a trace of embarrassment on his face. "Thank you, Brother Jiyu, but even so, we will not show mercy later." Seeing that his face was so resolute, Jiyu smiled faintly. The crowd continued to walk along the passage, and there were not many changes when they walked inside. At the end of the passage, there was a huge square. Just as everyone walked in, the ground suddenly shook violently. 2 rows of armored men slowly rose from the pools on both sides of the square. Jiyu looked at both sides, and those people suddenly opened their eyes, revealing blood-red pupils. With a wave of their hands, they picked up axes from their sides and swung them down. Instantly, the axes came crashing down on Meng Hao. A phantom image appeared in the air of those long axes. It pressed down heavily on Jiyu. Jiyu took a step to the side and the Kuanping giant sword appeared in her hand. The disciples from the Black Iron School weren't willing to be outdone. They roared and took a step forward. Countless iron shields appeared in front of the crowd. At this moment, the bejeweled axe fell from the sky and collided with the iron shield. The Iron Xianxia disciples all spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked in front of them in disbelief, only to see a trace of blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. The armored men moved. Their thick bodies were several feet tall. When they stepped on the ground, it felt like the whole ground was shaking. Jiyu was facing an armored man. Her Kuanping giant sword and the armored man's long axe collided. The armored man didn't make any sound. He just walked forward and swung down the long axe in his hand. Jiyu sensed that there wasn't much Xianqi in the armored man's body. Instead, it was a huge amount of Xianqi that was constantly pressing down on him. He took a deep breath. At this moment, the surrounding stones also flew in all directions and collided with the stone pillars. He took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the armored man. This armored man was really too strong. Jiyu's Kuanping giant sword couldn't even leave a mark on him. He ran along the armored man's arm to his shoulder. He took the two spears and stabbed them towards the eyes of the armored man. A ray of red light shot out from the eyes of the armored men. The red light was very destructive, and it caused the surrounding stone pillars to collapse. The remaining armored men were also closing in on Jiyu at this moment. At this moment, the armored men were dragging their heavy bodies and gradually running towards Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly waved the bejeweled weapon in his hand. There was a loud boom and an explosive force suddenly sounded in front of him. It spread out in all directions. The surrounding people flew backwards. Jiyu picked up the Kuanping giant sword in front of him and ran forward. He jumped and swung the sword down. With a boom, the armored man collapsed to the ground. Jiyu injected Xianqi into the sky. Countless lightning bolts followed the Kuanping giant sword and spread out in all directions. He leaped high and chopped down the bejeweled weapon in his hand. Those lightning bolts carried a burning heat and burned the remaining armored men. The remaining people looked at him in awe. Was this the strength of an ordinary disciple? With this strength, he was more than enough to be an elder of each family. They cupped their fists and said to Jiyu in front of them, "Thank you for saving our lives, young master." At this moment, the house in front of them lit up. Jiyu took 2 steps forward. The disciples of Taishan sect completely stopped in their tracks. Even if a treasure appeared, Jiyu had saved their lives several times. They did not intend to stop Jiyu's activities. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and opened the door in front of him. A creaking sound came from the door. Jiyu ran forward and raised his hands. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis came from all directions. His body flashed and disappeared from the spot. In an instant, he was in front of the long sword. He reached out and grabbed the bejeweled weapon. There was a violent vibration in the surroundings. Jiyu threw the bejeweled weapon to another person. He held the life treasure in his hand with a smile on his face. Jiyu said indifferently, "This bejeweled weapon is yours." He handed the bejeweled weapon to his senior brother. The senior brother's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. Who could casually hand over a bejeweled weapon in such an environment? This was simply a dream. He was instantly excited. He took 2 steps forward and gathered the Xianqi in his hand. Those armored men who had collapsed just now seemed to have been summoned. They stood up again and shrank to the size of a human and followed behind him. In his eyes, there was a heated expression. Jiyu said indifferently, "Let's go." The 2 groups of people from the Taishan sect and the Qingshan sect went in different directions. They didn't want to follow Jiyu anymore. Although it was safe, there was no point for them to enter the secret realm. Jiyu led the people from the evolving temple in another direction. After crossing the Tianshui River, they saw a towering mountain peak. It was as if there were countless golden spears and armored horses galloping inside. Jiyu waved his hand heavily, and the remaining people began to run forward at this moment. Along the mountain path, it was difficult for them to move forward. At this moment, a bolt of lightning sounded in the sky. The people around looked up at the sky, as if the lightning would strike them in the next moment. Jiyu glanced around. A cloud of thick fog slowly rose from his hands and an array was formed in an instant. He waved his hand and the people around him jumped up and ran to the peak of the mountain. The rest of the people stood up at this moment. The mountain shook violently. A headless armored horse slowly walked out at this moment. There was a headless soldier sitting on the horse. Then, another group of headless soldiers ran forward. They set their eyes on Jiyu and raised the weapons in their hands. The rest of the people rode the horses in front of them and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised the treasured weapon in his hand. The disciples of the evolving temple poured in like water. They couldn't deal with the monsters, but couldn't they deal with these small corpses? One of the disciples sent a kick forward. His Xian skill strengthened the Xianxia in his leg. His kick landed heavily on the opponent's body. After the kick landed, the Xianxia in the disciple's body exploded. The corpse was like a golden body. It didn't understand. The rest of the horses quickly ran forward. They suddenly attacked the disciples of the evolving temple. They slowly took out their precious weapons and swung them up, colliding with each other. There was a loud bang. The surrounding people were sent flying backward at this time. They slid out of the ground and looked in Jiyu's direction with burning eyes. In an instant, they disappeared from where they were. All the disciples of the evolving temple didn't expect that these corpses could make such a powerful move. They suddenly turned around and formed layers of pentagrams under their feet. Above those pentagrams, vines grew and wrapped around the corpses. The disciples didn't dare to be careless. They quickly picked up the treasured weapons in their hands and chopped at the corpses. After God knows how many loud bangs, they finally relaxed. Jiyu prepared some recovery pills for them. After taking the pills, they felt refreshed. They slowly walked forward. After a while, they entered an underground tomb. Hong, the door slowly opened, and they all looked forward. What's in here? Jiyu looked at the corpses and thought that there must be a powerful array in the mountain supporting these corpses so that they could move freely. He closed his eyes. They thought about everything around them and where the problem was. They looked at each other. Jiyu said calmly, "Let's go in." In a flash, they jumped into it. They looked at each other. They saw that there was a bottomless abyss at the end of the path. Jiyu closed his eyes and used his mental strength to explore the valley. He saw a ray of light at the end of the valley. They all jumped into the valley and took a deep breath. Jiyu said calmly, "Everyone, follow me." After saying that, Jiyu took the lead and jumped into the valley. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was simply too bold. Jiyu passed through the valley and landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked around, only to see countless black shadows swaying around. From both sides of the valley, there seemed to be countless vengeful spirits reaching out in Jiyu's direction, trying to drag him into hell. Jiyu snorted coldly. The mental strength in his mind suddenly exploded and flew in all directions. Right at that moment, the surrounding area began to tremble. They turned around and looked at Jiyu. At this moment, the people around him took a few steps forward, and he disappeared from where he was in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the rest of the people took 2 steps in Jiyu's direction. When they saw the disciples jump down one after another, the rest of the people jumped down at the same time. They also saw the same thing as Jiyu. They kept passing through the bottomless abyss. Jiyu landed on the ground and looked around. There was a large palace at the bottom of the bottomless abyss. It seemed to have been asleep for a long time. Perhaps because they believed that no one would be able to pass through the tunnel, they slowly opened their eyes at this moment and looked around. Jiyu reached out and picked up the treasures on the ground. He looked at the people around him. At this moment, the people around him slowly ran forward. Jiyu suddenly turned around. The dark force in his hand suddenly lit up. A huge wave of dark force rushed to the sky and gathered in Jiyu's hand. Jiyu looked in the direction of the light. At this moment, countless fire dragons were circling and flying in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu's Kunpeng giant sword slashed down at this moment. At this moment, the fire dragons scattered in all directions, and Jiyu fell to the ground. At this moment, the formation flashed brightly. 5 pentagrams suddenly appeared in the middle of the formation. The pentagrams suddenly shone brightly. At this moment, countless flames covered the sky like a tsunami. They directly swallowed the flames in the cave. At this moment, the people around Jiyu surrounded her. He raised his hands and slammed them heavily on the ground. At this moment, the flames quickly swallowed everything. Jiyu took a few steps forward and walked into the palace. She saw rows of treasures lying peacefully around. The eyes of the disciples who dared to jump down all revealed a trace of excitement. They pounced on the treasures and touched them as if they were attracted to them. After keeping all the treasures under their bodies, they turned their heads. At this moment, a beam of light appeared in his dantian. The elixir was spinning rapidly at this moment. Jiyu took 2 steps forward. At this moment, the people around her also stepped forward and kept all the treasures in the surroundings into their storage rings. Jiyu walked out of the door. He disappeared on the spot in an instant. After a while, he followed the people around him and directly walked through the door. At this moment, he disappeared on the spot. He directly raised his head and looked around. The sky started to shake rapidly. Jiyu shouted and led the rest of the people to run out of the door. The rest of the people quickly followed behind Jiyu and walked to the top of the mountain wall. No one had a flying Xian skill, so even though they had obtained quite a few artifacts, they were unable to obtain anything. Jiyu revealed a smile at the corners of her mouth. At this moment, a few people beside him slowly walked forward. At this moment, they exchanged glances with each other. Jiyu locked the treasures on the top of the valley. As the raging flames appeared, a slanted passageway was burned open in the bottomless abyss. They used their treasure artifacts to stare at the ground and gradually climb up. They stood on the ground. At this moment, they landed on the ground and looked at each other. Gradually, they took 2 steps forward. Jiyu glanced at the people beside her. Just as they walked up the valley, they suddenly looked at each other. Suddenly, a row of people came forward at this moment. They looked at each other. Jiyu said indifferently, "Everyone, please make way." After saying this, the people beside her gradually took a few steps forward. A smile appeared on their faces. They said to Jiyu indifferently, "What treasures did you get down there just now?" "Ha ha ha, take him down for me." "Why are you talking nonsense? Just go ahead." At that moment, a few disciples from other sects stepped forward and pounced on Jiyu, surrounding him. Jiyu abruptly got up and disappeared from where he was in an instant. With a wave of his hand, the rest of the disciples also flew forward. They stepped on the ground, and a huge pentagram appeared on the ground. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and grabbed one of the people's neck with one hand. He kept gasping for breath, "Please let me go. I was wrong." He seemed to be unable to breathe. He stretched out his hand and looked at the sky as if he wanted to grab something. The rest of the people rushed in. They raised the treasures in their hands and charged forward. At this moment, countless people fell into a pool of blood. They spat out blood. At this moment, Jiyu raised her hands. At this moment, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. Countless lightning bolts fell at this moment. A group of people sat on the big birds. The big birds screeched and kept flapping their wings. They flew to the ground and jumped down from the big birds. Many people picked up the treasures beside them. After pulling out the treasures, they locked their eyes on Jiyu. In an instant, they flew forward. They pulled out the treasures and ran in Jiyu's direction. The big birds in the air emitted a ball of fire one after another. They quickly rotated their bodies and directly hit the ground, causing a loud bang to resound. The flames danced in all directions. At this moment, the fragments of the flames flew forward quickly. Those fragments cut their cheeks. Jiyu turned around and instantly disappeared from where he was standing. He waved his hand heavily. The people beside him quickly walked forward and waved their mystic skills. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds were heard. He took a step back and slapped his hands on the ground. Countless balls of fire rose from the ground and directly swallowed the few people in the flames. Jiyu's few senior and junior brothers were also wrapped in the flames and came forward. At this moment, the people of the evolving temple slowly ran forward. The remaining people landed on the ground. They raised their hands and the treasures were instantly in their hands. A few people fell in a pool of blood. At this moment, the remaining few people gradually came forward. They pulled out their treasures at the same time. In an instant, they charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu said seriously, "Mystic skill, raging inferno." More and more people started to surround Jiyu, and they gradually surrounded her. The remaining people were directly carried on Jiyu's shoulders. After a few ups and downs, they directly ran forward. Not long after, they stopped in front of the big house in front of them. After stopping, they looked at the people in front of them. He glanced at the person beside him. At this moment, the sound of a flute rang out in the air. More and more people walked out from all directions. They jumped down in an instant. He took out treasures from his arms and picked up the treasures beside him. The people behind him anxiously shouted, "Catch him. He has a lot of treasures on him." "Senior Jiyu, what should we do now?" After hearing this, the two people landed on the ground. At this moment, they looked at each other. Jiyu stretched out his hands. At this moment, a ball of flames appeared. "If you want us to die, then let's die together." "Oh no, he's going to self-destruct." It was unknown who took the lead to shout this. At this moment, the remaining people stopped and looked at each other. A ball of flames appeared in front of him. Jiyu said indifferently, "Be careful." After roaring these words, the people beside him flew forward and landed on the tree. Unexpectedly, Jiyu had merely fainted with his spear and released raging flames incinerate the city. Raging flames burned the land like a tsunami. The flames engulfed everything around her. After a few leaps, Jiyu disappeared from the spot. Jiyu stepped in front of the trial stone. He abruptly turned around and a deep voice enveloped the entire plaza. "Today, for those who chased after the Divine Evolution Palace, Jiyu will definitely pay a visit to your sex in the future." After saying that, a white light flashed and Jiyu disappeared on the spot. After a short moment, Jiyu disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the Divine Evolution Peak. Countless people quickly walked up and looked at Jiyu with burning eyes. From their eyes, it seemed like they were asking Jiyu what they should do next. "Who were the people who chased after us?" "They seemed to be people from the First Heaven sect." Jiyu said indifferently, "First Heaven sect. I'll remember that. Chenfeng is also there. It seems to be led by the Misty Peaks Chenfeng." Jiyu clenched his fist and smiled faintly, "All right. Reporting to senior brother." Now, the majority of the people addressed Jiyu as senior brother. They glanced at each other. "Reporting to senior brother, Master wants to send senior brother to the First Heaven sect to participate in the Righteous Path Alliance conference." "Oh? With the demonic beasts running amok in the 100 Beasts Mountain, we need to unite all forces." The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. "That's good." However, in the next few days, the leader of the disciples will be chosen in the main hall. That night, Jiyu circulated the flame mantra once again. The profound energy in his body was surging unceasingly. A bird's cry sounded. Jiyu felt that something was amiss. After a few leaps, he arrived at the back mountain. A disciple wearing a mask turned around. "Who are you? Why have you come to visit my sect in the middle of the night?" "You're Jiyu?" He suddenly turned around and locked his gaze on Jiyu. Profound skill, demonic blood guillotine. The blood guillotine spun rapidly. The enchanting red light suddenly flashed, and a fishy smell came from the opponent's treasure. The Kuanpung sword in Jiyu's hand shone brightly. Countless bolts of lightning came from the heavens and earth. Yi Tian's eyes widened. Royal Demon Sword? After the breakthrough, Jiyu directly reached the peak of the 5th level of the human profound realm. When the Royal Demon Sword appeared, Xianxia dodged. Even though the flying guillotine was fed with the blood of ordinary people, it had no choice but to retreat when it encountered the Kuanpung giant sword that borrowed the righteous chi of heaven and earth. With one strike, the flying guillotine was sent flying. Yi Tian stood rooted to the ground in shock. "You've already reached the peak of the 5th level of the mortal profound realm. What a frightening cultivation speed. No wonder Martial Uncle Yi took a fancy to you." The remaining might of the Royal Demon Sword arrived. Yi Tian's skin was torn open one after another. He sensed that his life was in danger. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Senior Martial brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me." Jiyu said with a cold face, "If it was before, I wouldn't have killed you." The sword slashed across Yi Tian's neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. There was still a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Jiyu waved her hand and brought Yi Tian's corpse back to the Yishan peak. seeing Ji Yu return with Yi Tian on her back. Everyone had a faint smile on their faces. It seemed that this guy didn't have a good relationship with others. Yi Tian from the Immortal Pill Peak is dead? It's good that he died. Who told him to bully us? Is the one carrying him Ji Yu? So what? It's said that our senior martial brother is back this time. Who is it? Tu Lai. What? The one who could cut off the head of a 6th-level human profound realm expert with one hand? From the looks of it, Ji Yu is just a pitiful person waiting to be killed by Tu Lai. A white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion walked out of the hall slowly with a murderous look in his eyes. The disciples of the evolving divine palace stopped talking when they saw this old ancestor. Ji Yu threw the corpse on the ground. The eyes of the Pill Peak's elder Gu kept twitching. Sky Rock Elder, who was also the Pill Peak's elder with the highest authority, asked, "Who killed my beloved disciple?" Chen Feng. Ji Yu's face did not turn red as her heart skipped a beat. What? The successor of the ethereal immortal sect? Damn it. Our evolving divine palace didn't provoke him, but he dared to kill our people. The ethereal immortal sect is irreconcilable. Sky Rock Elder reached out his hand and Yi Tian's corpse floated in front of him. Royal Demon Sword. It's really the ethereal immortal sect. Pass down my order. From today onwards, our evolving divine palace will fight to the death with the ethereal immortal sect. Sky Rock Elder's righteous words made the disciples below feel indignant. A new disciple asked his senior brother, are we going to start a war with the ethereal immortal sect? Start my ass. We don't even know where they are. Moreover, their forces have already spread to the 4 major domains. Then what does the old ancestor mean? What he means is that in the future, we'll sneak attack whenever we can. If we can't, we'll run. Anyway, it's a principle. No matter who the opponent is, it's fine if we can't beat them. We can't lose our face. Sky Rock Elder glanced at Ji Yu, follow me in. Ji Yu walked into the hall. There was a white-browed and kind-eyed god statue on both sides. Sky Rock Elder said faintly, I don't believe that Chen Feng would kill Yi Tian. Yi Tian's cultivation isn't even worth a bug in front of him. Although I don't know how you did it, do you know how big of a sin it is to secretly kill a fellow disciple? A huge pressure surged towards Ji Yu. Even after leveling up, Ji Yu could still feel her aura surging. Peak Master, he was really killed by Chen Feng with the Royal Demon Sword. It wasn't easy for me to steal his corpse back. Look. Ji Yu pulled up her sleeves, revealing the scars on her body. Secretly killing a fellow disciple was a capital crime in the evolving divine palace. However, when Ji Yu was secretly killed, the sect rules couldn't save her. As for that fellow who disappeared, no one knew where his corpse was. In short, he was hiding. Sky Rock coldly looked at Ji Yu. He didn't know why, but when he saw Ji Yu today, Sky Rock Elder felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Tu Lai was the disciple he had decided to be the leader, and the 7 peaks all had their eyes on this position. He wasn't worried about the others, but he was the one who ordered Yi Tian to kill Ji Yu. Now, he returned safe and sound with Yi Tian's corpse. Could it be that Ji Yu was really that lucky? At this moment, Yi Chume strode in from the side hall. Senior brother, Ji Yu is my disciple. Why do you need to teach her? When Yi Chume walked in, the pressure on Ji Yu disappeared. The two glanced at each other. Second brother, go back and properly teach your disciple. As for Yi Tian, this old man will find a chance to avenge him. Yi Chume brought Ji Yu out of the hall. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Ji Yu with a deep gaze. You really didn't kill Yi Tian? Ji Yu met his gaze with a determined look. Master, I'm willing to swear on my Tao heart. Yi Chume chuckled. Alright, we're master and disciple. How can I not believe you? You saved my life back then. I have a human mysterious heaven pearl here. When you fight in a few days, first exhaust his spirit energy. When it's about time, release it. Thank you, Master. Haha, you're really smart. Ji Yu suddenly moved forward and stroked her forehead. Yi Chume trembled. This wound is healing well. Yi Chume blushed and turned around. She shyly said, how dare you be so impudent? Hee hee, Master, this disciple is just worried about you. Yuchume thought to herself, how can this kid be so daring? Right then, another elder of Elixir Peak walked in hurriedly. The Evolving Temple's eighth brother, Zhu Haoan, also brought his disciples here. As if he was staring at a thief, he stared at the passers-by. Mayor, little you, my eighth peak wants to stay at your place tonight. It'll be convenient for us to go to the saint ceremony tomorrow. Since Elder Zhu is here, those lowly people naturally won't dare to come close. Junior sister naturally can't ask for more. There was a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Last time, Jiyu stood up for him and taught Lu Zhang a lesson. This made him very satisfied with this disciple. Moreover, he didn't get along well with the Peak Lord. The two looked at each other and smiled. Another morning. Jiyu held a blade of grass in her mouth as she lay on a huge rock and watched the people coming and going. The Evolving Temple's leader ceremony was one of the most eye-catching events in the Evolving Temple. Not only the people of the Evolving Temple, but even the Star Soul Empire under the banner of the Evolving Temple also sent people to watch the ceremony. But they didn't know that the Star Soul Empire was now in Jiyu's hands. Powerful armies were stationed at the foot of Tianping Mountain. Jiyu glanced at the great general. The great general's face was full of surprise. Why is he here? But he straightened his face and looked elsewhere. He didn't dare to say anything. The people coming and going were decorating the main hall in front of them. Jiyu yawned and walked around. There were still a few days before the start of the competition. Since she had nothing to do, Jiyu ran to the White Beast mountain range outside the Divine Peak in a few leaps. He sat cross-legged on the ground. A 7th-grade demonic beast lay at his feet. Just now, he heard a rumbling sound from his stomach. He suddenly attacked and hit one of the demonic beasts to the ground. He was roasting meat. Smelling the aroma of the meat, he thought that he would have something to eat soon. A few small demonic beasts looked at Jiyu with burning eyes, as if they wanted a share of the food. Jiyu smiled at them. Do you want to eat? Those small demonic beasts immediately ran forward. Jiyu suddenly retracted her hand. Sigh, I'm not giving it. I'm just playing. A little fun could make Jiyu happy for a while. Suddenly, the sound of a fight came closer and closer. Jiyu had just stood up. A red light flashed. A young girl appeared behind him. A few men in black followed closely behind. They suddenly realized that Jiyu was also present, so they stopped in their tracks. Human Profound Realm? Hee, it's just a lousy brat, how dare he interfere with our business? Brothers, get rid of them. Every black-cloaked man emitted a golden light. Jiyu glanced at them, unexpectedly meeting so many Earth Profound Realm experts at once. The thing that Master gave to him to save his life in a few days, now he had to use it. He took out a bead from his sleeve. Several black-cloaked men's eyes revealed a shocked expression. Not good, it's the Human Profound Orb. Senior brother, what's there to be afraid of? As long as we steal the things on that little girl, it's enough. Junior brother, this Human Profound Orb can directly absorb a person's soul. This brat actually has a treasure left behind from ancient times. Brothers, let's retreat. Jiyu coldly snorted, leave? You can't leave. The Human Profound Orb emitted a dark fog, a cold wind blew, and giggles spread throughout the tomb. Who would have thought that a little Human Profound Realm brat would actually have an ancient treasure? If this news were to spread, who knows how many people would want to capture him and interrogate him, maybe they would be able to obtain some shocking treasure. Several people had just mobilized their profound chi, but were stopped by the Human Profound Orb's strong suction force. Jiyu thought, this evolving temple should have a great relationship with the remnant soul. In the spirit rope. Too scary, my profound chi was sucked dry. No, I don't want to die, I beg you, let me go, we'll leave immediately. Ah. After a moment, 6 dried corpses were lying on the ground. With a cracking sound, the human mystic orb also turned into powder. Jiyu abruptly turned her head and stared coldly at the young girl. Who are you? The red-clothed girl looked at Jiyu curiously. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. Kid, you seem to have a lot of prized artifacts on you. I'm Li Sijiao. Li Sijiao was the arrogant saintess of Divine Black. No matter how powerful the saintess was normally, Jiyu could see that the profound energy in her body was scattered. She was obviously poisoned. What do you want? For the first time in her life, this proud daughter of heaven felt fear. Kill you. Jiyu's eyes were cold. This made Li Xijiao, who had been a genius since she was young, tremble involuntarily. She curled up her body bit by bit. Abruptly, Li Xijiao grabbed a handful of sand from the ground, aimed at Jiyu's eyes and scattered it. During this process, he quickly circulated the remaining profound energy in his body. Like an injured little rabbit, he quickly retreated. But Jiyu was prepared. He quickly closed his eyes and let the sand fall to the ground. His sensitive ears twitched slightly. He aimed at the direction of the little rabbit and appeared in front of her in a flash. He unceremoniously kicked her in the chest. Li Xijiao groaned and fell to the ground. She wanted to pick up her weapon to fight back against Jiyu. Jiyu reacted quickly and kicked Li Xijiao's arm. She kicked Li Xijiao's precious weapon aside and stepped on Li Xijiao's chest. She was about to die. Li Xijiao's mind spun quickly. Wait. Jiyu flew over on his sword. I'm willing to hand over the pill left by the ancestor. Jiyu snorted. After you die, it's still mine. Me. I'll let you do whatever you want with me. At this point, Li Xijiao's beautiful eyes trembled as a soul-stirring feeling surged through her heart. I'll cooperate with you. The gentle voice, the faint fragrance, and the starry beauty in Li Xijiao's eyes. If it was any other man, their heart would soften. However, Jiyu was not one of them. He had experienced so many things, and he also had the system. His mind was as firm as a rock. Jiyu slapped the face of the divine black saintess who all the young men and even the old men in the cultivation world wanted to press to the ground. Li Xijiao had never expected that she would not be able to bewitch Jiyu even though she had killed so many experts with that face of hers. The reason why Jiyu had slapped her was because he knew that she had used a bewitching technique on him. Pain was the best way to dispel this technique, but slapping his own face was too painful. He could only slap her face. Seeing that Jiyu wanted to kill her, Li Xijiao directly shouted, I can promise you 3 things. I swear on my heavenly soul. In the past, swearing was like eating lettuce. But in this world, one had to bet everything. I'm still the saintess of the divine black sect. I can help you do 3 things as long as you spare my life. This tempting offer made Jiyu stop. If the saintess was willing to work for him. In the future, after calculating the pros and cons, Jiyu pointed the Kuanping sword at the saintess' neck. You can swear now. I am Jiyu. The saintess bit her finger, letting blood drip to the ground. A Taiji halo appeared on the ground. I, Li Xijiao, ranked 7th among the 12 saintesses of the divine black sect, swear on my Tao heart that I will promise Jiyu 3 things from today onwards. If I betray you, may the heavens strike me with lightning and I will not enter the 3 souls 5 Tao. A faint clap of thunder came from the sky. Jiyu put the Kuanping sword into his storage ring. You can do one thing now. What is it? In this life, you can't take revenge or hurt me. You can't ask others to do anything against me either. Jiyu had cut off all paths of retreat for the saintess. She had to do this for the rest of her life. The saintess snorted and handed a pill to Jiyu. Jiyu gave her a voice transmission talisman. Remember, don't contact me first. Wait for me to contact you. The saintess nodded unwillingly. Scram. Li Xijiao looked at Jiyu in front of her. She couldn't help but feel resentment in her heart. However, what did Jiyu want to do here? Could it be that he wants to take the medicinal pill here? That would be stupid. The saintess planned to hide. If Jiyu exploded and died here, she would be able to take back the pill. A smug smile appeared on her face. If I still sense you in the White Beast Mountain forest within 10 breaths, I will kill you. It seemed that Jiyu was serious. The saintess waved her hand and a golden talisman appeared. I will remember this humiliation. I will return it to you in the future. After the golden talisman burned, the space around them distorted. Jiyu confirmed 3 times that the saintess's aura had disappeared. She took out the pill and sat cross-legged on the ground. After consuming the elixir, Jiyu could only feel that his profound energy had surged wildly. Along with a hint of pain, Jiyu sensed that his strength had increased greatly. She broke through to the 6th level of the human profound realm in an instant. A few days later, Jiyu stepped into the middle of the square, where 4 viewing platforms were built. Everyone was sitting on the platforms, waiting for the arrival of the leader's disciple. Loud discussions filled the square, making it very lively. There were even some mortals who had gotten their hands on snacks and were selling all kinds of food. However, there were also endless cases of people raising prices and swindling people. Seeing that most of the leaders had arrived, the canopy elder waved his hand. Thousands of auspicious birds soared in the sky. The 4 sacred flags fluttered without wind. The evolving temple's sacred ceremony. We are honored to have the sect leader of the North Sea sect, Xianxia. Jiyu looked at the most prominent spot in the audience. An eagle circled in the sky and landed on Xianxia's shoulder. He chuckled. This is all thanks to the evolving temple. The saintess of the divine black sect, Li Sijiao. The saintess of the divine black sect was standing next to him. The entire square was in an uproar. Looking at this so-called holy maiden, Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. An almost insane thought suddenly appeared in Jiyu's mind. And the elders of the various sections. Everyone waved their hands at the crowd in the spectator seats. Today, the evolving temple is choosing the leader's disciple. The 9 great peaks have sent their proud disciples. According to the rules of our ancestors, this ceremony is divided into 3 tests. The first test, the disciples of the 9 great peaks must enter the 10,000 beast tower to obtain a jade token. This is a battle of courage. The people on the viewing platform began to discuss animatedly. The 10,000 beast tower suppresses the beasts in the 100 beast mountain forest. I wonder how many experts have died in the 10,000 beast tower. Silence. The canopy elder roared. The crowd became solemn. The second test, those who obtain jade tokens must lead the remaining people to fight for jade tokens. The one with the most jade tokens wins. This is a battle of wits. Finally, those who haven't been eliminated will fight in the arena. The last person left will be the leader of the evolving temple. After the canopy elder finished speaking, the disciples of the 9 great peaks jumped onto the arena. The canopy elder glanced at the elders of the various sections. Everyone released Xianxia at the same time and the small tower suddenly became 10,000 feet tall. The constant roaring sounds coming from inside directly struck everyone's heartstrings. The 9 people jumped into the tower. The first level of the 10,000 beast tower was empty, but it was also a place for people to breathe. After Jiyu entered, she went straight for Tu Lai. Tu Lai glanced at him. It's you? Jiyu chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Eldest senior brother, to be honest, I'm just here to accompany you. You know how strong I am, so don't let your junior brother die here. You'll have to bear with me. Humph, as timid as a mouse. The rest of the peak disciples burst into laughter. Only Ma Feng from the Mystic Skills Peak followed behind Jiyu. Our Mystic Skills Peak also has the same attitude. We're your loyal followers. Jiyu smiled and didn't say anything. Tu Lai's mood improved greatly. You 2 follow me carefully. If you get lost, I won't care about you. After saying that, Tu Lai swaggered up to the 2nd floor. Jiyu quickly followed him. The rest of the peak disciples also quickly followed. The world on the 2nd floor. It was burning fiercely with raging flames. They didn't see any demon beasts, so everyone used their own protective magic weapons. Jiyu stood beside Tu Lai and didn't even have the strength to use a protective magic weapon. The rest of the peak disciples snorted coldly. Jiyu glanced around and saw a black shadow swimming in the sea of fire. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he flicked the silver needle in his hand. The silver needle entered the sea of fire at a speed that no one noticed. A heart-wrenching sound came from the sea of fire. A red snake leaped out of the sea of fire with a pair of bone wings on its back. The spectators outside the tower were already in an uproar. The Inferno Demon Dragon. It's the Inferno Demon Dragon. It killed Daoist Qingwei of the 5th stage of the human profound realm. This myriad demon tower is really full of danger. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiyu in the porch mirror. She clenched the corner of her clothes tightly and gritted her teeth as she muttered in her heart. Gu. You're actually here. Good, good, demon dragon, bite him to death. Li Xijiao kept cheering for the demon dragon. Inside the mirror, the demon dragon touched the flames and sniffed as if it had smelled something delicious. The dragon head turned and stared at Jiyu. Tu Lai thought that the demon dragon was targeting him. So, he summoned a ball of fire with both of his hands and fought the demon dragon head-on. The disciple of the seventh peak smiled faintly. Big brother Tu Lai is really amazing. You're not like some people who only know how to hide behind others. Jiyu ignored him and shouted to Ma Feng, quick, let's escape while senior brother Tu Lai is holding them off for us. The few disciples behind him reacted one after another. They also planned to abandon Tu Lai and escape to the next floor. Seeing that Jiyu was about to leave, Mo Long became anxious. He shook off Tu Lai and rushed towards Jiyu. Seeing that they were about to enter the next floor, how could Jiyu stay here? Looking at the disciple of the seventh peak in front of her, Jiyu swung her hand and sealed the disciple's acupuncture points with her silver needles. His spiritual energy was instantly sealed. Jiyu appeared in front of him in a flash. Junior brother, let's go quickly. Me. The demon dragon opened his bloody mouth. Jiyu made up her mind and pushed the disciple of the seventh peak behind her. Ah! Everyone outside the tower sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect that Jiyu, who looked so harmless, would actually be so vicious and merciless. The demon dragon carefully chewed twice. By the time he wanted to chase after them, they had already disappeared. Crack, Jiyu stepped into a land of ice. The bone-piercing cold silently circled around this land. There was no wind and no snow. Only the invisible cold was left. After the remaining 6 disciples entered, they were also caught off guard. Just a moment ago, they were facing a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Now, they were suddenly placed in a world of ice and snow. Everyone was looking for the stairs that led to the next floor. Suddenly, the layer of ice on the ground broke apart. A huge black tortoise appeared in front of everyone. Moo. The black tortoise was like a mountain. It stood in the same place and did not move. The disciple of the fourth peak noticed that there seemed to be a secret door hidden under the black tortoise. Brothers, the mechanism must be hidden behind the black tortoise. Why don't we work together to force it back? Everyone pondered for a moment. Indeed, they all wanted to eliminate each other. However, if they did not work together, they would not be able to force the black tortoise back. Why don't we form an alliance? Facing Jiyu's suggestion, it was obvious that Tu Lai was tempted. The light of the demon tower shone brightly. Moo. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared between heaven and earth. Boom. A pool of bright red blood appeared on the ground. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice. The demonic red blood was very eye-catching on this ice ground. Everyone moved quickly toward the black tortoise. Jiyu saw that there seemed to be a small door left in the crack. He looked at the people around him. Suddenly, a plan appeared in his mind. A few disciples from the other peaks were heading toward the black tortoise. Jiyu aimed at the crack under the black tortoise. When the red light hit the black tortoise, it quickly flew toward the crack. The disciples of the other peaks saw Jiyu rushing over, but at this time, they could not withdraw their Xianxia and leave. They could only open their mouths and curse. Jiyu, you shameless be ****. We are fighting with the demon beast. You ran away alone. Jiyu, if we can get there, we will definitely kill you. The people outside the 10,000 demon tower were even more stunned. It was not that they had never seen such despicable methods in the past disciple selection. However, it was the first time they saw such a method being used so openly. The next moment, Jiyu suddenly turned around. Sky-devouring lightning. It's the sky-devouring lightning. Oh my god, he actually used the sky-devouring lightning on his fellow disciples. Boom. Boom. Boom, several loud sounds were heard. The disciples of the other peaks were shrouded in smoke one after another. Jiyu pulled himself away and quickly leaped under the black tortoise. He extended his hand and opened the wooden door. The space above the 3rd floor was completely sealed. However, there were no demon beasts on this floor. In front of Jiyu, there were only 3 beads. He reached out and grabbed the 3 beads. Tu Lai came with 3 disciples from the other peaks. Ji Yu, you are really ruthless. Ma Feng was sweating profusely as he followed behind Tu Lai. Ji Yu nodded at him. With a light shake of his hand, 2 white jade tokens appeared. He casually threw 1 jade token into the crowd. When the crowd saw the jade token, they immediately rushed forward to fight for it. Tu Lai opened his hand. A red butcher knife appeared in his hand. 7 or 8 red snakes flew out. The disciples of the other peaks were immediately entangled by the snakes. Tu Lai turned his head to look at Ma Feng. Ma Feng smiled and spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Humph, Ji Yu tossed the remaining jade tokens into Ma Feng's hands. Let's go. The 2 of them crushed the jade tokens at the same time. With a flash of white light, Ji Yu appeared on top of a palace called the Hollow Jade Palace. He immediately hid himself. After a while, a few disciples in white robes rushed over. They looked around. That's strange. Just now, I clearly felt a trace of strangeness. Senior brother, did something go wrong? After the patrolling disciples left, a voice suddenly sounded. Why are you still hiding? They are all gone. Ji Yu finally showed himself. I didn't expect that you had already prepared a trap for me. The old man glanced at Ji Yu. Haha, since you want to hinder my brother's plan, I have no choice but to wrong you. Go to hell. All of a sudden, his gaze turned fierce. He immediately pounced in Ji Yu's direction. Damn it, that old man must have used a teleportation array formation to send him here. After a few exchanges, Ji Yu suddenly came to a stop. He waved the Kuanping giant sword in his hand, and a huge destructive force covered the sky and earth. On the square, the disciples of all the sects stared at the brilliance in the sky. They seemed to be waiting to see who would come back first. Bang, a corpse fell to the ground. He was wearing a white robe. It's a disciple of the Jingyi sect. What? Who could kill a disciple of the Tianyi sect? Ma Feng passed through the brilliance with a smile. The old man smiled. Not bad. The disciples of the Xuanzhen Peak have made progress. Then, after a while, Tu Lai passed through the brilliance with a head and fell heavily to the ground. He kept spitting out blood. Chen Feng, this is Chen Feng's head. He is known as a rare genius of the ethereal palace, but he died in Tu Lai's hands. Everyone looked at Tu Lai in horror. Just how powerful was his demonic arts, just as everyone was shocked by Tu Lai's killing of Chen Feng. The brilliance flashed again. Ji Yu, wearing a black robe, quickly passed through it. She waved her hand and a corpse fell to the ground. When the old man was about to announce the next match, he suddenly froze. Then, a murderous intent appeared all over his body. Ji Yu, stop it. It turned out that after Ji Yu threw the corpse on the ground, he did not stop. The long sword in his hand flew with the wind, and with a whistling sound, it flew towards Tu Lai. The canopy old man had never expected that Ji Yu would be so vicious and merciless. Who was Tu Lai? He sensed that his life was threatened and subconsciously rolled to the side. Boom, a big hole appeared on the green bricks in the square. What? She is in the 6th level of the human profound realm. She broke through. A disciple cried out in surprise. The saintess also stood up. When they met yesterday, Ji Yu was in the 4th level of the human profound realm. Today, she skipped a big stage and became an expert in the 6th level of the human profound realm. How could she not be surprised? Since the great war of the demon gods, such a monstrous genius was very rare. The saintess held the silk in her hand. Although she hated Ji Yu, if she could bring Ji Yu into the sect, a thought kept rising in the saintess' mind. As for Tu Lai, he was just as frightened as the saintess. He had become a human profound realm expert in 100 years with great difficulty. But he was definitely not a match for a 6th level human profound realm expert with 5 elements. Old man Tianpeng quickly walked towards the 2 of them and shouted, "Don't be afraid." He must have taken some elixir. His aura is still unstable. He's no match for you. If Tu Lai wasn't injured, Ji Yu might not be his match. However, they didn't know that Ji Yu was still holding back. Seeing that old man Tianpeng was about to arrive, Ji Yu threw the sword in her hand. The sword streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Tu Lai. Tu Lai tapped the ground lightly and retreated quickly. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain. Looking at his lower abdomen, blood kept flowing out. He trembled as he turned around to take a look. He saw Ma Feng standing behind him. He still had that unquestionable smile on his face. When old man Tianpeng landed on the ground, it was too late. Tu Lai didn't have much Xian energy left after fighting with Chen Feng. After receiving such a heavy blow, his body fell with the wind. Old man Tianpeng grabbed Tu Lai and threw him aside. Ma Feng flew out like a deflated balloon and crashed into several stone pillars before stopping. However, he didn't look like a human anymore. His eyes were wide open. "Get up." Tu Lai said weakly, "Father, Father, get up. Our Tu family doesn't have a useless person like you. Get up. You're our leader's disciple." Tu Lai twitched a few times and stopped moving. Old man Tianpeng fell silent. The black-robed old man and the Xuanzhen Peak elder immediately appeared in front of Jiyu. "Tu man, the result of the competition has been decided. You've lost. You'll have the title of Old Man Tianpeng and the Tianpeng relic of the Evolving Temple." Old man Tianpeng, who was also Tu man, laughed. "Ha ha ha, did you plan to force me to take the Evolving Temple's relic? But do you think I don't know?" He turned around and looked at the viewing platform. "Saintess, elder, please save me." Li Sijiao saw that Jiyu was staring at her. Her heart was beating rapidly. However, on second thought, if the elder killed Jiyu, it wouldn't be considered breaking her promise. Moreover, this was an agreement between Tianpeng and Tianpeng. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled up into a smile. How could he not understand what this girl was thinking? "Li Sijiao, get down here." As soon as he said that, everyone was astonished. Who was this brat? He dared to be so impudent in front of the saintess of the 10 great cultivation sects. The Evolving Divine Temple is no longer the same as before. What is the Evolving Divine Temple now? The other elders of the Evolving Temple had all lost their disciples in this trial, so they were certain that Jiyu was their enemy. This was especially so for the 7th Summit's elder. He had personally witnessed Jiyu push his beloved disciple into the demonic dragon's mouth. "Humph, Jiyu, who do you think you are? Saintess Gu is a member of the 10 great sects. Do you think you can order her around? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your master is protecting you." Jiyu didn't even look at the elders, but her voice grew louder. "Li Sijiao, Saintess Gu, what are you still standing there for? Get down here." Tu man and the elders beside the saintess were stunned. Was Jiyu scared out of her wits when she saw someone standing up for her? Even Yichume couldn't hold it in anymore. "Fanner, don't be rude. Back off now." "Master, don't worry. I know what to do." The elder beside the saintess was so angry that his beard was trembling. If what happened today were to spread, the Tiani society would lose face in the future. "How dare you?" The gray-robed elder pointed his hands downward, forming a hurricane. Anything that got close to the hurricane turned into ashes. Just as he was about to exert force with his legs, the saintess said, "Uncle Qing, let me go." "What?" Uncle Qing wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. The saintess waved her long sleeves, and 2 red ridges flew in front of Jiyu, shattering the stone tiles on the ground. It seemed that she wanted to show Jiyu who was in charge. She stepped on the red ridges, and all the young people present were stunned. Instead of calling her the saintess of a sect, it was more appropriate to call her a seductive demoness. Jiyu asked the saintess to get down, and the saintess really came down. It's incredible. What's the relationship between him and the saintess? If only I was the one who could order the saintess around. I'll definitely make her. You're thinking too much. The saintess is so pure. You can't tarnish her. What? You're not convinced. When the meeting is over, let's find a quiet place to fight. Okay. Li Sijiao landed in front of Jiyu, and a trace of disgust flashed in her beautiful eyes. There was also a trace of doubt, surprise, and fear. "I'm here now. What do you want?" Jiyu chuckled, pointed at the old man in the canopy dome, and said, "Kill him." "Is that the first thing?" "No. Li Xijiao covered her mouth and laughed, "Then why should I help you? What deal do you have with him? I'll give you the same price. Otherwise, my first request is for you to kill the man beside you just now." Li Xijiao's eyes changed, as if she was going to eat Jiyu. "How dare you?" Li Xijiao lost her parents when she was young, and only Uncle Qing had been taking care of her. How could she not be angry when she heard Jiyu's request? "It's my business whether I dare or not." "It's your business whether you do it or not. Don't forget." "Shut up. I'll kill him." Li Xijiao turned around, and two men saw this unexpected scene. "Saintess, don't forget that we have an agreement. As long as you help me today, we will be a family. Don't you like to lie? Now the enemy who killed him is right in front of you." Li Xijiao snorted, "What's there to like about a dead man?" After that, a red light flashed, and a head rolled on the ground. Jiyu was a little scared. If she hadn't been plotted against that day, she would have ended up like this. This woman's strength was too terrifying. Yi Chumei smiled, "I didn't expect my disciple to have such a relationship with the saintess." "Good job, my disciple." Jiyu thought to herself, "Is this girl jealous?" So he smiled. He patted Jiyu's shoulder, walked to the center of the square, and raised his hands high. "Honorable Queen of Ice and Frost, your descendant has been selected. Jiyu will take over as the leader disciple of the Evolving Temple." Jiyu took a step forward and raised his long sword. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clear sky, as if countless demon soldiers were worshipping him. The Evolving Temple commands thousands of sections. The leader comes to the world, and thousands of people will come. He exclaimed loudly. The wind blew, and the surrounding flowers and trees all fell as if they were worshipping him. The disciples of the Evolving Temple all knelt down. Li Xijiao also said, "Tianyi inheritance, the Evolving Temple, today, the leader disciple will return." Her words made even the top 10 sects acknowledge Jiyu's identity. "I, Master of Star Fall, Yun Changhai, congratulate the leader disciple. I, Master of Star Soul, Yu Xiao, congratulate the leader disciple. I, Master of Flying Fall, Missouri Ming, congratulate the leader disciple." The masters of the three empires all bowed and congratulated. The tens of thousands of elite soldiers even knelt on the ground as if they were looking at a god. "I, Jiyu, the leader disciple of the Evolving Temple. Welcome the new leader, Old Man Canopy." According to the rules of the Evolving Temple, anyone who took over the position of leader of the Evolving Temple had to abandon their name and become Old Man Canopy. Yi Chumei had already removed the sect's holy object from two man's body when everyone was kneeling. She removed the mark that was originally left on it. "Ha ha ha, today is a joyous day for the Evolving Temple. I prepared a feast. Everyone, enjoy." After the ceremony, Old Man Canopy brought Jiyu to the side hall. "Disciple, what's your relationship with Li Xijiao?" "It doesn't matter. It's just that this disciple knows some of her unbearable scandals, so she is somewhat afraid of this disciple." Old Man Canopy's eyes twitched. "Is that so? With the Tianyi sect's protection, the Evolving Temple will definitely prosper. I'm very tired today, so I'll take my leave." "Go. Anyway, I'll be taking over the position of leader for you. In a few years, it'll still be yours." After Jiyu left, Ma Feng appeared behind Old Man Canopy. "Watch him." "Yes." When the room was completely empty, Old Man Canopy touched the two heads on the throne. "Humph, I've been in the Evolving Temple for decades to get to where I am today. Let me sit for 2 years and I'll pass the position to you. The Evolving Temple is mine. It'll always be mine." Jiyu returned to the leader's disciple hall. Ma Feng stood behind her and clapped his hands. Immediately, countless fluorite stones emitted light at the same time, brightening up the originally dark hall. However, behind the fluorite stones were more than 10 ordinary people of the fire attribute. They consumed the Xian energy in their bodies as the energy for the fluorite stones to emit light. Just as the fluorites lit up, a high-pitched female voice drifted into their ears. More than 10 dancers walked in from both sides, holding red fans. They wore light muslin dresses and were dancing seductively. Ma Feng smiled and said, "Leader's disciple, these are your people. I hope you'll have a son soon." Ji Yu nodded. Ma Feng cupped his hands and left. He waved his sleeves. The red silk in the air tied up the dancers. The curtains on the bed also slowly fell down. "Be gentle. It's my turn." "Sorry, leader's disciple, I'll help you rub it." It was a spring night. More than 10 women who had just lost their virginity woke up early to help Ji Yu dress up. Ma Feng shouted outside the hall, "Leader's disciple, the leader said he has something to discuss with you." Ji Yu nodded and stood up. The evolving temple was really welcoming. In fact, he knew that this was because a superior sect wanted to leave behind a good legacy. Most of the women here were willing. Ji Yu didn't have much to say about this. The Sky Dome old man was sitting in the main hall. He nodded at Ji Yu. Then he went straight to the point. "Last night, I had a discussion with the saintess. Although the leader's disciple has reached the 6th tier of the human profound realm, according to the rules, he must go to the Tianyi Palace and receive 3 years of instruction. This was a rule set by the Tianyi Palace when they ruled the central region. Every 50 years, all the sects under the Tianyi Palace must send their leader's disciple to the Tianyi Palace to receive instruction. This way, it would be easier for them to recognize who their master was." Ji Yu didn't refuse. As for the second matter, as everyone knows, the Tianyi Palace has 3 saintesses. Saintess Gu hopes that you can support her after you enter the Tianyi Palace. Ji Yu was silent for a moment. "Master, you mean to let me marry her? In this way, the Divine Evolution Temple can become the strongest sect under the Tianyi Palace." "Marry her? Is she willing?" "Even if she's not willing now, it doesn't matter. There will be a chance in the future." "I understand. Then I'll prepare my luggage and return to the Tianyi Palace with the saintess." "That's good." After Ji Yu left, the Sky Dome old man instructed Ma Feng, "You must keep an eye on him. If he's willing to stay in the Tianyi Palace, it'll be best. But I don't want to see him again. My life was saved by the sect leader. I'll definitely fulfill the sect leader's order." "Very good. You may leave." The Sky Dome old man looked out the door. "Ji Yu, oh Ji Yu, you'd better not come back. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our relationship as master and disciple." Outside the 10,000 demon tower, Li Xijiao reached out her hand. Strong demonic aura continuously entered her body from the top of the tower. After a while, Li Xijiao's body exploded. "That's enough. If you continue, you'll only explode and die," Uncle Qing said worriedly. Li Xijiao reluctantly withdrew her hand. "This 10,000 fiend tower is indeed a good thing. No wonder 2-man wants to use it as an exchange with us." Seeing that Li Xijiao's demonic power had improved again, Uncle Qing smiled and said, "Initially, we wanted to help Tu Lai secure his position as the leader's disciple so that you could obtain the demonic power of the demonic beasts in the lower 3 levels. Who would have thought that you would help Ji Yu become the leader's disciple?" "Uncle Qing, I know, but the result is the same now. Although Ji Yu is not easy to control, after he goes to the Tianyi Palace, he will be in our territory. But Qing Wan and Shui may have also chosen people from other sections." "I'm afraid so." It's best if his profound strength is completely crippled." Uncle Qing was a little curious. "Do you know him? Why did she hate him so much? If that's the case, why don't I just kill him?" "No, Uncle Qing, sigh." At this moment, Ji Yu came from not far away. "Hey, are you talking bad about me?" Li Xijiao glanced at Ji Yu, gritted her teeth, and whispered, "Shameless boy again." After snorting, she turned around and wanted to leave. Ji Yu grabbed her. Uncle Qing was about to speak, but Li Xijiao beat him to it and said, "Uncle Qing, you go back first. I'll be fine." Uncle Qing glared at Ji Yu fiercely. "Boy, if you dare to do anything, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword." After saying that, he left. As soon as Uncle Qing left, Ji Yu held Li Xijiao's chin with one hand and pulled her into his arms with the other. "Girl, remember this. It was you who begged me to let you live. I don't care who you are. Tell your dog to be polite to me when he sees me in the future." Li Xijiao felt Ji Yu's shameless action. I just promised to do 3 things for you. I'm not your slave. Now you should know the difference between us. Aren't you my slave? Well, I'll let you go today. Tell me, why do you want me to go to the Tianyi Palace? Li Xijiao quickly got away from Jiyu and rubbed her little hands. As you all know, our Tianyi Palace has a Grand Master in the life and death realm. Although he failed to break through, he has already sealed his precious weapon in the secret realm. Recently, there are signs that the secret realm will reopen. Our Tianyi Palace plans to open the secret realm for those who pass the selection. Aren't you afraid that the precious weapon will fall into the hands of others? After it's done, the subordinate sects will get a certain reward, but they won't be able to enter. Secondly, it can show the power of our Tianyi Palace. Haha, you're just the weakest among the top 10 sections. How dare you talk about your power? How ridiculous. Today, you owe me another thing. I'll come back to take it some other day. Seeing Jiyu swagger away, Li Xijiao asked curiously, when did I owe you another thing? Jiyu turned around and smiled. Today, I plan to take your virginity outside the 10,000 demon tower. Don't you think you owe me another thing? You're shameless. Li Xijiao suddenly realized that she could have kept those words from Jiyu. Why was she so obedient, this shameless thief? Li Xijiao wished that Jiyu would be caught and killed by the righteous faction in the next second. Based on Li Xijiao's words, Jiyu concealed a portion of the information and told the Queen of Frost the rest. Young friend Ji, we planned to make a move when you could control the protective formation. We didn't expect that old man Tianpeng was greedy for the throne and gave you to the Tianyi Palace. How about this? You sneak into the Tianyi Palace first and snatch the secret treasure. Perhaps the mystery of my resurrection will be there. Don't worry, Chuyue. I will definitely do what I promised you back then. After saying that, the remnant soul actually blushed. The Tianyi Palace was located on a huge mountain range in the northernmost part of the central region. The entire mountain range was like a huge demon king that opened its hands and hugged the entire central region. 7 demonic beasts flapped their wings. Jiyu stood on a huge bone bird. 5 or 6 light circles appeared in the air. 2 meatballs flew in front of everyone. Those who enter the Tianyi Palace first must drip their blood as proof. Jiyu swung her hand and a drop of blood flew out, dripping on the invisible protective formation. With a flash of golden light, a huge bridge appeared from the ground. Flowers were everywhere on both sides of the bridge, and birds chirped continuously in the sky. Such a paradise. As expected of the territory of the 10 great sects of the sacred sect. A fat man with a big waist couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene. He immediately slapped the back of his head. Idiot, next time you speak nonsense, I will slap you to death. Jiyu felt that this woman was interesting, so she asked, I am Jiyu from the Evolving Temple. May I know your name? Li Xijiao pulled Jiyu, she is Xianxia, one of the 3 saintesses of the Blood Sea Hall. She is indeed a peerless beauty. Hearing Jiyu's praise, Xianxia smiled, this must be the saintess that Xijiao recruited from the Evolving Temple. You are indeed a handsome little brother, and your body is also full of young energy. Do you want to play with me? While speaking, Xianxia used a movement technique that couldn't be seen by others and appeared in front of Jiyu. Her fingertips gradually moved downwards. Jiyu grabbed her hand, if you want to play, why don't we change the time? Oh? The saintess of a second-rate sect has already stepped into the 6th level of the human profound realm? Little brother, you are very interesting. Whenever you miss me, remember to knock on my door. Jiyu smiled, but no one saw that a drop of sweat was slowly falling from his forehead. Yanjuro's charm technique was 100 times better than Li Xijiao's. He was almost careless. Only a woman with a face as cold as ice was left behind, standing behind everyone like a snowy mountain. However, there were actually 5 or 6 people following behind her. Seeing that Jiyu was able to resist Yanjuro's charm technique, they couldn't help but take a few more glances at Jiyu. Yo, isn't this our Saintess Qinghuan? Where did you go to hook up with so many young men? Qinghuan looked at Yanjuro with disdain. The eyes of the few young men behind her instantly turned red, and the spiritual energy in their bodies started to expand uncontrollably. Insulting our Saintess, kill her. Kill her. The few young men rushed towards Yanjuro at the same time. Jiyu's figure moved, and a surge of majestic spiritual energy instantly suppressed the few of them. 7th level of the human profound realm? You do have some ability. Qing Wan praised, but her beautiful eyes were already staring at Jiyu's eyes. F***ck, every single demoness is using charm techniques on me. Do they really think that I'm that easy to control? Jiyu's heart burned with anger, and she looked back without fear. Tricked. Tricked. Li Xijiao and Yan Yuro both thought at the same time. Li Xijiao was more anxious. Jiyu was the saintess that she had chosen. If she was controlled by Qing Wan, how could she go out and meet people in the future? How could a human profound realm's spiritual energy compare to an earth profound realm's? The answer was self-evident. The wood profound energy in Jiyu's body suddenly burst out. A cool breeze swept past everyone's face. On the surface, it seemed to be silent, but only Jiyu and Qing Wan knew how shocking it was. Qing Wan felt that her soul was about to be destroyed, and her mind was blank. Qing Wan vomited blood and half knelt on the ground. Her heart was incomparably shocked. How is this possible? He's just a little heart-stirring stage cultivator, how could he injure my soul in an instant? What kind of evil technique is this? A trace of surprise flashed across Li Xijiao and Yan Yuro's eyes. How did this brat defeat Qing Wan? The two of them didn't dare to directly clash with Qing Wan's soul. I wonder if this brat can enter Saintess Qing's eyes? Qing Wan looked at Jiyu's arrogant face and gritted her teeth. She took half a step forward, and the power of an earth profound realm expert erupted from her body. Yan Yuro and Li Xijiao were both startled. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Jiyu. Qing Wan, are you going to kill my sect's holy son in broad daylight? Beads of sweat began to appear on the magic tool in Gu Jialua's hand. She didn't know if she should protect Jiyu for the sake of her face. Jiyu's arrogant appearance made her want to teach him a lesson. However, if she could teach him a lesson, it didn't mean that others could. Li Xijiao's expression clearly showed that she was biased towards Jiyu. However, Jiyu pulled her behind her. After seeing this scene, Qing Wan stepped forward with her sword on her back. Jiyu smiled. At this moment, several small flags flew out quickly and landed on the ground. Qing Wan and the others entered the formation. This is an 8th grade formation. It's really powerful. The few saints gasped and looked at each other at this moment. He warned Jiyu with words of warning. Quickly release the saintess. There was only a slight smile on Jiyu's face. With a wave of his hand, the array suddenly lit up. At this moment, countless long arrows flew towards her. Qing Wan was indeed one of the 3 saintesses of the sect. She raised her hand and a huge shield appeared in front of Jiyu. At this moment, those arrows fell to the ground, accompanied by tinkling sounds. This was accompanied by a deep voice. Suddenly, the formation in front of her broke. Jiyu dodged to the side and dodged all the arrows. The 3 saintesses fixed their eyes on Jiyu at the same time. As the golden path lit up, a row of disciples in robes walked out. They looked at each other and gradually walked towards Jiyu. He said calmly, "All right, stop fooling around. This is not a place where you can kill." After saying this, they stretched out their hands and welcomed Jiyu into the Tianyi sect. As the last of the top 10 sects in the 5 fields, the Tianyi sect was extremely powerful. It was also known as one of the holy palaces. They looked at each other and gradually walked towards Jiyu. They looked at each other and said calmly, "Greetings, sacred master." They said solemnly to the statues next to them. Jiyu just glanced at those statues. He didn't pay any attention to it and just walked in. The rest of the people quickly gathered and walked into the room. Jiyu exchanged glances with them. A building appeared in front of everyone. On top of the building, there was a huge horizontal board with the words Book Collection Pavilion written on it. If one wanted to enter, they would have to obtain a ranking in a certain place before they could enter. In the end, he would become an expert. They looked at each other and Li Xijiao took a step forward. Jiyu said indifferently, "What do you plan to do? If you help me seize the position of the head disciple, I can help you enter the secret realm. At that time, it might be the key for you to break through to the earth profound realm." After saying this, they looked at each other. Jiyu said indifferently, "Humph, of course it's good." Suddenly, a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Ji Yu suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky, only to see a meteor falling quickly. Li Sijiao took Ji Yu to a building and pointed in another direction. This is where you will live. Go in, I believe your friends are waiting for you. The selection criteria of the Tianyi Palace was to select the most outstanding people from the major sects and then cultivate them here. Naturally, they would also be sent back, but this way, they could show their strength. Ji Yu entered the big building. Suddenly, a few men raised their heads and set their eyes on Ji Yu. A smile appeared on their faces. Under the signal of a young master, one of the strong men walked in front of Ji Yu with a smile on his face. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Ji Yu. He said indifferently, "Boy, you just came in. Maybe there are some rules you don't know. Here, you have to hand over your things." "What things?" A trace of doubt appeared in his heart and he asked, "Crossbreed your things." "I won't say it again." After saying this, he turned his head and took 2 steps forward, locking his eyes on Ji Yu. At this moment, they directly approached Ji Yu. He threw a heavy punch in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu raised his hand and caught his fist. He twisted it behind his opponent, and with a scream, a cracking sound came from Ji Yu's body. He suddenly turned around and kicked Ji Yu. Ji Yu took a step back and punched him heavily. Accompanied by a scream, Ji Yu disappeared. Ji Yu suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. A moment later, he appeared behind Yi Futian and struck him on the back of his head. Yi Futian felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. He widened his eyes and took 2 steps forward. In an instant, he disappeared from his original spot. A moment later, he appeared in front of Ji Yu and hit Ji Yu's back heavily. At this moment, the dark force in Ji Yu's hands suddenly exploded and gathered. Dark skill, fierce thunder fist. After shouting this sentence, a bolt of lightning struck down. At this moment, the surrounding lightning quickly gathered in Ji Yu's fist. Ji Yu slammed the ground with a heavy punch. At this moment, countless bolts of lightning flew in all directions. Those bolts of lightning were like poisonous snakes, twining around the man's body. However, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Those bolts of lightning covered his entire body. The man opened his eyes and pounced in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu kicked him, and he was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him. When he fell to the ground, 2 streams of blood came out from the corners of his mouth. He slammed heavily on the ground. His arms instantly became as thick as bricks. At this moment, countless diamond shards flew in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu raised her hands and a thick earthen wall appeared in front of her. Those diamond shards stabbed into the thick wall. Ji Yu reached out and hit the wall heavily. Those diamond shards wrapped up at this moment, and countless grains of sand fell on his body. The man suddenly roared, "Boy, you have some skills, but so what? In my eyes, you are courting death now." After shouting these words, he quickly ran forward. When Ji Yu saw this, she suddenly turned around and raised her hands. She grabbed the man in front of her and slammed him to the side. At this moment, the man suddenly fell to the ground. She kept hitting the man's body. At this moment, countless grains of sand quickly gathered together. As Ji Yu twisted her body, it was as if countless pressures were squeezing his body. Only then did Ji Yu release her grip. At this moment, the sand slowly flowed in all directions. At this moment, the man's face was bleeding. He opened his eyes and flew toward Ji Yu. He ran 2 steps on the ground and turned into 2 bolts of lightning. Then, he flew forward and flew toward Ji Yu. Right at this moment, Ji Yu vanished on the spot. After a moment, he suddenly turned his head. After she landed on the ground, he waved his hands. At this moment, the people around him quickly ran forward. They looked at each other and quickly flew toward Ji Yu. Ji Yu suddenly kicked out and seriously stepped on his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji Yu said indifferently, "Now, you don't need me to hand over anything, right?" After hearing his words, the people around him applauded. Ji Yu couldn't help but frown at their behavior of not coming forward to save their teammate. He said indifferently, "What are you going to do?" After hearing Ji Yu's words, they looked at each other and disappeared in a flash. After a moment, they appeared in front of Ji Yu. He abruptly turned around and swung a heavy punch down. At that moment, Ji Yu suddenly turned to the side, and his fist landed on the ground beside him. After being knocked down by the fist, they looked at each other, and Jiyu suddenly disappeared from where he was. A moment later, he appeared in front of him. She directly raised her hands and held his neck. He said indifferently, haha. 5th level of the human profound realm? No, you're in the 6th level. After saying this, he abruptly turned around and the profound energy in his hand dropped rapidly. After a loud bang, he disappeared on the spot. A ball of fire burned and fell on his body. At this moment, another ball of fire burned fiercely at this moment, and after a loud bang, a loud sound was heard. The two of them quickly flew backward. At this moment, all the people in the room came forward and fixed their eyes on Jiyu. One of them said, "Boy, you should know whose territory this is in the Tianyi Palace." After shouting this, several people around him quickly came forward. In a flash, they flew forward and surrounded Jiyu. Jiyu abruptly pulled himself away. Countless balls of intense light completely sealed him off. The use of dark force had reached such a high level. Jiyu said calmly, "Why, do you still want to fight with me?" After hearing this, the people around him quickly surrounded Jiyu. In the next moment, Jiyu suddenly turned around and the people in front of him suddenly looked in his direction. In an instant, they flew in front of Jiyu. He suddenly pulled out his sword and swung it in the direction of Jiyu. Then, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Jiyu's long sword flew in front of him. The giant Kuanping sword in the air split into countless long swords. At this moment, he swung his hand heavily. The giant Kuanping sword fell rapidly at this moment. Boom! Boom! If it wasn't for the fact that this house was made of special materials, everything around it would have collapsed. After seeing this scene, Jiyu stood up and said calmly, "Mystic skill, flying sand and stones." Countless stones quickly gathered together and fell to the ground. At this moment, those stones surrounded him. At this moment, a loud boom was heard. They were completely surrounded. At this moment, they surrounded Jiyu completely. After seeing this scene, Jiyu suddenly disappeared on the spot. At this moment, the people around him gradually walked towards Jiyu. After seeing this scene, they exchanged glances. At this moment, countless boulders collided with their bodies, accompanied by loud rumbling sounds. The remaining people looked at each other. They took 2 steps back. In the next second, Jiyu suddenly swung his giant Kuanping sword. In the next moment, the giant sword suddenly swung down. After the collision, he looked to the side. At this moment, the remaining people surrounded Jiyu. Jiyu swung the giant Kuanping sword in his hand and suddenly swung it down. In the next moment, the waves on the giant sword burst out in all directions. At this moment, the power of water also burst out. They stood up and suddenly looked in the direction of Jiyu. At this moment, he said calmly, "How is it possible? How can a person in the 6th tier of the human profound realm have such strength?" After saying this, they looked at each other. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and said calmly, "Then hand over the things you want." After the fight, a trace of fear appeared in their hearts after seeing Jiyu. They immediately took out a pill from their arms and put it on the table. He even had a faint smile on his face. Jiyu turned around and walked out of the door. After seeing this scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air and suddenly disappeared on the spot. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone walked out of the door. He looked up and saw several people gathering in front of him. Jiyu said calmly, "What's going on?" After hearing this, they quickly gathered together and walked to Jiyu. They looked at each other. "The protector is summoning us." They walked to the center of the square and raised their heads. The protector of the Tianyi school said faintly, "From the moment you stepped into this great sect, you must know that you are here to let the people of the 5 major domains know who is the leader of the sections. I want you to do something." They looked at each other and said calmly, "What is it?" After hearing this, they glanced at each other. At this moment, the protector slowly opened his mouth and said, "I need you to eradicate some sections." Jiyu walked to the other side and slowly walked out. At this moment, he said, "Why do you want us to carry out such a mission?" The people next to him shrugged their shoulders. "How would I know? And I don't think this is a good idea." After saying this, a bolt of lightning came from the sky. At this moment, the people next to Jiyu followed him out of the hall. However, Jiyu soon understood why they were sent to carry out such a mission. On the surface, they violated the rules of the 10,000 Arts Immortal Alliance by forging treasures with human souls, but in fact, their sect had a long river of spirit stones. The 8 disciples landed on the ground, followed by a person called the Protector. He smiled faintly, "Don't worry, I will definitely look after you." After saying this, the people next to him gradually walked forward. They looked at each other. In front of the sect, the people standing there slowly walked forward. They raised their hands and stopped Jiyu in front of them. After hearing this, the people next to him gradually walked forward. After seeing Jiyu, he flew up and arrived in front of Jiyu in the blink of an eye. "Stop, is the Shadow Peak sect a place you can casually barge in?" When they heard this, they looked at each other. In the blink of an eye, the 2 disciples beside Jiyu took a step forward. From their storage rings, they took out treasures and attacked the people in front of them. A trace of vigilance appeared in the eyes of the people from the Shadow Peak sect. They suddenly turned their heads and took out treasures from their arms. The 2 treasures collided with each other heavily. With a loud bang, he took a step back and fixed his eyes on the person in front of him. With a trace of unwillingness in his mouth, he asked, "Who are you?" After hearing this, Jiyu suddenly disappeared. After a while, she appeared behind one of the disciples of the Shadow Peak sect. She took out her treasures and chopped down heavily. Accompanied by a scream, the person in front of her instantly fell into a pool of blood. When the disciples of the Shadow Peak sect heard the sound, 7 or 8 people came out from inside. They were only at the 3rd layer of the human profound realm. For the disciples of the Tiani sect, they were nothing. Their figures flickered as they disappeared from where they stood. After a while, a few people walked forward. Jiyu took out her treasures. In an instant, they all flew forward and chopped down the treasures. Jiyu turned around and disappeared. She took 2 steps to the side. He picked up the treasure tool beside him and slashed down with his sword. After slashing down with his sword, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. "Preposterous! How dare you barge into our sect without permission?" An incomparably dignified voice came from the direction of the Shadow Peak sect. In an instant, a few people descended from the sky. They took out their treasures and locked their eyes on Jiyu and the others. In an instant, they rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly turned around and chopped down with the treasures in her hand. A loud bang was heard. At this moment, the profound energy impacted everything in the surroundings. Several people fell into a pool of blood. But the person who said those words was still standing on the mountain gate. He looked forward and said indifferently, "You dare to kill my Shadow Peak sex people? You're courting death." After shouting this sentence, the people beside him jumped to the ground. They suddenly opened their eyes and picked up the treasures beside them. They rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the Kuanping giant sword and chopped off the long legs of several people. After seeing this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiyu took a few steps forward and said, indifferently, "We're here under orders." She swung her sword down and a huge power of thunder and lightning suddenly fell. A loud bang was heard in the surroundings. Boom! After a loud boom, the surrounding ground began to explode. The old man's figure flashed and walked to a place not far away. He slapped the ground heavily. 2 profound energies collided violently at this moment. Another loud explosion was heard, and the few people behind him quickly took a step back. At the same time, they raised their heads and looked forward. Jiyu said indifferently, "Profound skill, raging flames burn the city." At this moment, the Kuanping giant sword emitted flames. Countless flames flew out from the sword tip and bombarded the ground at this moment. The flames gathered at this moment and fell in front of Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly raised his hand. He reached out and blocked, swallowing the flames. He gradually stood up and turned around. He said indifferently, "Tiani sect's disciples are really good." Jiyu suddenly turned around. The Kuanping giant sword chopped down at his head. It hit his neck. After being cut, he suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the attack. After seeing this scene, the old man stretched out his hand. In an instant, a huge palm formed in the sky. In the next moment, the huge palm slapped down at this moment. Ji Yu raised the treasured weapon in his hand and slammed it forward. At this moment, the two treasured weapons collided with a loud bang. They flew out and slid on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several people at the side suddenly rushed forward and stabbed the treasured weapon. The old man looked at Ji Yu in horror. His Kuanpum giant sword suddenly flew out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of swords fell from the sky. The strength of the sixth tier of the human profound realm directly broke through the sky. After falling to the ground, they were wrapped up by the formation formed by the giant swords. Between the swords, powerful thunder and lightning burst out. Countless balls of fire appeared on the swords. The fire suddenly burst out. The thunder and lightning were combined with the flames. The old man was forced to a dead end. He roared helplessly at the sky. Who would have thought that the heavens would want to force my shadow sect to its death? The two of them looked at each other. Ji Yu took 2 steps forward and raised her hand slightly. After a scream, he fell into a pool of blood. After the elder harvested the old man's head, Ji Yu followed the 7 disciples into the main hall. More than 100 servants knelt on the ground. They kept kowtowing and begging, "Please, don't kill us." Hearing the miserable cries of these servants, they couldn't bear to kill them. Ji Yu took 2 steps forward. The elder closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. He opened his mouth and asked, "Where is the secret room?" The servants kept kowtowing to the ground. One of them cried and said, "I really don't know." Before he could kowtow a few more times, a man suddenly came forward and grabbed his head. "If you don't tell us, don't blame us for being rude." After saying this, he stabbed the long sword into the servant's chest. After spitting out the blood, he closed his eyes. Ji Yu took a deep breath. She didn't expect that the Tianyi sect would treat others as human beings. The rest of the servants continued to kowtow after they heard the words. Ji Yu didn't save these people because she knew that even if she did, she might not be able to save them. It would only leave behind a bigger problem. He said faintly, "If you don't speak, this will be your fate." The rest of the people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other. Ji Yu took a step forward and raised her hand. At this moment, Xian energy gathered. At this moment, the profound energy gathered in Ji Yu's hand. A wisp of profound energy slowly entered the other party's head. The servant cried out in pain. Only then did Ji Yu let go of his hand. He said faintly, "I don't think he knows." Only then did the protector close his eyes, and his spiritual power spread throughout the entire hall. According to the strength of the Tianyi palace, there was no need for them to destroy an entire race for a long river of spiritual stones. There must be something fishy about this. Ji Yu actually had some doubts in her heart, so she decided to investigate further. The protector suddenly snorted coldly, "Deal with these people." "I have found them." Several disciples cupped their hands and said yes, then walked into the center of the hall. In front of the stone statue of the Shadow Sect's leader, he raised his hand and was about to break the stone statue. Suddenly, the sound of the earth shaking and mountains shaking was heard. Only then did 3 figures appear on the ground. They looked at each other and took 2 steps forward. Ji Yu said faintly, "Who are you waiting for?" "It's the 3 black-cloaked men." Ji Yu suddenly thought of the leader of the black-cloaked men, then slowly said, "Kill them." After roaring these words, the people around her jumped down one after another. The 2 men in black suddenly emitted a purple light. In an instant, the purple light covered their entire bodies. What? They are actually experts of the 8th tier of the human profound realm? They sucked in a breath of cold air. An iron fan suddenly appeared in one of their hands. There were strange patterns on the iron fan. He glared at the front. Both of his hands waved the fan. Suddenly, a gust of evil wind blew. At this moment, countless iron shards were blown into the air, directly blowing towards the bodies of the disciples. They quickly jumped out and stood in front of Ji Yu. A powerful energy suddenly enveloped both of them. He took a deep breath and raised his hand. At this moment, a few tiny leaves flew over at high speed. He locked his gaze on Ji Yu. As his body spun, specks of starlight fell to the ground. A cracking sound was heard from the huge rock not far in front of him. At this moment, the rock started to shatter. At this moment, the gang cheese on the bodies of several disciples were also broken. Although they were also disciples of the fifth tier of the human profound realm, there was a gap of 3 tiers between them. Along with the gang chi, a loud cracking sound was heard. The profound force turned into specks of starlight. They scattered in all directions. Jiyu took a step forward, and several people beside her flew up at the same time. They slowly took 2 steps forward. In an instant, they disappeared on the spot. After a while, he appeared on the spot. He flew into the air, and the precious weapon in his hand suddenly fell down. The long sword cut through the sky. It fell to the ground. A few disciples had their bodies pierced through by the iron shards, and blood dripped down from them. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and looked at their bodies. At this moment, 2 balls of profound energy were gathered in Jiyu's hands. Ding! The host used raging fire to burn the city. The experience gained is 1 times 999. The flames broke away from his hands. They turned into 2 green birds, flew up in the air, and let out a bird cry. Then, they spread the wings on their back. Humph, insignificant skill. He coldly snorted and let out a disdainful smile. At the same time, the 2 balls of fire also shot out. They fell to the ground. In an instant, the flames burned in all directions, and gradually wrapped the surrounding people. After being engulfed by the flames, they let out a scream. Jiyu stood up abruptly. Those 2 black-clothed men were like ghosts, disappearing from their original positions. However, Jiyu's eyes were fixed on the guys who had not moved from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, 2 people flew out and took out treasures from their sleeves. Then, they flew out and took out treasures from their sleeves. One was an iron fan, and the other was a long spear. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, and suddenly fell in the direction of Jiyu. After seeing this scene, he turned around abruptly, and a precious weapon flew out in an instant. He held the precious weapon in his hand, and suddenly shot it at Jiyu. Suddenly, the protector moved. He sensed that the 3 men in black in front of him were not from the Shadow Sect, and the profound skill he sensed from them was not a profound skill that could be used by ordinary people. The thread of profound force in his hand fell behind Jiyu, and he suddenly pulled out his hand. The black-clothed man sneered as he pulled the young man in front of him. Like ghosts, the 2 men in black turned around and headed in the direction of Jiyu. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He dropped all the profound force threads in front of him on the ground, and he suddenly pulled his hand. The protector was not in a hurry, and he stepped on the ground. A strong burst of profound force spread out in all directions from his body. At this moment, the few people in the surroundings flew out. After seeing this scene, he took a deep breath. He said indifferently, "Profound skill, 10,000 laws of heavenly thunder." Countless lightning balls flew down from the sky, and shot out in all directions. After seeing this, the 2 men in black fled in another direction. He turned around abruptly. He had originally thought that no matter how powerful Jiyu was, he would not be able to escape. There was no way that she could follow him. The 2 men in black had just taken a step forward, but they did not expect that the lightning balls would hit the ground. The ball of lightning collided with the opponent's body. The men in black let out a scream. They fell to the ground. The 2 men in black fell to the ground. There was a charred smell coming from their left. At this moment, the man in black, who had been standing still, slowly opened his eyes. He snorted coldly, and stepped on the ground. The precious weapon that had been stuck in the ground suddenly flew out. He gently touched the sword hilt, and the long sword flew out at a high speed. Along with the long sword, it flew out. The protector stepped on the ground and flew backward. The long sword landed in front of him, and the protector kept flying backward. After a moment, he turned around and looked in front of Jiyu. He said indifferently, "Kill." After roaring these words, the protector suddenly waved his hands. The flames in his hands covered the entire sky at this moment, and the flames gradually spread downwards. He turned around and said indifferently, "You are definitely not from the Shadow Sect." After these words were spoken, Xianxia nodded. A ball of fire appeared in the hands of the leader of the men in black. "Go to hell, old thing." After shouting these words, he jumped up quickly and hammered the ground heavily with his hands, accompanied by a loud bang. With a boom, the explosive force spread in all directions. Jiyu looked at the leader of the men in black. The protector was obviously no match for the leader of the men in black, but he had also consumed a lot of his strength. After thinking of this, Jiyu said indifferently, "Let me do it." After saying this, Jiyu instantly waved the huge sword of the Kuanping. A bolt of lightning struck in the direction of the leader of the men in black. The leader of the men in black did not dare to face the lightning. He raised his hands and poured all his strength into his palms. The two dark forces collided. The power of the lightning spread in all directions in an instant. The power of the lightning spread in all directions like thunder snakes. Mystical technique, Raging Inferno. Ding. Host has used Raging Inferno. You have gained 1 by 999 experience points. The Raging Inferno instantly shot towards the leader of the men in black. The man in black placed one hand on his back and a long curved sword that was as long as a poisonous snake appeared in his hand. He swung the sword down heavily. In an instant, the Raging Inferno was directly parted by the long sword. Jiyu and the leader of the men in black looked at each other. He said indifferently, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." "Wait, I think I know you." "I know you too. You're that person from last time." After saying this, the two of them flew up at the same time and arrived in front of each other in an instant. At the same time, they swung their swords. The weapons collided in the air and emitted sparks in the air. The two of them looked at each other and stood up. Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared in front of the other party in an instant. He transformed into 7 or 8 figures. The Kuanping giant sword was like a giant axe that directly chopped down. After the collision, the two of them flew out separately. The man in black looked at Jiyu. Jiyu turned around. He held the Kuanping giant sword in his hand and swung it down again. At this moment, countless rays of starlight danced in the sky. Jiyu flew up with the Kuanping giant sword and rushed in front of the other party. He slashed down heavily with the sword. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. He flew backwards in an instant. The leader of the men in black raised his head and looked over. After seeing this scene, they turned around abruptly. The leader of the men in black was extremely shocked. They never expected that Jiyu actually had such strength. In an instant, they flew forward and landed in the direction of Jiyu. The man in black landed on the ground and looked at Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and took 2 steps forward. The power of thunder and lightning instantly covered the power of the Kuanping sword, and he swung it down heavily. Those lightning bolts instantly collided with the ground and gradually flew away from the ground. It wandered around the other party's body. He let out a violent scream, and they instantly fell to the ground. After seeing this, Jiyu turned around and swung her sword again. After the lightning dissipated, they flew down. After landing on the ground a few times, they jumped onto the roof and gradually walked a few steps in another direction. So fast. The leader of the black-clothed men couldn't help but say. The remaining black-clothed men held their wounds and said calmly, "Let's go, leader. The Tianyi sect is the #1 sect in the world. It won't be good when their reinforcements arrive." After hearing this sentence, the leader of the black-clothed men thought for a moment and instantly disappeared. He flew up and landed on the ground. At this moment, the black-clothed men raised their heads and slowly walked forward. Jiyu said calmly, "Kill." They landed on the ground, looked up, and picked up their magical items. Then, they flew up into the air and charged forward with killing intent. A thick black smoke began to flutter in the air. At this moment, a thick fog covered the sky. He raised his head. The elder stroked his beard. "It seems that they have the same purpose as us." They stood up. Jiyu said calmly, "Let's go and take a look and we'll know." After saying this, they stood up and gathered in front of the catacombs. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in, and the surrounding candlelight instantly lit up. They looked around vigilantly, picked up their precious weapons, and looked around vigilantly. A clap of thunder sounded in the sky. In the underground passage, there seemed to be countless ghosts roaring. After they passed through the passage, they raised their heads and looked ahead. They only saw a long iron bridge appear in front of them. The remaining people walked in the direction of the iron bridge. Just as they walked to the iron bridge, countless iron men suddenly jumped down from who knows where. They half knelt on the iron bridge and set their eyes on Jiyu. At this moment, those iron men stood up and charged in the direction of the people of the Tianyi sect with their heavy bodies. Jiyu said calmly, "I didn't expect that they would be unaware of the mechanism here." Those iron men emitted the power of the seventh layer of the human profound realm. They raised their hands and heavily smashed their fists onto the ground. Hong, that burst of Xian energy at this moment gradually turned into a ball of light and flew forward. Jiyu swung his fist forward and charged forward. The two powers collided. They spread out in all directions. They set their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the precious weapon beside her and directly flew forward. The huge sword of the Kunping in her hand directly chopped down on one of the iron men. The iron man let out a wail. With a series of crackling sounds, the surrounding iron men suddenly exploded. At this moment, the remaining people stood up and locked their eyes on Jiyu. They instantly flew up. At this moment, the iron men stood up and set their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu said calmly, "Everyone, set up the formation." How could the disciples of the Tianyi sect not recognize the formation? They all walked forward and directly stepped on the ground. At this moment, they gradually stood up and set their eyes on Jiyu. At this moment, the iron men who were sitting on the ground stepped forward. Jiyu kicked one of the iron men. The remaining disciples also stepped forward one after another. A ball of dark power appeared around them. At the next moment, the surrounding dark light waves shook and moved forward. Boom, with another loud sound, they were sent flying backward. Jiyu took 2 steps forward. She looked at the people in front of her and quickly ran out on the bridge. After crossing the long bridge in front of them, they directly went into the underground passage and appeared in front of the crowd. Suddenly, the palace hall began to tremble violently. There seemed to be some kind of mission inside. They exhaled a breath of cold air. A skeleton in the formation shook. At this moment, the skeleton stood up. Pulling out a walking stick, it quickly stepped forward and ran toward Jiyu. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Jiyu. Jiyu quickly dodged to the side. After dodging that attack, they set their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu said calmly, "Be careful. That skeleton is not simple. It actually has such a strong dark power." The dark power seemed to cover the skeleton. Logically speaking, without a physical body, there would be no dark power in the skeleton. The skeleton stretched out its hands, aimed at Jiyu, and waved them heavily. The bone spurs on its body suddenly shot up and fell to the ground like heavy rain. Jiyu's astral energy suddenly descended. Those bone spikes dripped onto the body of the astral energy. In an instant, they struck the body of the astral energy. The skeleton seemed to be very angry that its bone spurs could not kill the young man in front of it. They raised their heads and set their eyes on Jiyu. The skeleton disappeared on the spot in an instant. After a while, it came in front of Jiyu. The dark power all over its body vibrated and the people in front of it were sent flying. They fell to the ground and hit the ground heavily. They rose to their feet. They set their eyes on Jiyu. The rest of them set their eyes on Jiyu. The rest of them instantly flew forward, took out their precious weapons, and charged toward Jiyu. Jiyu blocked the precious weapons in front of her with the Kunping giant sword. The skeleton suddenly retreated. The remaining 2 people flew forward and landed in front of Jiyu. The disciples of the Tianyi sect held their precious weapons and stood in front of Jiyu to protect her. "We should be the ones helping you." After saying this, they waved the swords in their hands and stood in front of Jiyu to protect her. They stepped on the 7 stars formation. A huge pentagram appeared on the ground. The skeleton entered the pentagram and it seemed to have a strong melting power. At this moment, the bones in his body were swallowed up bit by bit. Jiyu said calmly, "Today, I'll let you be truly liberated." After Jiyu finished speaking, she picked up the precious weapon in front of her and flew up into the sky. She turned her head and fell from the sky. The Kunping giant sword pierced into the skeleton's skull. In an instant, the skeleton's bones shattered. They flew out in an instant. They fixed their eyes on Jiyu. He said calmly, "What powerful strength." Roar. After the skeleton let out a wail, it turned into ashes. At this moment, the rest of the people walked out in all directions. The rest of the people gradually surrounded them. They fixed their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu said calmly, "Let's go down." After saying this, they walked into the hall. He only saw a red book lying quietly in the center of the hall. They wanted to put their hands on the red book, but the hands of the person who just put his hand on it suddenly turned black, and he screamed in pain. The sound of thunder echoed in all directions. Jiyu said calmly, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, the man let out a scream. His body went soft and he fell to the ground. Jiyu sighed. It seemed that she had come too late. A stream of thunder chi slowly flowed from Jiyu's palm. It flowed to his palm. He put his hand on the thunder chi. At this moment, the power of thunder and lightning suddenly descended. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Jiyu jumped up, flashed, and disappeared on the spot. The thunder chi slithered out of the red book and kept chasing after Jiyu. Jiyu walked to the sides, and the thunder chi fell in front of Jiyu at this moment. Jiyu held the power in his hands. He also gathered a powerful Xian energy and covered both of his palms. He reached out and grabbed the two lightning snakes in his hand. Then, he pulled them with force. They were torn apart. After Jiyu landed on the ground, he stepped forward and took the red book with the protection of his gang chi. He withdrew his hand. He put the book on the table. They took a closer look and found that there was not a single word on the book. At this moment, they took a deep breath. They looked at each other. Jiyu walked out in another direction. This red book might be what the group of men in black wanted to get. They looked at each other and stood up. Jiyu put the book into the storage ring. The elder touched his wound. "Did you find the thing?" Jiyu sighed and shook his head. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that they really couldn't find it? He immediately guessed in his heart, but the power of guessing also made him nervous. Jiyu followed the elder back to the Tianyi Palace. Jiyu and the others were indeed the first to come back from the experience. Li Sijiao felt a little proud. "Who asked you to play tricks behind my back all day long?" The Saintess of Cyan Phoenix didn't expect that Jiyu could be the first to come back. With a cold snort, a few people appeared on the ground with a flash of silver light. They looked in the direction of Jiyu and said indifferently, "Why did you come back so slowly?" The two of them looked at each other. After seeing this scene, Jiyu snorted coldly. The saints were frightened and didn't know what to say. They could only lower their heads. At this moment, the person beside them slowly took a step forward. He then said plainly, "Saint Jiyu was able to return so quickly. I'm sure you still have a powerful force in your hands. We can exchange blows." As soon as his voice fell, the profound energy in his body abruptly moved from his dantian to Jiyu's direction. Jiyu said indifferently, "This is the Tianyi Palace." He didn't pay much attention to Jiyu. He just picked up the precious weapon in his hand and charged in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu stepped on the ground and quickly shot backward. The other party kept chopping in the direction of Jiyu with his axe. The Xian energy from the axes fell heavily on the ground. Holes appeared one after another on the ground. Jiyu suddenly jumped up and landed on the other party's giant axe. She raised her head and looked at the other party. There was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. The other party suddenly charged in the direction of Jiyu. He didn't summon the Kuanping giant sword. Instead, he stepped on the ground lightly and quickly retreated. The burly man didn't seem to give up. He didn't believe that he couldn't catch Jiyu in front of him. His palm landed on Jiyu's body, but Jiyu's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. He landed on the ground with a light tap. He quickly turned around and kept leaping lightly. He stepped on the wall beside him. After 2 steps, he suddenly turned around. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the other party. A ball of chi appeared in his hands. Chi technique, fiery thunder fist. Jiyu roared angrily and suddenly punched out. A loud boom was heard. He hammered heavily on the wall, and a huge rumbling sound came from the wall. At this moment, the surrounding walls slowly collapsed. They fixed their eyes on Jiyu. At this moment, the remaining 2 people also came forward at the same time. The remaining Chi practitioners fixed their eyes on Jiyu. They drew out their precious weapons at the same time and aimed their swords at Jiyu's neck. Ji-Yu's protective aura suddenly covered her whole body and blocked that fatal blow. The long swords of the two holy sons stopped in front of Ji-Yu's neck. The huge amount of water vapor actually froze in an instant. The two long swords suddenly froze. They turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ji-Yu looked at them. At this moment, they turned around and fixed their eyes on Ji-Yu. In an instant, they disappeared from where they were. They picked up their precious weapons and instantly appeared in front of Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu channeled the chi in her body and infused it into the precious weapons. A heavy sword was chopped down. There was no need to shout, and the blazing city seal was directly released. Blazing flames spread in all directions, closing in on the three holy sons. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. A person appeared in front of Ji-Yu and the others. He picked up the precious weapon in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. The blazing fire that had been ignited by the raging fire seal was completely dispersed. Interesting. May I know your name? That person held the sword with one hand and opened his eyes. He looked in Ji-Yu's direction and said, Qianlong Qianlong. Hearing this name, the senior disciples who were watching from the side all sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed at the same time. Qianlong? Isn't this the sword young master of the four major regions? That's right. It's said that his precious weapon is a long sword. He can stab 80 times in a flash. He's really powerful. He said coldly, the saintess of the Xian Phoenix is not someone you can humiliate. Watch my sword. After saying this, he disappeared on the spot like a green bird. A moment later, he appeared behind Ji-Yu. He held the long sword in his hand and thrust it at Ji-Yu's back. His vigor force instantly shrouded Ji-Yu's back, despite the protection of the vigor force. Ji-Yu also felt the cold aura piercing directly into her heart. He looked at the other party and said indifferently, You're quite strong. After saying this, they instantly jumped down and charged in Ji-Yu's direction. Ji-Yu picked up the sword in her hand and directly waved it. After Ji-Yu blocked 2 strikes, he suddenly turned around. At this moment, the Kuan-Pung giant sword chopped down heavily. With a loud bang, cracks appeared on the stone slabs downstairs, and they fell heavily to the ground. They jumped up in an instant and set their eyes on Xianxia. The sword young master was naturally much stronger than the others in terms of using the sword. When Ji-Yu saw this, a trace of a smile suddenly appeared on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the treasure in his hand also turned into a long sword. He stabbed the sword forward. When they collided with each other, they instantly fell backwards and slid on the ground. They looked at Ji-Yu. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji-Yu forced the 3 saints to retreat and directly rushed in the direction of the sword young master. He jumped up and rotated his body, instantly erupting the power of 2 lightning bolts. Although the sword young master was fast, he did not have time to stab in Ji-Yu's direction. He abruptly turned around and stabbed the ground with his sword. After seeing this, the treasure in Ji-Yu's hand emitted a dazzling light at this moment. They instantly flew forward and laughed loudly. The sword young master only felt incomparably refreshed today. He threw the treasures towards the sky. In an instant, 2 treasures appeared in the sky. Then, he waved his hand towards the people below. The treasures fell down like meteors. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds suddenly sounded, and they each took a step back. After looking at each other, Ji-Yu said indifferently, Good skill. With this fight, the 2 of them had almost used up all the Xian energy in their bodies. The sword young master pulled back the treasure in his hand and walked in front of Ji-Yu. He said indifferently, You and I have used up all our strength. The 3 of them still wanted to attack, but Li Sijiao suddenly said, Do you really think that I don't exist? This incomparably dignified sentence reverberated forward. If not for the powerful Xian energy in Ji-Yu's hand, she would have been killed by the other party. After saying this, Ji-Yu said indifferently, Come. The 3 young masters suddenly stopped talking and walked out from behind. Ji-Yu said indifferently, What do you plan to do? Qing Wan snorted coldly and did not say anything. He just turned his head and waved his hand heavily. In an instant, the 2 of them gradually approached. They flew forward in an instant and slashed in Ji-Yu's direction with their swords. Qing Wan took a few steps back, and the heavy sword hit the ground at this moment. After a loud bang, they were sent flying in all directions. After a simple exchange, Qing Wan discovered that Li Xijiao's strength had improved. "You've become stronger." After saying this, Ji Yu sneered. At this moment, the master of the law enforcement hall also walked out. "How dare you? This is outside the door. How can you be allowed to mess around here?" At this moment, the remaining saints also returned. The saintess, who had extremely delicate eyebrows, also had a smile on her face. Seeing that everyone had returned safely, the head of the law enforcement hall didn't say anything else. He just walked into the main hall. After exchanging a few words with the head of the law enforcement hall, a man in a long robe walked out of the main hall. He put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Who are you?" They set their eyes on Ji Yu. At this moment, the rest of the people quickly came forward and fixed their eyes on Ji Yu. Ji Yu suddenly turned around. She waved her long sword in an instant and the sword collided with the man. Along with a loud bang, the people in the surroundings were stunned. The surrounding people were sent flying in all directions. They landed on the ground and fixed their eyes on Ji Yu. He said calmly, "How dare you? What a powerful man." After saying this, Ji Yu smiled faintly. "I didn't expect the master of the Tianyi sect to be so powerful." But so what? After the man in the long robe clashed with Ji Yu's sword, he put away his precious weapon with satisfaction. He said calmly, "You're quite powerful." After saying this, Ji Yu took 2 steps forward. Everyone cupped their hands at each other. At this moment, the rest of the people slowly took a few steps forward. The great guardian of the Tianyi sect said, "Ji Yu is quite powerful. Are you willing to join the Tianyi sect?" If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be willing to join the Tianyi sect after hearing this because the Tianyi sect was too powerful. However, Ji Yu was indeed an exception. Ji Yu said calmly, "Retreat." After saying this, the rest of the people raised their heads abruptly and exchanged glances with each other. Ji Yu said, "I'm sorry, but I refuse." After saying this, they looked at each other and took 2 steps forward. A stream of dark force was contained in his hands. Ji Yu said calmly, "I'm a disciple of another sect. I won't join another sect." The Great Protector smiled and didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes. He let out a long breath of cold air. The dark force in his hands was quickly gathering at this moment. He set his eyes on Ji Yu. "How dare you?" One of the disciples roared angrily because in their hearts, the Tianyi sect was the god in the eyes of all cultivators. Now that the god in their hearts was humiliated, how could they let him go? After thinking about this, they flew up at the same time and came to Ji Yu. He raised his hand heavily and the profound energy quickly gathered in his palm. There was a loud bang. At this moment, they jumped up quickly and landed in Ji Yu's direction. At the same time, Ji Yu also threw out a punch, and the 2 profound energies collided violently at this moment. Ji Yu flew backward. He glided on the ground and said calmly, "Come on." After saying this, the rest of the people gradually approached Ji Yu. The 2 of them looked at each other and stood up. At this time, the great guardian waved his hand and said, "It's done. You can leave." After saying this, they slowly stepped back and set their eyes on Ji Yu. Ji Yu cupped her hands and didn't say anything. Our Tianyi sect is a place where strength speaks. From today on, in addition to the necessary lessons, you can challenge the people ranked in front of you at any time. Of course, the higher the ranking, the better the treatment. After saying this, they looked at each other and slowly took 2 steps forward. A strong dark force quickly gathered in their hands. "I want to challenge Ji Yu. Ji Yu is just a foreign disciple. She doesn't have a ranking. If you lose, your ranking will be hers. Are you willing?" "Yes. I'm willing." After he finished speaking, he leaped onto the ring and looked straight ahead. Suddenly, a ray of sword light, as bright as day, pierced towards his direction. He abruptly turned around and thrust his sword forward. At this moment, 2 bursts of profound energy rapidly collided together. At the same time, they landed on the ground. Ji Yu said calmly, "Make your move. 1-on-1. He's quite strong." After saying this, they raised the weapons in their hands at the same time. He charged towards Ji Yu. Jiyu picked up the life treasure in front of him and slashed out with his sword. A loud clanging sound rang out, and he retreated abruptly. Her eyes were fixed on the person in front of her. Dark skill, earth explosion. The disciple in front of her suddenly stood up. The veins on his hands had already appeared on his skin. He punched out and heavily hit the ground. At this time, countless pillars of fire suddenly exploded and approached Jiyu. Jiyu swung the Kuanping giant sword in front of her. Two strong dark forces suddenly collided at this time. After seeing this scene, the two of them stood up and looked at Jiyu in disbelief. Jiyu also punched out with both hands at the same time. At the same time, it also brought out a flame. At this time, the sound of a bird flew out and let out a roar in the sky. At this time, the flaming bird let out an angry roar. At this time, the flaming bird gradually collided with each other. At this time, the giant flaming bird gradually expanded and absorbed all the pillars of fire on the ground into its body. At this time, the flaming bird fell rapidly. Boom. At this moment, another ball of raging fire suddenly swelled up, swallowing the flames in all directions. After seeing this scene, he said, "Kill." The challenger's arms instantly turned into two flaming blades as he swung them forward. The flaming blades collided with the ground and countless flaming blades flew in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly jumped up. After jumping over the ball of fire, a green skin appeared on her body. The Inferno battle suit had been evolved, although it did not look so powerful. However, it could absorb a lot of the attack power. When they saw this scene, they flew backward and fixed their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "You have good strength." The two of them looked at each other. He forced his way in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the Kuanping giant sword and walked forward at the same time. The challenger was forced back by Jiyu's sword. The Great Guardian said, "You are no match for him. Back down." From today onwards, Jiyu is the 700th disciple. After saying this, Jiyu cupped his hands. A servant placed the token in front of Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the token in front of him. He smiled faintly. He disappeared on the spot and said indifferently, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" The remaining people looked at each other. They had fought the three saints, fought the sword prince, and now defeated him. How could they still have the mood to challenge him? After thinking of this, they suddenly said, "Okay." At this moment, the person next to them slowly walked forward and looked in the direction of Jiyu. He said indifferently, "Then let me take you there." After saying this, Jiyu followed them and walked in another direction. He walked through the gate. A courtyard called Qingfu Courtyard appeared in front of him. Two people ran out and looked in front of Jiyu. Jiyu looked at them and the two of them looked at each other. One of them picked up the Kuanping giant sword beside him and charged in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu flew 2 steps forward and swung his sword forward heavily. The two swords collided at this moment. Jiyu said indifferently, "Who is it?" After hearing Jiyu's words, they raised their heads at the same time and looked at each other. One of them said slowly, "Since you entered our Qingfu courtyard, you naturally have to face our challenge. If you can't pass, you can sleep outside tonight." Everyone immediately laughed out loud. Jiyu didn't pay attention to them and just closed his eyes. At this moment, a clap of thunder sounded in the air. He took out a treasure weapon and charged in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu brandished a prized sword and a loud rumbling sound rang out. At this moment, they were sent flying. After sliding a few steps on the ground, they raised their heads and gathered a ball of Xian energy in their hands. At this moment, the Xian energy gathered in their palms. A heavy slap landed on the ground. At this moment, the flame rushed forward. Jiyu also waved his palm at the same time. The two Xian energies intertwined at this moment and rebounded. The rest of the people fixed their eyes on Jiyu. They never expected that a person who had just joined the Tianyi Palace would have such strength. Feeling this strength, they looked at each other and charged in the direction of the original direction. At the same time, they raised the Xian energy in their hands. At this moment, the Xian energy gathered and formed a dragon of Xian energy in the air. Jiyu revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Behind him, the head of a giant dragon slowly rose. It roared at the sky. That was the dragon of national fate. How could a giant dragon formed by Xian energy compare to it? At this moment, the giant dragon flew in front of Jiyu's dragon of national fate. Go! The people who were making things difficult for Jiyu shouted at the same time. The giant dragon floating in the air let out an angry roar. Roar! After letting out a long roar, the giant dragon circled its body and flew towards Jiyu. The five-colored true dragon behind Jiyu also roared at the same time. It flew in front of Jiyu. The collision caused a huge explosion. The surrounding sand and stones flew out. Jiyu looked forward and couldn't help but frown. The huge dragon in front of them circled one round in the air before it flew down and looked at the group of people. They had never expected that the huge dark energy dragon that they had gathered together to form would actually be defeated in an instant by the opponent's attack. Jiyu instantly put away the five-colored true dragon. His eyes fell on them. The remaining two people looked at each other and carefully landed on the ground, locking their eyes on Jiyu. Senior brother, let me teach this stinking brat a lesson. The one who spoke was a thin and weak man. There was a monkey-like light in his eyes. After a while, the monkey-like man said, I am Feng Ho. Greetings, senior brother. However, your strength is truly valiant. Allow me to experience the strength of a dragon. After shouting out this sentence, he turned his head around and stepped on the ground. He flew up and quickly gathered a burst of profound energy in his hand. The dark force quickly gathered at this time. Feng Ho waved his hand and a hurricane came out of his body, blowing in front of Jiyu. His legs were like the wind and he disappeared on the spot. After a while, he suddenly turned around and slashed down with the Kuanping giant sword in his hand. Xian energy was generated from the Kuanping giant sword, and the demonic wind was blowing in another direction. Such strong wind! Jiyu could not help but exclaim in admiration. He instantly disappeared from where he stood. However, he had quite a lot of wind profound energy on him. At this moment, his profound energy flew out from his body and poured into the world. The dark wind force in the air gathered together. Profound skill, ardent wind blade. Right at that moment, the wind in the air was compressed by Jiyu's profound energy and turned into numerous blades. The blades danced in the air at that moment. The wind blade instantly arrived in front of Feng Ho. He never thought that Jiyu would be able to use dark wind force and control it so well. His eyes revealed a look of fear. He took 2 steps forward and stomped on the ground. At this moment, the ground started to tremble rapidly, and the wind blades started to gather rapidly. He could also control the dark force. A heavy sword slashed down, and the two forces collided. Feng Marquis was sent flying. He slid on the ground and in the blink of an eye, Jiyu appeared in front of him. The Kuanping giant sword slammed down on his head. Feng Ho's head suddenly hurt and he gave a pitiful cry. His whole body flew out, and the wind blades left several bloody scars on his body. He let out a miserable shriek as he flew backward and fell heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. After gasping for breath, he couldn't say a word. After everyone saw Jiyu's strength, they all took 2 steps back and didn't dare say a word. Jiyu took 2 steps forward. Alright, stop messing around. A young student walked out and looked in Jiyu's direction. He cupped his hands in greeting. He lightly said, Greetings to young Master Jiyu. Young Master hasn't officially joined my heavenly sect yet, so I can't call you senior brother. But if young Master is interested, you can come with me. After saying this, they looked at each other. Then, he took 2 steps in another direction. The other party brought Jiyu into the courtyard. They went to the 2nd floor and slowly said to Jiyu, This is the residence of the 700th place. After saying this, they cupped their hands and left. At this moment, Feng Ho pulled a man and said, Big brother, don't go. I'm not as good as them. I'll just cultivate properly. Humph, how can we let you off so easily after beating up someone from our Feng family? Although father and grandfather aren't here, as your big brother, I won't let anyone bully you. As soon as his voice fell, he picked up Feng Marquis and walked up to the 2nd floor. When the people on both sides saw him, they slowly walked to the other side in fear. Who is this? Isn't this Feng Tianlei? Feng Tianlei, the senior brother who used his physical strength to obtain the 500th place. Yes, it's said that his profound strength has reached the 8th level of the human profound realm. After hearing this sentence, the people around him quickly moved away. Jiyu was meditating and cultivating the heaven-splitting skill when the door was suddenly kicked open. Jiyu looked at the other party. Who are you? Feng Tianlei. Feng Tianlei patted his chest and said arrogantly. However, Jiyu didn't even look at him. She just closed her eyes and said indifferently, so what? After hearing this, he took a few steps back. Kid, you beat up someone from our Feng family today and you still ask me what? If you apologize obediently and give me a few pills, this matter will be over. Jiyu smiled faintly, what if I don't agree? After hearing this, he revealed a smile and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he appeared in front of Jiyu. Countless people gradually walked over and looked in Jiyu's direction. Feng Tianlei leaped into the air and landed heavily on the ground. He punched the ground and a huge crater appeared in an instant. Jiyu said indifferently, good skill. After saying this, the other party raised his head and looked in Jiyu's direction. In an instant, the two of them retreated and looked at Jiyu. In an instant, the three of them landed on the ground and looked at Jiyu. Jiyu and Feng Tianlei collided heavily. A burst of profound strength exploded in the air. At this moment, the profound strength permeated the heaven and earth. In an instant, they arrived in front of Jiyu. After Feng Tianlei's fist collided with Jiyu's, he felt a numbing sensation on his shoulder. He locked his gaze on Jiyu, and at the same time, took 2 quick steps forward to stand in front of Jiyu. The muscles on his arms wriggled rapidly, and in an instant, they turned into an iron fist. His arms slammed heavily on the ground. There was a loud bang. 2 more holes appeared on the ground. He locked his gaze on Jiyu and flew forward in an instant. He ran in front of Jiyu and punched heavily. There was a loud bang. The sand behind Jiyu quickly gathered in front of him. After seeing this, he stood up and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, the remaining few people quickly gathered around. Do you need our help? After hearing this, Jiyu slowly took 2 steps forward. Jiyu began to fight with the other party. His fist landed heavily on the other party's body. Feng Tianlei's entire body was sent flying backwards. Jiyu aimed at the other party's abdomen. His body flashed and disappeared in an instant. He reached out his hand to grab the other party and sent him flying. When Jiyu saw this, his body flashed and he disappeared from where he was standing. The sand wrapped around Feng Tianlei. It coiled around his limbs, and Jiyu reached out and grabbed at him. A great pressure came over, crushing his bones completely. He screamed in pain. What Feng Tianlei was most proud of was his powerful recovery ability. When he sensed this, he looked at Jiyu. Suddenly, Feng Ho came forward and cupped his fists. He said to Jiyu, please let my big brother go. Jiyu heard this and his heart softened, let's go. After they left, a few disciples came in anxiously. Senior brother, the Holy Maiden is looking for you. Jiyu found it interesting. Why was Li Sijiao looking for him? He exchanged some pleasantries with the other party. Then he walked in another direction and came in front of the other party. After seeing Jiyu, Li Sijiao walked up to him and put her hand on his chest instead of her usual temperament of a spoiled young lady. I heard that you defeated Feng Tianlei today. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you looking for me? After hearing this sentence, he was stunned. The thing I told you last time, the opportunity is here. Secret territory? Yes, but to pass the secret territory, you must first obtain the qualification to take the test. Jiyu already understood. He said calmly, then I'll go and obtain the qualification to take the test. This time, only the disciples in the top 400 are qualified to take part in the competition. So your goal is very clear. The next morning, countless disciples began to challenge other disciples for their rankings. Jiyu went to the list and found Qing Wan. The Holy Maiden under Qing Wan looked at Jiyu with vigilance. Young Master Jiyu, the Holy Maiden of Qing Wan is not on the list of disciples who are qualified to challenge her. After he said this, he looked in Jiyu's direction. He felt that Jiyu didn't come here for anything good. Suddenly, a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. Qingluan Xianxia still looked at Jiyu with a frosty expression. Why? Do you want to have a try? Jiyu frowned. That's naturally not possible. His eyes widened when he heard that the two of them knew each other. The saint never expected that his goddess would be so polite to Jiyu. Saintess, this person is not simple. I think he is here to find trouble. Saintess, let me deal with him. After saying this, the two people beside him took a step forward, cupped their fists, and said to the saint in front of them, Saint, there is no need for you to deal with a new disciple. Just let us do it. The saint shook his head. It seemed that the other party was not someone to be underestimated. After saying this, the two people behind him surrounded each other and came forward. Jiyu said indifferently, do you still want to fight? After hearing this, the saint clenched his fists. His body flashed, and he jumped onto the stone pillar. He stood there and waved in Jiyu's direction. The saintess closed her eyes. She silently chanted something, and the huge arena in front of her slowly rose. The array protected this small arena. The great guardian lit an incense stick with interest and inserted it into the incense burner. After the smell of the incense wafted over, the two of them jumped onto the arena. Only then did the great guardian say, the competition begins. After shouting these words, the two people beside him leaped up and stood on the arena. The two of them looked at each other, and the saint took a step forward. I'm Yunfei. Greetings, junior brother Jiyu. Greetings, Jiyu. After shouting this, Yunfei took a step forward and aimed in Jiyu's direction. He formed a sword with his hands and suddenly the long sword on his back shot out. Jiyu jumped lightly and the long sword stabbed into the ground. Apart from the sword, young master, I think senior brother Yunfei's sword is the best. Not only is his sword skill good, but his move is also the most powerful when used together with his Xian energy. Suddenly, an endless amount of Xian qi poured into the long sword. The long sword started to move violently in an instant, but Jiyu didn't move recklessly. Instead, an endless amount of Xian qi was contained in his legs. The long sword sank heavily into the ground and instantly sank into the ground. It did not move at all. After seeing this scene, Jiyu revealed a smile. At this moment, Yunfei's eyes fell on Jiyu. Two rays of sword qi appeared in his hands. He swung them forward, and the two rays of Xian energy sword qi suddenly flew toward Jiyu. He directly stepped on the long sword and jumped up. His head turned downward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yunfei roared and the long sword returned to his hands. After getting the long sword, Yunfei suddenly stabbed it in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu reached out with both hands and gripped the sword between his fingers. With a light flick, he immediately flew backward. Yunfei flew backward and hit the stone wall behind him. He touched his chest and found that Jiyu's light blow was about to cut open his body. When he felt this surge of profound energy, he suddenly leaped up, picked up the long sword in his hand, and danced in Jiyu's direction. A huge Kuanping sword suddenly appeared in Jiyu's hand. At this moment, the huge Kuanping sword suddenly chopped down. On the precious weapon, there was an incomparably hot flame. The life treasure fell to the ground and exploded with a loud bang. At this moment, countless flames flew up and wrapped around Yunfei. An incomparably hot temperature started to spread. Feeling this high temperature, Yunfei said with the long sword in his hand, "You didn't expect that the elemental power that I broke through in the human profound realm was the power of water." After shouting these words, he waved the long sword. In an instant, the Xian energy in the air turned into countless water droplets. Those water droplets gradually spread over and quickly gathered together. Between rapid revolutions. In an instant, those water droplets turned into a water spout like the sea. The water spout instantly gathered in his hand. He shouted, "Xian skill, water spout." At this moment, the water spout gathered together and quickly twisted. The Xian energy quickly flew out at this moment. The water spout spread over those flames, and the flames were directly covered by the water spout. The water spout was deep in thought and quickly gathered together. Seeing this, Jiyu stretched out his hands and grabbed. The fire dragon immediately raised its head from the ground. The two of them looked at each other. Seeing this scene, Jiyu said indifferently, "Xian skill, dragon raising its head." After roaring these words, the fire dragon instantly lifted its head and flew in Jiyu's direction. The two of them quickly clashed with their palms. The two of them flew back a few steps at the same time. In between heaven and earth, there was a loud bang. Jiyu locked his gaze on his opponent. A ball of fire faintly appeared in his palm. The power of water element firmly suppressed Jiyu. Jiyu slapped his hands on the ground. The water spout flew up in an instant. The power of the two water dragons actually intertwined in the air. Jiyu injected his Xian energy into the Kuanping giant sword. He ran forward 2 steps, jumped twice, and actually arrived in front of his opponent. Seeing such a huge water dragon, a trace of fear actually appeared in Yunfei's heart. The Xian energy collided with him. His figure was sent flying. Jiyu picked up the prized artifact in front of him and stabbed at his heart. Seeing this, a burst of Xian energy suddenly came and shook Jiyu away. Yunfei's elder brother, Brother Yun, said indifferently, "Kid, this is just a competition between fellow disciples. Why do you want to kill?" After hearing this, the corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. "Are you kidding? Just now, you were the ones who wanted to kill me. Now you're saying this to me." After hearing this, he snorted coldly. Jiyu picked up the Kuanping giant sword beside him and swung it forward heavily. At this moment, a water dragon quickly turned around and let out a furious roar. The water dragon let out a furious roar. It flew over and swallowed him whole. Yunfei, who was in the middle of the water dragon, had yet to catch his breath. At this moment, bubbles kept coming from the water dragon. Seeing this, Brother Yun clenched his fists tightly. "Brat, how dare you!" After shouting these words, his body suddenly flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Jiyu. He slashed his sword in the direction of Jiyu. The two swords suddenly collided. His body flashed back, and he fixed his eyes on Jiyu. In a short moment, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of moves. Both of them retreated. Jiyu said indifferently, "Xian skill, raging inferno." At this moment, the fire dragon shot out rapidly. The two of them hit each other with their palms. The fire dragon let out a loud roar. It was forced to retreat, and the other party fixed his eyes on Jiyu. "Jiyu, I advise you to come over obediently." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Jiyu. He punched a circle in the direction of Jiyu. The fist landed on Jiyu, and Jiyu was suddenly sent flying. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and fell back a few steps. He fixed his eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "Raging inferno." After roaring these words, countless fire dragons burst out in an instant. The flames burned their bodies, and in an instant, their bodies were set ablaze by the raging fire. Big Brother Yun immediately panicked. When he saw this, he took 2 steps back. He grabbed the air with both hands. Instantly, the longsword shot up and danced in the sky. It turned into hundreds of longswords and fell in the direction of Jiyu. At the same time, Jiyu's water dragon power also slowly rose into the air. At this moment, the water dragon formed a pool on the ground. At this moment, Big Brother Yun slowly fell in the direction of the ground. Suddenly, he frowned in his heart. Jiyu suddenly swung out her precious weapon. It flew into the air instantly. The Kuanping sword turned into countless huge swords. At this moment, the huge sword was wrapped in flames. It fell like a meteor. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds were heard. The Kuanping sword that was wrapped in flames started to vibrate on the ground. At this moment, the flames started to spread in all directions. In the midst of the explosion, the flames started to burn. The surrounding flames shook violently. He fell to the ground, and a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. Big Brother Yin never expected that he would also lose to Jiyu today. It was only then that Jiyu waved her hand, and the two of them flew backwards. They hit the Qi shield. At this moment, a loud sound was heard from the Qi shield. Qingluan smiled slightly, "Your strength is indeed not bad." "That's it." After saying this, he retreated. Jiyu closed her eyes and said indifferently, "It's over." The two of them looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Jiyu said indifferently, "Thank you, Saintess." A token was handed to Jiyu. Then, the battle for the Mystic Realm will begin next month. Everyone, go back. After saying this, they looked at each other and didn't say anything. They just returned to their respective courtyards. Ever since Jiyu defeated everyone in the courtyard, Jiyu became the most famous disciple in Deyuan. Jiyu's senior brother is back. Jiyu's senior brother is back. In the courtyard, loud cheers came one after another. They had already heard about Jiyu's one-on-one challenge today. After hearing about Jiyu's strength, their eyes were full of envy. Jiyu said indifferently, "What do you want?" After hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and said to Jiyu with a smile, "Haha, we want senior brother to take care of our business. You know, we are all good-for-nothing senior brothers." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other. Seeing this scene, Jiyu slowly took a step forward and said indifferently, "Since you think of me as your big brother, it's natural for me to take care of you." When the two of them heard Jiyu's words, they couldn't help but feel happy. They led Jiyu to the side and led her to the room beside them. They saw a long spear, a precious weapon, placed on the shelf. Jiyu reached out and touched the spear in front of her. She couldn't help but gasp. What a precious weapon. In an instant, the people around her became restless. In the blink of an eye, they couldn't help but reach out their hands, wanting to take the precious weapon in front of them. Seeing the fanatical emotions in their eyes, Jiyu nodded slightly and said indifferently, "That's good." Seeing Jiyu's approval, they put away the precious weapon. Early the next morning, in the square of Tanny Gate, many disciples came out and yawned. They were all young masters from various aristocratic families. Although they had long-cut ties with the aristocratic families, their families would still send money and spirit stones. It was not a problem for them to make a living. However, some families had long been finished, such as Jiyu's disciples. They could only rely on their own abilities to make a living. They put the precious weapons on the ground. Suddenly, a person waved a fan and came forward with two people. "Isn't that Li Fu and Zhang Fei?" "Yes, senior brother Zhang Rang." "It's them." Zhang Rang furrowed his brows and went to the front of the crowd's booth. Jiyu was still sleeping at the back of the square when she suddenly felt some people in front of her making a ruckus. She slowly opened her eyes. Li Fu and Zhang Fei were not weak, but for some reason, when they looked at the person in front of them, fear appeared in their eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, "Where did this mosquito come from? It's so noisy." Hearing this, Zhang Rang, who was still laughing, widened his eyes. "Brat, who are you talking about?" The two disciples in front of him said, "This is the last disciple of the three protectors. His status is extraordinarily high. You guys want to taint him?" Seeing this scene, Zhang Fei and Li Fu both clenched their fists. Jiyu said indifferently, "Do you know Sword Young Master? He's just a watchdog. Are you the one who defeated him?" Jiyu did not say anything. "Li Fu, if you are so cowardly, how can you survive here?" Hearing this, Li Fu clenched his fists. Jiyu's words struck a chord in his heart. That's right, he no longer had the protection of his family. If he was still so timid now, he would be in deep trouble. Then what did he count for? After hearing this, he leaped up and instantly formed a life treasure in his hand. "Senior brother, I wonder if we can exchange blows." After hearing this sentence, the two of them looked at each other. When Li Fu made his move, the person beside him immediately said, "Haha, if you want to fight with senior brother Zhang, you have to go through me first. I'm Mui." The two of them jumped up and stood together. On the square, many people gathered and looked at each other. Mui suddenly made his move and hammered the ground with both hands. Boom! There was a loud sound. Profound energy appeared in the surroundings and shot forward rapidly at this moment. At this moment, the two balls of flames hit Mui's body. Mui was instantly sent flying. Seeing this, Mu'er couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect Li Fu to be so capable. Let me have a go at you." His arms thickened in an instant and the protective aura around him formed a giant hammer. Mu'er swung the hammer in his hand and smashed it heavily on the ground. Boom, accompanied by a loud bang, the ground instantly exploded. At this moment, the dark force gathered together and shot out rapidly. That profound energy light wave hit his body. After he was hit, his whole body flew out. Li Fu was hit by the hammer and landed on the ground not far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He fixed his gaze on Jiyu. Seeing this, Jiyu said indifferently, "Be careful." Zhang Fei jumped up. "Senior brother, let me help you." "Huh. True Dragon of Dark Energy." Previously, they had used the True Dragon of Dark Energy together with a few other disciples. But now, he was the only one using it. At this moment, the profound energy True Dragon let out a roar. It danced in the air. With a twist of its body, it turned into a ferocious dragon and swooped down. It reached out with its claws and grabbed at Mu-Er. Mu-Er retreated, the hammer on his body kept hitting the True Dragon of Dark Energy in front of him. It fell like a meteor. At this moment, the meteor wrapped around Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and disappeared from the spot. After a while, Jiyu walked to the center of the square. Quite a few people had already seen this exciting competition. They couldn't help but cheer. Good. It was unknown who took the lead to shout. Jiyu said indifferently, "Mu-Er, you're not my match yet. Go down." Mu-Er wanted to laugh at her. After all, he had just sent Zhang Fei, who had used the True Dragon of Dark Energy, flying. After hearing her words, he took 2 steps forward. Mu-Er's energy turned into a hammer and slammed it on the ground. Countless dark energy spikes suddenly expanded and shot up from the ground. The spikes shot forward and arrived in front of Jiyu in an instant. At the same time, Jiyu's protective aura shield appeared in front of him. But even so, Mu-Er's spikes had already sunk into the protective energy. The protective energy gradually flew into her body. Seeing this, Jiyu said indifferently, "Dark technique, Iron Rock Rain." Ding. Host used Iron Rock Rain. Experience gained, 1 by 999. At this moment, the rain of metal fell down. He stretched out his hands, wanting to block above his head. Suddenly, he was shocked. "Help!" After roaring out these words, Yi Zichen was stunned. The rain of iron and stone fell on his body. Mu-Er let out a cry of agony as the person behind him slowly walked forward. Zhang Rang said indifferently, "What a piece of trash." He waved his hand to the side, and Mu-Er was instantly pulled up by an invisible force and flung to the other side. He fell heavily on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Jiyu and said, "Let's see how strong you are. You can fight to a draw with sword, young master." After saying that, a faint purple light appeared on his body. Zhang Rang was actually an expert of the 9th layer of the human profound realm. In terms of cultivation realm, he had already won against Ren Lai. He waved his hand casually. Mu-Er was flung away. At this moment, the sand and stones on the ground floated into the air. At this moment, the stone slabs in the air cracked open, forming the shape of spikes. He waved his hand heavily. At this moment, the earthen and gravel spikes shot forward. His Gangqi couldn't stop them at all. They broke through Jiyu's Gangqi. What a powerful Xian energy, Jiyu thought in her heart. However, her expression didn't change. She retreated quickly. The Kuanping giant sword appeared in her hand. Xian skill, Raging Fire. 4 balls of fire flew out from the Kuanping giant sword and rotated together, turning into a giant dragon. After roaring, it flew forward. It grabbed the dragon claw. The dragon claw was swung down at this moment. A loud boom was heard. His entire body sank into the ground. He did not expect Jiyu to have such great power. When he sensed this surge of profound energy, his eyes widened and his heart suddenly jolted. Zhang Rang's eyes widened instantly. Suddenly, countless pieces of soil appeared in the air and flew towards Jiyu. As the huge rocks fell, he injected his Xian energy into the ground. After receiving the Xian energy, the fine sand quickly gathered in front of Jiyu. He managed to block the incoming rocks. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds were heard. At this moment, the rocks cracked. Jiyu jumped up and held the Kuanping giant sword in one hand. She spun it quickly and the sand dragon shot out instantly. With a roar, it collided with the sand dragon on his body. The two of them landed on the ground and looked at each other. Jiyu said indifferently, "Good skill, but you're still far from it." He snorted coldly, "Kid, don't be so arrogant." After shouting these words, he stabbed the treasure weapon in his hand into the ground. Suddenly, a huge sand pit appeared and they fell into it. The sand pit formed in an instant. Jiyu closed her eyes and covered her body with Xian energy. However, Jiyu was completely submerged in the sand. He said indifferently, "You've all seen it. This is the result of offending me, Zhang Rang." Everyone was about to talk when they suddenly looked at Zhang Rang in horror. Zhang Rang was naturally very pleased. However, Mu Yi and Mu Er also looked at him at the same time. Both Mu Yi and Mu Er pointed to the front in horror. Zhang Rang suddenly shouted in his heart, but he didn't shout. He abruptly turned his head. But it was too late. Jiyu flew out of the sand pile. To be more precise, it was the fine sand that escorted Jiyu to the surface. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. He waved his hand heavily. The sand and stones flew up in an instant and roared like a giant dragon. The sand dragon instantly shot up. After roaring, he lowered his body, flew up, and crashed in front of his opponent. He immediately raised his hands. A burst of astral energy blocked in front of him. He never expected that the dragon would suddenly open its mouth and swallow him. Jiyu waved her hand heavily and threw him into the air. Then, she threw him down heavily. She threw him to the ground. Zhang Rang spat out blood and covered his chest. He immediately ran forward and aimed the precious weapon in his hand at Jiyu's chest and stabbed it. Seeing this scene, Jiyu took 2 steps back. He saw this scene. The 2 swords collided. It was accompanied by a loud bang. The 2 of them separated. Jiyu had already broken through his energy and said to the person in front of her calmly, "It's time to go." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. At this moment, the 3rd guardian landed on the ground and said calmly, "It's just a competition." "Jiyu, why did you kill your fellow disciple?" Jiyu said calmly, "I'm not his fellow disciple." "Even so, you're still in the Tianyi Palace. So you know what you should do now." After saying this, the 2 of them looked at each other. At this moment, Jiyu quickly stepped back and looked at the people in front of her. Jiyu said calmly, "In that case, as long as he compensates us for today's losses, it will be fine. It's just magnetite." "How much is it?" "Just give it to me." Zhang Rang clenched his fists tightly. He hadn't expected that he would have to compensate both his wife and profound stones today. When he thought of this, he fished out a small storage ring from his bosom. There are a total of 10,000 high-grade magnetite in this storage ring. "Take it." After saying that, he threw the storage ring into Jiyu's hand. Jiyu put the storage ring into her storage ring. After sensing this, he raised his head. Li Fu and Zhang Fei were both wrapped up. They said, "Jiyu's senior martial brother is really powerful. He actually defeated the 3 protectors' disciples." As the 3 protectors took Zhang Rang away, he suddenly slapped his palm on Zhang Rang's body. Zhang Rang's heart was bitter beyond words, but he didn't dare to say a word. He said faintly, "Master, it really wasn't my fault. That kid is really sinister. I didn't expect that a little Jiyu junior martial brother could make you so cowardly." After saying this, the 2 of them looked at each other. Suddenly, the 2 people beside them walked up at this moment. Jiyu said faintly, "Be careful. We have to be careful." Li Fu and Zhang Fei also thought that Jiyu junior martial brother was right, so they looked at each other and escorted Jiyu junior martial brother to the pit behind them. After seeing this scene, Jiyu junior martial brother suddenly opened his eyes wide. A note was inserted into the pillar of his room. Li Fu said, "That kid must be unconvinced and wants to fight with you in the back mountain." Jiyu junior martial brother smiled faintly, "Didn't he send himself to me?" After hearing this, Li Fu thought for a while. "Senior martial brother, you'd better not go. If you want to go, can't you inform the Holy Maiden?" Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide in an instant. After thinking for a while, he stood up and said faintly, "Be careful." Jiyu junior martial brother nodded, turned around, and disappeared in an instant. At this time, there was a swaying sound in the air. A few people flew around, and several sounds of rising and falling were heard. Jiyu junior martial brother looked to the side, and he quickly looked to the side. There were a lot of mysterious herbs and stones in the back mountain, but there were also a lot of demonic beasts here, So there were often some disciples of the Tianyi Palace who would invite others to the back mountain when they encountered something unpleasant. If something happened, they could blame it on the demonic beasts. At this time, they approached Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. Zhang Rang and more than 10 disciples stood in front of Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. The Holy Maiden ceremony hasn't been decided yet, so even the Holy Maiden behind you can't help you. A smile appeared on Zhang Rang's face, and he looked in Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother's direction with a playful smile. In an instant, the people beside him suddenly moved, and in the blink of an eye, they flew in front of Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. More than 10 people surrounded Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. Countless flags were inserted in front of Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. They looked at each other, as if they were thinking of something. After landing on the ground, they looked at each other. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother said indifferently, "You want the formation?" "Humph, the Heavenly Dipper formation." After roaring these words, in an instant, a row of stars appeared on the ground. 7 stars appeared on the ground, and a small circle of light appeared on the outside. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother said indifferently, "Kill." After roaring out these words, the surrounding people suddenly felt as if something was quickly binding their legs from head to toe. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He never expected that he would make such a big mistake. He took a deep breath. "You win." After saying these words, those people jumped up at the same time and landed on the ground. They raised their hands, and the long swords completely wrapped Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother said indifferently, "Kill." After shouting these words, those treasures flew up at the same time and danced in the sky. They burst out in all directions. They were inserted into the ground, and the surroundings were connected. In an instant, countless thunder and lightning appeared on the ground. At this moment, the thunder and lightning spread in all directions. Those 10 people screamed and fell to the ground one after another. After seeing this scene, Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother stood up. He looked in the direction of Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother said indifferently, "And you?" Zhang Rang looked at Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother's smug face. He was instantly enraged and his legs moved like the wind. There is still the formation left by the sect master in the square. It is not easy to use some magic skills. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother, you are really unlucky today. After shouting these words, they instantly came in front of Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. After seeing this scene, Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother gasped. He raised his hands, and the magic power in the air gathered. At this moment, the magic power was injected in front of him. After seeing this scene, Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother slowly took a step forward. In an instant, the giant Kuan-Pung sword in his hand became incomparably huge. He slashed down heavily, and a loud boom was heard. The sound of the explosion shook the surroundings. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother flew in front of Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother and stabbed him with his sword. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother suddenly bounced off his long sword. His body flashed and he instantly left the place. After a moment, he appeared behind him. "How can you be so fast?" There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, but what could he do? His body stiffened and he was rooted to the ground. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother picked up the treasure weapon beside him. The sword landed heavily on his head. Zhang Rang let out a scream, but he had no choice but to accept this result. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother put away the giant Kuan-Pung sword and at the same time, cut open the skin on his body. At this moment, the smell of blood wafted out. Smelling this smell, at this moment, the Xian beasts at the side all came forward and looked in the direction of Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. When Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother saw this scene, he took 2 steps back. Those Xian beasts bit Zhang Rang's body. At this moment, the remaining Xian beasts also surrounded Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. An 8th-grade Xian wolf couldn't wait any longer. It directly pounced in the direction of Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother took 2 steps back. After that, he picked up the treasure weapon beside him and stabbed at the Xian wolf's stomach. The Xian wolf howled in grief and stopped breathing. Suddenly, a soft female voice rang out. Jiyu Jr. Martial Brother suddenly flew to the top of the tree. Yan Yuro landed on the ground. The female disciples beside her cried out in alarm. "Isn't this the disciple of the 3 protectors?" Yan Yuro merely glanced at him coldly. He should have died long ago. Saintess, there's no one around now. I'm afraid that everyone will misunderstand us. There's no need to worry. Let's go to the Jade Wall Spring and wash off the dust on our bodies. After saying this, the beautiful figures disappeared. Jiyu Jr. martial brother killed a few more Xian beasts. Just as he was about to return, a sharp explosion suddenly came from the direction of the Jade Wall Spring. Jiyu Jr. martial brother jumped up and down and arrived at that place. After seeing this scene, he looked in that direction and thought for a moment. The few naked girls couldn't help but scream when they saw Jiyu Jr. martial brother. Jiyu Jr. martial brother cupped his hands and said, I just passed by this place. My apologies. After hearing Jiyu Jr. martial brother's words, Yan Yuro said indifferently, then why are you still looking? Jiyu suddenly realized something and covered her eyes with her hands. Yan Yuro carefully looked at her hands to make sure that there were no gaps between her fingers. Then, she put on her clothes. Just now, I heard a loud noise coming from this direction, so I hurried over. Now that I see that the Saintess is fine, I will leave immediately. After hearing these words, they turned their heads abruptly. They set their eyes on Jiyu and slowly approached Jiyu. The few maids behind them said, You want to leave now? The maids snorted coldly. In the blink of an eye, they appeared behind Jiyu and blocked Jiyu's path with their weapons. Jiyu cupped her hands and said, Saintess, this isn't good. The head maid said coldly, How dare you? The person in front of you is the Saintess, not someone else. In a flash, they appeared in front of Jiyu and took out their weapons. If you don't apologize today, don't even think of leaving. After saying this, the maids beside her appeared in front of Jiyu in the blink of an eye. They lifted their heads and flew forward. Jiyu waved her hand. Suddenly, the weapons shot out at high speed. They blocked in front of Jiyu. With a loud clang, they were forced to retreat. Jiyu swung the Kuan Pung giant sword heavily. Because there were plants everywhere in the back of the mountain, the Xian energy of wood was much greater. At this moment, the vines gathered together. When they wrapped around the maids, they immediately cried out in alarm. The Saintess waved her hand. At this moment, the sandstorm started blowing. At this moment, the vines broke. When he saw this, he raised the treasure tool in his hand and danced in Jiyu's direction. The two swords collided. Only then did the two of them separate. When Yan Yuro saw that Jiyu's Xian skill was so powerful, she couldn't help but admire her talent. If you stay long enough under Li Sijiao, you can withdraw from there. After saying this, the two of them looked at each other and returned to their own homes. Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Yan Yuro's maid rubbed her slender legs and said to Li Sijiao in a coquettish manner, It hurts. Li Sijiao touched her forehead. Don't worry. When the time comes, he will regret it. After saying this, the two of them walked forward and glanced at the front. Dang, 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 the bell rang 3 times. Everyone gathered in the middle of the square. How will this year's competition develop in the back mountain? After hearing this, they surrounded them. Jiyu and the others walked out and went to the back of the mountain. The head enforcer announced the rules. They had to find 20 high-grade demonic beast cores. Furthermore, they could wantonly snatch the demonic beast cores from others. The 3 people with the most demonic beast cores would be the winners. Many people had already formed an alliance. Although this alliance would eventually break, they could still work together. Along with the sound of woo-woo, they gathered together. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the back of the mountain. Jiyu's eyes widened as he looked all around. Because Jiyu didn't have the qualifications to enter the back of the mountain, Jiyu chose to act alone. She directly ran into the back of the mountain. However, after Jiyu entered, a few people appeared behind her. They looked at each other. The Saintess ordered us to capture him. After hearing this, the two of them instantly disappeared. They landed on the ground and took out their artifacts. Then, they also rushed into the back of the mountain. Jiyu stopped in her tracks. Abruptly turning around, he pulled out his treasured weapon and looked around vigilantly. Those people landed on the ground and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu jumped up. Those people said faintly, You offended the Saintess. Why didn't you change your sect? Even if you die here today, you deserve it. Mystical skill, Dragon Wave Rush. After shouting "Ahoo," one of the saints stomped on the ground. The mystical force in his body suddenly surged. In an instant, the mystical force quickly gathered together. Flying forward, Jiyu saw this scene and suddenly raised her hand. Her fist collided with the dragon head formed by the mystical force. Following this loud sound, his fist made a cracking sound. At this moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. He looked at Jiyu. After taking a deep breath, he flew up and came in front of Jiyu. He swung his fist heavily. The two of them exchanged thousands of punches in the air. Jiyu landed on the ground. Her opponent found that he could not gather his mystical force to protect himself. After taking a deep breath, Jiyu appeared behind him in a flash. She hugged his back with both hands and fell heavily to the ground. The sound of bones breaking came from that person's body. At this moment, the people beside him also flew forward. The two of them used their mystical force to clash. Jiyu quickly dealt with the people in front of her. She flew inside with a few leaps. At this moment, many mystical beasts raised their heads and roared. They rushed in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu punched one of the mystical beasts. That mystical beast flew a few steps back. At this moment, it raised its head and roared at the sky. Suddenly, a few white-haired mystical lions jumped out. If other people saw this, they would definitely run away without looking back. However, Jiyu was an exception. He looked forward. At this moment, those white-haired mystical beasts looked in Jiyu's direction. Those white-haired mystical beasts suddenly jumped down at this moment. They roared and pounced in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu stretched out his hands and grabbed the white tiger in front of him. At this moment, that mystical beast suddenly flew out. Jiyu hit the giant tree. At this moment, the giant tree suddenly collapsed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, two mystical beasts suddenly raised their heads. At this moment, they pounced forward. Jiyu jumped up and kicked those mystical beasts. Those mystical beasts fell to the ground one after another. He wanted to roar but could not. When he saw this scene, Jiyu suddenly turned around and kicked a few of the mystical beasts, causing them to fall to the ground in a mouthful. The giant Kuanpung sword in his hand suddenly stabbed into a mystical beast. At this moment, the mystical beast's inner core flew out. Jiyu stretched out his hand and grabbed the elixir in his hand. The two mystical beasts beside him saw that their companion was killed and the elixir was taken away. They became angrier. With a roar, they flew in front of Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly turned around and waved the giant Kuanpung sword in his hand. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. At this moment, that mystical beast retreated quickly. After landing on the ground, it instantly flew to those mystical beasts. At this moment, the precious weapon stabbed down. A few more inner cores of mystical beasts appeared in his hand. After storing those inner cores in the storage ring, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. After a while, he jumped a few steps and ran in another direction. However, he had the inner cores with him. The smell attracted many mystical beasts. He saw this scene. Those dozens of mystical beasts landed on the ground at this moment. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of Jiyu. In an instant, those mystical beasts pounced on him. After seeing this scene, he jumped up and kicked out. Those mystical beasts fell into a pool of blood at this moment. However, these mystical beasts were not weak. Suddenly, 10 people walked out and looked in the direction of Jiyu. They said indifferently, "Senior brother Jiyu, you're really something. Why don't you hand over those elixirs?" A few people said at the same time. After seeing this scene, they smiled. Senior brother Jiyu has consumed a lot of mystical chi. We'll help you share the burden. After saying these two sentences, they landed on the ground and took 2 steps forward. When Jiyu saw this scene, his body flashed and disappeared from where he was standing. In the blink of an eye, they arrived behind Jiyu. When Jiyu saw this, several people closed in on Jiyu in the blink of an eye. They were closing in on Jiyu. They raised the precious weapons in their hands and attacked Jiyu. Jiyu blocked a few attacks and flew forward. He said boldly, "Look, aren't there a few inner cores of mystical beasts in front of you?" Seeing this, they all sneered. These elixirs are nothing. If you obediently hand over those inner cores, we'll spare you. The corners of their mouths curled into a smile. When Ji Yu saw this, he disappeared from where he stood. Ji Yu took 2 steps forward. The light under his body suddenly lit up. When those people arrived before Ji Yu turned around and instantly disappeared from his original spot. He brandished his prized artifact, and the prized artifacts beside him followed suit. Those people in front of him flew backward. Ji Yu picked up the treasure artifact in front of her. After forcing them to retreat, Ji Yu's body suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot. After disappearing, Ji Yu flew in another direction. He landed on a tree trunk not far away. Ji Yu stood on the tree trunk and looked down. Those people landed on the ground at this moment. Where on earth did that guy go? They looked at each other and then looked around in other directions. At this moment, the leader said, "Search." After receiving the order, the people beside him started to search around. After hearing this, the people beside him landed on the ground. They took out their weapons and started to search around. Suddenly, a few 9th grade inferior Xian beasts poked their heads out and looked in front of him. A low roar slowly came from the Xian beasts' throats. They raised their heads abruptly. The leader shouted angrily, "Get into formation." After shouting these words, they came to stand in front of Ji Yu. The remaining few people came to stand in front of Ji Yu. They stood in the same place and took a step forward. The people in front of them raised their heads and looked in front. After seeing this scene, they slowly retreated. They also formed a formation according to the constellations in the sky. At this moment, the Xian energy in the air slowly fell and suddenly exploded on the ground. At this moment, the 7 constellations projected starlight. The Xian beasts suddenly pounced forward and hit the light wall. After the collision, they fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ji Yu took 2 steps forward. There was a look of interest in her eyes. Seeing this, the people in front of her suddenly turned around. When they saw this scene, they swung their fists at the same time and hit the light wall. Punch after punch, they swung their fists. At this moment, those people raised their heads and looked in front of him. Right at this moment, several Xian beasts roared and pounced forward. They opened their bloody mouths and bit down on the starlight barrier. When they saw this scene, they immediately rushed forward. Ji Yu's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. Ji Yu took 2 steps forward. The Xian beasts broke the light wall and those people took 2 steps forward. They raised the weapons in their hands and ran in the direction of Ji Yu. They jumped up and waved their long swords in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu turned around and cut down the weapons in her hands. Ji Yu was now exposed. This made them excited. Ji Yu picked up the precious tool beside him. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground with a few leaps. When they saw this scene, they all rushed toward Ji Yu at the same time. He kicked out and hit one of them. It landed on one of the people, and a Xian beast suddenly jumped down. After seeing this scene, the Xian beast immediately became excited. It did not expect that flesh and blood would appear in front of it as soon as it smelled the smell of the internal elixir. In an instant, it opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the other party's body. The man let out a miserable shriek. At this moment, blood spurted out in all directions. Blood dripped to the ground. Only then did the people look up. The ferocity of the Xian beasts made all the people present lose the desire to compete. They only wanted to save their own lives. At this moment, the Xian beasts turned around and opened their bloody mouths. Countless balls of light suddenly gathered in their mouths. At this moment, those beams of light shot out explosively. At this moment, those light beams hit the ground. It was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. The people around were suddenly sent flying. After seeing this scene, Ji Yu took 2 steps forward. Those Xian beasts landed on the ground and rushed in the direction of those disciples. Fortunately, the formation of the Tani sect was indeed powerful. They stood back to back, gathered together, and stabbed their precious weapons into the ground. Boom, another ray of starlight suddenly lit up. At this moment, the people beside them rushed forward. When they saw this scene, they flew up, ran 2 steps forward, turned around, and quickly turned their bodies. At the same time, they swung their fists. Another few Xian beasts retreated quickly. In a flash, they disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on those people. They raised their hands and stabbed their weapons. The Xian beasts let out a wail and saw that 7 or 8 Xian pills of the highest grade had appeared. The few of them were overjoyed, and they flew to Jiyu's side. Seeing this scene, Jiyu said calmly, "Everyone, it's your turn now. You should hand over your weapons." After she said this, the Xian beasts picked up the Xian pills in their hands as if they were their own. In a flash, they came in front of Jiyu. They raised their hands and approached Jiyu. In an instant, they dropped the weapons in their hands and came forward. They approached Jiyu. After hearing a loud noise, Jiyu instantly disappeared from where he was standing. After a while, she came behind them. Jiyu hit one of them on the head with a heavy punch. That person felt the pain at the back of his head and screamed in pain. He fell to the ground. Jiyu said, "What do you want to do?" After hearing this, a few people beside him stepped forward. He raised the treasure in his hand and swung it in a circle, causing the man to fall to the ground in an instant. At this moment, a few people beside him came forward. "Senior Jiyu, we're from the same sect. Why do you have to force us?" The leading disciple had no choice but to ask. After hearing the bustling news, they took 2 steps forward. In a flash, they disappeared on the spot and rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu took out her weapon and slashed it at the 2 people in front of her. The treasure weapon slashed down and the 2 of them coughed up blood. A trace of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. After seeing this scene, Jiyu raised her hand. The 2 people in front of her looked at each other and then slowly stepped back. They stood in front of Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "When you asked me for the things just now, that's not what you said." They gritted their teeth and said, "Jiyu, you've gone too far. If we hadn't used up so much Xianqi, we would have taken your life now." As soon as one of them finished speaking, the other 2 approached Jiyu. When they saw this scene, they turned around abruptly. They stabbed their swords in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu's body flashed and disappeared on the spot. After a while, Jiyu picked up the weapon in front of her and suddenly swung it behind her. At this moment, the weapons collided with each other. Only then did the 2 people separate from each other. Jiyu said indifferently, "Now, it's your turn." After saying this, he stood up and disappeared on the spot. A few people ran forward at the same time. They flew up and appeared in front of Jiyu in an instant. At the same time, they gathered a strong Xianqi in their palms. At this moment, their palms slammed down heavily in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu leaped into the air and gathered the dark force in her hands at this moment. At this moment, the Xianqi collided with the ground. At this moment, the flames gathered in the air, and then fell down at this moment. He picked up the weapon beside him and slashed it down heavily on the flames in front of him. At this moment, the flames fell down. At this moment, they looked to the side. At this moment, a few people took a step forward. After seeing this scene, they raised their hands. Those people said at the same time, "Take Jiyu down." After saying this, they jumped down and pulled out their weapons, forcing Jiyu's direction. After seeing this scene, Jiyu turned around abruptly. When those disciples saw that their leader was killed, they felt fear. A hint of fear suddenly appeared in their hearts. They leaped up at the same time and landed on their bodies. They leaped down and approached Jiyu. Jiyu raised the weapon in her hands and swung it forward heavily. In an instant, a powerful purple light of profound energy appeared in the sky and crashed into their bodies. They were suddenly sent flying. No way. Jiyu suddenly felt that she had broken through the opening of the bottle. Suddenly, endless fear rose in her heart. She jumped up and after a few ups and downs, she turned around. At this moment, the giant Kuan-Pung sword slashed down heavily. Xian skill, city burning fire. At this moment, countless balls of flames suddenly burst out. Those flames quickly gathered together at this moment. Those flames fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds were heard. The flames quickly swallowed everything around them. At this moment, those flames swallowed them up instantly. They turned into white bones. After seeing this scene, Jiyu immediately found a place with sufficient Xianqi and sat down. She closed her eyes. Then she quickly operated the sky-splitting skill. Originally, the sky-splitting skill was an evolved Xian skill. That Xian skill rotated quickly. The Xianxia rotated quickly and soon fell into her dantian. At this moment, the dantian rotated quickly and looked like a golden core. The Xianxia was quickly injected into the golden core. Jiyu suddenly opened her eyes wide and a trace of purple light appeared on her body. She had reached the beginning of LV7 human profound realm. At this moment, the wind began to blow. At this moment, the power of frost began to solidify in the air. While sensing the dark force in the air, it began to condense. The wind began to fall. At this moment, the wind in the air began to solidify rapidly. A demonic beast with wings on its back stood in the air. His eyes immediately looked down. After seeing this scene, the demonic beast opened its eyes at this moment. It flapped the wings on its back. All of a sudden, the wings on its back began to flap rapidly. At this moment, the whirlwind began to form in the air and began to dance. At this moment, the wings began to flap. 2 balls of dark force descended. 2 balls of purple light collided with Jiyu's gang energy. Jiyu had originally intended to deal with the person in front of him. Unexpectedly, the dark force in his body began to gather rapidly at this moment. A huge amount of dark force was produced in his body. The panic in his heart began to spread rapidly at this moment. The ball of dark force quickly wrapped around him. This meant that he was going to continue to break through. Why did it have to choose this moment? Jiyu was unable to move at this moment. He began to panic. However, in the next moment, he suddenly jumped up. He stood up. He turned his gaze to the front. At this moment, the dark force in his body began to gather rapidly in his palms. He injected the dark force into his body. His soul flew out of his body. He collided with the demonic beast. The demonic beast probably did not notice Jiyu's appearance. It began to roar. At this moment, it flew forward and flapped its wings continuously. However, the soul did not have a physical body. This mental strength was as strong as gang energy. This caused the demonic beast to feel incomparably anxious. It continued to roar. At the same time, it flapped its wings continuously in an attempt to break through the barrier in front of it. However, the barrier was simply too powerful for them. As soon as the demon beast broke through, its body flickered as it flew up into the air. Its wings flapped, and countless feathers transformed into sharp arrows. They fell down. Those feathers pierced Jiyu's gang energy. Jiyu's heart was dripping with sweat. His dark force was gradually increasing. A system notification sounded in his mind. She broke through again. Jiyu was now a true expert of the 8th level of the human profound realm. The dark force in the surroundings dissipated in an instant. Jiyu removed her protective aura and said to the demonic beast in front of her, "What you did to me just now, it should be my turn." When the demonic beast sensed the terrifying aura from Jiyu, it didn't show any fear. To humans, the inner core of a demonic beast was the best tonic. For demonic beasts, wasn't the flesh and blood of humans the best type of nourishment? With a flap of its wings, the demonic beast arrived in front of Jiyu in the blink of an eye. Jiyu punched out and collided with the fists of the demon beasts. The wings on their backs flapped. At this moment, those feathers fluttered in the air. They turned into sharp blades and flew in front of Jiyu. Jiyu disappeared from her body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she jumped onto the feathers and gathered her hands in her hands. Those feathers instantly shot out in another direction. The feathers stuck on the body of the demonic beast. The demonic beast roared and fell to the ground. Jiyu took out the inner core. She counted and found that she had exactly 20 elixirs. But she was alarmed. She disappeared on the spot in an instant. A moment later, a ball of dark force appeared in her hands. That ball of dark force fell to the ground at this moment. With a loud bang, those flames swallowed the surroundings. That demonic beast let out a wail. At this moment, it fell and collided with each other. They stood up in an instant and looked forward. At this moment, those people flashed and arrived in front of Jiyu. Jiyu looked at the 2 flying dark beasts. He suddenly turned around and swung his fist, hitting the people around him. At this moment, they suddenly raised their heads and flew out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot and flew into the air. At this moment, the giant sword of the Kuan-pung was swung. Two balls of lightning burst out in an instant. They collided with their bodies. At this moment, they fell rapidly. At this moment, the lightning began to spread in all directions. After a short moment, the power of the lightning began to flicker and disappear. He swung the giant sword of the Kuan-pung. At this moment, the giant sword of the Kuan-pung flew forward. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiyu. He slapped his palm forward heavily. The giant sword of the Kuan-pung collided with each other and that precious weapon was inserted into the ground. After seeing this scene, Jiyu suddenly leaped up and reached out with both hands. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, the long sword arrived in front of Jiyu. As Jiyu leaped up, Jiyu suddenly turned around and hit the back of their heads with the hammer. Their bodies went limp and they fell to the ground. Jiyu said indifferently, "I'll accept your inner elixirs." Seeing so many inner elixirs, Jiyu disappeared on the spot after a few leaps. After a few leaps, he leaped up and landed on the ground twice. He stood on the spot. He raised his head and looked around. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, those people flew to the ground. They took out precious weapons from their hands. "Senior brother Jiyu, may I know how many inner elixirs you have with you?" After asking, Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. He flew forward and brandished the life treasure. The life treasure instantly expanded. "Why? Do you want to lend me a few elixirs?" After hearing this, he raised his head, and the two people beside him looked at each other. In a flash, they disappeared on the spot. After a while, they raised their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of Jiyu. They picked up their precious weapons and came to Jiyu in the blink of an eye. They turned around and when they saw this scene, they immediately raised their heads. Jiyu stood up. In the blink of an eye, he took 2 steps forward. In an instant, the people on both sides flew up. At this moment, those flying birds were approaching Jiyu. Those disciples smiled slightly. One of them was a beast tamer. At this moment, those flying birds in the air suddenly lowered their heads and collided with each other like a plate of flaming birds. After the flaming birds scattered, the flames dissipated in an instant. At this moment, they looked at each other. Their smiles suddenly froze on their faces. At this moment, the flaming birds quickly gathered together. They were swallowed up by the giant bird in Jiyu's giant sword. After seeing this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In a flash, they disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, their bodies flew up. After a few ups and downs, they landed on the ground. A loud rumbling sound rang out. It spread in all directions. He said calmly, "Senior brother Jiyu, we were wrong. We will leave now. Please don't remember these small mistakes of ours." After hearing this, they disappeared on the spot instantly. After a moment, they ran towards Jiyu. Jiyu immediately turned around and dashed towards Jiyu. Jiyu said calmly, "Be careful." When they heard those words, they raised their heads at that moment. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot and walked towards the other side. She raised her head. At this moment, a few people suddenly appeared and fixed their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu smiled lightly and showed up in front of him. Seeing Jiyu did not let them go, they knew what was going on. So they put the storage ring on the ground and left respectfully. Jiyu found a place where no one was around and prepared to consolidate her state. The dark force in her dantian poured into her whole body. He stood up and 2 balls of fire shot out from his hands. Now, he no longer needed to borrow the power of the Kuan-pung treasure to use the Xianxia. She suddenly became excited. Jiyu took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, the 2 people in front of her landed on the ground. They raised their heads and looked in Jiyu's direction. "Who are you?" Jiyu asked the 2 people warily. When the 2 people saw Jiyu, they said excitedly, "Please save us, senior brother." Jiyu asked in confusion. At this moment, a few figures appeared outside the door. They said slowly, "Senior brother, if you plan to spend the next few days cultivating here, it's best that you don't meddle in other people's business." After hearing this, they looked at each other and stood up. In an instant, the few people in front of her raised their heads. They flew up and landed on the ground. A treasure appeared in their hands and they waved it. The treasure came in front of Jiyu in an instant. Jiyu stretched out his hand to block the attack, and the ray of light was repelled. He took 2 steps back. A trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. The person beside him said indifferently, "Brat, I think you don't want face. Do you have to die in this mountain? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Kill him." The few people beside him could not wait any longer. If they did not know Jiyu's strength, they would have flown forward to kill Jiyu. The precious weapon in Jiyu's hand suddenly chopped down. It collided with the other parties. Then both parties retreated. Sure enough, it's not simple. The person who attacked just now suddenly thought. He took 2 steps forward, picked up the precious weapon on the ground, and charged directly in Jiyu's direction. Seeing this, Jiyu suddenly stepped back. After taking a few steps back, he stood in place. He said lightly, "Boy, you need to be rampant." After saying this, the people around him gradually surrounded Jiyu. Jiyu threw the Kuanping giant sword and inserted it in front of him. After the precious weapon was inserted into the ground, the surrounding thunder and lightning spread in all directions at this time. Suddenly, the people looked at each other. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Jiyu in an instant. The people looked at each other and knew that they might not be Jiyu's match. In an instant, they panicked. Even the hands holding the precious weapon began to tremble. They looked at each other and stood up. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. He reached out his hand and punched heavily on their aura energy. The people in black spat out a mouthful of blood. They took a few steps back and turned around. In an instant, they disappeared from where they were. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in front of them. Jiyu looked at the people hiding behind the boulder and said lightly, "Come out." After saying this, the 2 of them came out and knelt on the ground. "I'm Yan Xiaowu. I'm Yan Xiaoxi. Senior brother, thank you for your help. In the future, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, we are willing to follow you." Jiyu helped the 2 of them up. The 2 in front of him said lightly, "Senior brother, what's your name?" "Jiyu. We can achieve something together in the future." "Yes, so that we can achieve something in the future." After that, the 2 men slowly walked towards Jiyu. Seeing this, Jiyu said, "It's time for us to go back." The Yan brothers followed behind Jiyu. In the blink of an eye, they took a step forward. After seeing this, they looked at each other. His heart immediately became excited. His body had fused with such a strong profound energy. They were also excited that they could become the underlings of such a powerful person. Jiyu landed on the ground and took 2 steps forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared between the 2 of them. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Jiyu. He returned to the square. They walked to the center of the square and the rest of the people came back one after another. However, there were only 2 people who were uninjured like Jiyu. One of them was Sword Prince. The other was the last disciple of the Tianyi Palace's great guardian, Guan Yu. Guan Yu closed his eyes and stood in place. Many female disciples looked in his direction. The great guardian walked out of the hall door. He said lightly, "The Saintess competition will be held tomorrow. Among the 12 Saintesses, whoever can become the Saintess will be able to enter the secret realm with the top 3 in the trial." The Saintess ceremony? After hearing this, the 3 of them raised their heads at the same time and looked forward. Li Sijiao clenched her fists. That night, everyone sheltered in front of their Saintesses. They were afraid that something bad would happen to the Saintess and cause bad things to happen the next day. Jiyu sat outside the hall on a rocking chair, looking very calm. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he stood up and opened his eyes slightly. Li Sijiao sat in front of him. Jiyu opened his eyes. She stood up and sat beside him. She said with delicate eyebrows, "Little brother, shall we play?" Jiyu knew all too well how powerful her eyebrows were. She opened her eyes and smiled faintly. "If you gain something from this, how about you let me go?" Jiyu smiled slightly, "You can win the title of Saintess tomorrow." After saying this, they stood up and fixed their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu said lightly, "If you can win the title of Saintess, I can enter the secret realm and obtain the strength of the profound world realm. Maybe I can leave you." At that time, I have no opinion on whether you can fulfill the 3 conditions or not. After hearing this, he bent down and looked at Jiyu. At this time, 2 black shadows seemed to appear in the air. Jiyu waved her hand heavily. It turned out that there were 2 owls. Jiyu said faintly, "You should rest quickly. The Saintess ceremony is waiting for you tomorrow." After saying this, they looked at each other and stood up. The Saintess felt bored and returned to her room. Jiyu closed his eyes. Time passed quickly. He opened his eyes. At this time, 2 people in front of him walked out. At this time, they stood up and looked at the 2 people with vigilant eyes. The 2 people smiled faintly. "Senior brother, don't be nervous. We are here to invite the Saintess to the ceremony." Jiyu led the people beside him and walked in another direction. Li Xijiao, Yan Yuro, and Qing Wan looked at each other. They walked up to the stage. The Great Guardian stretched out his hand and a large net of profound force suddenly sealed the square in front of him. After sealing, the other Saintesses suddenly attacked the 3 people at the same time. Among the 12 people, these 3 people were the most powerful. However, Li Xijiao and the other 2 people were the most powerful. After they attacked, they instantly flew out. They turned around and landed on the ground. They took out their artifacts and ran toward Jiyu. In an instant, they dealt with the other people. The 3 people looked at each other. After looking at each other, they instantly took a few steps forward. The 3 people attacked at the same time. Li Xijiao was a lightning elemental cultivator. In an instant, the power of lightning filled the air. Right at this moment, the power of the lightning instantly struck down. It smashed a few holes in the ground. When they saw the 3 pits, they took 2 steps forward. Jiyu said faintly, "Not bad." Yan Yuro smiled faintly. She casually threw out a ball of raging fire. At this time, the ball of raging fire fell to the ground. The raging fire spread in all directions and burned everyone. When Jiyu saw this, she heavily palmed. She slapped the ball of raging fire away. At this time, the 2 balls of raging fire flew backward and hit the wooden pillars. The raging fire burned the wooden pillars. At this time, the flames burned the protective energy shield in the air. Qing Wan held her artifacts and in the blink of an eye, she threw out the 2 rings. The 2 rings spun in a circle in the air. They flew back and hit the 3 people. The 2 people fell back. Qing Wan picked up the 2 rings in front of her. At this time, Li Xijiao used her artifacts and heavily swung her sword. The power of lightning suddenly burst out. Seeing the power of lightning, Qing Wan's 2 rings flew out and spun in the air. Beside her, Yan Yuro suddenly flew up and landed in the air. She quickly spun in a circle and gathered raging fire in her hands. The raging fire gathered in her hands. At this time, the raging fire flew out. Like a falling star, the raging fire hit the ground. Boom! 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 A few explosive sounds rang out. Only then did they jump back 2 steps and look around. Li Xijiao frowned. The 2 people were clearly trying to pincer her. When she thought of this, she coldly snorted and heavily swung her sword. Another bolt of lightning fell on the ground in front of her. Then, she covered her chest. She pretended to be defeated. Seeing that Li Xijiao was defeated, Qing Wan and Yan Yuro finally relaxed and started to fight. Qing Wan swung the 2 rings in her hands. She flew to Yan Yuro's side. Yan Yuro was sweating profusely. She slapped her hands on the ground. In an instant, the flames gathered and formed the shape of a phoenix. In order to obtain the title of Saintess, the 2 women had used up all the profound energy in their bodies. Although Li Xijiao had left the battlefield earlier, she had already used up all the profound energy in her body in the battle just now. Boom! With a loud explosion, the 2 women retreated. Their gazes were still intertwining. At this time, Li Xijiao suddenly stood up and rushed toward the 2 women. She actually grabbed their hair. The 2 women didn't have any extra profound energy in their bodies. He also grabbed her hair with a backhand grip. The situation actually turned out like this. Jiyu and the other great disciples of the Tianyi sect were dumbfounded. They saw that the 3 great beauties were actually fighting like this. Many young disciples shouted excitedly. If they continued fighting like this, their clothes would probably be torn to shreds. The Great Protector frowned when he saw this. Li Xijiao picked up the pill that Jiyu had given her. Immediately, a wave of profound energy began to form within her body. She then slapped her palms forward. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The two of them were sent flying at the same time. At the last moment, Li Xijiao won with a profound skill. Everyone looked in her direction. There was blood at the corner of her mouth and there was a scratch on her face. She looked proudly at the Great Guardian in the main hall. The Great Guardian smiled faintly. Interesting. Li Xijiao won today's competition. Li Xijiao will lead Jiyu, Guanyu, and Sword Prince into the secret realm. Yan Yuro and Qing Luan's eyes were filled with jealousy. However, there was nothing they could do. The next day, the Great Protector stood in front of a huge rock. This was a secret realm that an ancient expert built for himself before he died. A mysterious light immediately shone on the huge rock. The huge rock suddenly flew into the sky. He slowly raised his head. Li Xijiao took the lead and stepped into the secret realm. The other three quickly followed her. The secret realm was incomparably vast. However, there was only a stone tablet erected not far away. After seeing this scene, Jiyu stepped forward. Guangzhou Yuan's realm of life and death. Tomb of the Flying General Li Changming. The tombstone recorded the matters of this dynasty that had never been recorded in the four great regions. Seeing this scene, Guanyu stepped forward and dripped a drop of blood from his hand. The stone tablet suddenly emitted a ray of light. Several tens of golden armored protectors flew out from the tomb. The golden armored protector in the lead suddenly opened his eyes. Those who trespass into the secret realm will die. Following the golden armored protector's shout, those golden armored protectors suddenly flashed and arrived in front of Jiyu. They raised their hands and lifted the huge axes in front of them. The golden axes suddenly fell down. At this moment, that golden ray of light chopped down. Countless golden rays of light suddenly fell down. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds were heard. The surrounding people were sent flying. Guanyu was the first to appear. A long spear appeared in his hand. He began to brandish it. A roaming golden dragon swam in the air for a while before it directly fell down. That golden dragon roared and flew out. The two of them raised their hands at the same time. Their fists collided. Following that, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The two of them were sent flying at the same time. They floated in the air. At this moment, they slowly opened their eyes. He charged in Jiyu's direction. Suddenly, their bodies flashed and they landed not far away. At this moment, the golden armored protectors scattered and floated in all directions. They threw the axes in their hands at the same time. Guanyu's spear was like a long dragon, causing the surrounding golden armored guards to fall down one after another. After seeing this scene, his body flashed and disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. He looked to the other side. When the spears collided, the 12 golden armored protectors suddenly flew down. At this moment, the 5 or 6 golden armored protectors shattered into pieces. Looking at this scene, they sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, their bodies suddenly disappeared from their original positions, and they charged towards Jiyu. Guanyu rushed into the crowd and stabbed out with his spear, shattering the golden armored guards one after another. Guanyu snorted, "Have you been in disrepair for a long time?" The remaining golden armored guards flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Jiyu. At this moment, the golden armored guards slashed in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu smiled at Sword Young Master. "Why don't we let Sword Young Master make a move?" Sword Young Master never expected that Jiyu would have such ability. He stomped on the ground, and the precious weapon on the ground flew into the air at this moment. He pointed forward with both hands, and the precious weapon flew out at this moment. In an instant, the life treasure split into thousands of life treasures in the air. He swung his hand down heavily. Those precious weapons were splitting apart. The precious weapons fell like meteors at this moment, exploding on the ground. Seeing this scene, Jiyu suddenly jumped up. Raging fire burning city. A mystical skill suddenly burst out at this moment. Gold was most afraid of fire, especially so for Jiyu, who was so powerful. At this moment, he slowly approached. The raging fire burned the golden armored protectors, and gradually dripped down. They fell into a pool of blood one after another. Seeing this, Jiyu suddenly took 2 steps back. When he saw that, Jiyu's figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he was. The people behind him also flew forward. After a few figures landed, they entered the door in front of him. After a moment, the remaining 3 people also flew out quickly and directly entered the tomb. Jiyu suddenly stopped. In front of the tomb door in the air, a carving on the stone tablet appeared. At this moment, the carving turned into a mystical beast in the air, and a long dragon circled in the air. With a long roar, it suddenly turned its head. He descended in Jiyu's direction. He raised the huge claw in front of him and slammed it down. The dragon claw slammed heavily on his opponent's shield of vigor. At this moment, the 2 people's mystical energy scattered in all directions. The people around them were all sent flying backwards. The remaining people looked at each other, got up, and slowly walked towards Jiyu. Li Xijiao smiled faintly. Are you going to challenge this mystical beast of the transformative stage alone? Once a mystical beast entered the 9th level, it would directly turn into a dragon's head. Mo Yang, who had turned into an eagle, moved his hands. The surrounding wind started to blow, and it flew directly in the direction of the 2 people. Those feathers turned into sharp sword thorns, and at this moment, they fell. At this moment, they raised their hands, and at this moment, the protective aura covered their bodies. Clanging sounds rang out. When the thorns fell on the protective aura, the eagle saw this scene and actually grew a wing blade, and heavily slapped down the blade in its hand. Guan Yu also swung his precious weapon, and at this moment, the 2 precious weapons collided. After a violent sound, the 3 people separated. At this moment, the 3 of them quickly separated and raised their heads at the same time. They didn't expect that a small mystical beast of the transformative stage would have such powerful strength. They didn't know how it grew to such a stage without any nourishment. In their hearts, they were frightened. Sword Young Master threw out his precious weapon, and on the ground, the long swords linked together. After seeing this scene, Jiyu swung the precious weapon in her hand, and that precious weapon suddenly fell down. The rest of the people looked at Jiyu. Jiyu's body suddenly burst with a purple light, and the people were slightly surprised. They didn't expect that Jiyu had broken through to such a level in just 2 days. The mystical skill in his hands suddenly took a deep breath. The mystical beast in front of them suddenly retreated, and Jiyu flew forward, and then punched out heavily. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. That mystical beast let out a wail and was about to pounce forward with a roar. It wanted to attack Jiyu, but Jiyu jumped up and came behind that mystical beast and punched out again. After a series of violent punches, they took 2 steps back, raised their hands, and suddenly pierced the mystical beast's throat. After saying this, they stood up and retreated to the back, blocking in front of Jiyu. Guan Yu suddenly made a move, and yellow smoke spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it spread out in all directions. After seeing this scene, he flew up, jumped a few times, and walked forward. In an instant, they flew into the cave residence. They glanced at each other and stood up. Then, they glanced ahead. At this moment, Jiyu took out her precious weapon and looked forward. Li Xijiao didn't have the intention to stop them. In her heart, she hoped that Guan Yu and Sword Young Master would join hands and kill this hateful Jiyu. Seeing this, Jiyu looked at the person in front of her and stopped in place. He said faintly, "Be careful." After shouting these words, 2 people came forward, and their gazes shot towards Jiyu. Sword Young Master still thought that 2 people would attack at the same time. A bejeweled artifact instantly flew out from his hand. Jiyu abruptly retreated, and the Sword Prince also stabbed down with his bejeweled artifact at this moment. Seeing this scene, Jiyu suddenly raised her hands, and waved them forward. Immediately, 2 masses of mystical energy gathered together, and approached Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly jumped up, and ran 2 steps back. She grabbed the spear with one hand, and controlled the long sword with the other. Landing on the ground, Jiyu suddenly stood up. She stepped on the ground, mystical energy suddenly appeared in her hands, and she swung her long sword heavily. That mystical energy gathered in front of Jiyu at this moment. After the Kuanping giant sword stabbed into the ground, The mystical energy in the surroundings shook, and they were instantly sent flying, sliding on the ground. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu looked forward. At this moment, a few people jumped up and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu took out her precious weapon and blocked Guan Yu's long sword. After a sound of collision, she retreated explosively. Then, the people beside her took out their precious weapons and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly turned around and slashed the Kuan-Pung giant sword in her hand towards him. Then, a loud bang was heard. Their bodies flashed, and they arrived in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu swung her sword again. There was a loud sound of explosion. A ball of light appeared in their hands, and they charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly turned around and cut down the precious weapon in front of her. At this moment, blood burst out in all directions. Guan Yu's left hand was chopped off. Sword Young Master sucked in a breath of cold air, and the precious weapon in his hand shot out in an instant, and 3 loud bangs sounded. He jumped up, and Sword Young Master looked towards Jiyu's direction. His heart was alarmed, and Li Sijiao attacked at the same time. Since Jiyu wanted to kill Guan Yu and the others, there was no reason for them to return. Several swords collided. A series of loud noises were heard. Without Guan Yu's help, Sword Young Master didn't have the strength to close in on the two of them. Jiyu flicked Sword Young Master's left hand away. His left hand fell to the ground. The remaining people looked around. Sword Young Master's remaining hand was holding a sword. He looked in Jiyu's direction and retreated a few steps. Seeing this scene, he said indifferently, "Today, Senior Brother Guan and I were killed by you here. When you go out, you will definitely be punished. Do it." Jiyu said indifferently, "Sword Young Master and Senior Brother Guan died under the hands of this tomb-guarding profound beast. What does it have to do with us?" He punched the two's dantian. They took a deep breath. Their bodies went soft and they fell to the ground. Their dantian was instantly filled with profound energy. He flew out in a flash. He took a few steps forward and pulled out his treasure weapon. He suddenly turned around and waved the treasure weapon in his hand. After a loud bang, they stood up and looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu stretched out her hand. At this moment, she kicked Guan Yu and Sword Young Master out. The wailing profound beast never expected that such a good tonic would be delivered to its doorstep. It swallowed that person's body. Blood continuously dripped down. Sword Young Master and Guan Yu spurted out blood from their bodies. Jiyu slowly walked forward step by step. She closed her eyes. At this moment, profound energy spread out in all directions. After sweeping through a week, Jiyu finally stood up. She locked her profound energy on the people nearby. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and completely unsealed the door in front of her. She directly walked in. A pill floated in front of Jiyu. After swallowing a pill, Yi Zichen swallowed the pill. The profound energy in her body suddenly broke through. Boundless profound energy entered Jiyu's body. When Li Sijiao saw that Jiyu had broken through to the earth profound realm, she sucked in a breath of cold air in her heart. Jiyu said indifferently, "Now that this matter is over, I will return to the evolving temple." Li Sijiao's heart unexpectedly gave birth to a trace of reluctance. His heart skipped a beat. Jiyu went down the mountain and came to Yong City. It was another year of selection. Now, Jiyu was already over 18 years old. He smiled faintly. He didn't expect that so many days had passed. All of a sudden, an old man's shout was heard. "Wang Qing, level 3 profound strength, disqualified. Song Bei, 5th level profound strength, pass." Every year, many youths would stand in front of the spirit stone and test their profound strength. Next, Chu Fei. Countless pairs of eyes gathered on Chu Fei. A black-robed youth slowly walked forward. "Isn't that the servant entrusted to the Jiang family?" Yes, since 15 years ago, the Chu family had sacrificed their lives for the country. Who would have thought that Prime Minister Ji Hun would send his only orphan to a remote village like ours? I hope he can enter the Star Soul Academy. At this moment, the sound of a fierce horse neighing was heard. The crowd instantly panicked. "Isn't that Chu Fei?" A mocking voice was heard. Looking over, "Wasn't that Jiang Haochen? Why was he here?" Jiang Haochen held a long whip and whipped it down. You're just a servant in my family, yet you have delusions of entering the Star Soul Academy. Your young master, haven't even entered yet. Chu Fei didn't dodge and took the whip head-on. The fist in his hand clenched even tighter. I owe the Jiang clan a debt of gratitude for raising me. That whip just now severed the grudges between our two clans. There was a black metal ball in Chu Fei's fist. This was the wisdom left behind by his ancestors in his previous life. Even in this strange world, Chu Fei could still restore it. That was gunpowder. Jiang Haochen couldn't help but laugh. If you leave the Jiang family, I'm afraid you won't even be able to be a beggar. Today, I'll whip you to death. Wait. The old man standing beside the boulder was suddenly furious. This group of new students didn't take him seriously, especially that skinny youth called Chu Fei. He was actually the descendant of a martyr. How could he be humiliated like this? He already said that he will cut off all ties with your family. How can you bully him like this? Jiang Haochen arrogantly said, this kid ate our food and lived in our house since he was young. He didn't even need to work. What do you think? How about I whip him? Then do you still want to test? Breaking the rules of the exam, die. The old man's body emitted a purple light, and the crowd suddenly felt the pressure increase. Chu Fei couldn't avoid it. He clenched his teeth and persevered, not letting his body curl up like the others. When the old man saw that only Chu Fei was still persevering, he couldn't help but stroke his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Afraid of the aura released by the old man, Jiang Haochen could only obediently stand in front of the boulder. When he placed his palm on it, he saw a three-colored light shoot up into the sky. Third level of profound strength, fail. The old man mercilessly sentenced him to death. Chu Fei, come forward. Chu Fei followed the others and placed his palm on the boulder. Suddenly, the seven-colored light soared into the sky and formed a cloud in the sky. What? Everyone present was stunned. It's actually the 9th level of profound strength, a kid who can directly break through to the defensive profound realm. The old man's eyes were so excited that tears flowed down. Such a rare genius actually appeared in front of him. Impossible, impossible. Jiang Haochen looked like he had gone mad. Another servant chuckled and whispered something in his ear. His face suddenly revealed a smile. Kid, if you want to leave the Jiang family, you must take 10 whips from me. How about it? This can be considered as repaying the favor. The old man was about to speak, but Chu Fei cupped his hands. Thank you for your help, teacher, but this is what I owe the Jiang family. He looked at Jiang Haochen firmly. Come. Jiang Haochen gritted his teeth and said, this is what you promised. Even if I beat you to death, you can't resist. This guy actually had the full profound strength. Jiang Haochen usually oppressed him so much. If he didn't kill him today, Chu Fei would definitely find him for revenge in the future. Just as he was about to whip him, an angry shout was heard. Presumptuous. The Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Chuiyue, urged his horse forward and whipped the ground, forcing Jiang Haochen to retreat. He glanced at his prodigal son and said, stop fooling around. Get out of here. Father, this guy, slap. Jiang Chuiyue slapped his face heavily. Not to mention that this kid was a descendant of the Chu family, with his full profound strength, his future achievements would be unknown. Chu Fei is really worthy of being the great general's great-grandson. Why don't you come back with this old man and set up a feast? Not waiting for Chu Fei to speak, the old man laughed heartily. Forget it, this little friend will be a student of our Star Soul Academy from today onwards. The Star Soul Academy is not to be sullied in the future. Here are 5,000 gold coins, take it as repayment for your kindness in raising him. After saying that, he threw the bag into Jiang Chuiyue's hands. Chu Fei walked in front of Jiang Chuiyue, kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times. With each kowtow, he said a sentence. When Chu Fei was still a baby, the servant girl in the residence wanted to sell me. It was you who saved me. This first kowtow is to repay your kindness of saving my life. All these years, Chu Fei followed the teachers in the residence to learn how to read and write. This second kowtow is to repay your kindness of teaching me. All these years, Chu Fei didn't have to worry about food and clothing. This third kowtow is to repay your kindness of raising me. After the 3 kowtows, Jiang Chuiyue could only sigh. Come with me, there are some notes that I need to tell you about. Today's test ends here, you can all go back. Wait. Jiyu slowly walked out from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of Jiyu. Chu Fei curiously looked at the young man in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. The old man actually trembled and clasped his hands. Greetings to the Earth Profound Realm Venerable. Jiyu nodded and asked him, are you willing to become my disciple? Disciple? After hearing this, Chu Fei's heart immediately became excited. He instantly kneeled on the ground. They all opened their mouths and said, an Earth Profound Realm expert hasn't appeared in the 5 major regions for a long time. Jiang Haochen covered his face and walked in front of Jiang Chuyue. Father, why didn't you kill him on the spot? This child will be our Jiang clan's mortal enemy in the future. Sigh, how could our clan have such an unfilial son like you? Men, break his legs and send him back to the countryside. Staying here is a disgrace. Father, father. Ah. A scream came from outside the residence, but Chu Fei couldn't hear it. Jiyu threw a storage ring into his hand. There are 30 gold coins in here. It's the basic income of every disciple. There's also 30 square meters of storage space. There are 3 sets of spare clothes for the academy. According to your body, I think this should be enough. In addition, your admission certificate is also inside. Before you leave, let me help you activate the protective aura profound skill. He pointed at the space between Chu Fei's eyebrows. Close your eyes and relax. No matter what you see later, just treat it as a part of your body. It was impossible to cultivate a disciple without talent. That was all he could say. After closing his eyes, Chu Fei could only hear a continuous sound of music. It was as if this song belonged only in the heavens, and he didn't know how many times he had heard it in the mortal world. It was as if a fairy from the 9 heavens was dancing beside him. Dang, dang, dang. 3 clear sounds of a bell rang out. An amiable-looking old Taoist appeared in front of him. A chuckle rang out, and Chu Fei fell from the sky in an instant, returning to his senses in an instant. Dao Talisman, the corners of Jiyu's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that his new disciple would be so capable. He said indifferently, not bad, not bad. 30 gold coins wasn't a lot. They were still more than 130 kilometers away from the Evolution Temple. It wasn't that they didn't have a carriage, but Chu Fei felt that it was better to save some money before entering the temple. After Jiyu handed the things to him, she stood up, then I'll go back first. I look forward to meeting you later. I'll first teach you the introductory mystic skill, 3000 clouds movement. Jiyu taught him the mental cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, she took a step forward and disappeared. After leaving the pipeline outside the city, it was basically a flat forest. Countless demonic beasts were roaring in the forest. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the ground. Several fast horses and a carriage flew out from behind. Sitting in the carriage, Jiang Haochen roared. Quickly chase him. You must kill him for this young master. The servants agreed. After all, they had stepped into the soul personage realm. Even if Chu Fei had innate full soul power, what could they do, seeing Chu Fei alone on the road? One of the servants shouted, young master, he's in front. Chu Fei, you betrayed the family. You deserve to be killed. You're smart. You dare to steal this young master's lines. He lashed the servant heavily with the whip. Chu Fei knew very well that he could not afford to offend these people, so he kept running. He had just obtained hope in this world, and he was not willing to die now. He didn't know how far he ran, but it seemed that he was deep in the forest. He lay on the ground, panting. The sound of horse hooves came soon after. The head servant laughed out loud. Run, you're running. Jiang Haochen lifted the curtain of the carriage. His face showed a trace of ferocity. Zhang San, Li Si, kill him for me. The 2 people's eyes showed a fierce light. They each took out a precious weapon. The person who flew up first was holding a big machete. The machete was glowing with a blue light. A furious roar rang out in an instant. The 2 servants saw a giant wolf with thorns all over its body slowly walk out. Saliva flowed from the corner of its mouth. It turned out that Chu Fei had been holding a stick of incense. It was this stick of incense that lured the giant wolf over. 3 gold coins were gone just like that. The 2 people in front of him looked at each other and slowly stepped back. Jiang Haochen laughed. Chu Fei will definitely die under this monster. We just need to be careful. Zhang San cupped his hands and said, Young master, this is a second-rank demonic beast, the Greenwood demonic wolf. The spikes on its body are extremely poisonous. Young master, we cannot continue to stay here. Jiang Haochen immediately lost interest. After all, his life was more important. This brat will most likely lose his life. Young master, let's leave quickly. That's true. Escaping is more important. Without a target, the Greenwood demonic wolf glared at Chu Fei. Chu Fei tossed the fragrant wood in his hand out. The Greenwood demon wolf actually swallowed the fragrant wood in one gulp. However, how could such a small piece of fragrant wood satisfy the appetite of such a huge demon beast? It bared its fangs ferociously and pounced toward Chu Fei's neck. Chu Fei hurriedly dodged to the side. Why hasn't the poison on the fragrant wood taken effect yet? Before he left, he had clearly coated the fragrant wood with poison. He hurriedly picked up the dead branches on the ground and waved them around. A burning pain came from his back. Not good. Chu Fei felt the world spinning above his head. The poison on the demonic wolf's body also took effect at this moment, causing his body to sway. How could a demonic beast allow its enemy to still be alive before it fainted? It suddenly pounced forward. If you like to eat it, I'll give it to you. After igniting the fuse, Chu Fei threw out his gunpowder bomb. Fortunately, the demonic beast opened its huge mouth and swallowed the gunpowder bomb. However, at the same time, it left a claw mark in front of Chu Fei. Boom, a loud sound was heard. Surprisingly, the demonic beast's corpse did not explode. However, the demonic beast still collapsed. Chu Fei crawled on the ground and used the stone beside him to hit the demonic beast's head again and again until he fainted. When he woke up, the smell of medicine assailed his nostrils. You're awake? A lively girl's voice slowly sounded. Chu Fei saw a fair-skinned girl wearing a red robe with a small ponytail on her head. She was an iconic little loli. The little loli blinked her big watery eyes. Grandpa, come quickly. He's awake. Ling don't disturb him too loudly. The guest has just woken up. Chu Fei naturally knew that he was saved by these 2 good people in front of him, so he cupped his hands to thank them and asked for their names. This old man's name is Pan. This is this old man's granddaughter, Ling Greetings to the 2 of you. May I know where this place is? Haha, this is a thatched hut that we temporarily built. This old man and Ling were picking herbs in the forest when we saw little friend faint, so we came to save him. Thank you, old mister. After chatting for a while, Ling came in with a bowl of clear soup. I'm ashamed to say that there's nothing good in the forest. The Greenwood demonic wolf's body was full of poison, so its meat could not be eaten. Since it was little friend who killed it, I took it back. A mere corpse is not very useful. If old mister needs it, you can take it. Pan laughed and walked out of the door. Chu Fei immediately sat cross-legged on the bed. Since he woke up, his natal soul artifact seemed to be constantly trembling as if it could not be suppressed. A talisman appeared in his hands. He sketched out a stroke. Could this be the legendary Xian skill? He activated the talisman in front of him, but it had no effect. With a sigh, he put the talisman away. With his mood down, he was a bit hungry, so he ran to the kitchen. Fortunately, he lived alone when he was young. Using the only flour he had, he kneaded it into a ball of noodles. After boiling it with water, he fished it out. After sprinkling chili and green onions, he splashed it with hot oil. 3 bowls of not-so-exquisite noodles were completed in an instant. Pan and Ling ate. Pan was a bit better. After tasting a mouthful, she drank cold water because of the chili. On the other hand, Ling was clearly sweating from the spiciness, but she still ate heartily. Eat slowly, otherwise it's easy to get choked. Even Xian cultivators need to be careful. Pan wiped her hands and patted her granddaughter's head. It seems like this girl doesn't have the fortune to become a Xian cultivator, but she can become an alchemist. That's not bad. Chu Fei said, my master is in the evolving temple. You can come with me and we can all become his disciples. Jiyu returned to the evolving temple. It was said that Yichume had something to do and left the temple. Jiyu sat cross-legged in his manner with his eyes closed, feeling the energy fluctuations around him. The little girl ran in and knocked on the door. Young master, there are 2 people outside who want to see you. Jiyu stood up and walked out of the door. Chufei looked firmly at Jiyu. Jiyu smiled, walked forward, and touched his forehead. Seeing an old man and a young girl standing behind him, he asked curiously, "Who are these 2?" The old man stepped forward. Little friend Chufei was being hunted down in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. This old man saved him. After hearing this, Jiyu clenched his fist. He said indifferently, "You want to kill my disciple? You're quite bold." Chufei's heart trembled. He didn't have any family since he was young. How could he not be excited to receive such treatment? Jiyu said indifferently, "Little Ye, take him to rest first." Jiyu stepped forward, but Chufei still didn't move. Chufei instantly knelt on the ground and said to Jiyu, "Master, please recommend an alchemy grandmaster to take my little sister." Suddenly, the little girl burst out laughing. Chufei asked with a puzzled expression, "I don't know what senior sister is laughing about. I'm only young master's servant. Young master said that I don't have the talent for cultivation. You can call me big sister Little Ye in the future. However, if you ask master to recommend an alchemy grandmaster, you're wrong. The one standing in front of you is an alchemy grandmaster." Jiyu smiled. Chufei was excited. "Ling come and greet master." Jiyu could see that Ling Er's profound roots weren't very good, but her ability to communicate with the energy of heaven and earth was quite good. If she was interested in the art of alchemy, her future would be bright. With that thought in mind, Jiyu took out a storage ring. "Take this storage ring first. There's a scripture inside. You can take a look at it first." She took a look at the contents of the scripture. Chufei also took a look. However, in Chufei's eyes, it was a pile of things that he didn't know what to say. However, in Ling Er's eyes, it recorded all kinds of details. She took a deep breath and immediately said, "Thank you, master. Master is the best." Jiyu giggled and took in 2 disciples. A few people who had a good relationship with Jiyu came forward. "Congratulations, junior brother. You've taken in a good disciple." "That's right. Congratulations, junior brother." They cupped their hands and looked at Jiyu. Jiyu smiled faintly. Yichume wasn't here right now, so Jiyu was in charge of formation refining peak. "I wonder where master has gone to," he sighed. The 2 of them cupped their hands and said, "Young master, although the Lord isn't here, you still have to take over the daily affairs. Please meet the various heads." N. Jiyu nodded. As the first seat and the only inner sect disciple, he sat on the chair at the head of the hall. Jiyu said faintly, "Call in the heads of the various places." Instantly, 7 or 8 people slowly walked in and stood in front of Jiyu. The old master in the lead walked out first. "I am Zhou Ming. I'm in charge of Xuanzhen Peak's provisions and mystic stones." After he said that, a youth beside him walked out. "I am Fu Bohai. I'm in charge of the disciples' cultivation. However, Xuanzhen Peak only has 1 last disciple in these years. I'm in charge of teaching the outer sect." No wonder Jiyu didn't see him these days. End of chapter 757. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.